Clearly I am a young genius with extraordinary talent. Yet every day my father beats me with a whip. Instead of crying I laugh and ask my dad to hit harder. All because I do not practice diligently every day but instead cause trouble. Each time I am caught by my father, my gentle mother protects me from harm. Although my father is a general who fights on battlefields, he is helpless with me. However, just when everyone thinks I have no hope in this life, no one knows that I have already awakened a rare thunder magic. But I do not want to practice seriously and I haven't told anyone. At this time I was being punished to copy books for causing trouble. The door of the house slowly opened a crack and a little head popped out, sweetly calling out, "Third brother." I looked up, stretched out my left hand towards the girl and said, "Finally you're here, I'm starving." The girl giggled and skillfully took out a large piece of bread from her arms and handed it to me. After devouring a few bites of the bread, I asked, "How is it, has father calmed down?" The girl pouted and said, "You've really angered father and mother is also angry. Eat quickly, your elder and second brothers are dealing with father up front, I should be leaving soon." Hearing this, I complained with a grimace, "Father is really unfair with 4 children, why does he beat me every day, am I not his own child? Wait till I become the top martial artist in the world, I must." However, before I could finish boasting, a commanding voice sounded at the door of the study, "What do you want?" Seeing the anger on his face, the miserable experiences of being beaten during my childhood quickly flashed before my eyes. So I immediately flattered and said, "Once I become the #1 in martial arts, I will let everyone know, a tiger father has no dog sons." Hearing this, my sister's face turned red. Seeing this, Father Ah Fong Tian turned to her and said, "You haven't done your magic homework, have you?" "Done for." Hearing this, the girl ran out of the study in a flash, glancing at me as she left. After a while, Father Ah Fong Tian turned to me and said softly, "Among you 4 siblings, you have the best talent. If you concentrate on your training, your achievements will be the highest in our Ah family." I did not expect my father to say these words to me and I carefully replied, "I think big brother and second brother also have great talents." Father glanced at me and said, "Their talents are indeed good, but they each have their missions and you are different." Hearing this, I remained silent, knowing that what my father said was true. Then, seemingly discerning my thoughts, Father said, "Nowadays wars around us continue year after year and the court officials impeach our Ah family, saying we are building up arms and relying on our own strength. If the Ah family wants to continue safely, it depends on the efforts of everyone." After saying this, Father didn't say much more and turned to leave the study. I was stunned for a while, then turned around, picked up the pen and continued to copy medical books. This time I wrote very slowly and carefully until I fell asleep. My father outside the door saw my furrowed brows and my sleep side and then turned and left. After a while, suddenly there were noisy footsteps and panicked shouts from the servants in the general's mansion. "Someone come quickly, the eldest son is in trouble." I awoke from my sleep suddenly, having a very bad premonition. Then I quickly rushed to the front of the general's mansion, and when I saw my elder brother who was tortured beyond recognition, my mind went blank, unable to believe what I was seeing. I stood there stunned for a moment, then suddenly ran back inside and soon brought a set of silver needles to my elder brother Anaga, using acupuncture to stop his bleeding and save him. When I found out that my elder brother had multiple fractures and someone had removed the knee bones from his knees, I could no longer contain my anger and roared to the sky. At this moment, several mocking laughs came from the front of the general's mansion. "He's crying so miserably, is he dead? I ordered people to leave him a breath, is that all?" As soon as he finished speaking, I charged over. But before I could reach the young man in brocade, a warrior behind him stepped forward and kicked me several meters away. I spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then got up and charged at the young man in brocade again. Just then a figure blocked in front of me. The warrior staggered back a few steps, chuckling lightly. "So this is all the great general of the Shaking Mountain Army is capable of." Ah Fong Tian stopped the furious Azura and asked with suppressed anger, "Was it you who harmed my son? Why would you commit such a cruel act? Do you think the Ah family is easy to bully?" The young man in brocade, his face stern yet fearful inside, sneered, "How others might fear you, Ah Fong Tian, but I, the eldest legitimate son of the Heishui clan, Seng Kuan, am not afraid. Even the king of your Olai country has to treat me with courtesy. What are you, a mere general guarding the gate?" The young man's words enraged Ah Fong Tian, who now understood the origins of his adversary. The Heishui clan was a martial arts family in Olai country with many skilled martial artists. Both the family head and the senior elder possessed the power of the 3rd level of demonic martial arts, an existence not restrained by royal power in the small country of Olai. Ah Fong Tian said sternly, "My family has no grievances with your Heishui clan. Why would you harm my eldest son so grievously? Sang Kuan replied viciously. I took a fancy to your son's fiancée, the young daughter of your country's chancellor Su Inger, but that despicable woman would rather die than comply, even shaving her head and resolving to die. There hasn't been a woman that I fancied who didn't obey me. It's just your son's bad luck. I want to see if she would still wish to marry him once I turn him into a cripple, huh? Before Sang Kuan could finish laughing, a broadsword whistled through the air towards his face. The warriors behind him quickly pulled Sang Kuan back to dodge the strike. Sang Kuan's face was covered in cold sweat as he saw Adolf holding the broadsword, his beard and hair bristling, standing in the center and shouting, "The Ah family has been overly bullied. Do you really think this old man can no longer wield a sword?" Furious, Sang Kuan shouted, "Old fool, dare to move against me again and see. I know your strength has greatly declined. I have two great martial masters of the third level here. Can you and your son handle that? If you dare to touch me, I will massacre your family. What about it? Do you want to mobilize the shaking mountain army to besiege me? Do you think your king would still tolerate you then?" Trembling with anger, Adolf, an old man, had never suffered such humiliation, yet for the sake of his family members behind him he had to lower his broadsword. At that moment, holding a naga, Asubo suddenly raised his blood-red eyes and glared at Sang Kuan, swearing an oath. "I remember today's enmity. One day, I will come to avenge my brother. The murderer who harmed my elder brother will not be spared." Sang Kuan was startled by Asubo's blood-red eyes, then viciously said, "I know you, Asubo. I've investigated you and your useless brothers. Your level isn't enough to catch my eye. Oh, aren't you planning to apply to the Augustus Academy this year, hoping to seek revenge after your studies? Let me tell you, don't even think about getting into Augustus Academy. I will have spies all around to ensure you can't smoothly participate in the Academy's examinations. Today, because we are within Olai City, our Heishui clan has an old agreement with your royal family not to kill within the city walls, but outside Olai country, killing you would be as easy as killing an ant." Ha! Upon hearing this, Asubo's eyes turned even redder, his fists clenched so tightly they squeaked. This Sang Kuan had not only injured his elder brother but had also shattered his dreams of pursuing martial arts. As Azura listened to Sang Kuan's arrogant words, he was surprisingly calm. He stared intensely at the faces of the people before him, knowing well that there was nothing he could do at the moment. However, he swore to make these culprits suffer 100 times the pain his brother was enduring now. A blood debt must be paid in blood. The once troublesome youth seemed to have matured in an instant. After Sang Kuan finished laughing, he looked down on everyone disdainfully and, spitting on the ground, arrogantly turned and walked away. Behind him, a young boy stared fixedly at his retreating figure, watching until they disappeared at the end of the street. Half a month later, at the general's residence, the house was eerily silent. The servants tiptoed around, terrified of making a sound. A naga sat emotionless in a wheelchair, dressed in white, holding a military treatise that he hadn't turned a page of for a long time. Asubo no longer immersed himself in martial arts. Ever since his brother's accident, he often drowned his sorrows in drink, babbling nonsensically and roaring wildly. Adolf was silent. The old man always went alone to the family shrine or his late wife's tomb, muttering apologies to his family. Their mother Qin Lan washed her face with tears daily, scouring through the medical books left by their father before his travels, hoping to find a way to help her eldest son stand again. She knew even her father couldn't help her son stand again, but she believed there must be some miraculous medicine out there that could rebuild his bones, yet such a treasure was not something a minor general's household like theirs could easily obtain. Every time she saw her son in the wheelchair, her heart ached as if cut by knives. Feng Tian still traveled daily between the military camp and the general's residence, his expression neither sad nor happy, but the sudden appearance of streaks of white hair at his temples added a touch of exhaustion to the family head. Zia, usually a lively little girl, had lost her smile. She practiced wood magic every day, having heard that yellow tear wood magic could heal severe injuries. Determined to learn such magic which she had never seen before, Zia aimed to master it. Azura locked himself in his room for 3 days and nights without food or water. What the young boy thought or did inside, nobody knew. He just hated his own helplessness at that moment. He wrote a letter to his brother's fiancée, who had shaved her head for their future marriage, telling her that his brother would definitely stand again and bring her into their family. Azura swore with his life that within 10 years he would eradicate the Blackwater family. At the end of the letter, he respectfully addressed her as sister-in-law, urging her to take care. 3 days later, at dawn, Azura slowly walked out of his room and headed straight for the training ground. Standing in the center of the training ground, the sunlight shone on his still somewhat youthful face. Looking at the row of weapons on the rack, he started to reach out for one but then hesitated and withdrew his hand as if afraid or perhaps embarrassed. After a moment of silence, the young boy grabbed a large saber from the rack and, remembering the moves his father taught his brothers, began to practice each move meticulously. The training ground was once the place the young boy least wanted to visit, and the weapons on the rack were the last things he wanted to handle, yet now his eyes were filled with determination. He only regretted waking up to reality too late, annoyed at himself for starting to wield the sword too slowly. As Ashura was practicing his swordsmanship, sweating profusely, a loud thud of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed through the air. Ashura quickly turned his head and saw his elder brother Asubo falling to the ground while clutching a jug of wine. Ashura rushed over to help him up and said, "Brother, you should drink less. I know you're troubled, but you're about to take the entrance exam for Augustus Academy soon. You can't go on like this." Surprisingly, after hearing this, Asubo burst into a sad laughter, and after a while he spoke. "Ashura, you're quite good with the sword. I won't be going to take the exam for Augustus Academy. I'm fine, I'll stop drinking in a few days, don't worry." Ashura, shocked, asked, "Why not, brother? Isn't attending Augustus your ambition? Are you afraid of the Blackwater clan's revenge?" Asubo, looking at the wine jug, said slowly, "The Blackwater clan is an enemy I must eliminate. How could I possibly fear them? Our eldest brother can no longer stand, and our family needs me. The House Han army needs me. The tasks our brother couldn't finish will be completed by me. I need to protect our family. Augustus Academy doesn't matter anymore." After saying this, Asubo looked at his stunned younger brother Ashura. He patted his shoulder and said, "Youngest, you have much more talent than I do. You will be the hope of our family. You need to carry on my dreams to the academy and become a renowned warrior of this continent. This was my dream, and now it relies on you to fulfill it." Ashura had never thought about these things before, never considered that after their eldest brother fell, his second brother would also give up his dreams to stand in front of the family. He looked into Asubo's eyes, seeing both resignation and expectation, and without saying a word he nodded firmly. At that moment a dignified voice tinged with a bit of vicissitude sounded from behind. "Youngest, are you really willing to go to the academy to train?" Afonso, their father, walked up to the brothers, looking at them with a complex expression. Without much consideration, Ashura nodded and replied, "Yes, father, I will get into Augustus Academy. When I return after my studies, I will seek revenge against the Blackwater clan." Afonso looked at his sons and sighed slowly. "I have not fulfilled my duties as a father, letting you down." Both brothers shook their heads and Ashura spoke first. "The rise and fall of our family is everyone's responsibility. It's time for us to take up the duty to protect our family." Afonso, seeing the young man whose face now carried a light sorrow where there used to be smiles, agreed. "Indeed, the fate of our family now rests in your hands," he continued gravely. "First, your brother will take over the vice-commander position of the House Han army from your eldest brother. Second, it is said that the Blackwater clan has spies in every town on the way to Augustus Academy with your brother's portrait. If Asubo is spotted, they won't hesitate to kill him." Ashura immediately responded, "Father, you still have me. I'll head to Augustus Academy right away. I'm sure I can pass the entrance exam and get in." Afonso shook his head and said, "You can't go to AUX college. The Blackwater family is watching all the routes, and I'm afraid you'll run into trouble if you go alone. Your grandfather and I can't leave the clan to escort you to the academy. Besides, no matter which academy, the assessment criteria require you to reach the third stage of martial earth or magic earth before the age of 16 to qualify for admission. You are only at the first stage of martial earth now, and there are less than 6 months left until the academy's assessment. You won't pass. Alas, the academy only recruits every 3 years, and you'll miss the age limit by the next recruitment." Ashura's face was filled with reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, "Father, I have a way to pass the assessment and enter the academy. The Valency Empire doesn't have just one academy. If I can't go to August Academy, then I will go to the distant St. Gobain Academy. Although I'm only at the first stage of martial earth now, I believe I can reach the third stage within 6 months. I must get into St. Gobain Academy." Afonso was stunned by his son's resolute words. After a long pause, he said, "This is no child's play. St. Gobain Academy is at the other end of the empire, very far from us. The journey is fraught with countless dangers, and you've never left Olay City in your life. How can we be at ease? Moreover, how can you improve your martial arts while on the road? Even if you reach St. Gobain Academy, you won't pass the assessment. This plan won't work." Ashura looked determinedly at his father and shouted, "Father, please believe in me. I can do it. I will grow and become stronger at St. Gobain Academy, and I will come back to personally redeem our family's disgrace." His brother Asubo also said, "Father, I believe the third brother can do it. We all know he is the smartest and most talented." Afonso slowly said, "There are many talented individuals in the academy, and young prodigies from all over the king's continent go there to apply. Don't think you are so smart and talented. Do not be a frog in the well." Afonso paused, closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "Since you are willing to venture out, I will support you. But promise me one condition. Before you truly grow strong, you must act low-key and grow silently. Even if you do not get into the academy, you must still wander and train outside to become stronger. You have always been impulsive since you were young, and that is what I worry about. Our family cannot afford any more mishaps. Can you promise me this?" Azura thought for a moment and said, "I promise you I will play the fool to catch the tiger." Afonso deeply looked at his youngest son and said, "Come to the training ground early tomorrow morning. I will teach you the family's secret technique, Thunder Fist. Learn it quickly and then start your journey to seek knowledge. Do not disappoint me." With that he turned and left. The next morning Azura appeared early at the training ground, dressed and ready, waiting for his father's arrival. Afonso, looking somewhat tired, approached him. Seeing his handsome young son nearly as tall and robust as himself, a sense of pride involuntarily rose in his heart. He thought to himself, "The seed of old is indeed excellent. All four of my children are outstanding." Meanwhile Azura, noticing his father's barely suppressed smile and the faint scratch marks on the right side of his neck, was full of questions and confusion. Unbeknownst to him, after Afonso revealed his decision to Qianlan last night, Qianlan nearly fought him in earnest, even drawing her magic wand. It took much persuading to calm his wife. He had his unavoidable reasons. The Heishui family was pressuring the king of Olai through their connections to target the Ah family. Xiao Luo's departure might be the best decision. Collecting his thoughts, Afonso sternly said, "Time is pressing. I will now teach you the family's secret technique, the Thundering Fist. You must memorize it carefully. Once you have mastered it, head immediately to the academy. Understand?" Xiao Luo nodded vigorously. "I will study it with all my heart." With no further ado, Afonso began demonstrating the 8 moves of the Thundering Fist right there in the training ground, explaining the essentials of the martial skills and sharing his personal insights. Xiao Luo stood by, watching his father's every move without blinking an eye. In the continent of the kings, martial and magical skills are divided into 5 ranks: white, green, blue, purple and yellow, with each rank higher than the last and rarer. The Ah family's Thundering Fist is a martial skill of the blue rank. Even the entire royal family of Olai might not possess a purple rank skill, let alone a yellow rank skill. The blue rank Thundering Fist is an extremely forceful and fierce boxing technique. Once the movements are fluidly connected, each punch resonates with the sound of thunder, accompanied by an internal force that penetrates the body to strike the enemy. When practiced to a minor degree of proficiency, there will be 2 sounds of thunder and 2 manifestations of penetrating internal force. When practiced to a major degree of proficiency, there will be 3 sounds of thunder accompanied by 3 penetrating forces, each stronger than the last. Afonso had dedicated nearly 30 years to mastering the Thundering Fist to a great degree of proficiency. As fast as thunder, his power could penetrate stone. Each of the 8 moves resonated with 3 claps of thunder, truly taking this boxing technique to its pinnacle. After the final punch echoed with 3 claps of thunder, Afonso finished and turned to his third son, asking, "This is the Ah family's ultimate skill, the Thundering Fist. You never wanted to learn it before, but now that you've seen me perform it once, how much have you remembered?" Xiao Luo tilted his head to think for a moment before replying, "I've remembered everything." Hearing this, Afonso paused, then recalling his youngest son's extraordinary memory, he said, "Very good, then show me by performing it yourself. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, just feel the essence of the force in the technique." Xiao Luo stepped forward, his youthful vigor apparent. He bowed his head, recalling the movements and key points his father had just demonstrated. Suddenly he looked up and began to execute the boxing technique move by move. Initially Afonso watched with a dignified expression, but as he continued to watch, his heart grew increasingly alarmed. His third son replicated each movement flawlessly, even nailing many of the finer details. However, it was uncertain if the techniques of exerting force were correct until the final punch, which ended with a clap of thunder. Afonso stood frozen, as if a real thunderbolt had struck him. Overjoyed upon hearing the thunder, Xiao Luo knew his execution of the Thundering Fist was correct, although it was a pity that only the last punch produced a thunder sound. He turned to his father, hoping for further guidance. But when he looked at Ah Fong Tian, he found his father staring open-mouthed and motionless at him. Ashura called out "father" twice before he managed to rouse Ah Fengshan from his shock. Suppressing the turmoil within, Ah Fengshan slowly asked the boy, "Not bad at all. Have you practiced the thundering fist before?" Ashura shook his head and said, "I know my older and second brothers practice this technique, but I haven't seen them train. I used to get a headache just watching martial arts practice." Hearing this, Ah Fengshan slowly exhaled a deep breath and said, "Then you should train well. Remember the key movements and the way to exert force. Once every punch carries the sound of thunder you can set off." The boy nodded earnestly in response. "I will try my best to master it quickly." Ah Fengshan waved his hand, signaling the boy to continue, and turned to leave with his hands behind his back. However, his tightly clenched white-knuckled right hand revealed his inner unrest. He remembered how, at the age of 14, Adolf had personally taught him the thundering fist. It took Adolf 3 full demonstrations before Ah Fengshan could remember the movements and techniques. On the 8th day of practice, Ah Fengshan finally managed to produce a thunderous sound with his punch. He vividly recalled his father Adolf's satisfied nod and smile, praising him as a promising martial artist. Now it was his turn to teach his children. His eldest Anaga took 4 days to produce thunder, and the second Asubo took 7 days. But this third son, who used to despise practicing, managed to produce thunder on his first try. How could Ah Fengshan remain calm? Meanwhile, occasional bursts of thunderous sounds from the training ground continued to remind him that it was not a fluke. Ah Fengshan's expressions alternated between frowns and sneaky smiles. Suddenly he punched a nearby tree, causing leaves to flutter down. With a touch of anger he cursed, "What took this brat so long?" Unaware of how he had struck a blow to his father's fragile pride, Ashura was fully immersed in mastering the thundering fist, not leaving the training ground for the entire day. Meals were brought to him by servants. He quickly ate and returned to his training. Some figures watched him secretly from the sidelines, some standing with arms behind their backs, some holding jugs of wine, some sitting in wheelchairs, some with hair tied up in buns, some with white hair and beards. The boy tirelessly practiced the thundering fist until the first rays of dawn broke over the training ground, and each of his 8 punches carried the sound of thunder. Collapsing to the ground, Ashura chuckled gleefully, basking in the joy of a martial success he had never before experienced. The figures watching him also turned and silently walked away, their steps lighter, sensing a new hope born within the general's residence. By noon, Ashura quietly packed his things. He knew he didn't have much time left. He needed to hurry to St. Gobain Academy for the entrance examination, his only chance. Just then, a belt was handed to him from behind. Turning his head, the boy saw his grandfather Adolf's kind smiling face. Adolf spoke first. "Youngster, this belt has a storage space, though only as big as a study room. It will be very convenient for you while traveling." Ashura knew that this belt, awarded to his grandfather by the king during the founding of the Olei Kingdom, was of great significance. This honor was bought with grandfather's very life, and now it bids him set out far from home. Choking up, the young man cried out, "Grandfather, I don't." Before he could finish, Adolf waved his hand to stop him. "No need for more words. A storage belt is just that. Its greatest use is to be useful to you. I can't provide you with much in the way of equipment, but I hope everything goes smoothly on your journey to learn." Clenching his teeth, the young man nodded heavily, then tied the belt around his waist and delved into the storage space within with a mere thought. The space wasn't large, but it was enough to store some weapons, clothing, and dry food. Adolf looked on with satisfaction at his tall grandson, seeing in him the spitting image of his younger self. Just then Xin Lan entered the room holding a wooden box, her expression complex as she gazed at her third son. This youngest son was the naughtiest and most infuriating of all her children, but also the one who could charm and please her the most. "These are some medicinal pills your grandfather left behind. They're not of the highest quality, but they're practical. Take this set of silver needles too. Be careful in all things when you're outside and don't get hurt," she said. Normally, the young man would have covered his ears and run off by now, but today he couldn't bear to interrupt. Just then Asubo, pushing Inaga's wheelchair, entered. Sober today, Asubo had returned to his usual martial arts obsessed self. He pulled out a pair of twin blades from behind him and said, "Shura, I don't have much to give you for your journey, but these twin blades are of decent quality. Use them to protect yourself." Ashura laughed and took the blades, flourishing them skillfully. "Thank you, second brother. With these blades, I really do look like a master." Asubo, seeing his carefree demeanor, felt his spirits lift. After a long silence, their eldest brother Anaga, who had been quiet and reserved since the incident, also cracked a rare smile and pulled out a purse, handing it over. "Little brother, I don't have much to give you, but take this bag of gold coins for your travels." Ashura looked at the purse and frowned, asking, "Is this money meant for sister-in-law's dowry?" Anaga's smile faltered, then he gave a bitter laugh. The Heishui family is powerful. Although she refused, the family of Minister Su has already returned the dowry. He paused, then smiled again. Take it, I won't need it. If you don't, I might just have to save it for your second brother's dowry. Don't say I'm playing favorites then. Ashura, looking at the brother who always protected him and pleaded on his behalf when he erred, suddenly smiled slightly. Alright then, consider this money an investment in a future strongman. When I become powerful, I'll return it 100-fold. Ensuring this deal pays off, Anaga laughed and nodded deeply, passing the purse over. Just then, a tender young hand also reached out, clutching a few gold coins. With tears streaking her face, the young Azia sobbed, Then I'm investing in you too, third brother. Remember to return it 100-fold to me when you become a strong man. Ashura first embraced his sister, then took the coin she offered. What Ashura promises, he delivers fair and square to all. One day, I'll return a huge bag of gold coins for your dowry. With a burst of laughter, Asia wiped away her tears and shyly hid in her mother's arms. The A family had always been frugal, keeping their children's expenses minimal, and any extra money was given as relief to disabled war veterans. The few gold coins were the girl's savings from New Year's money over many years, and they constituted all her possessions. After packing, Ashura turned and left the room. His father, Afengtian, hesitated to speak. Ashura turned back with determination and said, I will definitely become a strong man and return to protect our family. Wait for me. He then took a deep look at everyone as if to imprint their faces in his mind. Without lingering, he ran a few steps, scaled the wall and escaped. He knew that outside there were spies from the Heishui family. If he exited through the main gate, he would be targeted. The young man thought to himself, Wait for me, Heishui family. Today you force me to flee over the walls, but someday I will return and dismantle your ancestral hall. The boy then disappeared at the end of the street. In the capital of Olei, Ashura hid mostly in the shadows at the entrance of a street alley. He carefully observed the direction of the city gate. This was the third gate he had scoped out. At each gate, people from Heishui city were openly and covertly scrutinizing everyone entering and leaving. Ashura knew that if he showed himself, he would certainly be pursued. The main challenge now was how to leave the city. Fortunately, this gate was in the opposite direction of the Augustus Academy and was the least guarded area of Heishui city. Looking at the bustling market inside the city and the continuous stream of people at the gate, the boy grinned and slowly retreated into the shadows of the alley. Soon a group of older children seemed to be leaving the city to play. Shortly after leaving, they hurried back, each clutching a silver coin and heading towards the crowded areas while shouting loudly, Mother, there are silver coins in the grass outside the city. We all found some. I want to eat braised pork. Everyone who heard this was astonished. A woman who sold snacks stopped her child, snatched the silver coin and bit it to find it was real. She hurriedly asked her child where he found it. Pointing proudly outside the city, the child exclaimed, We were just playing in the woods not far outside when we found them. Mother, I want to buy braised pork. The woman quietly pocketed the silver coin, which was enough for her family's expenses for a month, whether they ate braised pork or not. Hearing this, the quicker ones in the market had already started running towards the city outskirts. Those who reacted slower saw the others running and knew what to do, joining the throng heading out of the city. The guards from the Heishui family stationed there were confused by what was happening. Seeing the crowd rushing out, they couldn't properly check everyone leaving. Soon only a few vendors who hadn't had time to pack up remained at the market, beating their chests and lamenting. After a while, behind a large tree in the forest outside, Ashura appeared. He too had run out with the crowd, having orchestrated this whole event himself. The silver coins in the child's hands were also given by him, and the words he spoke were taught by him too. The advantage was that by doing as he said, one could earn another silver coin. He had also hidden a few more silver coins in the alley where he had been hiding before, so the children would surely find them when they went looking for him. Glancing back at the city gates of the capital of Olei, Ashura's gaze was resolute and profound. Carrying the twin blades given to him by his elder brother, he ran towards the city of St. Goban. He avoided main roads, choosing instead to take smaller paths or cut through forests. This was firstly to evade the pursuit of the Blackwater family, and secondly to plan on killing wild beasts to increase his own strength, as the entrance criteria for St. Goban Academy was the third tier of martial arts. Unexpectedly, the wild beasts he killed along the way were few and far between, encountering more bandits who intended to rob him instead. Previously, he would not resort to killing the bandits outright. That was until he witnessed a poor girl about the same age as Azia being violated and killed by bandits, which made him resolve that killing bandits was indeed a form of saving others. By night, beside a small stream in the forest, the dark-haired youth Ashura was grilling a wolf for dinner. Ashura had always been interested in gourmet food, and the small animals he caught usually ended up in his stomach. Now having wolf meat made him sigh with emotion, and he concluded that wolf meat was not very tasty. The youth had been away from home for over 3 months now, hurrying every day without delay, living outdoors, and dealing with bandits had added a wildness to him. The mischievous smile he used to carry had now turned into a devilish smirk. He had advanced to the second tier of martial arts, which seemed like a natural progression for him. The days of surviving in the wild also taught him much and made him feel very lonely. Being a naturally sociable person, he had not had a proper conversation with anyone in 3 months. The young man's temperament had also been tempered to no longer be flamboyant, becoming calm and collected in face of situations. Looking up at the moon, the youth sighed, "I wonder how things are at home. Has grandfather returned? Has my brother's leg been healed? Will my sister-in-law keep waiting for my brother?" Muttering to himself, he leaned against a tree and slowly fell asleep. He really missed home. The next day, as soon as the sun peeked over the horizon, Ashura woke from his sleep and stretched lazily. Confirming his direction, he headed towards the town of St. Gobain. Today's destination was a small town called Linquan Town. Ashura knew he had escaped the control of the Blackwater family, and continuing to travel through mountains and forests on foot would surely make him late for the academy. Therefore he planned to buy a mount in Linquan Town to speed up his journey to St. Gobain City. Linquan Town was a small town. Legend had it that a pool in the town was fed by a mystical spring whose waters could enhance one's strength and prolong life. The youthful Ashura, hearing this legend, also ran to the spring and lay down to drink heartily from it. However, upon lifting his head, he found a cow beside him at the spring doing the same, which instantly soured his mood. Ashura came to the mount dealership of the Tooth Row. A gaunt man in his 40s sporting a curly goatee quickly approached him. Seeing the boy dressed simply but carrying the demeanor of a nobleman's son, the man bowed and said, "My lord, my name is Chaha and I am honored to serve you. Tell me what you need and I will make sure you leave satisfied." Ashura glanced at him and said lightly, "I want to see what mounts are available." Chaha immediately led the way, saying, "Right this way, sir." Following Chaha's lead, Ashura arrived at the mount dealership, his first visit to such a place. Various mounts were on display in the pens for selection. There were over a dozen types of horses alone, not to mention wind wolves, earth dragons, unicorns, and even tamed magical beasts like flying creatures. Magical beast mounts needed taming. Once tamed, they would wear a beast control ring, which greatly reduced their ferocity and made them obey their master's commands. Naturally, the higher the level of the magical beast, the harder it was to tame unless one raised them from a young age to foster closeness. Weak masters couldn't subjugate magical beasts. Of course, some powerful clans kept magical beasts that would obey and follow the commands of their clan members, serving them in driving or even in battle. Ashura eyed these magical beasts with great interest, wondering how impressive it would be to ride one. However, he had 2 concerns. First, his own strength was too meager to control a magical beast, and second, he feared that being too ostentatious would bring unnecessary trouble. Thinking this, Ashura turned to the goatee-bearded man and said, "I want to buy a dragon horse for transportation, the faster the better. Do you have something suitable?" Chaha was slightly disappointed, having thought the young man might be a major spender, but after a moment's thought, he said, "Sir, we have a dragon horse here, extraordinary and divine, surely capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. However, it has not yet been tamed and is wildly unmanageable. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Ashura felt intrigued and immediately asked to see the dragon horse. Chaha led him to a pen where a tall black horse was tied up, its body covered in pure black hair, looking majestic. 2 strong men were alternately whipping it, and the black horse kept neighing, but in its cries one could clearly hear its indomitable spirit. Ashura asked the men to stop, and with great interest he walked around the black horse. Seeing a black-haired boy like itself circling around, the black horse snorted disdainfully at the young man. Seeing this attitude from the black horse, Ashura found it amusing but also genuinely liked this black dragon horse. As for how to tame it, his eyes shifted and a mischievous idea came to mind. He turned to Chaha and said, "You guys go out. I want to have a chat with this dragon horse." Chaha was stunned but did not object and turned to lead the 2 beast trainers out. The young man grinned at the black horse, and for some reason the horse felt a bit fearful of the boy. Then the boy tilted his head and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The black horse did not respond but just tossed its head. The boy casually took out a package and said, "I've learned a bit of medicine since I was young. This is a pack of silver needles. I'm not sure if it will work on horses, but I hope you'll obey. I'll let you experience the joy of acupuncture." Although the black horse was intelligent and understood human speech, it didn't know what acupuncture was. Could these long needles be torture devices? Did he intend to make me submit through punishment? Ashura pulled out a silver needle and declared, "With this first needle I'll make your left hind leg lose sensation." Before the black horse could react, he swiftly stuck the needle into an acupoint on its left hind leg. The horse felt no pain, but suddenly its left leg lost sensation and nearly caused it to stumble. Terrified, the black horse looked at the grinning boy as he took out another needle. "This next one will numb your right hind leg," he said, and with that another needle flew into the horse's right hind leg, causing both hind legs to give way, and the horse slumped to the ground. The black horse struggled to stand on its back legs. Ashura slowly pulled out another needle, laughing playfully. "This one should go in your front." "Oh no, I forgot you still have another leg back there. This needle will numb the leg between your hind legs." He was about to throw this needle when suddenly his sleeve was caught firmly in the black horse's teeth. The black horse, looking at the young devil in front of it, had eyes filled with fear and pleading, slowly kneeling down on its front legs. On the road beside a dense forest, a black-haired youth with dual swords rode swiftly on a sleek black horse. The pair had been running at full speed all day without showing signs of fatigue. Observing the dimming sky and the surrounding terrain, the youth patted the horse's head and said, "Heighten, let's find a water source up ahead and camp there." The black horse snorted reluctantly. Heighten was the name the youth had given it. Although it disliked the name, it dreaded the youth's terrifying silver needles even more. Finding a camping spot near a water source, the youth dismounted and rubbed his sore thighs. He patted Heighten, letting it graze and drink without worry, confident that the beast ring on Heighten would prevent any escape. Ashura entered the forest intending to catch some game to fill his stomach. After walking away from the campsite for a while, he noticed no signs of small animal activity. The hardships of living outdoors had turned him into an experienced hunter. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the forest, his ears twitched and he quickly climbed to the top of a nearby tree. Drawing a short knife with his right hand and hugging the trunk with his left, he concealed himself among the leaves, gradually lowering his breathing rate. Soon rustling sounds came from the dense woods, and after a while a group of black-robed figures appeared. With their broad sleeves and cloaks covering their heads, Ashura couldn't see their faces from his high vantage point. He heard the leader of the black-robed people looking down the road from a slight incline near where Ashura was hidden say in a hoarse voice, "This is the route those little dwarves must take. Set up the ghost-lock formation here, follow my commands tomorrow, and let none escape." The followers in black robes responded in unison, "We will obey the messenger's orders." The figures clad in black robes swiftly scattered across the road, positioning themselves within a circular area with a radius of about 30 feet. Judging by their agile movements, they were undoubtedly skilled martial artists. Some were digging holes and burying objects, while others were inscribing demonic runes. From his perch in a tree, Ashura could clearly see each person's actions. Although he was unsure of the exact nature of the formation they were setting up, he recalled the general principles of such formations from the miscellaneous books his grandfather had. Every formation required prior setup, including the drawing of runes and the placement of magical energy cores. The final step in setting a formation was the so-called eye of the formation, which was also key to breaking it. After a short while, the leader of the group in black robes looked over the completed work and nodded in satisfaction. He then took 8 steps to the right and retreated 9 steps backwards, before planting a small black flag behind a large tree. The moment the flag pierced the ground, a ghostly wailing erupted from the circular area, only to fall silent again shortly after. The leader chuckled sinisterly before waving his hand, and the robed figures vanished into the dense forest. Ashura initially thought that the members of the Blackwater clan were on his trail, but it became clear that they were not after him. He could sense danger from these people, and now he felt trapped. Suspecting that the robed figures were hiding nearby, he worried that any movement might expose him, attracting unnecessary trouble. His greatest concern was that his foolish horse might come looking for him if he was gone too long, which would definitely blow his cover. He didn't believe that his modest martial skills were enough to escape and silently prayed for safety. Thus, the young man spent a tense night hugging the tree. Fortunately, his horse Black Charcoal did not appear. Although staying up all night was incredibly uncomfortable, he longed to leave this place of trouble and not delay his journey to the St. Gabain Academy. The surrounding forest remained eerily silent, devoid of any insect or bird sounds, and it was unclear where the robed individuals were hiding. He endured until noon, growing drowsy when suddenly the sound of horse hooves approached from afar. Ashura instantly became alert and looked off into the distance. A caravan slowly emerged at the end of the road. To his surprise, it was a group of dwarves. The convoy consisted of 10 carts loaded with goods, surrounded by over 20 dwarf warriors. They were short but sturdy, clad in leather armor, each sporting a large beard and wielding identical battle axes. The leader of the dwarves, whose battle axe was nearly as tall as he was, showcased powerful muscular arms. He continued to lead the group, scanning the surroundings with a slightly furrowed brow but without stopping. Ashura had never seen dwarves before, as he had never left the kingdom of Olay. Everything outside was fascinating to him. He had heard from his grandfather that dwarves were quick-tempered but fundamentally kind and simple-hearted. Dwarves were especially skilled in forging and had an insatiable love for alcohol. However, they were not particularly friendly towards humans, making it difficult for humans to earn their friendship. Ashura guessed that the target of the robed figures was this group of dwarf warriors, recalling what the leader of the black-robed figures had said about the dwarves the previous night. Ashura had a gut feeling that the group of black-robed figures were up to no good. He couldn't bear to see the dwarven warriors walk into a trap, but he dared not make a move, only fretting silently for them. As the dwarven convoy entered the Tenjing area, the horses pulling the carts seemed spooked and refused to move. The dwarven chieftain finally sensed the danger and gestured to halt the convoy. The dwarven warriors quickly grabbed their battle axes, adopting defensive stances and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Little ones, you've finally shown up. I've been waiting for a long time." With this hoarse voice, figures in black robes emerged from the dense forest, encircling the dwarven convoy in the middle. The dwarves showed no fear, their fighting spirit instead flaring. The lead dwarven warrior slammed his battle axe into the ground and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Did you attack our tribe before? Are you ready to face the wrath of the dwarves?" His voice was so loud that it caused the leaves to rustle and fall. The leader of the black robes replied disdainfully, "No need to ask who we are. Just call me master from now on and immediately come back with me to forge. You dwarves are quite useful." As soon as he finished speaking, the dwarven chieftain, wielding a massive axe, charged towards the black-robed figures. The dwarves were not eloquent, but their towering rage and sharp axes were their best response. However, before the dwarven chieftain could get far, numerous crimson chains burst from the ground, binding the dwarven warriors. The dwarven chief, furious, swung his huge axe to chop the chains, but the red chains, like flowing water, immediately restored themselves after being cut. The movements of the dwarven warriors grew slower and slower. The black-robed figures cackled, "Once you're in my ghost-lock formation, you're just lambs waiting for the slaughter. Don't resist, just obediently become my slaves and forge." The dwarven warriors ignored him, continuously trying to free themselves from the strange red chains. The leader of the black robes, displeased, said ominously, "Since you refuse to see sense, let's kill a few disobedient slaves." With that he waved his hand, and the surrounding black-robed figures drew their weapons and charged at the dwarven warriors. Due to the chains, it wasn't long before some of the dwarves were wounded. The dwarven leader fought against 4 black-robed figures without falling behind. After seeing this, the black-robed leader snorted coldly and drew a black dagger to attack the dwarven chief. The leader of the black robes was clearly powerful, and even Ashura, hidden in the tree, couldn't discern his martial arts level. Just as the black-robed figures thought they had the upper hand, the dwarven leader suddenly roared with renewed fighting spirit. His muscles bulged and a faint red flame ignited around him, loosening the blood-red chains binding him. Then the dwarven chieftain used a powerful martial technique to send the 5 black-robed figures surrounding him flying. All 5 were injured and fell to the ground, and even the black-robed leader spat out blood, evidently seriously injured. Ashura watched with great excitement. It was his first time witnessing such an intense fight. The dwarf chieftain had just used his innate battle skill, significantly boosting his combat power. Seeing the dwarf faction gaining the upper hand, Ashura felt relieved, and his desire to become stronger intensified. After the dwarf leader knocked away 5 opponents, he turned to help other dwarfs in their fight against the robed figures. The sight of many injured dwarfs fueled his rage, and he turned his glare towards the injured leader of the robed figures. With a roar, he charged forward, axe raised high, aiming to cleave the robed leader in two. The robed leader, both shocked and angry, had underestimated the dwarf's prowess. A fierce gleam in his eyes, he grabbed the chests of 2 injured subordinates beside him, and with a fierce claw burst their hearts, shouting, "Blood sacrifice binding." As he performed this act, the formation around them suddenly brightened with blood-red light. The chains that were loosely hanging from the dwarf leader tightened abruptly. More chains appeared, wrapping tightly around the raised axe, freezing it mid-air. Despite his efforts, the dwarf leader couldn't break free, his short stature bound by the red chains. Other dwarfs tried to rush to their leader's aid, but were fiercely held back by the remaining robed figures. The leader of the robed figure stood up with a sinister laugh, dusting off his robe as he approached the restrained dwarf leader and taunted, "You little dwarf dared to resist. Did you really think I couldn't handle you? Once I plant the seal, you'll become my strongest slave. Don't worry, I'll continue to capture more dwarfs to keep you company. It's an honor for your kind to become slaves of our great organization Blood Zeal." Ashura, perched in a tree, listened with growing horror. What did these robed figures want with so many dwarfs? And what was this organization Blood Zeal he had never heard of? Their actions seemed malevolent, especially using their own men's blood to activate magical formations, truly heartless. The dwarf leader, overwhelmed with humiliation and anger, tried to swing his axe, but the chains kept it firmly in place. Seeing this, the robed leader laughed loudly, stepping close enough that the dwarf's raised axe was just inches from him. Mockingly he said, "Come on, try to strike if you can, just become my slave, little dwarf." As he reached out to pat the dwarf leader's angry face, suddenly the red chains binding the dwarf and his axe flickered and vanished. Driven by inertia, the dwarf leader brought down his axe fiercely, splitting the unguarded robed leader from his left shoulder down. All fighting stopped as everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. The dwarf leader staggered forward, surprised by the sudden release. Only the dying robed leader slowly turned his head to look back. Under a nearby large tree stood a figure, one arm shielding their face, the other clutching a small black flag, the very marker planted the night before as the focal point of an array. The black-robed leader tried to speak, but instead blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes wide open, he refused to close them, desperate to discern the identity of his killer. The others soon realized what had transpired, and the dwarves, no longer bound by the red chains, unleashed their formidable combat prowess. With their leader dead, the black-robed figures were in disarray, no heart left to fight, and were mercilessly pursued and cut down by the dwarves, turning the tide into a one-sided slaughter. Ashura, standing behind the tree, used his arm to cover his face while nervously watching the battlefield, holding the small black flag. He feared that any of the black-robed figures might escape the melee and seek vengeance. Thankfully, the battle soon ended with the black-robed figures lying dead, leaving only the heavy breathing of the dwarves echoing through the air. Seeing that not a single one had escaped, Ashura silently breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to cause further trouble and began to slowly retreat from the battlefield. However, the dwarven chieftain suddenly shouted "Stop!" and charged towards him. Ashura had previously witnessed the terrifying charge of the dwarven chieftain, the only difference this time being that he hadn't raised his giant axe. Yet the sheer presence still sent chills down Ashura's spine. The dwarven chieftain approached Ashura, eyeing the youth who still shielded his face with his arm, and then glanced at the flag in his hand, pondering. Ashura, looking at the dwarf rushing towards him, feared a misunderstanding due to the dwarf's seemingly simple mind. He quickly spoke up, "I mean no harm, I just helped you." He then recounted his entire ordeal, how he had arrived, how he was trapped in the tree, and all that he had witnessed. Surrounded by the dwarves, Ashura watched as the chieftain extinguished the flames of red fire that had engulfed him. With the disappearance of the red flames, the dwarf's aura seemed to diminish. The chieftain then pulled out a large barrel of liquor from his storage space and began to drink heartily, some of the dark red liquid dripping from his beard onto the ground. Ashura could smell the strong alcohol and marveled silently. His grandfather was right, dwarves indeed had a legendary fondness for liquor. Ashura wasn't sure why he had boldly intervened in the battle. Perhaps it was a decisive act of kindness. All he had done was disrupt the array using his arm to cover his face, partly because he feared ruining the black-robed figure's plans and being recognized, then targeted for retribution. After the chieftain had drunk most of the barrel, his spirits visibly lifted. Seeing Ashura still covering his face, he suddenly laughed heartily, then reached out and pulled Ashura into a big hug, his robust arms patting the youth's back as he sincerely said, "Thank you, my friend." As the dwarf leader tugged, Ashura's raised arms were pulled apart, revealing his youthful face. But this sincere embrace nearly knocked the breath out of the young man. The dwarf warrior slapped his back so hard that it made him grimace in pain, unable to speak for a moment. The surrounding dwarves laughed heartily at the sight of Ashura's discomfort. The dwarf warrior chief, noticing the young man's frailties, scratched his head apologetically and said again, "My friend, I am Kassa. What is your name?" After speaking, he handed a barrel of ale to the young man. Ashura, still leaning against a tree, took deep breaths. A strange thought suddenly popped into his head. My father still loves me. Throughout my childhood he hit me many times, but never as hard as this dwarf's slap. He quickly shook his head to dismiss the bizarre thought and looked at the warm gazes of the group of dwarf warriors. His mood brightened considerably and he smiled, saying, "My name is Ashura, from the kingdom of Olay." he took the ale barrel from the dwarf chief, which was quite heavy, and mimicked the dwarves by taking a big gulp. What Ashura didn't know was that for the ale-loving dwarf race, sharing their finest brew meant you had earned their genuine friendship. And what he was even less aware of was that the ale Kassa handed him was the dwarven war god ale. The drink was as potent as lava down the throat and had miraculous effects. Ashura, who had often sneaked drinks from his grandfather and father's stash in his mischievous younger days, had developed a decent tolerance for alcohol. However, he hadn't expected the dwarven brew to be so strong. Just one sip turned his face red and his whole body flushed, drunk and overwhelmed. His internal energy surged uncontrollably, breaking through the third-level barrier of his martial arts training. Ashura was both shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected a single drink to help him break through to the third level, meeting the entrance requirements for the prestigious St. Gabain Academy. Originally worried that his martial arts progress would be hindered by his travels and prevent him from qualifying for the academy, this issue was now easily resolved. His heart leapt with joy. He lifted the barrel again and took another big gulp, nearly losing his balance and stumbling. The resulting surge of energy was vibrant and lively, but he did not experience the boundary-breaking sensation of the first sip. The surrounding dwarves couldn't help but laugh heartily at the young man's drunken state. Dwarf Chief Kassa, seeing Ashura's embarrassed situation and guessing his thoughts, said, "My friend, this is our dwarven war god ale, the finest ale in the world. It invigorates the blood, heals injuries, restores combat strength, clears negative states, boosts morale and strengthens vitality. Of course the effect of the first sip is the best. Did you break through a minor realm? The effects of each subsequent sip aren't as powerful, but each still has various beneficial effects. Once you get married, having a sip every night will ensure your vigor every evening." Ashura quickly waved his hands to interrupt the increasingly outrageous dwarf, who seemed to become more verbose when discussing fine ale. He was still a naive 14-year-old boy filled with longing and curiosity about interacting with the opposite sex, yet too shy to discuss such topics openly. Ashura, returning the keg of liquor, bowed deeply to the dwarven folk in gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this wonderful drink. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it even helped me advance to a higher realm. I've never tasted such fine liquor." The dwarven warriors, hearing Ashura praise their godly brew, beamed with joy, seemingly more delighted than if their bravery had been complimented. Kassa was particularly pleased and, grabbing Ashura's arm, said, come back to our tribe with me. You're our friend. I want to introduce you to everyone in our tribe. There'll be plenty of fine drinks and roasted meat." As he spoke, he began pulling Ashura towards the caravan. Ashura quickly grasped the iron-like hand holding him and said in a rush, "Not this time, Kassa. Although I'd love to visit your tribe, I have more pressing matters to attend to. I need to enroll at the St. Gabain Academy, and with the journey being so far and less than 3 months left, I'm not even sure if I'll make it on time. I can't afford to delay by having fun." Kassa stopped and turned to look at the anxious young man. Realizing he indeed had important business to handle, he reluctantly said, "All right then, St. Gabain city is still far from here. With Biluan Nation and Yeti Nation currently at war, the roads are blocked and you'll need to take a detour. Time is indeed of the essence." Ashura was surprised to hear this, grateful to the dwarves for the information. Otherwise he might have blundered into the warring nation's territory and found it difficult to get out. Perhaps this was a case of good deeds receiving their reward. Regaining his composure, Ashura then asked Kassa, "Do you know who these black-robed people are? Why did they attack you?" Kassa, after a moment of silence, walked over to the dismembered body of a black-robed leader and flipped open the black cloak, revealing a pale, bald man underneath. He searched the body and found a spatial belt. The storage space's mark would disappear after the owner's death. Opening the spatial belt, besides some gold and silver coins, there were some medicinal pills and a change of clothes. The only item of investigative value was a beastskin map, which Kassa opened with a furious expression. He said gravely, "I don't know who these black-robed people are, but our tribe was attacked by them recently. They couldn't defeat us, so they besieged our tribe. Our teams out gathering supplies were often ambushed, and many of our people have gone missing. This time, if it weren't for your help, our small team might have been doomed too. This map marks the locations of several dwarven tribes. It seems our other tribes have been attacked too. A goblin tribe close to us has also been attacked. I need to report all this to our chieftain." Ashura was also surprised. Who would dare provoke the dwarves known for their fiery tempers? At that moment Ashura noticed a tattoo of a black sun and moon on the body of the black-robed leader. "This tattoo makes one feel utterly uncomfortable," Ashura exclaimed. "During the fight, I heard him say something about taking you to a group called Shuejo to forge iron. Have you ever heard of this organization?" Khazar shook his big bearded head. Never heard of it. We dwarves, aside from buying some daily necessities, basically do not interact with other races. We have never provoked any organization. I can't believe someone is targeting us. Are they ready to face our battle axes? Khazar said angrily, waving his massive axe that seemed even taller than him. Ashura swallowed hard, fearing the axe might accidentally touch him. The last person who brushed against that axe ended up lying on the ground in 2 pieces. At that moment the other dwarves also piled up the spoils they had collected from the dead robed men in front of them. Ashura glanced at the pile of items, which didn't contain anything particularly valuable, and asked Khazar, "How shall we deal with these spoils?" Khazar replied indifferently, "Take whatever you like. I only need that map to report back." Hearing this, Ashura didn't hesitate and started collecting some healing pills into his storage belt. He didn't touch the gold and silver coins and other items, knowing that the dwarves often needed to purchase daily goods and these coins were probably more important to them. Khazar, observing Ashura's actions, respected the young man even more, convinced that this young friend was genuinely good-hearted. Thinking for a moment, and with a pained expression, he took out 2 barrels of War God wine from his storage belt and said, "My friend, since you have to continue on your journey, I won't keep you. Take these 2 barrels of War God wine for the road. Be sure to visit our tribe next time. It's just up ahead in the rock caves of Fran Mountain. We'll have a good drink together." Ashura's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 barrels of War God wine, joyfully stowing them in his storage belt. Such magically effective wine was a rare find. While storing the wine, he told Khazar, Definitely, I'll come to visit when I have a break from the academy. You also be careful of that organization called Shuizhu. If it comes to it, gather a few tribes together and confront them as one." Khazar brightened up at the idea, thinking it was very good indeed. Humans really did have clever minds. Ashura also embraced the other dwarves one by one, inched their friendship simple and sincere, and then waved goodbye as he ran back to his previous campsite. On his way back to the camp, Ashura suddenly pulled out a small flag from his chest, the very one that the robed leader had used to set up the formation. The more Ashura looked at the small flag, the more uncomfortable he felt, and with a flick of his wrist he tossed it into the river. Ahead! The black flag bobbed up and down, drifting far away with the current. Ashura hurried back to the previous campsite to find his black horse leisurely grazing, looking utterly at ease. Annoyed, Ashura scoffed and walked towards Black Charcoal. The horse was in high spirits. Had its little demon master almost forgotten about it after nearly a day and a night? Just a few more days until he doesn't return and I'll be free to run away from here. But before its dream could finish, it saw a young man with a mischievous smile approaching. The sight of that smile sent shivers down its 5 horse legs, and it quickly ran over, affectionately rubbing its head against its master's arm. Ashura was about to deal with this rebellious horse, but then he remembered that he had lost a day and should hurry on his journey. With a cold snort, he mounted and galloped towards the direction of St. Gabain. Unbeknownst to the boy, on the 3rd day after his departure, near a river, 2 figures in black robes stood on the rocks. One of them, holding a wet little flag, croaked, "This is the battle flag I lent to the messenger of Nile. Since it's appeared here, it means he has failed." He paused before adding, "Who on earth has foiled our plans? If he had my battle flag with the soul mark I placed on it, I would eventually find him. But he discarded the battle flag, suggesting our foe is either a powerful warrior or a master of formations." The other replied, "If there's a mighty one involved, it means we're being watched. Notify our people in this region to cease operations and hide until we receive further orders from the organization." Then their figures vanished atop the boulder. The powerful individual they speculated about was at that moment furiously riding a horse towards the distance. A simple decision by the young man had averted a great crisis, yet he seemed to have also been caught in a vast conspiracy whirlpool. Under the cold moonlight, a black-haired young man raced along the highway on horseback, carefully managing the galloping horse while dodging branches stretching out from the trees on both sides. Riding at night was dangerous, but Ashura couldn't care less. It was already the 2nd day of the Academy's enrollment examination, which lasted for 3 days. If he couldn't reach St. Gabain City by tomorrow, all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, he knew he was close to St. Gabain City. The youth cracked his whip, and the horse beneath him, sensing his master's urgency, behaved exceptionally well and ran with all its might. Finally, as dawn broke and the sky turned the color of fish bellies, the young man saw the vast city walls built against the mountains in the distance. He knew he had reached St. Gabain City, and the St. Gabain Academy he aimed to enter was within this majestic city. Ashura was incredibly excited, thinking of the hardships along the way and the expectations of his family back home. The young man stood on the horse's back and let out a long howl. the heavy burden in his heart eased considerably and his youthful nature was unmistakably displayed. As the road gradually filled with more passers-by, they all looked at this black-haired boy as if he were a country bumpkin seeing the city for the first time. Ashura was indifferent to the gazes of those around him. But the discipline instilled in him from growing up in a military family made him quickly sit upright on the horse again. The horse, feeling its little devil master's joy, happily ran towards the city. St. Gabain City, though not large, was a city of freedom built around St. Gabain Academy and nestled against the mountains. Here you could meet people of all races and classes living together. Young students from the St. Gorban Academy could be seen bustling about the city. These students, the proud heirs of the King's Continent, are destined to emerge as young powerhouses once they graduate from the walls of St. Gorban City. On the King's Continent where Ashura lives there are 4 mighty empires: the Valencian Empire, the Pagadan Empire, the Sind North Empire and the Yari South Empire. These empires, vast and expansive, are roughly equal in strength. Ashura's homeland, the Olay nation, is one of the 14 subordinate nations of the Valencian Empire. The territories of the 4 empires are connected in a ring encircling the continent's largest and most perilous region, the Beast Forest. Even the mightiest of the current age dare not tread deeply into the Beast Forest, where high-level beasts and endless hordes would tear apart anything in their path. Beyond the empires lies the endless sea, its vastness unknown. Does land exist on the other side of the sea? Are there other civilizations out there? On the King's Continent there are many academies, but the most famous are the 8. Each empire hosts 2 of these renowned institutions. In the Valencian Empire there are St. Gorban Academy and August Academy. In the Pagadan Empire there are Baldo Academy and Romeo Academy. In the Sind North Empire, Anas Academy and Tasio Academy. And in the Yari South Empire, Berna Academy and Badoli Academy. Each year, these 8 academies train countless powerhouses for the empires, yet they remain independent of imperial control. A common feature of these academies is their strategic locations at key passes into the Beast Forest, serving as humanity's bulwark against the greatest threat, the beast tides. Thus, graduates from these academies are cherished and supported by the common folk and are prime targets for various powers seeking to align with them. Of course, there are other academies on the King's Continent, possibly royal academies or those funded by certain factions or specialized in certain fields from which many a strong figure has also emerged. However, in terms of comprehensive teaching strength, the 8 major academies are superior. Geographically, August Academy is closer to Olay Nation, but due to the threat from the Hechouet family, Ashura has come to another Valencian institution, St. Gorban Academy. He was filled with curiosity about everything in St. Gorban City, which was bustling due to the triennial recruitment examination of the academy. Ashura didn't even need to ask for directions. He simply followed the crowd surging towards the academy situated atop the city's hilly terrain. A large crowd had already gathered there, presumably around the entrance examination point. Ashura, leading his horse Highton, pushed forward. The onlookers were numerous. Local residents came to see the excitement. Agents from various powers gathered to collect first-hand information about the future powerhouses, and some noble young ladies were there to choose future husbands. Marrying a student from St. Gorban Academy, even if not as a main wife, was considered a good match for them. Similarly, some students also needed the support of noble families' power and resources to advance further. Invitations from noble young ladies were quickly sent to outstanding candidates who passed the academy's entrance exams, and what followed would depend on the mutual interests. Finally, Ashura squeezed through to the examination site, where not many candidates were left, indicating that most had completed their assessments in the previous 2 days. Ashura was filled with excitement and anticipation at the thought of soon becoming a student at St. Gabain Academy. His heart was brimming with joy. He quickly combed through his disheveled hair from the journey and strode up to the assessment point. 3 examiners, 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in the academy's instructor uniforms, sat at a long stone table in front of the assessment point. Apart from the middle-aged man in the center, the other 2 looked quite young. All 3 had serious expressions, their demeanor strictly professional. Ashura stepped forward to fill out a personal resume form which only required some basic personal information and his hometown address. After taking a deep breath, he handed his resume to the young male examiner in front of him, who was seated behind a sign that read Warrior Assessment Point. Ashura respectfully presented the form with both hands. The young male examiner quickly glanced over the resume, then looked up at Ashura, a tall, well-proportioned young man. He spoke indifferently. Assessment candidate, grasp the chi blood test stone and stimulate your chi blood power to test your martial arts level. After hearing this, Ashura glanced at the red stone in front of the examiner's table. He steadied his mind, grasped the stone, and activated the chi blood within his body. The red stone immediately emitted a bright but not blinding light. The young examiner observed the red light and casually remarked, "Assessment result, Martial Earth 3rd stage." Ashura was overjoyed upon hearing this, knowing that the Academy's entrance requirement was a minimum of 3rd stage warrior or mage. He had met the admission standards. However, the crowd behind him began to whisper and even snicker gleefully. Before Ashura could comprehend why there was such laughter, the young examiner continued, "Assessment result is invalid, admission denied, please leave." This statement was like a bolt from the blue exploding in Ashura's ears. The laughter from the crowd grew louder, and Ashura could hardly believe what he had just heard. He angrily demanded, "Why am I disqualified? Isn't the admission standard for the 8 major academies the 3rd stage in either martial or magical arts? I clearly met the assessment criteria. Why won't you admit me?" The young examiner, anticipating this reaction, calmly explained, "Because the Academy's quota for Martial Earth 3rd stage students is already full. The Academy admits 1,600 Martial Earth 3rd stage warriors and 300 Magical Earth 3rd stage mages every 3 years, along with 100 students in special programs. These 2,000 students are the maximum number the Academy can accommodate with its resources." He then added sternly, "The quota for 2,000 students was filled yesterday. The path for the strong is reserved for those who are proactive and prepared. You arrived on the last day of assessments. How serious were you about this opportunity? Go back, look into other ordinary academies." Despite being reprimanded, Ashura felt no shame, knowing the hardships he had endured to reach this point. The instructor didn't know his circumstances, and he didn't want to overly defend himself. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he continued to ask, "Since the quota is already filled, why are you still sitting here recruiting?" The young male mentor hadn't expected Ashura to react so quickly. Those who arrived late and were not admitted to the academy either made a huge fuss or burst into tears. Yet, this young boy remained calm enough to ask questions, a rarity indeed. The mentor flippantly remarked, "We still have spots open for genius students. If you can reach the martial master realm now, you can enroll in the academy. Unfortunately, you don't meet the requirements. Go back home, don't hold up the others waiting to be assessed." After hearing this, Ashura numbly turned and started walking away, struggling internally. What was he to do? He couldn't just go back. He was his family's hope, but what could he do now? Surrounding Ashura, representatives from various forces and teachers from ordinary academies began to converge, each extending invitations, enticing the young boy to join their ranks. Perhaps because he was young and dressed plainly, few noble ladies approached him. The crowd around him only added to Ashura's confusion. Just then, a luxurious silver-white carriage, escorted by guards, made its way through the crowd to the front of the assessment area. It was an extremely lavish carriage pulled by for pure white, high-grade horses looking far superior to Ashura's modest appearance. The carriage bore a family crest interwoven with lightning and a scepter. Although Ashura didn't recognize the family, the presence of the guards driving the carriage gave him an intense sense of danger. Surely, they were high-level warriors, indicating that the family behind them was powerful and influential. As the silver carriage appeared, the crowd that had been surrounding Ashura dispersed with a whoosh, all rushing to see who was in the carriage. Ashura snorted disdainfully and then turned his attention to the carriage as well. He was curious to see if the descendant of the great family would face the same rejection from the academy for being late as he did. As the carriage gradually came to a stop, the powerful guard communicated something to the inside of the carriage and slowly opened the door. A breathtakingly beautiful girl with silver hair stepped down. Despite her young age, she was undeniably beautiful, with snow-white skin and delicate features, dressed in a fitted silver gown that matched her long silver hair, enhancing her noble and untouchable aura, making everyone feel a natural distance of inferiority. Ashura too was stunned by the girl's beauty, having never seen such a beautiful girl before. However, his mind was preoccupied with how to pass the assessment and enter the academy. He did not dwell on the girl's elegant demeanor. The 3 mentors did not show any extra enthusiasm due to the girl's appearance or her family's influence. Only the young male mentor's eyes sparkled slightly and he imperceptibly straightened up. The silver-haired girl bowed slightly to the mentors and then filled out her application form. she walked over to the young female mentor at the mage assessment station and handed over her resume. The young female mentor's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the information on the form but quickly regained her composure and said formally, "Prospective student, hold the magic testing stone, stimulate the magic power within you, and let us assess your magical attributes and level." The silver-haired girl nodded after listening. Without any preparation, she directly grasped the white magic testing stone on the stone table. Suddenly, the stone lit up with a brilliant silver light. Immediately after, gasps of astonishment echoed from behind. The young female instructor, showing a look of surprise, exclaimed, "A lightning mage, and she has reached the first rank of magicians." The crowd around them inhaled sharply, then began to discuss the girl fervently. Some speculated about her age, others about her family background, and still others wondered what level of powerful mage she might become in the future. The exclamations and discussions of the crowd did not seem to affect the silver-haired girl at all. She maintained her cool and noble demeanor as if accustomed to such admiration and awe from everyone around her. She softly asked, "Instructor, have I passed the test to enter the academy?" The young female instructor, still in a daze, thought about the numerous talented students who had enrolled this year. During the past few days, several students meeting the genius criteria had already arrived. And today this beautiful girl proved to be a rare lightning mage genius. It seemed that this year's new students at the academy were exceptionally strong. Who would earn the title of Rookie of the Year? An older male instructor next to her gently coughed, jolting the young female instructor back to reality. Slightly embarrassed, but quickly adopting an enthusiastic tone, she said, "Of course you've passed. You are a rare lightning mage, and just for that alone you qualify for admission. Moreover, you've already advanced to the first rank of magicians, making you one of our Academy's genius new students. Student Clara, welcome to St. Gabain Academy." As the female instructor confirmed her acceptance, the surrounding crowd burst into cheers. The people witnessed the admission of a genius student, and perhaps this girl named Clara would become a famous mage on the continent of kings in the future. This would be a story they could boast about to their friends. The girl named Clara also showed a delighted expression. After all, she was still a 14 or 15-year-old girl. She had arrived at the academy on the last day due to the time taken to break through the magician's realm, but the instructor's recognition made her extremely happy. Just as she joyfully received the St. Gabain Academy badge handed over by the female instructor and was about to express her gratitude, a sudden young voice called out, "Wait a minute, instructor. Is it just because someone is a lightning mage that they are considered a genius student and get an extra admission slot? I heard you say that just now." Everyone looked in astonishment towards the source of the voice, only to see a tall young man with black hair squeezing out of the crowd, none other than Ashura, who had just passed the warrior's test. People did not understand what this young man was up to. Hadn't he just been turned away because the warrior slots were full? What did he care about the magician's affairs? Was he unable to handle the rejection and gone mad, or was he trying to make his presence felt in front of the instructor, hoping for a special consideration? The young man ignored the murmurs of the crowd, his eyes intently fixed on the female instructor behind the stone table. The silver-haired girl, Clara, also turned to look at this tall young man. The young girl's first reaction to the shout was that someone was trying to get her attention. After all, there had been too many boys vying for her affection, each awkwardly trying to catch her eye. But when she saw that the boy's intense gaze did not linger on her but instead moved past her to the mentor behind her, she realized she had misunderstood this boy who was about her age. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a slight pang of displeasure. Girls' thoughts are always so elusive. The young female mentor frowned, seemingly displeased by the interruption, and said, "Not just any student with lightning abilities can claim the title of a prodigy. It's just that lightning mages are quite rare, so the academy has rules that they can be specially admitted for study." No sooner had the mentor finished her statement than Clara the girl noticed a spark of excitement in the questioning dark-haired boy's eyes. Perhaps it was her imagination. The boy then loudly asked, "Are you sure, mentor? Any new student who is a lightning mage can be admitted to the academy?" The young mentor replied impatiently, "I'm sure. Can I possibly change the school's admission rules?" She felt something was amiss as soon as she finished speaking, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Before she could figure it out, the dark-haired boy swiftly walked up, quickly wrote down another personal statement, and placed it on the stone table in front of the young mentor. He then grabbed the white magic testing stone from the table, shouting, "Light up for me." Under the rallying cry and the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the stone clasped in the boy's hands emitted a faint silver glow. Everyone stared petrified at the stone glowing softly with silver light, including the boy who was vigorously trying to activate the magical elements within it. Even the three mentors were too shocked to speak. Inside, Ashura was growing anxious. The remnants of his lightning magic were dwindling. Why hadn't the mentor announced the assessment results? Hadn't they all agreed earlier? He was struggling to hold on. Except for a few meditations after his awakening, Ashura, who had never trained in magic, was sweating profusely. The dim silver light flickered like a candle flame, ready to extinguish at any moment. Beneath that silver light, a mysterious gray glow appeared intermittently, unnoticed by the onlookers. Suddenly, an incredulous voice rang out, "Lightning magic, level, magic apprentice, first stage." The young female mentor's stammering voice saved Ashura, who quickly put down the magic testing stone. Ignoring the sweat on his forehead, his eyes intensely fixed on the young mentor. Thunder roared in everyone's minds. They couldn't understand why a warrior would possess a magical talent, especially the rare lightning talent. Why would a mage with such a talent choose to be a mediocre warrior instead of a prestigious mage? Silver-haired Clara also gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend what the boy who like her had awakened to lightning magic was thinking. She vividly remembered the moment she awakened her talent for lightning magic, how her family went wild with celebrations and revelry. Her grandfather even declared her the primary youth to be nurtured in the family. Was this young man just now awakening his magical talent? As Ashura noticed everyone staring at him in silence for a long time, he couldn't help but ask the female instructor, "Dear instructor, isn't it time for you to give me the academy badge?" Hearing his question, the female instructor snapped back to reality, frowning as she looked at the young man before her. She began with difficulty, "You are, although a lightning mage, your strength level." Before the young female instructor could finish, Ashura interrupted, "Instructor, that's not what you just said. Everyone heard you. You mentioned that the enrollment standard was that rare lightning mages could join the academy. You can't just bully me because I'm young and go back on your word, can you?" As whispers and discussions arose among the onlookers, the female instructor seemed a bit at a loss and turned to look at the other two instructors. The middle-aged male instructor, looking displeased, glanced at Ashura. This dark-haired boy had set a trap for his female colleague from the start and was now using the crowd to pressure them. Despite his young age, he was full of cunning, but now it was necessary for him to step in and end this farce. He summoned the other two instructors, and after a brief whispered discussion, they reached an agreement. The middle-aged male instructor smiled at Ashura and said, "Since you are a lightning mage and so eager to study here, we will welcome you to join St. Goban Academy without violating our enrollment principles. Congratulations on passing the assessment, student Ashura. Welcome aboard." Ashura jumped up excitedly, his long-held wish finally fulfilled. However, seeing the meaningful smile on the middle-aged instructor's face, Ashura couldn't help but feel a hint of malice. Ashura eagerly took the academy badge handed over by the instructor. He couldn't help but grin foolishly at how much he liked it. Nearby, the silver-haired girl Clara had just witnessed the entire scene. She thought to herself that if she had been in the young boy's difficult situation, she might not have handled it any better, as she wasn't one to resort to such tactics. She felt a twinge of admiration and curiosity towards this peer of hers, clearly hearing his name, Ashura. As the two of them, one grinning foolishly and the other curious, stood there, the middle-aged instructor's voice rang out again, "Take good care of your academy badges. They have functions like scoring, trading and message transmission. They are also your proof of membership in the academy. Remember not to lose them. Now you may enter the academy, and the information in your badges will guide you on what to do next." Both quickly bowed and responded, "Yes, instructor." Then, without looking back, the silver-haired girl Clara headed towards the grand gates of the academy. Meanwhile, the dark-haired boy Ashura turned around to find his horse, Black Charcoal, tied to a stake by the roadside. Leading his black horse, he too walked towards the grand gates. A new chapter of academy life awaited the arrival of these two young individuals. As they passed through the towering gates of the academy, the scenery opened up spectacularly. Mighty towering trees and quaintly styled academic buildings made up the main scenery, with students clad in martial attire and magic robes passing by on the academy's pathways. In the academy, the uniform was the only acceptable outfit except for newcomers like Ashura, who wore their own clothes. Not far ahead, a bustling crowd had gathered. Ashura moved closer to see that it was the silver-haired beautiful girl who had arrived before him, surrounded by a group of senior male students eagerly vying for her contact number for their badges. The girl's repeatedly furrowed brows clearly showed her annoyance. Ashura smirked silently and turned to walk in the opposite direction. However, his turned figure caught the eye of Clara, the surrounded girl, who felt even more irritated. As Ashura strolled through the academy, he was struck by the profound historical depth of the place. Everywhere there were statues of strong figures who had graduated from the academy, their deeds inspiring generation after generation of students to strive for greatness. The more Ashura saw it, the more excited he became, eager to become stronger. He didn't dream of having a statue of himself erected in the school to be remembered forever. He only wanted to become strong enough to resolve his family's crisis. When he returned home, he remembered the conversation with his father before leaving, especially his father's words about keeping a low profile until he truly grew up. He decided to quietly become stronger to avenge his elder brother as soon as possible. At that moment, his badge received a message which he read with a mental glance. New student Ashura, please go to your dormitory at number 138. You will find a private room there. Place your belongings properly, and if you have a mount, please take it to the Academy's Mount Care facility where someone will look after it. At dusk, all new students must gather at the War God Plaza. Latecomers will be expelled immediately. Please be informed. After reading the message, Ashura first took his Mount Black Charcoal to the Academy's Mount facility. Black Charcoal, seeing a few maras inside, happily pranced around with all 4 hooves. Ashura had a moment of frustration thinking about the 10 gold coins he had spent on it, but then he calmed down the impulse to scold his mount. Afterwards, Ashura followed the map and his academy badge, twisting and turning until he reached the dormitory area. It must be said that the academy was really huge. Ashura had wandered around for most of the day and had not even covered half of it, and it was already approaching dusk. The dormitories were individual 2-story buildings with male and female dorms located on opposite sides of the road. Ashura found dormitory number 138, inserted his academy badge into a slot on the door, and the door opened. The space inside was not large, with a sitting room and a dining table on the first floor. The staircase led to the second floor, which had 4 bedrooms, 3 of which were already occupied. Ashura called out a couple of times to see if anyone was there, but receiving no response, he guessed everyone had probably headed to the War God Plaza. He quickly checked the last vacant room. The room was even simpler, with a wardrobe, a desk, a chair, a single bed, and bedding. Besides that, there was nothing else, and Ashura didn't have many belongings to place. He shut the door and left the dormitory, running towards the gathering point for new students, the War God Plaza. When Ashura arrived at the Plaza of War God, running and gathering information along the way, a large group of freshmen had already gathered. Everyone seemed unfamiliar with each other, sizing up their peers. Some boys from the same dormitory huddled together, whispering. Every now and then, comments about which girl was particularly busty or which had especially long legs were accompanied by snickers and lewd laughter. This was Ashura's first time away from home and participating in communal living, and he was curious about everything around him. He looked around at his fellow students, and suddenly his gaze met a pair of cold, clear eyes. It was Clara, the silver-haired girl who had taken the assessment with him that day. Relieved to find someone he recognized, Ashura happily waved at her. However, Clara haughtily huffed and turned her head away. Ashura's hand, still raised in midair, felt awkward. Helplessly, he touched his nose and turned to look at other students. Just then, a bell chimed and 2 instructors, a warrior and a mage, flew into the air above the plaza. The instructors hovered in midair, quietly observing the new students below. This scene had a huge visual impact on the newcomers. The freshmen screamed and shouted, looking up at the instructors in the sky with genuine admiration. Ashura was also excited. He didn't know what level of power was required for flight, but he was sure that no one from the Blackwater clan could fly. How glorious and splendid it would be if he could fly back to the kingdom of Olay. As Ashura indulged in his fantasies, one of the airborne powerhouses spoke. The voice was not loud but seemed to ring in every freshman's ear. Silence. Instantly, the plaza fell dead quiet. A burly middle-aged man among the instructors stepped forward and said, "Hello youngsters, I am Philman, the Dean of the Warrior Academy of St. Gorban College. Next to me is Sanan, the Dean of the Magic Academy." With that, the refined middle-aged mage beside him took off his hat and bowed. "On behalf of St. Gorban College, I welcome you all. I hope you will learn and grow during your time here. Moreover, I would like to talk to you about the rules of the college and your upcoming study plans." The new students all looked up and listened intently to Dean Philman's speech. Dean Philman continued sternly, "Firstly, no matter where you come from or what family or power stands behind you, once you enter the college you rely solely on yourself. Your family's power does not extend here. Do not attempt to use it to your advantage or you will be expelled from the college. Hearing this, some of the students dressed in fine clothes shifted uncomfortably while others seemed indifferent. Without pausing, Philman continued, "In the college, all cultivation resources must be earned by yourselves. Here gold, silver, even jewels have no value, only college credits can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. These credits are earned through your rankings at the college, completing college tasks, and can also be traded privately for goods." Upon hearing this, all the students began to discuss animatedly. Those from modest backgrounds were greatly inspired, while those from privileged families expressed their discontent. The Academy's actions had effectively narrowed the gap between all students. Dean Philman continued, "In the Academy, there aren't too many rules restricting you. You can plan and arrange your own time. You can attend classes of any instructor you wish, or even choose not to attend classes and practice on your own. The Academy will not interfere. However, each student is given a maximum of 9 years to study. Within these 9 years, as long as you reach the third level of Grand Martial Artist or Grand Magician, you can apply to graduate. The Academy will issue you a diploma, but if you fail to meet the graduation requirements within 9 years, you will not receive a diploma and your descendants will not be admitted to any academy." Hearing this, the students all gasped, but being the exceptional talents of the continent who had passed the tests to enter the academy, everyone was full of confidence in graduating successfully. The two deans nodded in satisfaction at the reaction of the new students below. Having heard that this batch had a few promising candidates, they were eager to see if they could be nurtured into talents that would bring glory to the academy. They competed with other deans only in how outstanding their own academy students were. Philman continued, "Other rules of the academy are detailed in the badge newsletter, which I won't repeat here. But one thing many areas within the academy do not tolerate: private fighting, and violators will be dealt with severely." The new students nodded in agreement. Being the pride of their respective regions, they were naturally spirited, and the academy's regulation also avoided a lot of trouble. Philman looked over the students again. Seeing no objections, he said, "Now that the academy's rules have been explained, let Dean Sanin tell you about the arrangements for you in the near future." Dean Sanin stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have already been assigned to your dormitories. Tomorrow we will classify you based on your situations. The badge newsletter will inform you which class to report to, and upon reporting you will be given your school uniforms. Apart from the school uniform, no other type of clothing may be worn in the academy." Dean Sanin's voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to, however his next words sent a chill down the new students' spines. "After class allocation, your class teacher will mainly be responsible for your training progress. Although the academy is open and free, there will be a small assessment after 3 months. Most of you are now at the third level of martial ground or magic ground, and the academy requires everyone to break through to the martial artist or magician level within 3 months, except for those in non-combat professions. Your class teacher will lead your class to take part in the assessment. The content of the assessment involves inflicting fatal damage on a test dummy using martial skills or magic. Those who do not meet the level requirement or whose damage is insufficient will be eliminated from the academy. Did everyone understand?" As Dean Sanin's words ended, the academy erupted into a fierce discussion. Just when they thought passing the entrance exam meant a worry-free academy life, it turned out there were various challenges awaiting the students. Dean Sanin looked down upon the chaotic square with satisfaction, continuing his speech to the students, "Do not be surprised, everyone. The academy will continue to hold various comprehensive assessments and tasks. Those who cannot complete them will be eliminated. You'll get used to it. Our graduation rate in previous years has been around 50%, and of course there's also a less than 30% rate of accidental deaths, so everyone keep pushing hard." The square quieted down after these words. A 50% graduation rate? Why hadn't anyone heard about this before? And what about that accidental death rate? How could the academy be so dangerous? As confusion clouded their minds, Dean Sanin sternly added, "Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not strive and fight, you will be but a speck of dust on this vast continent. If you excel and outshine others to become a powerhouse, then you will be the brightest star in the night sky. So students, your future is in your own hands. Find your answer during your days of cultivation in this academy. Good luck to all." Dismissed. With that, the two deans turned and flew away, disappearing from sight, but their words lingered long in the minds of these young students. Azura left the square later than the others, pondering the dean's words. He yearned to grow stronger and receive guidance from the mighty. Seeing figures flying in the sky for the first time had left a deep impression on him. Unknowingly he reached his dormitory. When Ashura opened the door he found 3 young men sitting in the living room chairs, all turning their gazes towards him as he entered. Guessing that these were his future roommates, Ashura managed a stiff smile. Before he could speak, a youth dressed in exquisite garments stood up with a smile. "You must be the latecomer to dormitory 138. I heard that those who arrive on the last day are special admissions for geniuses." The youth's words were like a breath of spring, and upon hearing this, the other 2 started to scrutinize Ashura more seriously. Blushing, Ashura awkwardly responded, "No, I just got lucky, that's all." Taking his modesty as humility, the well-dressed youth laughed and said, "No need to be modest among roommates. We'll be living under the same roof for 9 years, so let's look after each other. We're all from the Valencian Empire, right? Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Ginza, a level 3 water mage." He then looked towards a blonde young man sitting on a chair. Although dressed simply, the blonde youth exuded the demeanor of someone from a prestigious family, his every move displaying elegance. He nodded slightly to Ashura and said, "I'm Arthur, a level 1 martial artist." Ashura inwardly clicked his tongue, amazed. The academy was truly filled with geniuses. Here was a student who had already met the standards for the assessment 3 months later. The last boy, with his hair in a tousled mess resembling a bird's nest, stood up shyly and said, "My name is Angelo, you can call me Little Luo. I am a student studying weapon and equipment forging." Thinking back to what the instructor at the door had mentioned about the academy admitting 100 non-combat specialty students, Ashura guessed that Little Luo must be one of these talented individuals. At this point, all 3 turned to look at Ashura, waiting for his introduction. Ashura straightened up and declared, "My name is Ashura and I am at the 3rd stage of the martial earth realm." After Ashura finished speaking, the 3 of them looked at him doubtfully. Ashura knew they were still thinking about his entry into the academy as a genius student slot. Just as he was about to repeat the story of his enrollment test, the elegantly dressed youth, Ginza, smoothed things over, saying, "Well then, let's all help each other out. May I ask how old you are this year?" After Ashura shared his age, it turned out that all 4 boys were born in the same year, though in different months. By age, Ginza was the eldest, Arthur the second, Ashura the third, and Angelo the youngest. After a brief exchange, it seemed they ran out of topics and sat staring at each other for a while in the living room. Finally, the cool Arthur, who was second in age, broke the awkward silence by saying, "I'm going to my room to rest." The 4 of them greeted each other and returned to their respective rooms. Back in his dorm, Ashura was overjoyed to see the simple single bed. Having endured 6 months of living on the road, this was his first time sleeping in a bed since leaving home. Lying on the bed, the young man suddenly felt a surge of tears, but he held them back. He knew tears wouldn't help him. He could only rely on himself now. In just one day he had already met 2 classmates who were a level higher than him, feeling immense pressure and an urgent need to become stronger. Lost in his thoughts, Ashura unknowingly fell asleep. The next morning, Ashura, accustomed to rising early for travel, woke up early and did some simple exercises. He checked his academy badge with his mind and found a message instructing him to report to classroom 13 in the indicated teaching building. Stepping out of his room, he saw Ginza and Arthur eating a simple breakfast in the dining hall on the ground floor. The academy's dining hall provided free meals, but most students preferred to carry their own food in backpacks or storage spaces for convenience and to save time. Guessing that Ashura hadn't had the chance to buy his own food due to his late arrival the previous day, Ginza offered him a grilled meat sandwich with a smile. Ashura thanked him profusely and sat down to eat. Angelo, the youngest, was still not up, leaving Ashura curious about how his schedule was arranged. After breakfast, the 3 brothers found that their assigned classrooms were not the same and briefly bid each other farewell before heading to their respective classes. Dressed in his martial earth attire, Ashura wondered what kind of lessons awaited him that day. However, upon arriving at the designated teaching building, he sensed something was amiss. Students, both new and returning, were entering and exiting the building dressed in magical robes, while he stood dumbfounded at the entrance, the only one clad in martial earth attire. At that moment, Ashura had a devastating suspicion. Could it be that he was assigned to a magic academy? But he had never practiced magic before. Starting off as a magic apprentice, what a frustrating beginning. Suddenly, Ashura remembered the meaningful smile of the middle-aged teacher at the entrance examination and gritted his teeth in youthful anger. He silently swore to himself that he would one day pull out that instructor's beard. But what should he do now? With a determined bite of his lip, the young man stepped into the historic magic teaching building. As Ashura entered classroom 13, she found that the already sparse classroom had become even quieter. The early arriving students, about 8 or 9 of them, looked in surprise at the dark-haired young man dressed in martial attire. Ashura ignored their stares and walked straight to a seat in the back row by the window. A chubby young man in front of Ashura came back to his senses, turned around and asked fellow student, "Are you sure you didn't walk into the wrong classroom? There are no martial arts classes in this building." Ashura didn't know how to respond and could only say helplessly, "I wish I had walked into the wrong class, but I was indeed assigned here." The chubby young man was also puzzled by Ashura's words, and the other classmates also thought Ashura was a bit odd and soon stopped paying attention to him. They chatted in small groups, and occasionally a student would enter without attracting much attention. That was until a girl with long silver hair entered the classroom with graceful steps. Everyone was stunned once again. If Ashura's odd appearance had shocked the students, this girl dazzled them with her beauty. The girl walked calmly into the classroom, and at that moment a thin boy dressed in an extravagant mage's robe immediately flashed a brilliant smile. He pulled out the chair next to him and said to the girl, "Beautiful miss, please sit here." He made a very gentlemanly gesture inviting her to sit. However, the girl didn't even glance at him and walked straight past. The thin boy's face fell slightly, but everyone's eyes were still following the girl. No one noticed his embarrassment, which allowed him to relax a bit and quickly sit down in his own seat. Ashura recognized the girl who had just entered as Clara. Thinking that she was also a lightning magic user, he figured out why they were in the same class. When Clara saw him, she couldn't help but be taken aback by his out-of-place attire, despite him trying his best to blend into the background. However, recalling Ashura's humorous performance at the assessment, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted in a smile. That smile almost made the chubby boy in front of Ashura lose his soul, and he thought to himself, "The goddess smiled at me." But what shocked him even more was that his goddess sat diagonally behind him, right next to Ashura, separated only by a narrow aisle. The chubby boy was too excited to move, his mind buzzing. Why does the goddess want to sit there? Is it so she can keep an eye on me? How should I behave normally? Can my hairstyle add points to my profile? After sitting down, Clara briefly scanned her surroundings and then suddenly tilted her head, quietly staring at Ashura. Ashura was also a bit bewildered by the girl's behavior, thinking to himself that just yesterday she was reluctant to even greet him, and now what was this all about? But then he thought better to be magnanimous as a man and greet her. Ashura managed a stiff smile, lifted his hand but then put it down and awkwardly said, "Long time no see." This clumsy greeting unexpectedly made the girl burst into laughter. The silver-haired girl Clara, with a sweet smile, called him a fool. When Ashura heard her teasing greeting, his face immediately darkened and he turned his head away, swearing in his heart that he would never bother with this silly girl again. Clara found his sulky demeanor even more amusing. From the time she grew up, the boys around her family were always polite, graceful, and like peacocks, showing off their best selves around her. But this seemingly clumsy dark-haired boy seemed so different to her. She was filled with curiosity about the boy, which is why she found herself sitting next to him as if by some ghostly compulsion. They spoke in hushed tones, and the others couldn't hear what was being said between them. They only saw the silver-haired girl covering her mouth, giggling, seemingly mocking the dark-haired boy's attire as they were. At this moment, several boys quietly moved to the back seats, hoping to be closer to the goddess of their hearts. The other girls in the class, seeing this, could only helplessly purse their lips, as they did not have the courage to compare their looks with the silver-haired girl. While everyone's attention was on the back of the classroom, a pleasant ringtone sounded. At the same time, a young female instructor, whose looks were no less stunning than Clara's, entered the classroom. The teacher was gorgeous and seductive, yet her demeanor was noble and elegant. Her purple magical robe highlighted her devilish figure, adding a mature charm that Clara lacked. The female instructor stood confidently at the center of the podium and warmly said, "Hello to all the newcomers of Magic Class 13. I am Ella, your homeroom teacher. I will be leading Magic Class 13. If you have any questions about magical training, feel free to ask me. I hope we can have a pleasant time together in the days to come. Thank you." Her confident introduction brought the astonished students back to their senses. The boys were exceptionally excited. A small class had 2 goddess-level beauties studying at St. Gabain was indeed a jackpot. Ella was a recent outstanding graduate from the academy. Her grandfather Avi was a famous magic professor in the academy, and his prowess reached the terrifying level of a great magic instructor. Ella grew up with her grandfather, her parents being high-ranking officials in the empire, so after graduating, Ella stayed at the academy to teach. She also reached the commendable level of Earth Magic Stage 2, enough to be a homeroom teacher for the freshmen. As Ella continued teaching at the school, many of her talented male classmates also stayed on to teach and continue pursuing her, but so far no lucky one had won Ella's favor. Ella was a bit nervous for her first time as a homeroom teacher, but thankfully the academy assigned her the smallest class for her first experience, Magic Class 13, consisting of only lightning mages with a total of 14 students, 7 boys and 7 girls. This clearly showed the rarity of lightning mages, otherwise the school wouldn't have made exceptions to admit new lightning mage students. After all, if nurtured well, lightning mages could inflict the highest damage among mages of the same level. Ella was initially pleased with having a small class, which she thought would be easier to manage. However, her satisfaction faded when she reviewed the student information sheet. On the bright side, 4 of the 14 students had already reached the mage level, a ratio higher than any other class, but the downside was that the sheet clearly listed a magic apprentice in her class. She couldn't believe it was true and rushed to her best friend's office, who was in charge of admissions, to verify if there had been a mistake in the student information. The young female instructor who handled the admissions explained the situation during enrollment, leaving Ella both amused and baffled. Kind-hearted Ella wasn't worried that this underperforming student would drag down the class's performance. Rather, she feared that the apprentice might be expelled from the academy after the assessment in 3 months. So she made a mental note of the student's name, Ashura, and resolved to provide him with more guidance and care, hoping to help him catch up and avoid expulsion, or else she would be left with only 13 students. As Ella faced the eager new students, she blushed slightly. She was surprised to find that the typically coveted front row seats were largely empty, as the students had opted to sit towards the back. Her confusion cleared when she noticed a silver-haired girl in the back row. Smiling, Ella began the roll call, saying, "Stand up when I call your name." As she called out each student's name, she took a moment to recognize each one who stood up. When she called Clara, the class's boys cheered loudly. Ella simply smiled and continued until she reached the last name on the list, saying solemnly, "Ashura." At that moment, a tall, well-built boy with black hair stood up and responded. Ella stared at the young man, pondering, "Is this Ashura? How can I help him improve without affecting his self-esteem?" Her mind raced with thoughts oblivious to the class's speculation. All they saw was the beautiful homeroom teacher staring intently at the peculiar black-haired boy. "Is our homeroom teacher mesmerized by him?" they whispered among themselves. Even Clara frowned slightly. Ashura, unaware of what he had done wrong, wondered if his handsome appearance had shocked the teacher. With his youthful shyness, he found it hard to withstand the intense gaze of his beautiful teacher. With a shout, "Instructor, may I sit down now?" The call also roused Ella from her reverie. She realized she had been lost in thought, her stunning face flushing a shade redder as she hurriedly replied, "Yes, of course." This unusual behavior made everyone's eyes dart back and forth between the 2-inch, with some girls even catching a whiff of gossip. Ella took a moment and then said, "Starting today, our formal lessons will begin. Each instructor's classes are posted on the bulletin board outside the main classroom. This room is our class's designated area, but not all classes will be held here. Everyone is free to choose their preferred courses and instructors. Our goal is to first get through the assessment test 3 months from now. I hope everyone will double their efforts and I will do my utmost to assist you." She finished speaking, casting a meaningful glance at Ashura. "Additionally, we need to select some class officers. Given our small class size, we'll just choose a class president and a study committee member. These officers should cooperate closely to manage and serve our class. Those who want to run can stand up and give an election speech." After hearing this, everyone looked around silently. It seemed that no one wanted the responsibility for fear it might interfere with their own training. Seeing this, Instructor Ella smiled slightly and added, "I forgot to mention, those who serve as class officers will receive extra academy points." Upon hearing this, students began eagerly signing up, motivated by the dean's previous emphasis on the importance of academy points. Just as the classroom quieted down momentarily, a voice emerged and the room burst into enthusiastic applause. It was Clara, volunteering to be the class president. There was no opposition nor any thoughts of competition. After all, her charisma was unmatched. Instructor Ella happily announced, "Then Clara will be our class 13's president. Now, who wants to be the study committee member?" Several boys looked eager to try, but Ashura, watching from the sidelines, noticed Clara glaring at him as if suggesting he should sign up. Ashura quickly backed down, turning his gaze out the window to avoid her stare. After all, a first-level magic apprentice serving as the study committee member would be a laughing stock. In the end, the skinny boy who had previously arranged Clara's seat was elected as the study committee member. His name was Kyle, a first-level lightning mage, and his family was notably influential. He was thrilled to be partnering with Clara as a class officer, his gaze often drifting back to Clara sitting in the back row, who on the other hand sat expressionless, internally cursing someone countless times. Finally, instructor Ella distributed the Magic Academy robes to all the students. She instructed everyone to always wear their robes from now on, marking the official start of classes at St. Gabain's Academy of Magic. Ashura donned the Academy's uniform, a dark green magic robe, which helped him blend in better with his peers, and so began his first class at the Academy, taught by the class advisor and mentor Ilara, who was covering the basics of magic. Ilara, a distinguished graduate of the Academy and blessed with striking looks, captivated all the freshmen with her lecture. However, there was one exception: Ashura, seated at the back of the room, who had never learned any magic before. His only exposure to magic was overhearing some meditation techniques from his younger sister, driven by curiosity about the magical elements, which led him to try meditating a few times. Now, as a freshman with no foundational knowledge in magic, he was attending advanced magic classes. Despite his intelligence, Ashura was sweating bullets, feeling as if he was listening to an incomprehensible sacred text. While the other students were engrossed in the lecture, no one noticed Ashura's distress except for Clara, seated nearby, who managed effortlessly. She sensed Ashura's discomfort but said nothing, occasionally casting sympathetic glances at him. The Magic Academy held classes in the morning, leaving the rest of the time for personal practice, with a 5-day class schedule and weekends off. Ashura attended 4 different classes that morning, taught by 4 different teachers, including 2 specialized in lightning magic. Despite his focused efforts, his lack of foundational knowledge meant he couldn't understand what the teachers were explaining. After all, he was years behind his peers in terms of study progress, and unlike other students from powerful families capable of nurturing magicians, Ashura, the third son of a minor general from a vassal state, lacked access to magical training resources and personal tutors. This resulted in a significant gap between him and his classmates on the path of magic. Ashura knew he couldn't bridge this gap within 3 months. The upcoming assessment in 3 months might lead to his expulsion. Feeling utterly dejected and uncertain about his future, Ashura pushed open the door to dormitory room 138. The 3 people sitting in the living room, chatting and drinking tea, turned to look at him. Seeing Ashura in his magic robe further confused them. Hadn't they said just yesterday that he was a 3rd-level martial artist? Why was he at a magic academy? What secrets was he hiding? Facing their puzzled looks, the disheartened Ashura had no desire to explain. He waved a greeting and headed upstairs to his room. But the eldest, Jinza, stopped him, calling out, "Youngest brother, I have some excellent tea here. Come sit down and join us for a chat." Hearing the term youngest brother, which his own brothers often used, warmed Ashura's heart considerably. He turned back, smiling at the 3 cheerful young men, and replied, "Sure, I'm quite thirsty myself." He then walked over to the tea table. Dressed in his magic robe, Ashura sat down with his legs crossed and gulped down a cup of tea. He couldn't tell the quality of the tea. He just wanted to quench his thirst. Jinza, sitting beside him, chuckled and shook his head, then poured him another cup of tea made from the costly rare leaves. The second brother remained his usual quiet and cool self, delicately sipping his tea as if he could taste the luxury in each drop. The 4th brother's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly eager to share some good news with everyone. After the eldest Jinza finished his 2nd cup of tea and refilled it, he asked with concern, "What's the matter, 3rd brother? You don't seem too happy. Have you run into some trouble, or did you get turned down by a beauty? If it's the former, tell us and see if we can help you solve it. If it's the latter, I'm afraid there's not much we can do." Ashura felt grateful for Jinza's tact. He didn't inquire about the magic robe uniform Ashura wore, but instead asked a simple question in a lighthearted tone. If Ashura didn't want to answer, he could easily brush it off with a small excuse, and everyone would just sit down to drink tea, chat, and brag a little. After a moment of silence, Ashura opened up about his current strength, why he hadn't studied magic in the past, how he passed the entrance exam to the academy yesterday, how he was assigned to his class today, and how he couldn't understand the magic lessons taught by the teacher. However, he did not mention the threats his family faced or the details of his journey to the academy. He didn't know why he felt compelled to open up to them. Perhaps it was because addressing these long-suppressed issues brought him some relief. The 3 roommates were astounded, not expecting such a fascinating story behind the seemingly harmless young man, nor did they expect his bold entry into the academy. It seemed that his modesty and concealment of skills the day before were really a combination of luck and courage that got him accepted into the academy. They were all smart enough to understand the predicament the young man was in but couldn't immediately think of a solution. Jinza spoke seriously, third brother in our dorm. I'm the only magician and my progress in magic has been slow these past few years because I've been involved in learning about our family business. However, I can teach you the basics of magic enlightenment, although I'm a water mage, not a thunder mage, so I might not be able to help you with knowledge related to thunder magic. Oh, and I'll pass on to you a set of fundamental techniques for magic meditation which should help you accumulate more magical elements. Azura sincerely thanked Jinza, who simply waved his hand and said it was nothing, as they were all brothers in the same dormitory. Arthur, the second brother, thought for a moment and said, I don't understand magic, so there's not much I can do to help you, but I have a clan brother who was a senior earth mage and ranks among the top in his grade. I could ask him to come and tutor you. Azura quickly thanked him but said that with his current foundation in magic, Jinza's teachings would be enough and there was no need to trouble Arthur's clan brother. Angelo, the fourth brother, first pulled out a bracelet from his storage ring. Then he said to Azura, third brother, I also don't understand magic, but my family specializes in forging artifacts. This bracelet is one of my proudest creations. It can increase the power of low-level magic skills by 20% when released. You have an assessment in 3 months where you need to attack a dummy, right? This should help you, although it's a one-time use item. I haven't figured out how to make it reusable yet. He handed over the bracelet with an apologetic scratch of his messy hair. Ashura took the bracelet into his arms, his eyes slightly reddening as he looked around at the 3 pairs of encouraging eyes. The selfless help from the trio moved him deeply. He silently noted their assistance, vowing to repay this kindness someday. In fact, his earlier candidness had already brought the 4 of them closer, dispelling any prejudices and removing barriers between them. They were all young lads in their prime. Who could resist having a few good friends around? If Ashura's self-explanation had brought the 4 closer, then the news from Angelo, the 4th member, elevated their relationship even further. Angelo, with sparkling eyes, shared exciting news that got the young men all pumped up. The list of the top 10 beauties of the freshmen. It was a mystery how Angelo had managed to gather such information in just one morning. With a lecherous grin, Angelo began revealing the names, classes, and basic info of each beauty, stating that the rankings were preliminary and would be updated after further evaluations. Ashura heard a familiar name, Clara. He smirked. The silver-haired girl was indeed beautiful but seemed a bit off in the head, daring to call him a fool. If it weren't for the high chance of losing to her in a fight, he would have flattened her proud nose. As Angelo, still not done, smacked his lips, indicating his plans to continue refining the list, suddenly he expressed regret. There was a beautiful girl in the non-combat alchemy major named Tangwa who could have made the top 10 if not for her blindness, which unfortunately detracted from her image. The 4 young men, their eyes gleaming with a wolfish light, turned to look out the dorm window across the street at the girls' dormitories. Hormones charged the air of dormitory 138 as they discussed this topic at length, each sharing their opinions and encounters with the beauties of the day. Ashura brought up the beautiful mentora Lara, to which Angelo acknowledged, having heard that many talented youths from the academy to the monster forest had pursued her, but her standards were high-end. Her grandfather, the great mage Elroy, was strict. No one had succeeded yet. Ashura casually asked, Lo, how do you get your hands on this information? Angelo replied with a smug look, I got this exclusive scoop with some classmates from the artifact crafting major this morning. Ashura laughed, that's quite a skill. You could actually sell this information for money, or rather for academy credits. You could make a fortune without even doing tasks by selling this to those who drool over beauties. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the change in their leader Jinza's expression. After a moment of thought, his eyes brightened. Slapping Ashura on the shoulder, he exclaimed, third brother, that's a brilliant idea. Little fourth, keep gathering information and I'll handle selling it. We've decided to exchange academy points. With these points, we brothers will share them. With his mind brimming with ideas, Khan stood up, stepping on a chair, and began laying out his business plan as if he were commanding an army. Ashura, massaging his shoulders, looked baffled at the boss, who seemed transformed. Angelo, the naive youngest, immediately supported Boss Khan's words and volunteered to gather exclusive information on the top 10 beauties. Arthur, the second oldest, anxiously interjected, you gather information and you sell it. You come up with the ideas, but what about me? I want to share the points too. What can I do? After a moment's thought, Angelo responded, second brother, I have the perfect job for you. Our business is a bit risky and right now you're the strongest among us. If those admirers of the beauties ever come after us, you'll have to step in and protect us." A bead of cold sweat rolled down Arthur's cool face as he weakly asked, "But can I really handle it?" Boss Cans clapped Arthur on the shoulder and said, "We believe in your strength, we count on you, second brother." And so, an organization dedicated to the collection and sale of gossip was born. After their discussion, the four had something to eat and then returned to their rooms to practice their own skills. Cans took Ashura to the living room on the ground floor and spent over 3 hours explaining the basics of magic to him, just as the elders in the Cans family had taught him. He even taught Ashura a meditation technique he had developed himself, which Ashura found to be far superior to his own. There was no need for further words as the bond among the brothers deepened significantly that day. As dusk fell, Ashura returned to his room, reflecting on the basic knowledge Cans had shared with him earlier and finding that it made sense with the basic magic knowledge taught by the morning instructor. He knew that it wasn't a gap that could be bridged in a short time. However, the young man dared not slack off. He sat on his bed and began to meditate using the newly learned technique. He could distinctly feel the magic elements in the air rushing into his body much faster than before. Unbeknownst to him, the meditation technique he had just learned was one of the top techniques in the entire land of kings. Late into the night, Ashura maintained his meditation pose. Normally, a magician would exit meditation once the magical elements reached their storage capacity due to their magic level, but Ashura continued, teeth clenched, his body still gathering magical elements like a bottomless pit. As dawn approached, with the first light appearing on the horizon, Ashura finally came out of his meditation state. Although overwhelmed by fatigue from the excessive mental exertion, his magic level had astonishingly risen to the 3rd stage of a magic apprentice overnight. Ashura didn't allow himself to feel too proud, knowing well that while early level advancements were easy, the difficulty increased exponentially at higher levels. He was astounded that he could meditate all night, feeling somewhat odd in his body, yet unable to pinpoint the problem. Deciding against sharing this with anyone for fear of becoming a lab rat dissected for research, Ashura steadied his spirit and left his bedroom to wash up. Rising earlier than usual today, he went to the cafeteria and brought back 4 breakfasts to share with his dorm mates. The basic meals on the first floor were free of charge. The special delicacies and energy-boosting monster meats on the second floor, however, required academy points to purchase. After a brief exchange, the brothers each headed to their respective classrooms. Ashura arrived at his class 13, which was noticeably more bustling today than yesterday, seemingly attracting students from other classes too, though Ashura paid it no mind. Just as he approached his seat from the previous day, an arm blocked his path. Looking up, it was Kyle, his class's academic representative, who coolly said, "Change your seat, I'm sitting here today." Bewildered Ashura glanced at the expressionless silver-haired girl nearby. Understanding the situation, with a playful twist of his eyes, he retorted, "Why should I? I was here yesterday and my notes are still on the desk. Go to the front and listen to the lecture. Why crowd the back?" Kyle, taken aback and angered, replied, "Dark-haired boy, I've checked your background. Step aside if you know what's good for you, or watch out, I might hit you." He threatened, reaching for his family's ornate magic wand. Ashura with a laugh responded, "What, you can't take the seat so you resort to hitting? Come on, hit me, let's see if the academy expels you for assaulting someone on campus." Standing tall and puffing out his chest, Kyle, caught off guard by Ashura's brazen speech, indeed couldn't strike. Fuming, he was at a loss for words. Clara, who had been all ears, seemed pleased with Ashura's cheeky banter, her lips curling into a slight smile. Just when everyone thought the matter would end there, Ashura suddenly said, "The seat is mine, but hey, since we're classmates, you can sit if you really want to." Kyle, initially stunned, then joyously replied, "You'd give up the seat for me, you're too kind." But before Kyle could celebrate, Ashura cut him off. "Wait, I didn't say I'd just give it up. For such a prime spot you ought to pay something, right? How about this, I'll sell you the seat for 200 points, what do you think?" Kyle froze, shocked. Each freshman badge came with 100 initial points, and just yesterday, after being appointed academic representative, Headmaster Ira had awarded him another 100, yet this rascal wanted to take all his 200 points just for a seat. Seeing Kyle silent, Ashura added with a hint of regret, "Seems this seat isn't that important to you after all, certainly not as much as 200 points in your eyes. If that's the case, then let it be, I'll see if any other classmates are interested in switching places," he said as he was about to sit down. But Kale grabbed his arm, his teeth clenched as he spoke. 200 then, no changes, agreed. Ashura jumped up happily, immediately took out his badge and made the points transaction with Kale. Watching his own score reach 300, he couldn't help but smile foolishly with joy. However, he didn't see the silver-haired girl behind him, her hair faintly sparking with tiny electric sparks. Kale quickly took the seat Ashura had vacated, shaking his bangs from his forehead. With a charming profile, he stole a glance at the goddess of his dreams and instantly felt that 200 points were not expensive at all. Coming back to his senses, Ashura looked around and saw that most of the desks were filled. He wondered if these students from other classes were here to see Ayla or Clara. Scanning the room, he noticed only one desk was relatively unoccupied, so he moved a stool from the back of the classroom and, under the puzzled looks of everyone, plunked himself next to the silver-haired girl's desk, sharing it with her. The boy flashed a roguish grin and said, "Beauty, you don't mind if we squeeze a bit, do you?" Clara looked at the smirking boy, didn't respond to his words, but shifted slightly to give him more space, haughtily snorting. At this moment, louder than the girl's snort were the sounds of broken hearts echoing through the classroom. Kale stared blankly at the black-haired boy who had managed to sit next to his dream goddess, blocking her completely from his view. "What's the use of buying this seat? It's too much." The other male classmates were also gritting their teeth in anger, thinking whether the goddess would refuse me if I went to sit down. It's such a pity that the black-haired boy got there first. Ashura didn't expect to have provoked such animosity and quickly shrank his neck, pretending to look down at his notes. Clara next to him seemed unaware of his embarrassment. She played with a strand of her silver hair, seemingly in a good mood. Soon, the instructor walked in and everyone except Kale shifted their hostile gazes to start paying attention to the lecture. But after 2 classes, Ashura's expression turned sour. He could only understand part of the basic magic class, and the slightly more advanced topics were completely beyond him. Knowing that continuing this way was just a waste of time, and knowing he couldn't afford to waste time, he buried his head in his arms deep in thought. Clara, not knowing what was wrong, thought about poking him with her finger to get him to listen, but she hesitated and withdrew her hand. On the other side, the class monitor Kale snorted disdainfully, thinking, "He's already sleeping in class after just 2 days. How could my goddess ever fancy such a poor student? She must be annoyed by him by now. How can I rescue my goddess from this poor student?" Before Kale could figure it out, Ashura suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling with a new resolve. Without a word, he turned and ran outside, leaving his tutor and classmates in shock. What was going on with Ashura? Had he lost his mind? However, the academy was a place of freedom and openness, and soon everyone resumed their studies, forgetting the minor interruption. Only the girl sitting next to the empty seat seemed a bit upset. Ashura dashed out of the Magic Academy towards the training grounds outside. He wasn't suddenly insane. He had thought of a way to stay at the academy, albeit a reluctant one. Dean Sanan had said that anyone who reached the level of martial artist or magician and could inflict effective damage on the test dummies would pass. Although Ashura was only a 3rd-level magic apprentice at the Magic Academy, he was also a 3rd-level martial practitioner. Could he not advance to martial artist with 3 months of hard training and then pass the test in one go? The more Ashura thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and there was no rule stating that magicians couldn't attend martial classes. The young man was pleased with his own cleverness. However, when he arrived at the training grounds, he drew the attention of many students who pointed and whispered about him. After all, it was a rare sight to see a magician in a long robe at the training grounds. Ashura ignored the stares and tried to find the class of Arthur, his second brother, so he could attend and consult with Arthur if he had any questions. But the training ground was too large, and with nearly 2,000 new martial students, he couldn't find Arthur right away. Just as Ashura was aimlessly wandering around the training ground like a lost goose, a voice called out to him, "Hey, you in the magic robe, what are you doing here at the training ground?" Ashura looked towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged instructor in silver light armor looking at him. Upon closer inspection, Ashura realized that this instructor was the same middle-aged man who had overseen his entrance examination. Ashura quickly replied, "I'm here to attend a class, instructor. Please, don't mind me." He then tried to leave this troublesome spot. The middle-aged instructor recognized him, as the black-haired boy had made a lasting impression on him. After a moment's thought, the instructor guessed Ashura's purpose for being there, as he was well aware of Ashura's background. He immediately called out, "If you want to attend a martial class, then come over here." "I'm just about to start teaching my class." Ashura dared not attend his class. Just 2 days ago he had caused trouble for this instructor, and attending his class would be like walking into a trap. He quickly shouted back, "No need to trouble yourself, I'll attend another instructor's class." but the middle-aged instructor smiled meaningfully and said, "Since you prefer another instructor, I won't insist. As for the assessment." He didn't finish his sentence, but Ashura had already stopped in his tracks. He knew the instructor had guessed his purpose for coming here, especially since he knew his background. The young man quickly turned and hurried to the instructor, saying somewhat sycophantically, "I just didn't want to waste your time. It would be an honor to receive your instruction." The middle-aged mentor was quite pleased with the young man's demeanor, nodding his head with satisfaction as he said, "Go join the group over there and fall into formation." With that, he turned and walked towards a team on one side. Ashura followed behind him, mentally cursing the middle-aged male mentor's female relatives 100 times over. However, as he followed the mentor to the class he was leading, Ashura was taken aback. Why are there so many people? There were about 100 people in this line while the other classes had only 30 or 40. Could it be that this middle-aged man teaches very well? The warrior class students pointed and speculated about the purpose of this young man in a magic robe. Was he plotting something with some of them? At that moment the middle-aged male mentor spoke up, "Go ahead, young man. Oh, your name is Ashura, right? I remember you. If you want to learn warrior skills in the future, remember to come to me otherwise." Ashura drooped his head and responded, "Okay, uncle." The middle-aged male mentor paused, surprised as no one had called him uncle in years. A vein throbbed on his forehead as he corrected, "My name is Engel, you can call me Mentor Engel." Ashura, feigning seriousness, replied, "Okay, Uncle Engel." Engel was silent for a long while, then, not angry but amused, he waved Ashura into the formation. He glanced over the warrior students and announced, "This dark-haired boy is Ashura, he will be joining Class 8. Now let's continue with our combat training. Everyone in groups of 10, try your best to attack me, start now." Ashura was stunned. Were warrior classes always this straightforward and brutal? He watched as 10 students from Class 8 charged at Mentor Engel, but soon each student was flung out of the circle in various poses, groaning as they hit the ground. Ashura watched as team after team attacked and then were knocked back. He swallowed hard, wondering if he'd be the one to fly the farthest if he went up. Remembering that uncle he had called earlier, he almost wished he could slap himself. But then it was his Ro's turn to attack. Ashura's eyes darted around and he charged with the others towards Mentor Engel. Thud thud, the sound of fists meeting heads. His Ro too predictably flew back, landing and wailing in pain. However, Mentor Engel frowned, as if something was amiss. He had thrown only 9 punches. His gaze swept over the students lying on the ground, and one in a mage's robe rolling in pain caught his eye. Engel sneered, thinking this youngster dared to play tricks on him. He would teach him a lesson. Ashura lay on the ground, pretending to be hurt like the others, twisting his body and crying out. He had played a trick, rushing with the group. He hadn't even touched Engel before deliberately jumping back. He was here to learn martial techniques, not to get beaten up. He felt no guilt about it. Just then, the last team attacked Mentor Engel, and Ashura was still feigning injury when suddenly a body harshly crashed onto his back, causing him to sharply inhale from the pain. A fiery mane of red hair covered his face. Ashura, enduring the pain, reached out to push the body pressing down on him away, only to find the texture beneath his right hand oddly bouncy. Subconsciously he squeezed it, and before he could realize what was happening, the owner of the red hair slowly turned her head to look at him. Her face, as picturesque and commanding as a sculpture, asked coldly, "Does it feel good?" Hearing the icy, murderous tone of the girl, Ashura realized what part of her he had grabbed. Knowing this wasn't going to end well, he shamelessly squeezed the girl's buttocks again and remarked, "Really nice." The girl was initially stunned. It was her first encounter with such a shameless person. She sprung up and, while in midair, pulled out a huge saber from the space ring on her finger. Ashura, prepared for her reaction, performed a carp flip at the moment she leapt up and swiftly hid within the crowd behind him. The girl landed, drew her saber and pointed it at the other students behind her. Tall and statuesque, she stood taller than most of the boys. Her figure was curvaceous and her stunningly beautiful face had eyes bright as autumn waters, radiating an indescribable valor. Holding a saber nearly as tall as herself, she resembled an ancient war goddess from a mural, awe-inspiring and fearsome. The students stepped back, intimidated by her aura, wondering what had set her off this time. Some male students who attended class for her sake looked on, adoringly enamored by her wild spirit. The girl's gaze, sharp as a knife, scoured the crowd for that smirking face she desperately wanted to slash. She was truly angry today. No boy had ever dared to touch her buttocks before. It was utterly humiliating. "I'll chop off his dog paws," she thought furiously. Ashura, hiding in the crowd, kept his head down, hardly daring to breathe, feeling as if he had encountered a fierce beast in the jungle. On his way to the academy, He thought to himself, is this girl crazy? I definitely can't stay in Class 8. I'd barely been here one lesson and already 2 people want to beat me up. Class 8 is too dangerous. Unbeknownst to Ashura, if the other students knew he had touched the red-haired girl's buttocks, more than just 2 people would want to beat him up. From a distance, Instructor Ingar watched, suspecting Ashura had stirred up trouble again. He was beginning to like this troublemaker who brought much-needed amusement to his otherwise dull lessons. He announced, "We won't take a break this period, let's continue with the next training exercise." He feared that if he declared a break, Ashura would undoubtedly flee. Everyone immediately lined up and the red-haired girl, still formidable, rejoined the ranks, though her classmates kept a cautious distance from her. With a smile playing on his lips, Ingar had a great idea to deal with that rascal, saying, "Your attacks just now were all over the place. Mere show without real combat experience. Since my course teaches practical combat, it's time you learn some real skills. Now, I will still pair you up in groups of 2 for practice. Once you've learned any combat skills, you can exchange pointers with your sparring partners. Just be mindful not to cause any serious injuries." As the instructor of the Martial Arts Academy announced this, the atmosphere was thick with excitement. However, only 2 people were distracted, casually looking around. A magic boy and a red-haired girl. "I now declare the sparring pairings. Fierro vs. Xingji, Sans vs. Lisa," announced Instructor Engel, pairing up the students. Those called stepped out of line and walked to designated areas on the training field to wait for the start signal. As the queue thinned, Ashura broke into a cold sweat. The fewer people left, the more exposed he felt, sensing a chilling gaze already locked on him from the side. He dared not turn his head. Finally, with a smile, Instructor Engel called out the last pair. Magina vs. Ashura. In an instant, Ashura saw the expressions of the students who had already taken their places on the field. They looked at him with a mix of envy, jealousy, pity and compassion, but none offered to switch places with him. Magina, the name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Ashura turned to look diagonally forward where a tall red-haired girl was standing, arms crossed, smirking coldly at him. Her heaving chest emphasized her striking figure, yet Ashura couldn't feel pleased about the view. He turned back to Instructor Engel. "Report, Instructor, I want to switch. I never hit women." Before he could finish, a heavy kick landed on his rear, sending him flying face-first onto the field. The area fell silent. No one laughed and the looks of pity intensified. Ashura spat out the grass in his mouth and pounded the ground. Never in his life had a woman dared to kick him like that. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Ashura pushed off the ground with his hands, landing and assuming the starting stance of his family's traditional martial art, the Thunder Punch. He was furious and ready to teach this girl a lesson. Instructor Engel's laughter grew louder and he uttered 2 words, "Begin." As his voice faded, Ashura charged at the red-haired girl like thunder. About half an hour later, Ashura lay sprawled in the middle of the training field in the shape of a giant X. His hair was disheveled, his face swollen, dark circles under his eyes, and his mage robe was littered with footprints. Magina dusted off her hands and tucked her fiery red hair behind her ear. Her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Beating this guy was really satisfying, she thought. That'll teach him to mess with me, she mused, her cheeks flushing slightly at the memory. Despite his relatively low level of martial prowess and his mediocre skill, Ashura had been full of dirty tricks and quick reflexes. It had taken all her strength to give him a thorough thrashing, and it had felt more gratifying than any of her previous sparring sessions. As she reveled in her victory, a sudden surge of energy and a crackling sound from her bones startled her. Within a moment, under the incredulous gazes of her fellow trainees, Magina let out a roar and her aura surged dramatically. She had broken through to the 2nd level of martial mastery. Overjoyed, Magina's smile, radiant on her beautiful face, stunned the male trainees around her. Instructor Ingar too showed his approval with a pleased nod and then teasingly said, "Magina, you're rapid. Advancement couldn't have happened without a good sparring partner. You should spar more often. Who knows, you might soon break through to the 3rd level. From now on you two will spar in the same group. He will be your gold medal training partner." Hearing this, Magina immediately turned her bright eyes towards the black-haired boy lying motionless on the ground, feigning death. The other trainees exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, while deep inside Ashura was furiously crossing Magina out in his mind 100 times over. How is this little lady so formidable? Her strength, speed and reactions are all much better than mine, and she hasn't even used her greatsword yet. Is this the disparity between our levels? Once I can defeat her, I'll make sure to cross her out 100 times, yes, 100 times. And that Uncle Ingar, what the hell with his gold medal training partner? I've become nothing but a human punching bag. She's advanced another level, and only a fool would willingly spar with her nonsense. I'm definitely switching classes tomorrow. As the bell rang marking the end of the class, Ashura dragged his bruised body towards the dormitory. Passing students pointed and whispered, but he was in no mood to entertain these onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation as a gold medal training partner had spread wildly among the newcomers through the exaggerated tales of Class A trainees, making him the hottest topic among them. Staggering back to his dorm, Ashura collapsed into a chair in the living room. The oldest Kins and the second oldest Arthur stared in shock at Ashura's disfigured face. Arthur, furious, shouted, "Little brother, who the hell did this to you? Is there no law anymore? Tell me, who was it? I'll avenge you. I'll challenge them in the arena." As Arthur got up hastily to leave, Ashura, deeply moved by his brother's gesture, shouted with tears in his eyes, "Avenge me, brother." It was a red-haired girl from Class 8, Magina. "She's tall and easy to recognize, beat her up." "For me, she's too bullying." As Ashura continued to vent about the day's injustices, Arthur's hand on the doorknob suddenly stopped and turned back, asking, "What did you say her name was?" "And she's a girl." With a woeful expression, Ashura replied, "Her name's Magina. That lady hits harder than any man wielding a sword taller than a person. She's ruthless. Look at how swollen my eyes are. But be careful, brother, she even broke through a minor realm after beating me up today. It's just so unfair, but I reckon she's no match for you." As Ashura rambled on, Arthur slowly shrank back, returning to his seat, his enthusiasm visibly dampened. Ashura looked perplexedly at his newly acknowledged second brother, not even having the chance to ask his question before Arthur spoke anxiously. "Little brother, I might not be able to help you this time. First, she is my aunt's daughter, we are relatives. Second, I've never been able to beat her since we were kids, and now she's become even stronger. If I go, I won't fare much better than you are now." Upon hearing this, Ashura went silent, and so did Ginza, the eldest brother. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward. Suddenly, the door burst open as Angelo, the fourth brother, rushed in, exclaiming while he ran, "Big news, big news. Heard that today a magician went to the training ground to get thrashed. He insisted on sparring with Magina, ranked 5th among the beauties, and ended up getting beaten up, which actually helped Magina advance to a new level. Funny, isn't it? Haha." Angelo enthusiastically shared the hottest gossip he had gathered from the academy. However, noticing the tense atmosphere in the living room where Ginza and Arthur were awkwardly looking at Ashura, he paused. Ashura finally realized why the name Magina sounded familiar. It was from the beauty rankings Angelo had mentioned yesterday. How had the story of him getting beaten spread? How was he supposed to face anyone at the academy now, overwhelmed by frustration? Ashura shouted in anguish and ran to his room. Ginza and Arthur immediately followed, knocking on his door to offer comfort, but with no response, they eventually had to walk away helplessly. Unaware of the full situation, Angelo asked, "What's gotten into third brother? Why is he so upset?" Ginza patted his shoulder and said, "The protagonist of the story you just told, that's our third brother." Angelo was stunned into silence. After a long pause, he weakly suggested, "Should I tell him that someone is offering 200 points to beat him up to see if it can help him advance a level?" Inside his room, Ashura grew more infuriated as he thought about it. Finally, he sighed, blaming his own lack of strength. He replayed the day's fight in his mind, reviewing his gains and losses. Then, rubbing his sore backside, he sat on his bed to meditate. If he wanted to catch up with the others, he had to make every second count, starting with basic meditation since he couldn't understand the magic classes. The next morning in Magic Academy Class 13, Clara arrived at her seat and looked annoyed at the empty chair beside her. Just then a handsome magician from another class approached and asked, "Beautiful Miss Magician, may I sit here?" He even flaunted his freshly styled hair. Kale, sitting nearby, tensed immediately, but Clara didn't even look up as she dismissively said, "This seat is taken." The handsome magician was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to continue. Clara raised her voice, "Didn't I make myself clear? This seat is taken." His face turned from red to white as he listened to the whispers of other students around him, and finally, with a clenched jaw, he left the classroom dejectedly. Kale's world seemed a lot brighter, thinking, "My goddess still has me in her heart. She rejected someone else for me." At this very moment, Ashura was sneaking along the edge of the training field previously occupied by Class 8's lineup. He was dead set on not attending Class 8 today. He had decided the night before that he would only attend the basic magic classes at the Magic Academy, ones he could understand. For the more advanced magic skills classes, he would skip and come to the Martial Arts Academy to train instead. Today's first 2 classes were precisely those advanced magic skills classes, so he headed to the training field. he spotted a large class lining up waiting for their instructor to start the lesson. After confirming they weren't Class 8 students, he boldly walked over and stood in line. The students of this martial class looked at him with puzzled eyes. Ashura flashed his most charming smile and said, I'm here to join your martial arts class, is that okay? No problem, we welcome your participation. Who would refuse a gold medal sparring partner? A teasing baritone voice rang out from behind him. Ashura stiffened and turned around only to see the middle-aged handsome instructor Aang. Standing there with a grin, Ashura felt like dying and managed a strained smile. Good morning, Instructor Aang, you should head to Class 8. I'm fine here, you don't need to worry about me. Instructor Aang laughed heartily for a while before stopping. Stroking his goatee, he said, well, I'm actually teaching the first 2 classes here in Class 7 today. I'm also covering the martial arts class. Upon hearing this, Ashura didn't think twice before turning to run, but a large hand caught him by the back of his neck and hauled him back. Aang threw Ashura back into the lineup, gave him a warning glance, and then began the lesson. Ashura had no choice but to follow along with the class. As he listened, he became engrossed, thinking to himself that although this old man's character might not be the best, his teaching was definitely up to par. Whenever Aang demonstrated martial arts techniques, he would call Ashura up as his demonstration partner, and although Ashura got beaten a few times, he didn't mind the practice as it helped him understand the movements better. However, the good times didn't last long, and during the second class Aang arranged for them to pair up for practice. Ashura breathed a sigh of relief as he looked around. The class didn't include that red-haired witch. But then, Instructor Aang called out with a smile, Blue Feather, I found you a gold medal sparring partner. Just yesterday Magina from Class 8 beat up this lad and improved significantly. Take this opportunity, haha. Ashura, stop hiding and come over here, stand ready. A vein throbbed in Ashura's forehead as he guessed that the news of his beating had probably been spread by this old man. The young boy clenched his fists tighter, his desire to grow stronger and beat up the old man intensifying, though he wasn't sure what level of strength the old man possessed. While Ashura was lost in thoughts of getting stronger, a pair of long legs entered his lowered field of vision. Ashura hurriedly looked up to see a girl with blue long hair standing in front of him. The most eye-catching aspect of the girl was her long, straight legs that seemed to make up everything below her chest. Her face was cool and elegant, and her fox-like eyes added a touch of enchantment to the young girl. Topped with a high ponytail of blue hair, she was the picture of a vibrant, youthful beauty. When she noticed Ashura's gaze traveling from her feet to her head and back down to her legs, the girl narrowed her gorgeous fox-like eyes but remained silent. At the same time, Ashura, born with a keen sense of danger, became alert and dared not stare at the girl's thighs any longer. Ashura knew well enough from Anger's bad uncle-like demeanor that this blue-haired girl must also be a formidable character. He couldn't afford another unwarranted beating. He immediately shouted, I object. I want to go back to my magic class. Find someone else to spar with her. Look, that tall guy over there seems eager to be her sparring partner. Why not switch to him? As he spoke, he pointed at a tall male student who had been sneaking glances at the blue-haired girl and started walking away, while the tall student bashfully lowered his head in embarrassment. However, Instructor Anger ignored Ashura and simply commanded, begin. As soon as she spoke, Ashura felt a breeze behind his head and quickly did a forward roll to dodge the kick aimed at him. The girl landed lightly on her feet after retracting her leg, assumed an attacking stance and beckoned Ashura with a flick of her finger. This infuriated Ashura. No man could stand being beaten up by a girl every day. Standing up, he yelled, since you're forcing me to strike, I won't hold back. Watch out for my ultimate skill, the Wind God Kick. But as soon as he finished his declaration, he turned tail and ran towards the edge of the training field. The blue-haired girl named Lanyu, hearing his bold challenge, prepared herself to face him with utmost caution. However, she soon realized he was actually running away from the field. Frustrated, Lanyu's pale face turned even whiter as she huffed, quickly catching up to the black-haired boy with her long strides. Thus, the training field witnessed the spectacle of a boy and girl in a frantic chase and fight. More precisely, one chasing and attacking and the other desperately fleeing. Lanyu's speed was so great that Ashura could barely keep up, managing only to block her fierce kicks with his quick reflexes, his magical robe collecting more footprints than the day before. At the other end of the field, the red-haired girl Magina stood in line for her physical training class, scanning her surroundings. She didn't spot the black-haired boy with the roguish smile from the previous day. Bored with the substitute instructor's dull lecture, she looked around to distract herself and suddenly noticed the wild chase happening near the training field. She recognized the black-haired troublemaker at the front, the very boy she had been looking to find, and behind him was Lanyu from the Lan family not far from her own city. Both were prominent young figures in their respective families, often compared to one another. What was that troublemaker doing with Lanyu? Was he her sparring partner now? Magina's mood instantly soured, feeling as if her beloved toy had been snatched away by another child. Ashura was kicked once again, tumbling over several times before halting against a large tree, just as he tried to rise and escape. A pair of long legs performed a split, one foot pressing against his neck, the other stabilizing on the ground. Back against the tree, the young girl pinned him there. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the second class rang. Ashura quickly grabbed the foot on his neck, creating a slight gap as he shouted, "Class is over, no more fighting. If you hit me now, it's an unjust attack on another student. I'll report you to the academy." The blue-haired girl Lanyu was slightly out of breath. This guy was too cunning. Known for her speed, she had to exert almost all her energy to chase this sneaky troublemaker who kept dodging and launching surprise attacks. However, sparring with him was genuinely fun and perfectly suited for practicing her family's martial techniques. Only then did she notice that he was still holding onto her foot. Her face flushed with the effort to withdraw it, but Ashura's grip was too tight. Her beautiful fox-like eyes narrowed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Ashura quickly let go and slumped against the tree, gasping for air. Lanyu, looking at the footprints all over Ashura's magical robe, felt the urge to laugh but restrained herself due to her modesty. She then said lightly, "It's really fun to spar with you, remember to look for me next time." With that, she bounced away, her blue ponytail swishing behind her. Ashura watched her leave, grimacing. Am I a masochist? Why should I seek her out again, just because she's got long legs? Next time I'll just switch classes. I don't believe she teaches in every class. As Ashura leaned against the tree preparing to stand up and dust off the footprints, another pair of long legs appeared before him. He numbly looked up to find Magina glaring down at him, her youthful beauty highlighted by the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Swallowing hard, he wondered what this crazy woman was up to, but before he could greet her, Magina coldly questioned, "Did you enjoy her beating you? Who allowed you to be her sparring partner?" Ashura was stupefied by her sudden question. "Do I have masochistic tendencies or what?" Magina didn't wait for his answer. Bending over, she looked into his eyes, the intensity almost overpowering. "From now on you are only allowed to be my sparring partner. Of course I'll look after you. No one in the academy will bully you." After Magina spoke, she waited for a response. Following his gaze, she looked down and realized that the deep cleavage at her chest, due to her leaning forward, was fully exposed to Ashura right in front of her. With a low gasp, Magina quickly grabbed her neckline and straightened up, ready to pull out a large sword from her space ring. Knowing trouble was imminent, Ashura quickly shouted, "Don't get agitated, sister. We're practically family. I'm your cousin Arthur's roommate. Let's talk this through nicely." Hearing this, Magina snorted, "So you're the roommate of that loser Arthur? Well, that's perfect. If I can't find you, I'll just go to your dorm. Remember what I said?" With a huff, Magina turned around with a haughty swirl and left, leaving Ashura alone wallowing in self-pity. On the other side, Bluefeather, feeling great, hopped back to the lineup of Warrior Class 7. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed a fight so thoroughly. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks with a soft gasp, then she started to tremble violently. The nearby students noticed something amiss and immediately called for Instructor Ingar. But by the time Instructor Ingar had made his way through the crowd to the front, Bluefeather had already lifted her delicate face and said uncertainly, "Instructor Ingar, I think I just advanced to the second level of Martial Master." Hearing Bluefeather's words, everyone's jaws dropped in silence, but it was Instructor Ingar who first burst out laughing. This middle-aged, handsome instructor said, "This Ashura really is a lucky star. Yesterday, after Magina sparred with him, she advanced to the second level of Martial Master, and today after you sparred with him, you've advanced too. Is this kid some kind of rare treasure that helps others level up just by fighting? This is killing me." Bluefeather couldn't help but laugh as well, but upon hearing the name Magina, her brow lightly furrowed. So he had helped that woman advance yesterday. "Humph, next time I'll tell him to only be my sparring partner," she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Ashura, dragging his exhausted body, returned to Magic Academy Class 13. With a thud, he collapsed onto the silver-haired girl's desk. Clara jumped at his sudden action. Seeing his dirty magic robe covered with footprints and a faint smell of sweat emanating from Ashura, Clara wrinkled her delicate nose. After a moment, she poked him with her finger and asked, "Where did you skip class to? How did you end up like this?" Ashura merely lifted his eyelids to look at her but said nothing. Seeing his listless appearance, Clara couldn't help but get angry, as it was the first time she had initiated conversation with a boy and was being ignored. Raising her voice, she said, "I am the class president. You skipped class without any reason and I will tell the teacher." Ashura sighed inwardly. Why did beautiful girls always have to oppose him? Lazily, he replied, "The dean said the academy is free, attend whoever's class you want to." Clara, reminded of the dean's words, was left fuming, her cheeks puffing out in anger. After thinking it over, she said, "But that's still no excuse for skipping class. The 3-month assessment is coming up, and if you don't attend class..." Before Clara could finish, Ashura irritably waved his hand to interrupt her, forcefully saying, "Mind your own business." This response struck Clara deeply. It was the first time someone had been harsh to her. The girl defiantly lifted her head, whether to show her pride or to prevent tears from falling, she wasn't sure. At that moment, the ever-listening class monitor, Kale, who had been eavesdropping, came to life. He immediately charged at Ashura, shouting, "How can you talk to the class president like that? You, a poor student not striving to improve, will disgrace our class with your behavior." Before Kale could finish his impassioned criticism, the silver-haired girl, Clara, suddenly shouted, "Mind your own business." The classroom fell into sudden silence, especially Kyle, who felt as if his young heart had been struck by 1,000 blows. Now he was the one who wanted to cry more than ever. Ashura looked in surprise at the silver-haired girl, who was still arrogantly angry with him. He realized that he had been too harsh and shouldn't have taken out his frustration on Clara, especially since she was the class president. With this in mind, he took out his notebook and wrote, "Sorry, I had no choice, I don't understand the magic class." He then pushed the notebook toward the girl. Clara, who had been thinking she would never bother with this jerk again, was somehow compelled to look at the notebook. She then experienced a range of emotions: astonishment, confusion, contemplation, realization, and relief that played across her sweet face. Clara had learned about Ashura's background at the school gate. Being a clever girl, she fully understood his situation now, and her previous unhappiness vanished. Clara pursed her lips and then wrote back in the notebook, "So, what will you do? Do you have a way to pass the assessment? What have you been doing these last days to end up so disheveled?" Ashura, seeing the notebook, returned, read it, and then picked up the pen to share his plan and the events of the past few days with Clara. The two of them wrote back and forth in the notebook extensively. It was the first time Clara had exchanged notes with a boy and spoken so much to one. Finally, biting the end of her pen, Clara wrote, "I don't know if the path you've chosen is right, but you can ask me anytime about anything regarding magic." Ashura took the notebook, saw the girl's full goodwill, and felt much better. He wrote back, "Okay, let's talk more after I get through the 3-month assessment." Unknowingly, they had chatted for a long time, and the bell for the end of the class abruptly rang. They hadn't paid attention to the lesson or noticed how quickly time had passed. Clara, still writing, blushed slightly, quickly covered the notebook while Ashura stood up, stretched, and after asking Clara to keep their conversation a secret, he headed back to his dormitory. Like a thief, Clara sneakily placed the notebook in her spatial ring. Back at the dormitory, Ashura found that the boss Kens and second boss Arthur had been waiting for him in the living room from early on. Seeing their concerned looks, Ashura felt warmly reassured, knowing they cared about him because of yesterday's incident. Smiling, he greeted them and sat down to ask Kens for some tea. They too noticed that although Ashura came back in a mess, he wasn't bruised or swollen, which relieved them greatly, guessing that Magina probably hadn't been too harsh this time, easing their worries. As the three of them chatted cheerfully about the recent happenings and amusing incidents at the academy, the fourth brother Angelo burst in, his eyes intently fixed on Ashura, not uttering a word. The other three, not knowing what to expect, waited for Angelo to explain. Angelo spoke in a leisurely tone. "Third brother, I heard you got beaten up today by Lanyu, one of the top 10 campus beauties of the martial artists class 7. Ashura's face crinkled with annoyance. How did the fourth brother always get wind of everything? The other two guys first looked shocked and then envious. Just a few days into school, and third brother had already tangled with 2 of the 10 most beautiful new students, albeit not in a particularly good way. But it was enough to make these young lads green with envy. If they knew Ashura had been sitting with Clara, another of the top 10 beauties, they'd probably be even more jealous." Before they could finish envying, Angelo dropped another bombshell. "Third brother, did you know? After beating you up, Lanyu advanced to the second tier of martial masters." Ashura, who was drinking tea to cool down, spat out his tea all over Angelo's face. After wiping his face, Angelo continued, "Third brother, the word outside is that beating you up can help someone level up. Someone has already said they're willing to spend 500 points to have a go at you. The new martial artists classes know you've been hopping around different classes, and the strong ones are all hoping you'll visit their class to spar with them. Third brother, your current worth is 500 points. What do you say is getting beaten up for 500 points a deal you'd take? I've got buyers." Just as Ashura was about to retort angrily, he saw Arthur, the second brother, lighting up with excitement, more thrilled than if he were looking at a beautiful woman stripped bare. Grinning mischievously, Arthur said, "Third brother, I never expected you to have such talent. Your second brother have been stuck at the first tier of martial masters for over half a year now. Why let this opportunity go to waste? How about you spar with me, once I ascend to the second no? Third tier of martial masters, I'll help you beat up Magina to get your revenge, how about that?" Seeing Arthur's predatory gaze, Ashura quickly ran to hide behind their eldest brother, Jinza, fearing that Arthur couldn't resist the temptation to level up by beating him. Jinza quickly stepped forward to calm the farce. Arthur gradually regained his sanity. He was just very competitive, and hearing about many advancing to the second tier of martial masters had made him anxious. After asking Jinza a few basic questions about magic, Ashura went upstairs to his room, his head aching from the situation. The thought of the strong fighters from all the new students' classes eagerly waiting to beat him up deeply depressed him. How did things end up like this? He just wanted to attend martial arts classes. Despite his worries, Ashura continued to meditate until dawn. His body, like a bottomless pit, kept absorbing magical elements. He had asked Jinza how long he could meditate, and Jinza could only manage about 3 hours before having to stop. Ashura didn't know what was wrong with his body and had no mood to think about it now. The next morning, as Ashura walked towards the training ground again, he had made up his mind. Rather than being beaten by other classes' strong fighters, it seemed better to be beaten by those two girls. Among them, Lan Yu was slightly better because she didn't hit the face, which Ashura could accept a bit more. But as he approached the entrance of the training ground, Ashura saw two girls with blue and red hair waiting for him at the entrance, and he immediately turned and ran towards the Magic Academy. "Are you kidding me? Did you two plot this together to beat me up? How can my frail body withstand the attack from two martial artists of the second rank?" After seeing Ashura run away, the two girls at the door were clearly unhappy. Lan Yu turned to Magina and accused, "It's all your fault he ran away. As soon as he saw you," Magina immediately retorted, "it was obviously me who asked him to train with me first, and here you are stealing my training partner and still have the face to complain." Lan Yu quickly countered, "I didn't steal him. Teacher Engel assigned him to train with me, and besides, he agreed to be my training partner." Magina, disbelieving, responded, "I don't believe that for a second. What's so good about you, you little siren? He already promised to train only with me yesterday." The two had been at odds since they were young, and now this issue had them at loggerheads, quarreling incessantly. Eventually, the argument escalated into a physical altercation right there in the training ground, ending in a draw before their respective mentors pulled them away. That day, the sensational news of the two new beauties of the academy fighting over a training partner spread quickly. Among the students, unaware of all this, Ashura decided he would skip the martial arts training ground that day. "Maybe I'll just take a day off at the Magic Academy, give my body a rest. After all, getting beaten up is bad for my health." But before he could enter the classroom, his homeroom teacher Ilara called him into her office. Resigned, Ashura followed teacher Ilara into her office and stood before her as she instructed him to take a seat. He flatly refused, choosing instead to stand and listen to what he assumed would be a lecture. Privately, his position allowed him to glimpse a flash of white cleavage which distracted him somewhat. Ilara, observing the somewhat roguish smile of the young man, pondered how to address his performance without crushing his confidence. Finally, she managed a smile and asked Ashura, "Would you mind telling your teacher what level you are at now?" Ashura casually replied, "I'm currently at the third level of Magic Apprentice, and I feel I'm about to break through to the first level of Earth Magic soon." Ilara was momentarily taken aback by the rapid progress he had made since the start of school, wishing he hadn't fallen behind earlier, as he certainly had the potential to be one of the top lightning mages in the class, considering the nimbleness of his thoughts, a trait often found in powerful magicians. Ilara then asked, "I've heard from your classmates that you often skip class to hang out at the training grounds, is that true?" Knowing the likely source of this complaint, Ashura thought it best to steer clear of such petty characters in the future. He candidly admitted, "Yes, teacher, my foundations are weak and I don't understand some of the courses. Instead of wasting time here, I'd rather improve my martial arts at the training ground." Ilara was surprised by the boy's honest response and expressed her concern. "Ashura, is there anything I can do to help you? Just say the word, and I believe if you dedicate yourself to Studying you can pass the assessments. Surprised by the sincerity in the homeroom teacher's eyes, which seemed genuine, Ashura smiled and said confidently, I also believe I can pass the assessments. All I need from you on the day of the assessment is to stand by my side. That tutor, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. With that he waved his hand and turned to head to the classroom. Ella didn't quite catch the meaning of his last sentence. After thinking about it for a while without any clue, she simply stopped pondering it. He's a clever guy, I believe he'll get through the tough times. Ashura returned to the classroom and sat next to Clara again. The unique fragrance of the young girl made Ashura sniff vigorously. However, the silver-haired girl sitting next to him didn't react, her face just blushed to the roots of her ears. The two didn't pass notes, they just quietly listened to the lesson. But during the morning break, Ashura's desk was piled up with challenge letters from the outside. One by one, Ashura looked confused. Some wanted to spar with him to level up, others were jealous because of Magina and Bluefeather and wanted to challenge Ashura to a duel. Ashura threw them all in the trash can, grumbling, this is so annoying, I thought they were love letters, but they all turned out to be challenges to a fight. Clara, sitting beside him, laughed until her eyes squinted like crescent moons. You're so naughty, what girl would write you a love letter? Before Ashura could retort, a chubby boy ran in from outside. It was the somewhat narcissistic student who sat diagonally in front of him, named Nawe. He ran up to Ashura, sweating profusely, and exclaimed excitedly, Ashura, I heard that in the training grounds the two beauties Bluefeather and Magina started fighting over you. Ashura, you must teach me how you chase girls. How do you do it? You're not even as handsome as me. Nawe kept babbling on, but the silver-haired girl, who was just smiling beautifully, had turned her head away, her feather pen almost bent out of shape. Ashura was also confused. What, they fought over me, not teaming up to fight against me? No wonder there were so many challenge letters, this was just trouble looking for me. Ashura nervously sat through the rest of the magic class, and as soon as it ended he dashed back to the dormitory. In the dormitory living room, Kins and Angelo were muttering and scribbling. Ashura leaned over to see, and it turned out they were editing a top 10 beauties ranking card. It seemed they wanted to get into the business of tabloid news. Ashura didn't disturb them and went straight upstairs to lie on his bed and think about what to do the next day. Although he had been beaten these past few days, the close combat training had been immensely beneficial, especially fighting against the two girls who were stronger than him. He always gave his all, which greatly improved his skills. Eventually he decided to compromise with reality and negotiate with the two girls tomorrow. After figuring it out, he got up to continue meditating, feeling that his magical level was also on the verge of a breakthrough, perhaps in the next few days. Early the next morning, before the morning classes had started, Ashura arrived early at the entrance of the training grounds, which was only used by new students. Before long, he saw Bluefeather and Magina almost simultaneously arrive at the training ground, and from their slightly damp uniforms it was clear both had gone for morning training. Indeed, true strength comes from discipline and diligence, which made Ashura feel a bit embarrassed. However, thinking about how he had spent the whole night in meditation and practice, he felt somewhat consoled. When the two girls saw Ashura, they paused in surprise. Could it be that he was waiting for them? They sprinted towards him, each grabbing an arm, and began dragging him towards their class line. Ashura nearly split in half and quickly yelled, Stop, stop, you two crazy women. As soon as he finished shouting, the girls released his arms. But before he could catch his breath, a whip kick and a heavy punch sent him flying. Before he could even get up, two martial arts shoes stomped heavily on his chest. Looking up, Ashura saw the two furious girls ready to strike again. He hurriedly cried out, Stop, 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 I'm here to negotiate. Who will be your sparring partner if you kill me? Upon hearing this, the girls reluctantly lifted their feet off him, staring coldly at Ashura, waiting for what the young man had to say next. Ashura got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt with a pretense of elegance, and revealed a supremely gentle smile. I heard that both of you benefited immensely from sparring with me and have both advanced to the second level of martial mastery, right? Indeed, battling with the strong is the fastest way to grow. The two girls were too lazy to respond and simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Unfazed, Ashura continued, I heard you two even fought over me yesterday. I think that's not a good influence. Since both of you want to practice with me, you shouldn't fight and ruin the harmony. How about this? From now on you can use points to request sparring sessions with me. Whoever offers more points I'll spar with. I'm just charging a little for the pain of healing and my service fee. With the points I can level up faster, and a higher level means better matches for you, and you can grow faster under my guidance, right? You both know that there are people willing to spend 500 points to spar with me. Many are lining up for my schedule. I'm sentimental after all. I'm familiar with both of you and you fought over me. I can't bear it, so you can. Start bidding now, the highest bidder wins. The two girls stared blankly at Ashura as he rattled off his negotiation plan devised the previous night. The young man's words surpassed their understanding. They had never seen such shamelessness before. The girls exchanged a look and with just one glance they reached their first tacit agreement. Majina then said softly, "You talk a good game but we think we can beat you without spending any points." With that Lanyu delivered a whip kick that sent the still protesting Ashura flying again. Ashura couldn't believe how unreasonable they were. Seeing them ready to strike, he quickly shouted, calm down, if you think the price is high we can talk about it. I didn't say we couldn't negotiate. How about a friendship price of 400 points? No, don't come any closer. 300 points, is 300 points okay? I do have a temper, you know. I'll give in one last time. 200 points, fair enough, right? 100 points a month. If that's not acceptable, I'm not coming to martial arts class anymore. I mean it. Hearing this, the two girls actually stopped, exchanged glances, and after a long whispered discussion they turned around. Facing the disheartened Azura, Magina barely held back her laughter and said, "All right, it's agreed then. 100 points a month. We'll try it out for a month, and if you back out, we'll come to your dorm and beat you up." Azura let out a sigh of relief, impatiently said, Fine, points first, experience later." With it he took out his badge to trade points with the girls. The girls couldn't help but laugh inwardly at his demeanor, though they maintained a cool exterior and passed their badges over to transfer the points. However, when Azura saw the points each girl transferred, he immediately objected, yelling, "Can't you two count? Didn't we agree on 100 points a month? What's with each of you transferring 50 points? Holding back their laughter, Lanyu calmly said, "We're splitting the bill, each of us takes a day. We've agreed. Today you belong to Magina, tomorrow you're mine. Remember, no skipping or being late or you'll face a duo beating." Azura stared blankly at the two beautiful girls, who said, "Pretty girls are always kind-hearted. These two are clearly bullying me, a major grudge holder." The more he thought, the angrier he got. Azura's anger surged and his combat spirit erupted, but before he could strike his family's signature thunder punch stance, a giant saber and a dagger glowing blue were already at his throat. Instantly, Azura's momentum vanished and his hands fell silently as he stubbornly shouted his final defiance, "We agreed, no hitting my face." Just like that, Azura began his training life shuttling between the Magic Academy and the martial arts field, ignoring the magic classes he didn't understand. He sweet-talked the beautiful fellow student Clara into taking notes for him, which he would study later at his own pace. Clara made comprehensive notes, adding her own understanding to make things simpler for him, though she sometimes deliberately included complex questions for him to seek her help with the next day. The martial arts training was even tougher. Already unable to defeat the two girls who had both advanced to the second level of martial mastery, Azura struggled even more in defense. However, the girls didn't give up on sparring with him because of his weakness. Instead, they found great joy and enthusiasm in it, enjoying every moment. In such sparring sessions, Azura advanced to the first level of martial mastery in less than a month, much to the girls' delight, who happily renewed their sparring membership. Naturally, the renewal process was quite brutal, as a now more capable Azura ended up being pummeled by the combined might of the two. Time flew by, and as the third month of the new students at the academy was about to end, the school assessment was looming. Some students were joyful, others anxious, some hoped to astonish everyone with their performance in the assessments, and some even aspired to compete for the title of Rookie King. In a training area designated for newcomers at the academy, two figures were fiercely dueling. Gaining the upper hand was a fiery red-haired girl named Magina, who was launching a full-force attack on the black-haired boy in front of her. This boy, known as the oddity Ashura of the academy, was famous among the freshmen for habitually sparring with two beautiful girls at the training ground. Despite being beaten badly each time, he returned every day with undiminished enthusiasm. Many thought the sorcerer endured the beatings just to get close to the girls, unaware of the deeply unfair 100-point pact between them. Ashura's mage robe, part of his school uniform, was tattered from the sparring sessions. A new robe would cost him 100 points, and the boy was too frugal to replace it given how hard he had to work for those points. Truly a tearful tale. As their skills improved, their clashes became more spectacular and evenly matched. With each session, Ashura was getting hit less. Magina, on the other hand, grew increasingly alarmed by his progression. Although she still outclassed him slightly in rank, their bouts had become intense exchanges of blows, and she couldn't defeat him without giving her all. She had secretly observed Ashura's sparring sessions with another girl, Lanyu, and noticed that Lanyu also struggled to maintain her usual composure and speed against him. However, both girls refrained from using their family's powerful martial techniques, which they couldn't fully control without causing serious harm. During their first encounter of the month, Ashura had surprised Magina with a peculiar punching technique aimed at her chest, which she blocked with her arm, accompanied by a thunderous noise. The inner force of the punch left a faint purple bruise on her left breast. The following day, she sought out Lanyu to continue her training with Ashura, anticipating the outcome. As expected, Ashura had a hard time even walking the next day, much to Lanyu's dissatisfaction. Over these 3 months of rigorous training, Ashura's martial prowess had significantly improved. He was now on the verge of reaching the second level of the martial master stage, mastering his thunderclap fist to produce a double internal force strike. Yet he had not revealed his advanced technique to the girls, saving it as a surprise for when he ascended to the next rank. Not letting 3 months of beatings go to waste, Ashura had even adapted the thunderclap fist technique to the dual swords given by his elder brother before he left home. Even though he had no formal training in dual sword skills, his clever adaptation remarkably enhanced the power of his strikes. Moreover, Ashura's magical abilities had also impressively progressed. He meditated daily until dawn without fail, now reaching the 3rd level of earth magic. However, he still had a way to go to meet the magician rank required for his assessment, but the young man was brimming with confidence. He believed he could pass the assessment since he had already attained the rank of a true martial artist. Just like that, the assessment for new students 3 months after their enrollment was fast approaching. All the freshmen were adjusting themselves to be in their best condition to face this important test. One morning, the freshmen of St. Gabain Academy got up early as today marked their first assessment since enrollment. These prodigies were all full of confidence, having prepared for a long time for this day. Ashura also got up early and, as usual, went to the cafeteria to bring back breakfast for his 3 roommates. The 4 got along very well in the dormitory. Particularly, they had concocted the top 10 beauties of the newcomers at the academy list, complete with semi-true gossip news. And the information cards they sold had earned them over 1,000 points. This made the 4 brothers extremely excited, and their leader, Jean Zay, decided that they should split the points equally. Ashura, feeling a bit embarrassed since he felt he hadn't done much, tried to do whatever he could to give back to the group. After breakfast, the 3 encouraged each other before heading to their respective classes to wait for the assessment, while the youngest, Angelo, didn't need to take the test and always got up late. When Ashura entered class 13 of the Magic Academy, almost all the classmates had arrived. Everyone largely ignored the black-haired boy since he frequently skipped classes. Rumor had it that he was even pursuing a girl to practice martial arts, which made these self-proclaimed noble magicians look down on him even more. Moreover, there were rumors about his low magic level. The only ones who were somewhat friendly to him were the silver-haired girl Clara and the chubby Naue, Ashura's few friends at the Magic Academy. Clara's closeness may have stemmed from their joint entry into the academy, while Naue, who was also struggling academically, felt a kinship with Ashura, thinking he was a fellow underachiever. Naue's greatest passion was eating, spending all his points on the 2nd floor of the academy's cafeteria indulging in gourmet food. Ashura had also been to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria and was secretly astounded by the expensive food priced in points, unwilling to spend his hard-earned points on satisfying his palate. Everyone was quietly discussing the upcoming assessment. Clara turned and whispered, "The assessment is today, do you think you can handle it?" Ashura, leaning back lazily in his chair, replied nonchalantly, "A man can't just say he can't handle it, right?" Clara rolled her eyes at him, already accustomed to his cavalier attitude. Despite his somewhat lax demeanor, Clara enjoyed talking with Ashura. He didn't try to present himself as flawless in front of her like other boys who tried everything to win her favor and approached her with ulterior motives. Especially annoying was a new card from the academy listing the top 10 beauties, which included some of her habits and preferences, attracting a swarm of boys around her like flies, much to her annoyance. If she knew that her hobbies and interests were being spread by the mischievous boy beside her, I wonder if she would still feel any affection towards him. At that moment, Naue in the front row turned his head to Ashura and said, "Ashura, after the assessment let's go to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria and spend all your points before you get kicked out of the academy. Don't waste them." Hearing this, Ashura grabbed the notebook on the desk, intending to throw it at Naue's head, but Clara gave him a sharp look. He immediately sheepishly put the notebook back on the desk. Inside that notebook were the daily notes Clara made for him and records of their chats. If he dared to throw it, Clara, a level 2 mage, would immediately cast a lightning bolt on him. Yes, the prodigious Clara had already advanced to level 2 mage early on. The class representative, Kyle, had also recently advanced to level 2 mage, which made him believe he was the destined partner for a goddess like her. Ashura glared at the plump Nawe and said irritably, "Watch your mouth, worry about yourself first." Upon hearing this, Nawe shrunk his neck. Although he was a level 1 mage, he had not seriously learned his magical skills. His basic lightning magic was sometimes effective and sometimes not. He worried about failing the test with the magic dummies, wondering if he should use that secret family magic skill. As Nawe was lost in his thoughts, the beautiful class teacher Ilarat entered the classroom dressed very formally today. With a serious and expectant look, she addressed the 14 magic students. Class 13, follow me to the magic testing arena for your assessment. After she spoke, all the students stood up with a solemn demeanor and followed instructor Ilara to the magic testing arena. The magic testing arena was a large semicircular space, brightly lit with sunlight streaming in through the open roof. As they entered, the students from class 12 were just finishing their assessments, with some looking dejected and clearly having failed. Some girls were even crying, which made the students of class 13 even more nervous. Seeing the reaction of her students, instructor Ilara encouraged them, "Relax everyone, you, as lightning mages, have the highest damage potential among all mage types, making it easier to pass the dummy tests. I know each of your strengths. I believe you all can successfully pass." Energized by her words, and after 3 months of interaction, instructor Ilara was not only beautiful and good at teaching but also highly ethical and beloved by the students. Her classes were the most attended by auditors. No wonder so many male teachers pursued her. At that moment, instructor Ilara's gaze fell on the tall figure of Ashura in the back. 3 months of martial training had made Ashura's physique even more robust and towering, standing out among the mages. His tattered mage robe stretched tightly over his muscles. She often paid attention to this particular student, always striving to help him catch up with the class's progress. However, Ashura was a highly opinionated young man and merely smiled in response to her tutoring suggestions, continuing to do things his way. She even personally used her own points to get him a new magic robe uniform, which he politely declined. Frustrated, she wondered what more she could do as the class teacher. On the day of the assessment, all she could offer was an encouraging look, to which Ashura responded with a slight smirk. It was then time for class 13 of magic to begin their assessment. In the center of the arena stood a man-sized, pure white test dummy made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade, covered in blue magical runes. A few steps away, on a raised platform, sat 3 magic instructors, one presiding, one recording, and one judging the results, particularly the middle judge, with a hawk-like nose, looked like a tough character who was difficult to please. The presiding male instructor stood up and announced loudly, "We will now begin the first magic assessment. The method is simple. If you can inflict damage on the test dummy, you will be deemed to have passed. The dummy will change color when hit effectively. Any change in color means a successful pass. Of course, only those above a certain level of magic and with proficient skills can cause damage. I believe everyone has prepared well during these 3 months. Without further ado, I declare the magic assessment for class 13 is now underway." Following his command, the students of class 13, called by name, stepped forward to test their skills. Each student unleashed their best magical abilities on the test dummy, some even drawing out family-given magic wands to enhance their magic damage, which was allowed by the academy as equipment was considered part of one's strength. Lightning magic, known for its high damage, turned the dummy blue and then back to normal as the first few students summoned their bolts. The hawk-nosed instructor on the platform approved each student in turn. When it was the class representative Kyle's turn, he adjusted his flowing hair and pulled out a luxurious magic wand from his storage ring, topped with a lightning core the size of a pigeon's egg, a clear sign of his wealthy background. Kyle basked in the envious gazes of his classmates and looked towards Clara, hoping to see admiration in the class president's expression. However, Clara watched him emotionlessly, slightly frowning as if displeased by his ostentatious preparation delaying the exam. Disheartened yet determined, Kyle believed only he was worthy of his heart's desire. He began chanting a spell, channeling the power of his magic wand, and unleashed a 3-finger-wide bolt of lightning at the test dummy. The dummy emitted a red glow from the impact but quickly returned to normal. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The first student in their class to turn the dummy red was none other than the class representative, indeed a formidable talent. Kale was also quite pleased with his performance. He turned his head to look at the girl of his dreams, eagerly anticipating her reaction to his display. However, to his dismay, Clara didn't even glance his way, instead whispering and giggling with the dark-haired boy beside her. This infuriated Kale. What was so great about that dark-haired boy named Ashura? Rumors had it that he was weak and he was always seen hanging around with two girls from the martial class. How could Clara be friends with such a scoundrel? Jealousy burned in Kale's heart. But then the leading instructor announced, "Kale has passed the assessment. Next up, Clara." Upon hearing her name, Clara immediately stopped her whispering, playfully stuck out her tongue, and ran to the field. The young girl, with her vibrant, youthful beauty, immediately captured the attention of the entire class. Their class leader was among the top 10 beauties recognized by the freshmen at the academy. Having such a beauty as a class leader was truly a feast for the eyes. As soon as the silver-haired girl Clara took the stage, she seriously looked at the test dummy in the center. With no unnecessary movements, she merely chanted a magic spell while pressing down with the index finger of her right hand towards the dummy. A bolt of lightning thick as a fist then struck from the sky, hitting the dummy so powerfully that it glowed red for a full 3 seconds before returning to its original white. Everyone watched this scene in amazement. This silver-haired girl truly possessed both beauty and strength. Her casual lightning magic was much more powerful than the lightning Kale had produced with his wand. Kale's face alternated between green and white with envy, but when he considered that it was natural for his goddess to be stronger than him, he felt somewhat relieved. The hawk-nosed instructor on the high platform also nodded with a smile of approval, after learning she had passed. Clara slightly bowed, then bounced back to continue whispering with the dark-haired boy. Seeing this, Kale felt as if the lightning had struck him instead, his heart aching painfully. Next up, Naui, the lead instructor continued. The slightly chubby Naui walked to the center of the field with a nervous look, holding a magic wand that was not particularly fancy. However, the hawk-nosed instructor judging the assessment widened his eyes in surprise. After Naui chanted his magic spell and waved his wand, a bolt of lightning as thick as 3 fingers struck towards the dummy but missed its mark. The lightning merely grazed the dummy's shoulder and hit the ground beside its feet, emitting only a faint blue light. The audience burst into laughter at the sight. Naui, embarrassed, hurriedly continued to cast lightning spells at the dummy, but the more frantic he became, the more chaotic his spells were. His lack of serious study in magic was evident as his summoned lightning struck all around the dummy. The laughter from the crowd grew louder. Naui's magical energy was rapidly depleting. And continuing like this, he would surely be judged as failing. The instructors on the high platform also frowned slightly. Just as Naui panicked, a loud voice shouted, "Calm down, stay focused, imagine that dummy is your favorite dish." Naui's heart trembled slightly when he heard the voice, knowing who it belonged to, and he glanced back gratefully. Then he turned his head back to the test dummy and smacked his lips. Suddenly, Naui closed his eyes and concentrated, chanting a stirring magical incantation under his breath. Slowly, he lifted his hands above his head. As he progressed through the magic spell, a circular ring of lightning appeared above Naui's head. There he stood, holding the ring of lightning aloft in the center of the testing ground. As the last syllable of the incantation was uttered, Naui suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Thunder circle slash," hurling the ring of lightning in his hands towards the test dummy. With a loud boom, the lightning ring sped towards the dummy, seemingly slicing it open upon impact, embedding itself into the chest of the dummy. A blinding red light immediately emerged on the dummy, seemingly stronger than the red light caused by Clara's lightning earlier. After a few seconds, both the ring of lightning and the red glow vanished together. The fellow trainees stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to believe that such damage had been inflicted by the gluttonous Naui, who now supported himself on his knees, gasping for air, clearly exhausted by the magical effort. On the high platform, the hook-nosed instructor appeared unsurprised, nodding at the display of the Yeha Nara family's hereditary magic skill, Thunder Circle slash, known for its dominance, yet he remarked lightly that the lad was still too inexperienced to unleash its full power. He then declared, "Trainee Naui has passed the assessment." This announcement snapped the trainees out of their shock, leaving them to wonder about the magic skill. Those with family backgrounds might guess it was a hereditary magic skill, though they couldn't pin down which prominent family it belonged to. Of course, Clara recognized the magic skill, as nobles often know more about each other than commoners might imagine. She was momentarily pleased for Naui's success. As for that mysterious magic skill, she had her own, just not necessary to use in such a minor scene. Elated, Nawe danced and planned what delicious food he would eat in the cafeteria to celebrate, then dashed back to his class team. His classmates looked at him with newfound respect. He immediately gave Ashura a big bear hug, causing Ashura to roll his eyes, while Clara chuckled quietly beside them. Nawe then started asking Ashura if his familial magic skill looked cool and dominant. Before Ashura could respond with a sarcastic remark, the host instructor on the high platform called out, "Next candidate, Ashura." The classmates' attention swiftly turned towards him. Ashura calmly adjusted his tattered magic robe and walked confidently to the center of the arena, stopping 10 steps away from the dummy. He then reached into his spatial belt and pulled out something that flashed white. Everyone thought it was a magic wand, but to their surprise it turned out to be a pair of twin blades. Ashura held a knife in each hand, giving them a twirl to create a flourish of blades. He then struck a pose similar to the thunder fist technique, ready to attack. Everyone gazed at Ashura in utter confusion. What kind of magical skill requires the use of dual blades, and why such an odd stance? Not only were the students baffled, but the instructors on the high platform were equally perplexed, sporting question marks above their heads. Just then Ashura let out a fierce shout and swiftly charged toward the test dummy. In the blink of an eye he was upon it. The young man swung his dual blades in a cross, slicing towards the dummy's throat, and with a muffled thud the dummy's head soared into the air. It rolled on the ground for quite a distance before coming to a halt. Ashura remained in his finishing pose with his swords pointed backward and his body leaning forward. He looked up in confusion at the dummy. Wasn't it supposed to change color upon taking damage? Why hadn't the dummy changed color even though its head had been chopped off, with only its blue magical runes disappearing? The scene remained eerily quiet. Ashura glanced at the stunned instructors on the platform and his equally dumbfounded fellow students. Wasn't anyone going to tell him if the dummy had changed color or not? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the instructor with the hawk-like nose was the first to recover. Trembling, he muttered, "Student Ashura, for intentionally damaging the test dummy you are penalized 1,000 academy points." What? Ashura couldn't believe his ears. Since joining the academy he had never spent a single point, always saving them for his training. He had accumulated just over 800 points, and now this hawk-nosed man wanted to fine him 1,000. Ashura immediately retorted, "On what grounds, instructor? If the test dummy is so fragile, what can I do about it? Didn't the dean say whether one is a magician or a martial artist, as long as you deal effective damage to the dummy and it changes color you pass? Is the dean's word not valid anymore? Or did you change the rules here on the spot?" His accusation made the hawk-nosed instructor slam his hand on the table and shout, "Impudent! The dummies used in the Magical Academy's test are resistant to magic, not physical damage. You've broken the dummy and you still think you're in the right?" Ashura sheepishly replied, "But instructor, I didn't know the dummies were categorized by attributes, and the academy didn't clarify beforehand." Before he could finish his defense, the instructor, enraged, cut him off. "In my over 40 years at the Magical Academy, I have never seen a magician student chop up a test dummy with swords, and you blame the academy for not explaining beforehand? You, get out." Seeing that the instructor was truly furious, Ashura didn't dare to argue any further, but he still asked, "Instructor, did I pass then? The blue magical runes on the dummy are gone, doesn't that count as a change of color in passing?" The instructor looked at the black-haired boy incredulously, his forehead veins throbbing with anger, and then he barked, "Pass. You wish," he said sharply, motioning for me to leave. "As for your punishment, I'll decide after reporting to the academy." Ashura's heart sank. If word of this got out to the academy, he was doomed. There would be no passing the evaluation and he'd likely be expelled. Before he could voice an objection, a pleasant voice rang out from behind him. "I object." Ashura turned to see his homeroom teacher, Instructor Ilara, speaking up for him. Instructor Ilara, with a look of urgency, quickly approached Ashura and addressed the teachers on the high platform. "Instructor Kid, I believe my student has done nothing wrong. Indeed, we failed to clarify that the test dummies do not resist physical attacks. My student Ashura is an excellent dual-discipline student of magic and martial arts. He intended to pass the assessment through his martial skills and he certainly possesses the strength to do so. However, due to our oversight that led to this misunderstanding, I, as his homeroom teacher, share the responsibility. I am willing to compensate for the damage to the academy's test dummy on his behalf, but please do not expel my student from the testing ground. That would be unfair to him. I also hope that Instructor Kid will give him another chance." Ilara spoke firmly and without subservience. The hawk-nosed Instructor Kid, a veteran at the Magic Academy, didn't need to give face to Instructor Ilara, but he couldn't ignore the reputation of her grandfather, the great Mage Avi. After pondering for a moment, the hawk-nosed instructor kid said, "We'll do as you suggest, handle the compensation amongst yourselves, but I won't pass him in my evaluation. I only have new magic test dummies here, no dummies for martial skills. Let him inquire at the Martial Arts Academy. I can't allow him to pass the test here." He was about to call the next student's name when he was interrupted. Hearing this, not only was Instructor Ilara disheartened, but Clara and Nawe were also unwilling to accept this outcome. However, as the chief examiner, Instructor Kid had already made concessions, they had no better alternatives. Just as everyone was anxiously worrying in silence, Ashura suddenly shouted, "Wait, Instructor Kid. If I accept the penalty and we move past this incident, and if I can use magic to change the color of the test dummy, would that still count as passing the evaluation?" Clara's eyes lit up at Ashura's suggestion, but her hope quickly faded, knowing that her current magical strength at only the 3rd level of Earth magic wouldn't be enough to effectively damage the test dummy unless she had a powerful family magic skill like Nawe. Instructor Kid looked down at the black-haired boy who remained composed even in dire straits and felt a silent admiration, but as the chief examiner he had to ensure the fairness of the evaluation. He nodded slightly in agreement, then took out a new dummy from his spatial ring and placed it in front of the high platform. "Then I will give you another chance," he declared. "Prove to me right here that you have the ability to pass the evaluation. I have yet to see a student who is equally skilled in both magic and martial arts." Before Mentorella could say more, Ashura tugged at her sleeve, then the young man flashed a warm smile and said, "Thank you, Mentorella, you really stood by my side." "Leave the rest to me." Mentorella was bewildered by Ashura's words, suddenly recalling the conversation they had in her office 2 months ago. The young man's request, she hadn't thought of that at the moment, acting purely out of a teacher's instinct to protect her student. Seeing Ashura standing confidently before her, Mentorella suddenly felt that this boy, 6 years her junior, seemed so composed and formidable, as if he could handle anything on his own. She then blushed and quietly cursed herself, took one last look at the young man's retreating figure and slowly moved back to the end of the line. Ashura, facing the very same test dummy as before, had his mind racing faster than ever. Things had gone beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated the dummy having resistance to magic and martial arts. How was he to pass this test under the watchful eyes of everyone? Ashura knew that using the same lightning technique as his classmates would likely result in failure. Breaking through this situation became his greatest challenge. Then a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the magic skill used by the chubby Nai, who had mentioned it was a family heritage skill. Ashura thought of his own unique lightning magic skill created before he came to the academy, a skill that once blew up his grandfather's alchemy furnace. Since then Ashura hadn't used that magic skill because he was slightly unable to control the lightning orb it produced. He had secretly named the self-invented magic skill Dynamic Light Wave, acknowledging its formidable power. Result, he thought, it's all or nothing now. Ashura then raised his right hand palm facing the test dummy and began to manipulate the lightning magic elements within his body, letting them course through his meridians. The lightning elements, like a snowball gaining size and momentum, surged uncontrollably within him. Just as Ashura was on the brink of losing control, he shouted, "Behold my ultimate move, Dynamic Light Wave!" Suddenly a lightning orb the size of an apple shot out from the palm of his hand. It wobbled uncertainly as it flew toward the test dummy. After releasing the Dynamic Light Wave, Ashura instantly felt dizzy and weak, as if the lightning orb had drained not only the magical elements from his body but also a substantial amount of his spiritual energy. Without time to ponder the details, he looked up at the still trembling Dynamic Light Wave, his pupils dilating in shock. He remembered that 9 months ago, when he blew up his grandfather's alchemy furnace, the Dynamic Light Wave was only the size of a grape. Now, it had grown to the size of an apple. Its fluctuating size clearly indicated its extreme instability. Ashura exclaimed in panic, "Crap, crap, crap," as he swiftly backed away, retreating to his place in the line, only to see the puzzled looks from his classmates Clara and Mentorella. Without a second thought, he grabbed one person with each hand and started retreating. As he moved back, he yelled, "Classmates, move back, get down." The students around looked puzzled at this odd figure who was shouting and dragging both the tutor and Clara backwards. No one understood the thunder magic he had used earlier, and even less so his current actions. Only the chubby Nawe hesitated little before running back a few steps. Before Ashura could get down, a Dynamic Light Wave instantly collided with the test dummy. A loud boom resonated, and from the dummy as the center, lightning spread out over a radius of about 10 meters, filling the area with electric discharges. Beyond this zone, a massive shockwave erupted. The magic platform where the tutor stood was directly engulfed by the lightning zone. Teacher Kid's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, unable to believe that such destructive magical power was unleashed by a freshman. Fortunately, his strength was substantial and he quickly cast a magical shield in front of the stands to block the advancement of the lightning. The students of class 13 below weren't so lucky, although fortunately they were relatively far away and only affected by the shockwave of the thunderstorm. One by one they were blown away. Even the heavy Naue was tossed several times by the shockwave. Ashura, leading the dizzy girls, ran the farthest back only to feel a force pushing him from behind, stumbling a few steps forward. Turning around, Ashura wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with a lingering fear. The two girls beside him were still dazed. Naue was the first to laboriously get up, yelling in pain, followed by the other students slowly rising, each groaning in pain. The frail bodies of the magicians couldn't withstand such a fall. When they got up, everyone was stunned to see that all their classmates looked as if they had been struck by lightning, with singed hair and clothes all disheveled. Kale, who was at the forefront, had only his eyes and teeth still white, his golden hair turned dark and messy, still emitting wisps of smoke. He was still dazed, staring blankly around him. A few girls pulled out their makeup mirrors and almost fainted at the sight of their ruined makeup, tearfully staring at Ashura, the instigator. One girl even pulled out her magic wand, ready to use Ashura as a practice dummy. Ashura immediately panicked and shouted, "Calm down. It's all a misunderstanding." Shima put the wand down. The two girls by his side also quickly calmed everyone down. Fortunately, it seemed that no one was seriously hurt, but their appearances were greatly damaged and they would need a good bath and clean up when they got back. Just as the students were noisily blaming Ashura, a commanding shout came from the stand's silence. Everyone stopped and turned their attention to the hawk-nosed Tutor Kid on the high platform. Tutor Kid, his mustache bristling and eyes bulging with anger, pinched the bridge of his nose. Although furious, he was internally astonished at the magical skills displayed by this troublesome student, not recognizing the family-specific magic skills from any known family. He estimated that the youth probably didn't possess the strength of even a basic magician, otherwise he wouldn't have considered using martial skills to clear the stage or deploying such mysterious magical abilities. The power unleashed by the magic skill, derived from a third-tier magic earth strength, shockingly reached the impact of a grand magician's full-force strike. Facing the magical onslaught in the storm zone, yet not at the center of the tempest, he wondered if the core might reach the power level of a magical guide. This thought terrified him internally. Although the magic skill required a long preparation time, was slow to execute, and had a slow attack speed, making it unsuitable for combat magic, its sheer power was undeniably stunning. An opponent of the same level, unaware of the magic's intricacies, would surely need a dire fate. Thinking this, Instructor Kid looked towards the center of the storm at the test dummy, which had now turned completely charred, emitting faint blue smoke, its blue magical runes dimmed and lifeless. Seeing this, Kid's heart remained unsettled for a long time. The scene then returned to an eerie silence, and the students calmed down, knowing they weren't seriously injured, just sore from the shockwave. At this point they looked at each other, seeing the disheveled states they were in, and couldn't help but want to laugh, yet the solemnity of the situation made them suppress their chuckles. Just when Ashura couldn't help but ask again if he had passed the test, they heard the nasally voice of Instructor Kid, tinged with irritation yet helplessness, declare, "Student Ashura, you have passed the assessment." No sooner had he spoken than he pulled out a new test dummy from his spatial ring and placed it in the center of the arena. As soon as the words were out, Ashura jumped up excitedly. The boulder that had been pressing on his heart for 3 months was finally lifted, and he, forgetting himself, gave a big hug to the two people next to him to share his joy. After hugging, he realized he had just embraced Instructor Ayla and Clara. Instructor Ayla took it well, merely blushing and smiling at him, genuinely happy for his success. The young Clara, however, blushed as red as a ripe apple, shyly stomping her foot and waving her little fist before running off to join the other female students. The youthful and beautiful Clara, standing next to several disheveled female students, appeared even more strikingly beautiful. Ashura, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and then seriously said to Instructor Ayla, "Thank you, Instructor Ayla, for the opportunity you fought for me. Can I pay off the points for the test dummy in installments? I only have just over 800 points now. I'll transfer them to you and pay off the rest gradually." Instructor Ayla, looking at the black-haired youth in front of her, felt far from calm inside, as this was the first time a male student had hugged her. Of course, she knew he had no ill intentions and was also happy for her student's success in the examination. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Ashura. Passing the assessment was all due to your own effort. I'm happy to see you progress so quickly. You don't need to pay back the points. Consider it a reward for your improvement. And since you've passed, the academy will open up facilities like the Magic Martial Hall and the training room, which require points to enhance training. You should save your points to boost your strength for the next assessment." Upon hearing this, Ashura was pleased, yet he insisted, "I can't mentor, I must return the points. I know even though you are a mentor you need academy points for cultivation just like us. Here's what we'll do. I'll owe you 1,000 points for now and I'll pay you back when I can earn more by taking on missions in the future. Let's make a pinky promise," he said, extending his little finger towards Mentor Ella. Mentor Ella, seeing the childlike solemnity of the promise, couldn't help but feel her youthful heart flutter. Although she was a mentor, she was only a girl 6 years senior to the freshman. She extended her little finger and hooked it with Ashura's, pressing their thumbs together as well. With a smile as bright as flowers, she said, "Pinky promise and no changes for 100 years. After making the promise, Mentor Ella laughed and went ahead to observe the remaining 2 students in their assessment. Several male students around looked at Ashura with shock and envy. Did this kid just hug Mentor Ella and even touch her hand? And not just that, did he also hug our goddess Clara? Ashura paid no mind to the gazes from the other boys. He was about to sniff his fingers but thought better of it, feeling it a bit sleazy. Just as he was contemplating not washing his hands for a few days, a voice came from beside him. "Ashura, you prioritize beauty over friendship." Surprised, Ashura turned to see his plump friend Nai looking displeased. Ashura retorted, "Good relationships aside, stop slandering me or I'll sue you." Nai, more irritated, said, "Slander? Right before that thing exploded, why didn't you run with me? I was closest to you, yet you grabbed Mentor Ella and Clara and ran back. Isn't it true?" Ashura, embarrassed as described by Nai, couldn't admit it. He quickly argued, "I couldn't pull you. With your size you weigh more than both of them combined. How could I run with you? Besides, didn't I warn you? And you were fine, weren't you?" As Nai was about to counter, Ashura quickly waved him off. "Enough, Nai. Remember who cheered you on during your assessment. If it wasn't for me calming your nerves you would have been out of the running by now. Let's just call it even. You don't owe me anything." Nai was speechless, unable to outwit the quick-thinking, sharp-tongued Ashura. But he was shocked to hear Ashura had accumulated over 800 points. Students usually received only 100 points per month and most had around 300 after 3 months. Ashura's 800-plus points included not just his own but also 3 months' earnings as a sparring partner and his share from creating sensational news in the dorms about the campus goddess. Noe had intended to cajole Ashura into treating him to a meal at the cafeteria's second floor with those points for some gourmet food. Anyway, he had over 800 points, but who knew that a few words from Ashura would retort and greatly annoy the fatty. In the end, the last 2 test students also passed the assessment without any danger. This made the class teacher of Class 13, Instructor Ayla, very happy. Although her class had few students, all of them passed, which made Ayla, who had just become an instructor, feel exceptionally wonderful. The students of Class 13 were also very happy, but when they walked out of the testing area and encountered the students from Magic Class 14 coming towards them, they couldn't even lift their heads in the face of the unaware Class 14 students who pointed and commented on their appearance. They cursed Ashura in their hearts for being such a disaster. The students of Class 14, seeing the miserable state of Class 13 were even more frightened, wondering what kind of assessment they would face inside. Wasn't it supposed to be hitting dummies? How did it all turn into this mess? A girl with a slightly lesser courage even started crying out of fear. After the morning assessment, there were no classes and the students had free time. Ashura rushed to the dormitory, his mood really good. He finally felt like a true student of St. Gorban. When he opened the dormitory door, the other 3 roommates were all waiting for him in the living room. Seeing him enter, they all stood up and looked at him. Nobody spoke. Ashura looked at his 3 brothers, grinned and said, "Passed." The cheers of the 4 seemed almost to lift the roof of the dormitory as they hugged and congratulated each other. Kins and Arthur had finished their tests earlier and both had passed smoothly. Kins was now at the level of a first-tier magician. Although Ashura had never asked which family Kins came from, the grace with which he carried himself was definitely not something that could be fostered by an ordinary family. However, Kins had a hobby of seeing business opportunities everywhere and his eyes lit up whenever he saw something valuable. He made a good profit selling fancy little cards. Arthur had reached the strength of a second-tier martial artist even earlier. Azura had sparred with him at his insistence and found his martial arts foundation very solid and of high quality. However, in Azura's eyes, it felt too righteous, as if taught by a very strict and traditional teacher. Azura shared his views on Arthur's martial skills with him. The cool young man remained silent for a long time before nodding in agreement. He had been taught traditional martial arts techniques since he was young and had very little actual combat experience. His sparring partners also followed a righteous style, stopping at the slightest touch. He expressed his desire to learn more from Azura in the future, especially Azura's endless sneaky tactics and tricky moves, which Azura found quite annoying. Angelo, the youngest, had a more relaxed curriculum, studying forging without any assessments at the academy, and no one knew his actual strength. His daily schedule was the most relaxed, waking up the latest and returning to the dormitory the latest. His biggest hobby was collecting interesting campus news, sharing it with the other three, and together with the eldest editing and publishing juicy news about campus beauties to earn points. Among the four brothers, aside from Angelo, who inadvertently revealed that his family specialized in artifact crafting, the other three did not specifically inquire about each other's family powers. Perhaps one day they might share their stories with each other, or perhaps they feared that revealing them would let their family's power taint their pure friendship. However, that very afternoon Angelo rushed back, knocking on the doors of the other three, gathering them in the living room downstairs. He shared a flurry of rumors swirling around the campus. One of the main subjects of these rumors was Azura, the third brother. This assessment had brought forth several major pieces of news. For instance, Monroe from the martial arts class 3 wielding dual swords had reached the level of a third-tier martial artist, his sword splitting the test dummy and turning it purple, a shock to the entire academy. Also, Decler from magic class 6 reached the third tier of magicians, his explosive fire magic blasting the test dummy into purple hues, making him the only magician in the Magic Academy to achieve such a feat. Hearing this, Azura smirked. He believed that Clara could also turn the test dummy purple. He himself had blasted the dummy into black and smoking shards, he exclaimed. Angelo also revealed that over 100 freshmen had signed up for the Academy's Freshman King competition, including their own second brother, who they promised to support. Angelo continued, one of the top 10 campus beauties from Magic Class 9, the water magician Gelati, failed her assessment and was to be expelled from the academy. Rumor had it that her pursuit of the martial arts freshman Monroe had distracted her from her training, compounded by the inherently weaker offensive power of water magic. It was said that over 30 of her admirers had knelt in front of the dean's office, pleading for her case. Azura, who had been enjoying the gossip, was taken aback when Angelo suddenly shifted the topic to him. The craziest rumor is about you, third brother. They say you beheaded the test dummy with your dual blades in the magic test arena, then caused a huge explosion that injured your classmates, and it was only because the instructor Ella pleaded on your behalf that you passed. The most outrageous part is, they say you harassed the beautiful instructor Ella with a kiss. Now about 30 young male instructors want to duel with you. Are you really that awesome? Azura was stunned. Who spread these ridiculous rumors? He had faced adversity with a heroic turnaround, fearlessly challenging authority and securing a victory against the odds, a tale worth singing about. How did it turn into him acting like a foolish thug? And he hadn't even kissed instructor Ella. It was just an uncontrollable embrace, and if he had actually kissed her he could understand the uproar, but this was unwarranted trouble from over 30 male instructors. Azura grew angrier the more he thought about it, yet the other three looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Suddenly Angelo tactfully added, third brother, now the whole academy calls you the first wonder of St. Go. Hearing the academy label him a wonder instantly shattered Azura's composure. He pulled out his dual blades from his space belt, ready to confront whoever spread these lies, but his leaders Kenzo and Arthur immediately held him back, urging him not to act rashly. Angelo's light remark, just be careful not to run into those male instructors looking for you when you go out, calmed Azura down, and he silently went upstairs, returning to his room. Azura was quite generous at heart. As long as the rule prohibiting random brawls within the academy remained, he would be safe. The young man reflected on the day's tumultuous assessment, pondering over his gains and losses. Azura realized that he had been lucky to pass today's test, since he had intended to cheat his way through. He hadn't expected so many surprises. He knew the power of the dynamic light wave was formidable, but also that the magic skill was too slow to deploy and enemies wouldn't just stand still like dolls waiting to be hit. He had always wanted to find a balanced approach, a method that would allow him to excel in both magic and martial arts. Currently, his training pace wasn't slow, but it was still far behind the top students in the academy. He wondered if he should give up one for the other, focusing solely on martial skills or magic to possibly speed up his training. With his lifelong experiences and his family's influence, no one could offer him sound advice. He didn't know if there were any strong practitioners in the academy who had successfully mastered both magic and martial arts. Maybe he should search for answers in the library. He had secrets that were extraordinary. Perhaps he could only find the answers himself. Azura thought for a while and then stopped, realizing it was better to seize the moment rather than indulge in wild thoughts. He resumed his meditation on magic. His depleted spiritual power was replenishing, and a loud laugh echoed in the dormitory at dawn, marking his advancement to the first rank of magicians. The next morning, humming a tune, Azura went to the training field to practice his martial skills, delighted by his breakthrough in magic levels. He was supposed to attend class with the warrior class 8 today, and of course he was also supposed to be Magina's sparring partner. Magina arrived earlier than usual today, and Lanyu from class 7 had also finished his morning training early and arrived at the training field. When they saw Azura's carefree appearance at the entrance of the training field, both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening with smiles. Azura sauntered over to class 8's lineup, and Magina, who was about his height, stepped forward and teased, "I didn't think you'd pass the academy's test. I thought my 50 points were wasted." Azura's mood soured instantly, thinking to himself, "You little minx, just wait till I level up, then I'll show you." With that thought, he gave Magina's perfectly developed chest a few fierce glances. Magina, feeling uncomfortable with his gaze, thought to herself that she would make him suffer in today's sparring session. But before the instructor could start the class, the arrival of a person caused an uproar among the students of class 8. A tall young man with short, steel needle-like hair and a handsome, resolute face, holding a bouquet of flowers, walked slowly towards them. The female students' eyes sparkled with stars, while the male students looked more self-conscious and intimidated. From the exclamations of the female students, Azura learned that this young man was Monroe from class 3, reputed to be the top new warrior. Seeing Monroe approaching with flowers, getting closer to Azura, a dreadful thought crossed Azura's mind, and his eyes gradually filled with fear. Fortunately, Monroe stopped beside him and tenderly handed the flowers to Magina standing next to him. Azura patted his chest, relieved. Monroe, with his magnetic voice, then said, "Magina, please accept my flowers and love. I hope to forever protect you with my twin swords." Azura shivered at his words, surprised by the top freshman Monroe's heavy taste for the fierce Magina. But when Azura looked at Magina, curious to see her response, Magina suddenly glanced at Azura. Then she coldly told Monroe, "I have my own sword and need no protection from you. Take your flowers and leave, or I won't be nice." Monroe, far from discouraged by her cold words, instead looked more determined and spiritedly said, "I will become the strongest among the freshmen, and once I win the title of newcomer king, I will stand before you again." With that, he turned and left with his flowers. The surrounding students buzzed with chatter, and Azura watched Monroe's retreating figure, marveling at such a straightforward man. Just then a chilling voice spoke from behind, "Why didn't you step in to stop him?" Startled, Azura turned to find Magina staring at him with a dark, ominous gaze. He quickly jumped back, exclaiming in fear, "What do you want? He was after you, why should I stop him?" Magina laughed at his reaction, which only made Azura more uneasy. Sensing the danger, he didn't hesitate and ran. As expected, the sparring started even before class began. Dragging his sore body towards the Magic Academy, Azura wondered why Magina would attack him just because someone pursued her. Why didn't she confront Monroe instead? It wasn't he who invited Monroe. As he grumbled and entered the Magic Academy, a voice called out, "Mr. Azura, please wait. Could you spare a moment to talk?" Following the voice, Azura saw a thin man with a large head and slightly graying temples, the silent male instructor from yesterday's assessment who had been keeping records. Recognizing him, Azura asked, "Instructor, what do you need from me?" The instructor approached and replied, "Mr. Azura, we met yesterday. I have a somewhat personal request. Let me introduce myself. I am Yuan De, the teacher of magical theory here at the Academy. I observed your entire assessment yesterday and was amazed by your dual practice of magic and martial arts, especially your final magical skill. I have a theory about dual practices, and I believe I could help you." Full of hope, Instructor Yuan looked at Azura, who however immediately refused, saying, "Sorry instructor, I do not need your guidance. Practicing both magic and martial arts is just something I find interesting at the moment. I might give up one of them in a few days." When Mentor Yuanda heard this, he quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I mean no harm. I have spent my entire life studying magical theories. I believe that magic and martial arts can be better combined to significantly enhance the strength of those who practice both. However, I've only been researching and have struggled to translate my findings into practical training results. Those students who practice both in our academy are rare and most of them do not progress evenly in both fields until I met you yesterday. I think you are the one I've been looking for, so I hope Azura you could spare some time to understand my research results. If successful, you could embark on a unique and powerful path." Azura was quite shocked upon hearing this. He now needed someone to guide him on the path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. However, he didn't immediately agree to this eccentric mentor's proposal. He wanted to find out more about Mentor Yuan, what kind of expert he was, and whether he could truly guide him on his cultivation journey. Azura walked into Magic Class 13, his soul seemingly elsewhere, though he hadn't promised anything to Mentor Yuanda. But if what Mentor Yuan said was true, it might lead him on a path, the path of the strong. Should he take the risk? Entering the classroom, Azura was unusually silent, his mind full of thoughts about dual cultivation. Clara, noticing the boy who usually entered the classroom either leering or flirting was unusually quiet today and poked him with her slender fingers. Azura looked up and said lightly, "Why are you touching me, Miss Men?" His words angered Clara, making her not want to bother with him anymore. Yet after a while curiosity got the better of her and she asked softly, "Hey, is something bothering you?" This time, Azura didn't look at her but just lay his head on the desk, his eyes unfocused as he said, "Tell me, if there were two paths, one might be risk-free but only leads to becoming a moderately strong warrior. The other path is completely unknown, and though its outcome is uncertain, if successful, it might lead to becoming one of those legendary figures immortalized in the Academy statues. Which path would you choose?" Clara was taken aback by such an unexpected and profound question from the boy, seemingly seeking her opinion. She didn't answer hastily but thought quietly for a moment and then said, "Haven't you already decided which path to choose? Why bother asking me?" After her words, Azura suddenly sat up straight, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Clara deeply and said, "You really understand me the best." He then spread his arms, intending to hug Clara. Clara initially panicked at his intense gaze, but seeing his mischievous smirk and open arms, she quickly recited a magic spell with a cold huff. Azura immediately jumped away, pretending nothing had happened, and went to tease the chubby Naue in the front. Clara's lips curled up in a smile. She hadn't really chanted any spell, just scared him off. But what if he had stubbornly hugged her just now? The young girl gently bit her lip, uncertain whether she felt more fear or regret. After returning to his seat, Azura pondered over the path he should take to become stronger. Once he had a plan, he decided to proceed in 2 steps. Simultaneously, first, he sent a message via his badge to his well-informed younger brother Angelo, asking him to gather detailed information about teacher Yuanda. Secondly, he planned to visit the newly opened Academy library in the afternoon to search for memoirs of powerful figures from previous Academy years or even from the continent, hoping to find someone who had experienced similar growth to guide his own path. In less than a class period, Angelo sent the information about teacher Yuanda to Ashura. Ashura read carefully, noting that Yuanda was a 57-year-old unmarried childless mage of the wood element with the rank of a Tier 3 great magician and a mid-level teacher at the academy. He taught magical theory, which was known to be dry and difficult to understand, resulting in few students attending his classes. Due to his distinctive appearance, students had nicknamed him Big Head Yuan. Despite the lack of attention to his 30-plus academic papers, his passion for magical theory research was undiminished. Even though a severe injury had halted any further advancement in his magical prowess, he had invested all his earnings from 30 years of teaching into his research without any vices or distractions. Ashura admired Angelo's intelligence-gathering skills and mulled over teacher Yuanda's capabilities. Being a Tier 3 great magician was something Ashura was confident he could achieve before graduating, especially since the younger teacher Ilara was already a powerful magus of the earth. In a place like the Academy where talent abounded and strength was revered, it was no surprise that a Tier 3 great magician like teacher Yuanda might not command much respect. It explained why during the new student tests he was only responsible for recording and didn't speak at all. However, Ashura soon began to appreciate teacher Yuanda, a man who, despite having no children or vices, devoted everything to the study of magical theory, deserved respect regardless of his achievements. Motivated by this new respect, Ashura quietly left the ongoing class. Clara made a face and took out her notebook to start taking notes for Ashura, walking silently to the door of a large classroom where he had learned. Teacher Yuanda was currently teaching. Ashura wanted to assess the teacher's lecturing skills, but as he craned his neck to peek through the door he was stunned. The vast classroom was almost empty except for 3 students who were sleeping at their desks, yet Teacher Yuanda was undeterred, earnestly delivering his meticulously prepared lecture. The snoring of the students was grating, but Yuanda continued to lecture and write on the board, seemingly eager to share his 30 years of magical insights with the world. Standing at the door, Ashura watched the scene in amazement. When Teacher Yuanda inadvertently turned his head and saw Ashura at the door, the teacher who had been animated just moments before suddenly let his arms drop in embarrassment. The two looked at each other silently, their gazes locked for a long time without a word. Suddenly a discordant voice broke the silence. "Hey Professor Yuan, why aren't you teaching? Last night's meditation was so exhausting, but your class is so comfortable to sleep through." The freshman, lacking any respect for the teacher, woke up students from 2 other classes. The 3 of them, laughing and talking, brushed past Ashura as if no one else was around and left the classroom. Professor Yuan looked at the young man, his lips muttering as if trying to explain something to himself, but no sound came out after a long while. Perhaps the young man no longer trusted him. Yet the steady sound of footsteps began, and Professor Yuan, surprised, looked up only to see the young man not saying or asking anything but firmly walking to the center of the first row and sitting down silently watching Professor Yuan. Professor Yuan was astounded for more than half a minute, his eyes growing brighter. Casually throwing the lesson plan he had prepared onto the lectern, he then continued loudly expounding the principles of magic. He was like a mad artist, passionately explaining his proudest creations to everyone, completely engrossed and filled with enthusiasm. Ashura, sitting below as the sole audience, just slightly furrowed his brow, intently listening to the slightly mad professor displaying his talent. As the bell for the end of the morning classes rang, the lesson came to an end. Professor Yuan was a bit sweaty and out of breath, having gotten a little too excited, but his eyes were fixed intently on the dark-haired young man as if waiting for his verdict. Ashura slowly stood up, looked into Professor Yuan's eyes and slowly said, "Professor Yuan, to be honest, I didn't understand 90% of what you just taught." Hearing this, Professor Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body couldn't stop trembling. "Is it still not working? Does no one still believe in me?" But the young man's next words were something he could hardly believe. The young man said softly, "But I really want to become stronger. I really do. Even if it means being a test subject for your research, I am willing to take that risk. Should I trust you, Professor Yuan?" Professor Yuan, excited, was still wide-mouthed, trying to say something, perhaps make a promise, but he said nothing and just lowered his head in despair. The young man, however, gave a slight smile and then solemnly said, "If you had just promised me strength, I would have walked away. But since you're also unsure, I'll give you a chance. It's also giving myself a chance. I have a magical problem that bothers me, a personal issue, also my secret. I'll reveal it to you, and if you can give me an answer, then I will accept your teachings and guidance. If you cannot give me an answer, then please keep this secret forever." Ashura, lost in thought, walked along the path leading to the library of the academy. He had just shared his magical secret with Professor Yuan, the same secret about his ability to meditate and endlessly absorb magical elements like an endless abyss. Teacher Yuanda was left utterly speechless on the spot, shocked beyond words. Soon after, he became as excited as a child with a new toy, seemingly having found a new research topic. He asked Ashura to demonstrate his meditation process and to unleash some thunder magic. Teacher Yuan asked a few questions and took notes, then solemnly promised to provide Ashura with answers as soon as possible. Ashura wasn't sure if it was right to reveal his deepest secrets to a mentor he had just met. He was no longer a naive youth. He knew that if Teacher Yuan betrayed him, endless troubles would find him. He might even be captured by madmen for study, but deep down he felt a closeness to that short, unattractive man. Combined with his actions, just like Ashura said, it was worth giving both him and himself a chance, a gamble. Having made up his mind, Ashura no longer hesitated and quickly walked to the library that had just been opened to the new students. Only those who passed the academy's 3-month assessment were eligible to enter this historic library. The Sankt Gabain Library was located to the east of the academy's famous war giant tree. Speaking of which, the war giant tree was truly magnificent, said to be several thousand years old and rumored to have sentience. Beneath the war giant tree, its trunk featured 4 hollows. The east side held the library, filled with a vast collection of books. The north side was the armory where the academy stored and sold weapons and armor. The west side housed the herb hall where the academy recycled medicinal herbs and sold cultivation pills. The south side was home to the magic and martial arts pavilion where magical skills and martial techniques were stored and sold. The liveliest place was undoubtedly the library on the east side. The library's books were free to browse by anyone, though they could not be taken outside. The first floor covered a wide range of topics including continental history, life encyclopedias, beast manuals, and introductions to weapons and pills. The second floor of the library had a magic gate that only allowed students or teachers above the level of magic guide or martial guide to enter. Lower level students would be ejected. Inside, most of the content included biographies of historical figures and their cultivation experiences. Rumor had it that maps of the perilous forbidden lands of the King's Continent and diaries of powerful explorers were also inside. Additionally, there was a mission wall at the square by the east entrance where the academy and students could post tasks with appropriate rewards for those who completed them. This was also a great way for students to earn points. Every day, many students gathered here to pick up tasks suited to them, mostly senior students. After earning points by completing tasks, they would spend them at the other three venues to buy what they needed. Of course, the square under the shade of the tree on the east side was also a place where students set up stalls to sell or exchange items. Every afternoon, hundreds of people would set up their stalls here until nightfall, making the east square extraordinarily lively. Azura looked around, fascinated by everything, especially the stall area where he enjoyed browsing. The senior students sold all sorts of odd and wonderful things, from weapons and equipment to martial arts techniques and pills, even magical beasts and pets. There was a male student who placed an old root and claimed it was a 1,000-year-old vine that could rapidly elevate one's level once consumed. Another student displayed a beast egg, proclaiming it could hatch into an earth dragon, a level 7 beast at your command. Yet another set out an old magic book, declaring it contained ancient forbidden spells for those destined to practice them. These people had one thing in common: they eagerly pitched their wares to freshmen, never asking for more than 300 credits in the end. Azura could guess the intentions of these senior students, but here, trading was all about one's own skill. Finding a bargain was a sign of ability, and being deceived was nobody's fault but your own. Azura stood for a long time in front of a stall manned by a voluptuous female magic student who had purposely undone a few buttons at the top of her magical robe. She was selling personal garments with their original scent, promising honesty to all customers. From time to time, male students would hurriedly grab an item, pay with credits, and leave. Azura watched without asking the price until, frustrated, the female student buttoned up the top 2 buttons herself, and only then did Azura reluctantly wipe his drool and walk away. Some might say, given Azura's frequent company with 3 beautiful school belles, why was he still so lecherous? The truth was, Azura had a clear understanding of himself. Those 3 beauties, from the way they carried themselves, were clearly not ordinary rich misses. As the third son of a minor general, he could flirt and take minor advantages, but harboring improper thoughts about the 3 beauties was unrealistic. Thus, Azura didn't even consider that avenue, or rather it was futile to think about now. Besides, those 3 ladies didn't loosen their collars to give him any benefits to look at. The young man was at the age where his spirits were high every morning. When Azura pushed through the crowd to the library entrance, he saw a male instructor wearing a high-level tutor badge sitting at the door, advising incoming freshmen about the rules against damaging or removing books. With an eagle-like sharp gaze, he scrutinized the students coming and going. Azura listened to the instructor's admonitions before entering the library's tree hollow. As the light flickered from bright to dim, Azura was astonished by the space before him. Big, he thought to himself, very, very big. Inside, hundreds of students browsed the books they had picked from various shelves. The tree hollow must have contained a spatial enchantment, otherwise it couldn't have held such a vast space. Azura casually searched the library for biographies of characters. He wanted to see if there were any historical figures who had faced similar circumstances to his own, but after several hours he hadn't managed to search the entire first floor of the library. Azura shook his head. There were few biographies on the first floor, most were historical biographies. Perhaps the biographies of powerful figures Azura needed were on the second floor of the library. Once again, Azura felt an urgent desire to become stronger. However, the sheer volume of books in the library was overwhelming. Since childhood, Azura had preferred reading his grandfather's various miscellaneous books over cultivation books. His favorite readings were about the different regions of the continent, their local customs, and unique products. This made Azura curious about the entire continent, hoping to one day travel every corner of it. Azura reluctantly walked out of the library, having made a decision to spend more time there reading miscellaneous books in the future. Just as he was about to head back to his dormitory, he suddenly stopped and turned towards the south in the direction of the magical martial arsenal. With over 1,000 academy credits at his disposal, he wanted to see if there were any martial arts techniques suitable for him. Having seen the techniques of various talented students at the academy, he realized that relying solely on his family's thunderous punch would hardly make him stand out at the warrior academy, especially since the two girls he sparred with had already mastered the 8 moves of thunderous punch and could predict and block his moves as soon as he raised his hand. This made Azura feel increasingly challenged. Thus Azura decided to visit the magical martial arsenal. He harbored a small hope that his exceptional memory would allow him to memorize all the techniques and then practice them slowly on his own. When he arrived at the arsenal, there was a middle-aged instructor at the entrance who said nothing, indicating no particular rules to be communicated. Azura then entered the arsenal through a tree hollow which split into 2 paths. The left path was marked with a wand symbol and the right path bore the symbol of a sword and shield. Azura headed directly into the right side martial technique library. Upon seeing that his family's cherished thunderous punch, a blue-level technique, was just one among over 800 other blue-level technique books, the young man was astonished. The vast collection of the Holy Gabain Academy made Azura realize once again the insignificance of himself and his family. He shook his head with a wry smile, but then his eyes lit up. He bypassed the blue-level techniques and looked towards the 100 or so purple-level techniques. If there were higher-level yellow techniques available, he would have ignored the purple ones completely. He planned to engage his sharp mind in memorizing the techniques, but when he opened a book of purple-level techniques, he could only see the introduction and nothing else. This left Azura a bit flustered. Reluctantly, he turned back to the blue-level books only to find that they too revealed only introductions. At this point, Azura realized how naive he had been. No wonder the instructor at the entrance hadn't mentioned any rules. The rule here was to pay credits to read. Azura then took a closer look at the price tags on each bookshelf. Besides the name and level of the technique, there was a value labeled borrowing credits, meaning one had to spend credits to gain reading access. Azura smacked his lips, realizing that blue-level techniques cost between 800 to 2,000 credits, and even the least expensive purple-level techniques cost around 100,000 credits. Of course, white and green level techniques were free to read, and it seemed unlikely that many would bother with the gray level ones located higher up. Azura, who had thought his 1,000 credits were substantial among newcomers, found his options severely limited in this grand library. Azura still owed Mentor Ayla 1,000 points. It was said that magical skill books cost even more points. Azura took a deep breath, calmed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and began to muster his spirits to browse through those 1,000 blue-level martial arts techniques. He wanted to read all the introductions and then select the one suitable for himself. After all, his pockets were not very deep. Fortunately, Azura was smart and quick to understand. After who knows how long he had read through all the introductions of the blue-level martial arts, Azura thought for a while and then quickly flipped through them from beginning to end once again. It wasn't until the young man had read through the introductions of all the martial arts books for the 3rd time that he held in his hand a sword technique book, a technique called Ascending the Tower. The introduction to the technique was simple. The sword technique is like ascending a tower. With each level ascended, the view changes dramatically. The technique involves channeling the power of one's blood and chi to continuously strike one slash after another, each slash stronger than the last. For the practitioner, your talent is the limit of how many slashes you can make, and even if you continuously practice this sword technique, you can only increase the number of slashes by a few at most. The creator of the technique was a wandering swordsman rumored to be able to make 18 slashes, but it seems that 18 slashes is not the limit of the technique. The borrowing points for this technique book were exactly 1,000 points, and Azura gritted his teeth and stuck his badge onto the martial arts nameplate. When the badge points were left with only 20, the Ascending the Tower technique was finally available for browsing. Azura didn't know what time it was, but he couldn't wait to sit down right there and open the Ascending the Tower book to carefully read and experience it. It seemed that the young man was the only one left in the magic martial arts hall. Not until the sky was brightly lit did Azura, rubbing his eyes, walk out of the magic martial arts hall. Looking at the time, he had actually spent an entire night reading martial arts techniques. He quickly took out some dry food from his spatial belt, eating while walking and thinking about the Ascending the Tower technique. Azura arrived at the lineup of Martial Class 7, which had already begun its class, with instructor Engel scanning the young man in a magic robe. This was the first time the young man had been late for so long. Instructor Engel didn't make an issue of it but simply started the practice duel among the students early. Blue Feather looked at the somewhat distracted young man in front of her, feeling that he was a bit unusual today, slightly furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and gently coughed twice. Azura, as if waking from a dream, saw the blue-haired beauty opposite him, grinned and then said, "I won't play with you today, I'm going to find Magina." The previously proud blue-haired girl, upon hearing these words, immediately puffed up like an angry cat, quickly ran behind Azura and aimed a sidekick at the young man's buttocks. Azura was no longer the weakling he had been months ago. Feeling the wind behind him, he immediately rolled forward to dodge the attack, then he maintained a defensive posture and shouted, "What's the matter? What are you freaking out about?" Blue Feather snorted coldly without answering and charged at full strength toward the young man. An hour later, Blue Feather was riding on Azura's back, her little fists pounding on his back. Azura clutched his head and crouched on the ground, still stubbornly defiant. It was only when Lanyu could no longer bear it that she asked what had been on her mind. Why did he seek out Magna? Feeling somewhat wronged by the beating, Azura retorted, "If you had asked earlier, I would have answered earlier." Clearly annoyed, he then explained to Lanyu. He had just perfected a formidable new sword technique, one he hadn't yet unleashed. Unsure of its power, he wanted to test it out. Lanyu was known for her speed and explosive power, while Magna's strength lay in her balanced offense and defense. Fearing he might hurt Lanyu, Azura thought Magna would be a more suitable opponent. Realizing his intentions were for her safety, Lanyu felt a warmth in her heart, yet she couldn't help feeling slightly underestimated, considering she was ranked slightly higher than him. Suddenly, the girl rose from behind the boy, drawing a dagger emitting a blue glow from her thigh. With disdain, she said, "I'm curious to see what incredible sword technique you've learned. Come at me if you dare, but rest assured you won't hurt me." Azura rose to his feet, flexing his sore shoulders, and thought to himself, "Let's see how the little lady handles this." With that, he pulled out twin blades from his spatial belt. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on recalling the flow of energy required for the martial technique. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and he dashed forward, unsheathing his blades and slashing in one fluid motion. Lanyu met Azura's blade with her dagger, easily blocking the young man's strike. "Is that all?" she thought. After the first blow was blocked, Azura didn't pause. He spun around and delivered another fierce slash. Lanyu, gripping her dagger in reverse, met his attack head-on. Thus began a relentless exchange of blows. Azura's offensive surged like a tide and Lanyu met each attack squarely without flinching. It was the first time Azura had used this technique called ascending the tower, and the more he used it, the more it suited him. Each slash brought a surge of passion within him, and though it was draining, it felt exhilarating. Lanyu grew more alarmed with each block. The initial strikes were light, but after the ninth each felt like a 1,000-pound wave crashing against her dagger, growing stronger with each hit and giving her no chance to breathe. Yet she clenched her teeth, refusing to dodge or evade, steadfastly blocking with her dagger. When Azura unleashed the 15th strike, perhaps his limit for now, he roared and delivered a powerful blow. With a loud clang, Lanyu's dagger was knocked away and she stumbled back several steps. Before Azura could celebrate his new technique, he saw Lanyu looking at her hand from which blood trickled. Seeing the blood and then looking back at Azura, Lanyu suddenly burst into tears. Under a secluded tree in the training ground, Azura awkwardly bandaged Lanyu's delicate hand, still wet with tears. Her lips pouted dramatically. The injury was not severe, lighter than what she usually sustained during training, yet for some reason she had felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and cried. The moment she began crying, Azura quickly covered her mouth and led her to the shade of the tree, worried that if others saw that he had made Lanyu cry, her admirers might come looking to tear him apart. After a lot of coaxing and persuading, the young girl finally stopped crying, and then it was time for the boy to bandage her up. Azura had never done this before, so he reluctantly tore a piece of cloth from his robe to bandage Blue Feather. However, the girl frowned and complained about the sweat on his clothes, so she took out a clean handkerchief from her space to let Azura do the bandaging. This irritated Azura quite a bit, but he obediently bandaged her hand anyways. After all, his life was more important. Looking at her right hand wrapped up like a rice dumpling, the girl pouted and commented, "It's so ugly." Azura didn't respond and turned to leave the training ground, planning to go back to the magic and martial arts library to check out the sword technique for ascending floors. But Blue Feather stopped him, insisting that Azura buy her some delicious food as compensation. Azura was exasperated, really shouldn't have chosen this demanding lady for practice. However, he was quite satisfied with the power displayed by the sword technique. he showed the girl his badge, which now had only 20 points left. Blue Feather knew he had just spent points to learn the sword technique, but she was not ready to let him off so easily. She demanded he accompany her to the cafeteria's second floor after school to buy 20 points worth of tasty food. Ashura had no choice but to agree. Then he asked Blue Feather, "Hey, how about this sword technique? Isn't it amazing? It cost me 1,000 points." Blue Feather tilted her head and thought for a moment before commenting, "This must be a blue level technique, right? The first 9 strikes are quite ordinary, but the power can reach the purple level after the 9th strike." Ashura was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really? Then I'd made a big bargain with this 1,000 points, huh?" Seeing his smug expression, Blue Feather immediately threw cold water on him, saying, "However, your sword technique has obvious flaws and weaknesses. I've noticed 2 points. First, the sword momentum cannot be interrupted. It must be one strike after another. If someone stronger than you forcefully breaks your sword momentum, you won't be able to increase your damage. Second, you must hit your opponent with every strike. I guess if a strike misses, it will also break the momentum. No opponent would just let you hit them like I did, although the technique continuously locks onto the opponent if their speed is faster than yours and they dodge one of your strikes. Your momentum will be broken and you won't be able to unleash the following power." Ashura was stunned, as he was an elite from a prominent family. His insight and vision were incomparable to ordinary people. Just a short exchange of 10 or so rounds revealed the flaws in his ascending floor sword technique. "It seems you get what you pay for in the academy. There's no way a purple level technique could be learned for just 1,000 points. But Ashura was not discouraged. He felt that he could still inflict purple level martial arts damage, and the upper limit of the ascending technique was still high. He had not yet been able to perform the 18th strike of the martial arts founder, which might reach the yellow level. Blue Feather intended to tease him for his smug look, but seeing how his expression changed after her comments and how quickly he reverted back to his carefree demeanor made the girl both annoyed and amused. The two didn't return to the lineup and just chatted and laughed under the shade of the trees until school was dismissed in the morning. When it was time for their agreed visit to the cafeteria, Ashura found himself in a bind. Walking alongside Lan Yu had drawn quite a bit of attention from the other students, who pointed and whispered. Some of the boys even glared at him with clenched teeth, putting Ashura under immense pressure. He wanted to quicken his pace to create some distance between them, but the girl nonchalantly kept pace with him, her cheeks flushed and silent as though afraid he would run away. When they reached the second floor of the cafeteria, they were greeted by a dazzling array of food items that required points to purchase. Ashura, feeling rather stingy, said, "You've seen it, I only have 20 points, so you decide." Lan Yu shot him a glance that seemed to scold him for his miserliness before carefully picking out her food. Eventually, she chose a special floral tea said to beautify and nourish the complexion, costing exactly 20 points. Ashura paid, his face showing clear signs of pain, while Lan Yu happily sipped the tea with her uninjured left hand. As they turned to head back to their dormitories, they were met by the sight of the tall Magina, arms crossed and a sly smile on her face, her posture accentuating her formidable figure. Ashura dared not linger his gaze and quickly averted his eyes, muttering a pointless remark, "Here to eat, huh?" Beside him, Lan Yu raised her eyebrows and chuckled, saying to Ashura, "The floral tea tastes great. Thanks." She then hummed a tune and walked away. Ashura didn't dare respond and hurried past Magina, sighing a breath of relief once he reached the ground floor. Before he could decide what to have for lunch, he received a message from Magina through his academy badge: "If I don't get to drink that floral tea after school tomorrow, you're dead." This immediately took away Ashura's appetite. How was he supposed to buy the tea when he didn't have a single point left? He thought about asking Magina to advance him 30 points for next month's sparring fees, or perhaps prepay next month's fee, but shaking his head, he felt that suggesting such a thing would surely earn him a beating at the cafeteria. In the end, Ashura decided to check the task board outside the library to see if there were any suitable tasks he could perform to earn some points by tomorrow. Walking leisurely to the library's task board, he found it not too crowded since people had just finished lunch. After scanning the various academy tasks, he realized that with his current abilities he couldn't take on the more challenging quests and was left with options like cleaning or organizing the library, tasks that were physically demanding and paid only a point or two per task. This was far from enough for the 20 points needed for a cup of the floral tea. Ashura, who aspired to become a formidable warrior in the continent, couldn't afford to waste his training time on menial labor. Thus he turned his attention to the bounty task section, where students posted various peculiar tasks with varying point rewards. Ashura quickly scanned through the bounty task list when suddenly a task caught his eye and shocked him. It read, Obtain the personal belongings of Mag-Ina from Class 8 of the new martial artists. Reward, 1,000 points, Ashura. Couldn't believe that the violent girl was worth so many points. He noticed that the task had just been posted, and without a second thought he placed his badge on the task column and took on the mission. He felt like he had stumbled upon a great deal, 1,000 points after all. Excited, Ashura rushed back to his dormitory, flopped onto his small bed and began to ponder what to submit for the task. He definitely couldn't let Mag-Ina know, or else he wouldn't be able to get the items and would surely get a beating. Suddenly he figured out what to take from Mag-Ina. With a surge of energy he leapt up from the bed and began a night of deep meditation filled with excitement. The next morning Ashura hummed a tune as he walked to the Magic Academy. It was clear he was in a good mood, probably because he felt those 1,000 points were already in his pocket. Today he planned to attend the class taught by head teacher Ilara at the Magic Academy first and then go to the training ground to practice with Mag-Ina. After all, it was better not to skip the head teacher's class, but just as he walked into the entrance of the Magic Academy he saw the short-statured instructor Yuanda waiting for him. Instructor Yuanda's eyes were bloodshot, yet he appeared unusually excited. A surge of anxiety hit Ashura. Could it be that there was already a result for his personal issue? Following instructor Yuanda, Ashura was led to the same classroom where they had met last time, now empty. After closing the door, instructor Yuanda got straight to the point. I think I've found the answer to your continuous meditation. Although Ashura had guessed that there might be some results, he didn't expect instructor Yuanda to have an answer so quickly. Perhaps this unassuming middle-aged man could truly guide him. Without waiting for Ashura to ask, instructor Yuanda handed over an object and said, "Use magic to activate it and don't stop until I say so." Ashura recognized it as the magic testing stone used during the new student enrollment. Unsure of what instructor Yuanda was up to, he still followed the instructions, taking the magic testing stone and igniting it with his power. The stone lit up with a silver-white glow, indicating Ashura's strength as a Tier 1 thunder magic user. However, instructor Yuanda leaned in close, staring intently at the magic testing stone. Then, with a relieved laugh, he said, "Just as I thought." He urged Ashura to take a closer look at the stone. Ashura, still confused, carefully examined the magic testing stone in his hands. He couldn't see anything unusual about the silver-white magic testing stone. Just as he was about to question instructor Yuanda, he suddenly noticed a faint gray glow beneath the bright silver-white light. Because the thunder-like silver-white glow was so dazzling, the gray light seemed inconspicuous. Ashura stared blankly at that layer of gray light. He still didn't understand what the gray light represented. He listened as Mentor Yuanda excitedly said, "You saw that gray light too, right, Ashura? This gray light signifies one thing, that you are a dual-element mage. Gray represents the magic of the spatial element. You are both a thunder and spatial mage." Ashura stood there dumbfounded upon hearing this. He had never known that he was a dual-element mage. Although there were quite a few dual-element mages in the academy, he knew of at least a dozen new students who were dual-element mages. But a thunder and spatial dual-element mage, it seemed he was the only one in the academy. Before Ashura could respond, Mentor Yuanda continued, "The reason you can absorb magical elements continuously is because you are a spatial mage. The spatial magical elements you absorb during meditation act like a storage space inside you, allowing you to store more magical elements. Typically, spatial mages are single-element mages. They cannot continuously absorb elements from other schools of magic like you do. This means you have a unique talent for magical cultivation. Although you started practicing magic late, if you continue to meditate, your magical achievements will far surpass your martial achievements." Mentor Yuanda became more and more excited as he spoke, seemingly even happier than Ashura himself. However, Ashura was more shocked than excited, knowing that what Mentor Yuanda said was probably right. Carefully introspecting his own source of magical storage, he noticed the inconspicuous gray spatial magical elements. Perhaps because of their dull color, he had never noticed these spatial elements before. Ashura remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up, his eyes shining, and saw his mentor Yuanda smiling at him. Ashura bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Mentor Yuanda, for enlightening me. I will fulfill my promise, but I have 2 requests to ask of you. First, please continue to keep my dual-element magic a secret. I do not want to attract too much attention at the academy. Second, please guide me on how to train. I want to practice both martial arts and magic without one lagging behind the other. I wish to develop them evenly." can you tell me how to do this? And Mentor Yuanda looked at the young man who, despite being the Academy's only thunder and spatial dual element mage, was not overly proud or complacent. He greatly admired the young man's mature and steady temperament. Hearing the young man ask so respectfully and humbly, he was deeply moved, his voice even trembling a bit as he replied, "Before meeting you, I was only about 50% confident in successfully teaching a student to dual cultivate magic and martial arts. Seeing the skills you displayed during the test, my confidence increased to 60%. Now that I know you are a thunder and spatial dual element mage, my confidence has risen to 70%. I do not know how high I can take you, but as long as we trust each other and work together sincerely, I believe the sky is your limit. You will be the brightest star in the vast cosmos." Ashura, looking at his mentor, who was even more excited than he was, felt an immense surge of emotion. He performed a formal ritual of becoming a disciple and said, "Please teach me, mentor." Mentor Yuanda hurriedly helped up the outstanding young man before him, perhaps the only student in the entire academy willing to believe in him. He deeply understood the great responsibility he bore. He could not let down this trust. He also had to prove that his 30 years of research were not in vain. Mentor Yuanda was not good with words, but Ashura saw the answer he desired in his eyes. Thus, the two agreed to meet in the same classroom every afternoon henceforth. Teacher Yuanda would work with him to study how to dual cultivate magic and martial arts and how to maximize his innate potential. Mentor Yuanda mentioned he needed to go back and find more materials to develop a complete cultivation plan with Ashura. Although he had not slept since the day before yesterday, he felt extremely excited, as if he had rejuvenated by 20 years. Ashura was equally thrilled, sneaking into the classroom and daydreaming in his seat, which annoyed Clara, who originally wanted to give him some notes. She couldn't understand what this mischievous guy was daydreaming about. Actually, Ashura was just thinking about how to cultivate spatial magic, which was scarce in the academy, with only 3 or 4 spatial magicians. It was said that spatial magic skills were particularly rare and expensive. It couldn't just be used for meditating and absorbing more magical elements. Ashura occasionally frowned and then chuckled, baffling Clara, who was sitting next to him. She guessed that the young man had secrets he was not sharing with anyone else. Feeling that he was becoming more and more mysterious, the class teacher Ella also noticed the unusual behavior of the dark-haired boy. She wanted to call him out to answer a question, but she feared embarrassing him if he couldn't answer, which might lead him to skip her class too. She had heard about some of his antics in the training ground. After all, it was hard not to notice a single boy in a mage robe practicing martial arts in such a large training ground. This had long been a topic of jest among the female instructors at the Magic Academy. Ashura was lost in his thoughts till the class ended. Before Clara could speak to him, Ashura dashed out of the classroom, making Clara secretly grit her teeth in frustration. But before Clara could recover, Ashura dashed back and leaned over the desk in front of her and gazed deeply into the eyes of the silver-haired girl. As a blush slowly crept over her cheeks, Ashura softly said, "Beauty, lend me 20 credits. After borrowing 20 credits from Clara, Ashura rushed toward the training ground, visibly excited about a 1,000-credit deal he had today. Upon entering the training ground, Ashura ran excitedly to the warrior class 8 formation, his eyes intently fixed on Magina. Magina thought Ashura would avoid her today, but his gaze made her uneasy. She even noticed that when the instructor announced sparring, Ashura happily curled up the corners of his mouth. This made Magina feel that something was off, as Ashura always had a bitter face during their previous sparring sessions. But she wasn't afraid of any tricks Ashura might use, knowing well that he couldn't beat her anyway. With a confident stride, Magina followed Ashura to a spacious area. Ashura, still smiling, said, "I just practiced a new martial arts sword technique yesterday. Let's test it out today, but you'll have to give it your all." With it, he drew his twin swords. Magina felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. It was just a new sword technique that had him excited. She thought to herself, "Let's see what skills this guy actually has." Without further ado, she pulled out her impressive broadsword from her spatial ring. Ashura didn't waste any words. He drew his sword and advanced, making a few probing cuts. After a brief exchange, he suddenly shouted and launched into his ascending tower sword technique. His attacks came one after another, each strike faster than the last, his offensive as relentless as the tide. Magina easily parried the first few strikes, but after the 9th, she felt the ferocity of the blows intensify. Focused, she managed to evade the 14th strike by sidestepping, and then used her broadsword to sweep Ashura back with its wide blade. Forced back, Ashura felt his momentum drop significantly and sighed internally. Blue Feather was right, if I can't keep my opponent locked down and they are faster, a missed strike can greatly weaken my momentum. Realizing this, Ashura quickly changed tactics and shouted, behold my yellow level martial skill, whoever looks will conceive. With renewed ferocity he charged at her. Magina, caught off guard by his words, wasn't scared of the martial skill itself but was instinctively unnerved by the name being a young maiden, so she positioned her broadsword defensively across her body, even squinting her eyes slightly, not daring to meet Ashura's gaze directly. However, Ashura's next move was a feint. He swung at her, then swiftly moved behind her, seemingly slashing again during the turn. Magina quickly realized she had been tricked by the rascal. She swiftly turned around, her sword ready, and delivered a side kick towards Ashura. To her surprise, the kick sent him flying a good distance. Ashura screamed as he flew through the air and then tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before laying still, groaning in pain, then declaring he needed a break and wouldn't fight anymore. Magina looked bewildered at the young man sprawled on the ground, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint what. However, she was certain that a kick like hers shouldn't have sent Ashura with his skills flying. Squinting her lovely eyes, she scrutinized the robe lying on the ground but couldn't figure out what exactly had gone wrong. Ashura lay there for a while unattended by Magina before sulkily getting up. The two resumed their sparring until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Just as Ashura was about to run off, Magina caught him by the collar of his magical robe. Without a word, she just menacingly arched her eyebrows. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Ashura said, all right, let's go, I'll buy you some flower tea. No big deal. His sudden generosity left Magina slightly confused. She eyed him suspiciously as Ashura hurriedly walked ahead, betraying his nervousness. Side by side, they walked toward the cafeteria, still drawing the attention of many students. After all, the presence of a beauty like Magina was hard to ignore. Today, however, Ashura walked with his head held high and chest out, a stark contrast to his timid demeanor the day before, which made Magina feel somewhat embarrassed. Upon reaching the second floor of the cafeteria, Ashura briskly paid with his credits and handed a cup of beautifying flower tea to Magina, whose cheeks turned a faint red as she accepted it. Impatiently, Ashura said, here's your flower tea, don't bother me anymore, okay? I'm off. Without waiting for Magina's response, he turned and headed downstairs. Unbeknownst to him, Magina, now holding the flower tea, frowned and followed him out. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, several girls were staring in horror at a silver-haired girl from their dormitory whose demonic beast meat steak had been charred black by electricity. Outside the cafeteria, Ashura fiddled with his academy badge as he walked. He had just notified the task issuer that he had completed the mission and asked them to meet at the lakeside park in the center of the academy for the transaction. Feeling quite pleased, Ashura was a bit excited about the prospect of receiving 1,000 credits, an amount typically dispersed over 10 months at the academy. Lost in his thoughts, he hardly noticed the girl sipping her flower tea silently trailing behind him. The meeting place for the mission handover was set on a bench in a secluded, leafy part of the woods, a spot often frequented by young couples at night. After waiting a while, Ashura saw a man even plumper than Narvi approaching. Neither spoke immediately, each sizing up the other. The newcomer, with his curly brown hair and small eyes, nose and mouth, looked decidedly sleazy. He wore the uniform of the Forge Academy, similar to Angelo from his 4th year, which somewhat surprised Ashura. Just as Ashura was pondering how to initiate the conversation, the sleazy fat man spoke first. Brother, did you take on the task? Did you bring the item? Ashura heard the cue but didn't hurry to produce the task item. Instead, he countered, Senior, have you prepared your 1,000 credits? The impatient fat man waved his academy badge and said, don't worry, just 1,000 credits. As long as the item is right, I'll transfer them to you immediately. Surprised by the fat man's casual display of wealth, Ashura then, like revealing a treasure, drew something from his spatial belt and held it up for the fat man to see. It was a strand of fiery red hair, not much in quantity, but each strand was as vividly red as flames. The sleazy fat man's eyes lit up when he saw that strand of hair, reaching out to snatch it, but Ashura was quicker, pulling his hand back immediately. He spoke calmly, Senior, I've shown you the item. You asked for a personal item, but this is far more precious than just any personal item. This is Magina's hair, freshly cut less than 2 hours ago. So tell me if the item is good enough. Seeing Ashura's demeanor, the fat man knew this kid was going to hike up the price, but he wasn't someone easily manipulated. With a sneer, he said, who knows if it's real? Maybe you just got it from some other girl to fool me. Let me check it first, though. He said this, his eyes never left the strand of hair. Azura, seeing his pretentious act, disdainfully replied, "Senior, that's underestimating me. If you don't believe me, ask around. I hail from the magic class 13 and am known as a paragon of honesty. How could I tarnish my reputation over such a trivial matter? I was just with Magina at the cafeteria this noon. Many people saw us. You can check if you don't believe me. Moreover, look at the lengths I've gone to get you this strand of hair, the beatings I've endured, the hardships I've faced. Look at all these scars. I've literally risked my life for this." Azura continued to ramble on, knowing well that the fat man, given his shady dealings, wouldn't actually make any inquiries. Thus he mixed truth with lies freely. The fat man, visibly shocked, soon interrupted him impatiently. 1,200 points, and the extra 200 is for your troubles. Without a second's hesitation, Azura handed over the hair and the badge. When their badges touched, Azura's badge received a notification of the credit of 1,200 points. At that moment, at a bench in the college's lakeside park, a fat man and a tall magician, each holding a college badge and a strand of hair, laughed sleazily. While Azura was still pondering how to spend the 1,200 points, the fat man slapped his shoulder with his greasy hand and said, "Brother Kale, the item you brought is genuinely good. I really like it." Azura, smiling broadly, replied, "Right, Senior. I always prioritize sincerity. So you like Magina? Why collect her personal items?" The fat man blushed and sheepishly said, "One day, I accidentally bought a card from a list of the top 10 beauties of the freshmen and saw Magina's introduction. I was instantly captivated by her fiery charm. I've secretly watched her a few times, and the more I watch, the more my heart races. Yesterday I couldn't help but post a request. I thought I might get something like a cup she drank from or a spoon she used, but you've given me such a wonderful surprise, I must keep it close." Azura looked at the fat man, mesmerized by the hair, and smacked his lips. So, this was a client developed by their dorm leader, Cans. Azura immediately slapped his chest and promised, "Senior, as long as you can afford the points, I can get you anything from Magina's clothes, pants, belts to socks." Excited by this, the plump man grasped Azura's hands and said, "Really? Can you really do it? I have plenty of points, just go ahead and arrange it. If you can set up a dinner with Magina for me, I'll give you 10,000 points." At that moment, Azura's mind buzzed, and all other sounds faded away, leaving only the thought of 10,000 points. Azura then reassessed the sleazy-looking plump man, wondering, are all the upperclassmen this rich, or does this fellow have something special about him? Pretending to be close, Azura said, "Don't worry, Senior, I'll go back and figure out a way to arrange it. But arranging these things requires points to pave the way, and sometimes needs greasing the wheels. I'm not asking for points right now, I just don't know if you can handle the expense." Hearing this, the plump man proudly declared, "Brother Kyle, I dare not boast about anything else, but when it comes to points, there are hardly a few in our academy who have more than me. And I'm not even a combat student. Other than indulging my hobbies in eating and drinking, I don't have any other expenses." Azura continued, "Senior Salmon, I see you're wearing the uniform of the Forging Academy. Are all students there as wealthy as you? How can I become as excellent and wealthy as you?" With a few words, Azura had Salmon feeling quite pleased with himself. Puffing out his belly, he said proudly, "I am one of the top magic pattern engravers at the Forging Academy. Many magic and martial arts students spend points to have me engrave magic patterns on their gear. That's how I have so many points. But brother, you're not in this line of work, you can't earn points like I do. However, Brother Kyle, when you need your gear engraved, come find me, I'll give you a 20% discount." Azura cleverly extracted all this information from the plump man, realizing just how impressive a magic pattern engraver could be, having people begging you while earning loads of points. Azura felt genuinely envious. He too wished to become a magic pattern engraver, especially since it would save him from spending points on engraving when he needed it himself. Thinking this, Azura decided it was time to take action, perhaps to visit the library to look for books on magic pattern engraving, or to ask that unreliable old fourth. Soon after, Azura casually chatted with Salmon before planning to leave, making a promise to contact him first if he ever got hold of Magina's personal items, with Salmon promising a handsome price in return. Watching the black-haired youth walk away, the plump Salmon sincerely remarked, "Brother Kyle is truly a good person." No sooner had he spoken than a blade imbued with red flames swept between his hands, instantly burning and curling the strand of fiery red hair he was holding aloft, leaving Salmon lost in his own fantasies amidst the forest sunlight. Fat Sam was momentarily stunned before he turned furiously to see who had dared destroy his treasure. At that moment, he forgot he was not a combatant. He wanted to rush over and fight, but when he saw who it was, he froze in place. The girl standing before him with her fiery red hair and terrifying broadsword was unmistakably the beautiful girl of his dreams. before he could exclaim in excitement. The broadsword blazing with red flames was resting on his shoulder. He could clearly feel the scorching heat emanating from the blade, causing his curly hair at the side of his head to curl even tighter. Fat Sam immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. He hadn't expected such a beautiful woman to wield such a frightening weapon. Magina coldly said, "Tell me everything about what happened between you and that guy just now, word for word. If you hide a single word, I'll scrape off your body fat to light a lamp." Fat Sam instantly felt a surge of urgency warming his legs, and Magina, wrinkling her nose and glaring, scared him into stuttering out the entire transaction and communication between him and his good brother Kyle to the angry girl before him. After listening, Magina sneered twice and looked at the sleazy fat man, saying ominously, "If I ever see or hear you collecting anything about me again, I'll cut you into pieces and bury you in this forest as fertilizer. And don't you dare lead him astray, did you hear me?" Fat Sam was confused. He understood the first part but not the second. Lead who astray? His mind was overwhelmed, but seeing Magina's raised eyebrows, he quickly exclaimed, Heard, I won't dare again." As Magina slowly withdrew the broadsword from Fat Sam's shoulder, he felt as if his collarbone was about to break. He thought of going to the herbal clinic to buy some medicinal pills to treat his injuries and to change his pants at the dormitory. His admiration for Magina had turned into deep fear. The girl with the broadsword was truly terrifying. Magina, having retracted her sword, ignored the sleazy fat man and turned to walk away, mentally slashing at someone thousands of times. She was convinced that the bad guy had ill intentions today, intending to exchange her hair for points. The more Magina thought, the angrier she became, unconsciously activating her family's amplifying martial technique, pondering how to deal with that bad guy. Meanwhile, that very bad guy was in the library, searching through books on magical rune engraving. Fat Sam's wealth deeply inspired the young Azura, who was eager to learn the skill of magical rune engraving. He had been flipping through books related to magical rune engraving for a long time in the library of St. Gabain Academy, which was truly rich in resources. He knew that magical rune engraving required strong mental power and an understanding of complex runes. Magic runes must be inscribed in one continuous motion without pause or break, otherwise they are immediately invalidated. The primary function of magic runes is to amplify martial techniques and magic, and there are also runes for instant offensive or defensive abilities. Some rune sets can even execute powerful skills, but as time passes, more and more advanced runes gradually disappear into the annals of history, making the role of a rune inscriber ever more precious. Azura realized it was getting late. He still needed to discuss his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts plan with Mentor Yuanda, so he hurriedly left the library to find Mentor Yuanda at the Magic Academy. Mentor Yuanda was already waiting in the large classroom early on, and today they didn't have much in-depth conversation. Mentor Yuanda was still discussing daily cultivation practices with Azura, gradually getting to know him better rather than rashly proposing a cultivation plan. Azura was very cooperative, sharing his personal situation and the problems he encountered during cultivation with Mentor Yuanda, and the teacher and student discussed until dusk. Mentor Yuanda told Azura to come to find him whenever he had time, as he would be in the classroom in the afternoon waiting for him. Azura also asked Mentor Yuanda if he knew about rune inscribing, to which the mentor admitted he had no research on it. When Azura returned to his dormitory, he saw the eldest brother Jean-Zay and the fourth brother Angelo still studying the latest issue of a fancy little card in the living room. Azura clenched his teeth, turned around and went out to the second floor of the cafeteria, spending 100 credits on a lot of delicious food to bring back. Back at the dormitory, he called the other three to come over and eat. Although all three were from major families, as could be seen from the fact that they all owned spatial rings, they hadn't really eaten much of the Academy's credit food, preferring to save their credits for cultivation. They were also curious about why Azura was suddenly so extravagant today, especially since his wizard's robe was so tattered and he was reluctant to replace it. The four of them ate and talked about fun stories from the Academy, most of which Angelo was spilling while the three listened. During a break, Azura casually asked if Angelo knew Simon, a top rune inscriber from the previous batch in the Forging Academy, whom Angelo aspired to surpass. Azura then smoothly steered the conversation towards rune inscribing, and Angelo, initially not paying much attention, found himself having to think hard to answer as the questions got more technical. Jean-Zay and Arthur just ate and laughed silently, and eventually Angelo also caught on, smiling and asking Azura, "Hey bro, are you interested in learning rune inscribing?" Azura scratched his head sheepishly, not mentioning the fact that he had been cutting girls' hair to sell for credits. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he simply said he heard that Simon earned a lot of credits through rune inscribing and was very keen on learning the skill to see if he had any talent for it. Angelo was somewhat speechless, knowing that although the basic requirement for rune inscribing was strong mental power, it was not so easy to succeed without the talent passed down through family heritage. He woke up late every day due to the fatigue caused by practicing the secret mental strength exercises of his family. What he didn't know was that his third brother meditated all night without sleep, and his mental strength had been honed to an extraordinary level. Angelo thought about it, and, not wanting to dent his money-loving brother's confidence, tactfully said, "Third brother, you could give it a try, but specialization is key and you shouldn't neglect your own cultivation progress. The main thing about magic rune engraving is the control of mental power. You have the basics as a magician, but I can't tell you the core mental training methods of our family. However, I can show you the mental training methods used by the collateral branches of our family, but I can't teach you personally, please understand. Additionally, I have a book on the analysis of magic rune patterns that I can lend you to look at, and you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand. I'll tell you what I do know." After hearing this, Azura excitedly grasped Angelo's hands and thanked him repeatedly. Although he hadn't fully opened up to the other three members of the dorm, he deeply appreciated their kind help. Before Angelo had even finished eating, Azura wanted to start learning magic rune engraving. Angelo, who wouldn't pass up such delicious credit-based food, was currently wrestling with Arthur over a piece of magical beast rib. Consequently, he pulled out a thin booklet of about a dozen pages, densely packed with text, from his spatial ring. He tossed the booklet to Azura, telling him it contained methods for cultivating mental strength, and then resumed his tussle over the magical beast rib with Arthur. To his surprise, before he had even finished that half piece of rib, Azura had already returned the booklet to him. At first, Angelo thought Azura had given up after reading it, but to his astonishment, his third brother claimed he had memorized it and wanted to look at the book on magic rune pattern analysis again. Not only Angelo but Arthur and Ginza were also shocked. The brief time had barely been enough to read through the booklet once, yet the third brother claimed he had memorized it all? Upon their insistent request, Azura recited the entire booklet from memory, leaving the three utterly speechless. To be honest, the three of them had heard some rumors about their dorm mate, the third brother, all of them negative. He was known as the oddity of the academy. Arthur had even almost gotten into a fight with another student who mocked Azura, though he never mentioned it to Azura. Although they lived in the same dorm, Arthur really couldn't understand this third brother. Aside from his bizarrely brilliant ideas, he hadn't seen anything particularly remarkable about him, nor heard about any exceptional talent in cultivation. Arthur and Ginza actually had known each other since childhood. Although they never spoke about their families, both families were among the top in the continent, thus considered old friends. They had only recently met Angelo, but Angelo's family was not to be underestimated either. However, Azura was clearly not from a top-tier family as they knew it, though they never looked down on him because of this. But for someone to memorize a complex book on spiritual cultivation methods in such a short time was indeed a rarity even among the outstanding descendants of top families. What truly shattered their composure was when Angelo handed the 2-finger-thick tome of magic rune diagrams to Azura. Under the attentive gaze of the 3-inch, Azura earnestly flipped through the tome, closed his eyes to recall its contents for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and then returned the tome to Angelo. This time, the three of them no longer paid any attention to Azura, silently retreating to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Azura remained immersed in the knowledge shock that the various magic rune diagrams had brought him. He even began to trace runes on the tabletop using the tea from his cup. Normally, engraving magic runes would require the use of high-level magical beast's essence, blood as ink, and a feather from the tail of a bird called Gioli as the brush. Azura lacked these materials, so he was unsure if he could become a rune engraver. For now, he could only familiarize himself with these diagrams, a task he was determined to master alongside his cultivation. The next day at the training grounds, Azura unleashed the towering blade technique during a duel and missed the night strike for the third time. Panting slightly, he looked across at Bluefeather, who watched him triumphantly. Today, Bluefeather had avoided clashing directly with him, skillfully dodging his night strike every time, causing Azura's blade momentum to falter. Frustrated and helpless, the young man could only grit his teeth in vexation. When the bell signaling the end of the class rang, Azura left without looking back while Blue Feather, dissatisfied, pouted and stamped her foot before turning to join the lineup of Class 7. Azura skipped his magic class, heading instead to the Magic Martial Hall, knowing he needed to pair his towering blade technique with a speed-enhancing physical technique to be effective in hitting his opponent and unleashing the full power of his martial skill. He recalled a manual he had seen last time, a blue-tier martial technique called Chasing Wind, Chasing Thunder. This physical technique had a unique feature. Although it was a blue-tier martial technique worth 1,000 points if the practitioner had either wind or thunder magic in their system, the technique's level would elevate to purple tier. This stringent requirement meant that almost no one learned this technique, relegating it to the status of a blue-tier physical technique. After all, which magician would learn physical techniques? But now Azura, an oddity with the requisite thunder magic, had long coveted this technique. Just recently he had exchanged the points he earned from selling Magina's hair for this technique and was eager to start. Upon arriving at the Magic Martial Hall, he quickly located the manual with his exceptional memory, painfully paid the 1,000 points, and then began to carefully read through it. Only then did Azura realize that while the body technique was inherently a blue-tier skill, it included a segment of wind and thunder magic incantations that could provide a magical speed boost to the practitioner, instantly elevating the technique's level to purple tier when combined with his physical movements. If one possessed both wind and thunder magic, the technique's level could even escalate to gold tier. With the entire technique memorized, Azura was brimming with confidence and eager to find time to practice Chasing Wind, Chasing Thunder, estimating that there was still some time before classes ended at the Time Magic Academy. I decided to head over to Magic Class 13. However, just as I was about to sit down, Clara next to me pulled the chair to the middle of the desk first, spreading her arms wide to occupy the whole desk, leaving no space for Azura. Azura was completely baffled, tilting his head and looking at the silver-haired girl who was still pouting in anger, not understanding what he had done to upset her. The surrounding classmates also looked on with curiosity at the two of them, leaving Azura feeling quite overwhelmed. In the end, Azura silently exited the classroom through the back door. Clara was still sulking, thinking about how to make him apologize. That scoundrel had dared to ask her for credits to treat another girl to that floral tea. She hadn't even treated herself to that 20-credit floral tea, and she wouldn't forgive him unless he bought her some too. While Clara was plotting how to make Azura's life difficult, she turned her head when she heard no more noise behind her, only to see Azura had already left the classroom. This ignited her fury like never before, as no one had ever ignored her like this. In a flash she stood up, grabbed the hem of her magic robe and chased after him, leaving everyone else in the classroom exchanging puzzled looks. Clara ran out of the classroom and soon saw Azura walking towards another classroom corridor, biting her silver teeth, and with a few quick steps she stretched out her long legs and aimed a kick at Azura's backside. Azura, who was on his way to consult with Instructor Yuanda about his cultivation issues and was deep in thought, suddenly sensed the attack and instinctively turned around to dodge the incoming kick, his right hand poised to chop at the attacker's knee. But as he turned, he also saw the angry yet beautiful face and quickly changed his chopping hand to a scooping motion, catching the girl's thigh. Clara, who had no martial skills, had only wanted to vent her anger with a strong kick, but the detestable fellow had dodged, causing her to fall into Azura's arms due to her excessive force. When Clara fell into Azura's arms, both were stunned. Clara's hands were on Azura's chest, and Azura's right hand was still holding onto Clara's long, slender thigh beneath her magic robe, making them look like a couple engaged in a romantic embrace. Before they could react, some girls from other magic classes walking by started exclaiming in shock, shouting phrases like "so bold" and "so romantic," while Clara's pretty face turned red to the tips of her ears. Azura, although also quite embarrassed, still composed himself and pinched the smooth thigh in his hand. Clara's face turned even redder and she reached out to pinch Azura's waist, but hearing more footsteps approaching, the two quickly separated and ran off down different corridors. Clara ran all the way back to Magic Class 13, her beautiful face still flushed, and without saying a word she lay her head on the desk for a long time, not looking up, while the ambiguous glances around her only added to the confusion. As Azura retreated to a secluded spot, he blissfully sniffed his right hand near his nose, completely oblivious to the young lady's latest whims and the fact that he still owed someone 20 credits. Humming a tune, he entered the spacious classroom of Instructor Yuanda, where the only sounds were the instructor's passionate lectures and the students snoring. When Yuanda noticed Azura, he touched his nose with a resigned gesture, glanced at the students sleeping soundly, shook his head helplessly, and after announcing a self-study period walked over to Ashura's desk. Ashura didn't mock his unpopular instructor. Instead, he shared the disadvantages of the sword technique he was currently practicing and the advantages of the chasing wind thunder pursuit martial skill he had chosen today. Instructor Yuanda pondered for a moment after listening, affirmed Ashura's choices and analysis, and then delved into a deep discussion about the problems in his training. This time Yuanda presented a training plan he had prepared for Ashura, which involved integrating magic and martial skills. Ashura's dynamic lightwave ability enabled him to channel magical elements through his meridians, a process similar to how martial artists stimulate their vital energy. Moving forward, Ashura needed only to continuously meditate to increase his internal magic reserve. As his martial arts level advanced, his magic level would also rise, given that his meridians, now accustomed to channeling magical skills, could support a higher level of magical power. Yuanda had researched many biographies of historical figures proficient in both magic and martial arts, finding that their abilities generally inflicted more damage than those specialized solely in one area, likely due to the compounded power of dual disciplines. The chasing wind thunder pursuit skill Ashura learned today further confirmed this hypothesis, leading Yuanda to boldly surmise that dual cultivation could mutually enhance both magic and martial levels. Ashura nodded frequently as he listened to the guidance, finding many of Yuanda's ideas coincidentally aligned with his own. He realized that his instructor was not the incompetent figure others perceived, but a person of great wisdom. As Ashura was contemplating the training plan, instructor Yuanda suddenly took out his instructor badge and tapped it against Ashura's student badge. Ashura was surprised to see an additional 8,000 credits in his account. Yuanda, with a shy smile, said, "I am only a mid-level instructor, and over the years I have spent most of my credits on magic research. The 8,000 credits left are all I have. Take them and save up for a purple-grade martial skill or magic tome. I hope it helps." Of course, your path of cultivation, due to your dual training in magic and martial arts, differs from other students. You need to enhance your skills through real combat, striding in life-and-death battles, which will greatly aid your improvement. Therefore, your future path will be far more arduous than others. All I have mentioned is speculative at this point and requires your effort to confirm and strive for. I believe in your strength, and I'm sure your future will be even brighter. Ashura watched quietly as the unremarkable-looking mentor before him spoke these words, his eyes slightly moistening. After fleeing his home due to a family vendetta and pursuing his studies, many had offered him help and support. Yet, this mentor before him was perhaps the most selfless and eager to see him grow stronger. Observing the worn magic robe on mentor Yuanda, Ashura knew that the 8,000 points it represented were accumulated from years of frugality. Still, Yuanda gave it all to him without asking for anything in return. Shaking his head to prevent the tears from falling, Ashura didn't say much, only replying with a radiant smile and asking, "You really think highly of me, don't you, old Yuan?" Mentor Yuanda, momentarily stunned by the intimate nickname, shyly responded, "It's only because you believe in me that I support you unconditionally." Ashura couldn't help but laugh and cry at this response. Old Yuan was indeed sincere. He then stood up, stretched, and said earnestly, "Well then, old Yuan, please start my special training. I can't wait to become stronger. Just wait to be the mentor of the future magic martial god." Time flew by and 6 months had passed. During these months, Ashura attended magic classes in the morning and practiced martial arts in the training field. In the afternoon, he went through special training with mentor Yuanda, and at night he continued to meditate through the night or practice drawing magic runes in his dorm. He was gradually keeping up with the magic classes and was no longer completely dominated during practice fights by Lan Yu and Magina, who felt pressured by his progress and intensified their own training regimes. However, what they didn't know was that Ashura was holding back in their sparring sessions. Firstly, he couldn't go all out as they weren't enemies, and he couldn't control the damage if he did. Secondly, Ashura always remembered the advice from his father, a function to keep a low profile until he had fully grown. Despite not wanting to draw too much attention, Ashura was already at the 3rd level of both martial and magic skills, a rank that placed him among the top freshmen in the academy. This was the same level achieved by Monroe and Dekler, the champions of the Freshman Challenge, who were also on the verge of a breakthrough. Currently, no freshman had advanced to the level of Great Martial Master or Great Magician, but Ashura was the only new student who had reached the 3rd level in both martial and magic disciplines. Ashura dodged an attack from Magina, the red-haired girl, wielding a saber using his swift chasing wind chasing thunder technique. Nagaina had to use her family's enhancement martial technique Do-Yen, otherwise she couldn't suppress Azura, who took the opportunity to playfully tease her during their fight. She was amazed by Azura's growth and had been secretly watching his practice sessions with Lanyu, who besides her speed advantage had little else on him. Although they still had powerful skills they hadn't used, the growth of the young man had already put significant pressure on them, pushing them to train even harder. Now also on the verge of their own breakthroughs, Ashura was quite pleased with the improvement of his own strength. He hadn't used his full power yet, and the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had enhanced his strength more than he had anticipated. He was very grateful for the guidance of instructor Yuande. Recently life had been relaxed and comfortable, the only hiccup being that after an incident of leg touching, Clara had ignored him for a while. It wasn't until he had a stroke of genius and bought her a cup of Stay Young flower tea for 20 points that Clara resumed their previous relationship, which made him realize just how unfathomable a girl's mind can be. Currently he was stuck on the verge of a breakthrough. He planned to ask instructor Yuanda today how to seek a breakthrough. With the 8,000 points previously given by instructor Yuanda plus the recent earnings from the school beauty trading cards, he had amassed 10,000 points. He wondered if acquiring a purple level skill might help him break through. That afternoon Ashura arrived punctually at instructor Yuanda's classroom, where the instructor was already waiting for him. Instructor Yuanda couldn't be more satisfied with his disciple. Clever and perceptive and particularly enduring in his training, Ashura had improved rapidly in just a few months. The instructor saw the potential of a future powerhouse in him. Ashura, in his usual forthright manner, said, "Old Yuan, I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation level recently. What should I do?" Instructor Yuanda pondered for a moment, seemingly making up his mind, then said resolutely to Ashura, "I think it's time to start your next phase of training." Ashura, intrigued, looked eagerly at instructor Yuanda. However, what the instructor said next stunned him. With difficulty instructor Yuanda explained, "As I've told you before, only through combat can you better refine your martial skills and unleash your potential, integrating your magic and martial skills more effectively. Therefore, I believe your next training location should not be at the academy but in the beast forest behind it." Ashura was dumbstruck upon hearing this. The terror of the beast forest was known throughout the entire kingdom. Even the most powerful martial saints hesitated to claim they could come out of the beast forest unscathed. The academies were established at the choke points of the beast forest precisely to guard the area. Every day many adventurers or mercenary squads entered the forest to hunt magical beasts, harvesting resources and magical cores, and to seek the forest's natural treasures. But no one had ever heard of someone going into the beast forest to level up. Indeed, the deeper one went, the more perilous it became, and countless adventurers never returned from this dangerous place. With Ashura's current level, perhaps he could only skirt around the edges of the beast forest, but even their numerous poisonous insects, toxic gases, and swamps could instantly end his life. Yet, seeing the serious yet reluctant look in instructor Yuanda's eyes, Ashura let out a long breath and then said nonchalantly, "Well, then let's start the next phase of the training plan, the magical beasts in the beast forest. Are they tasty?" Meanwhile, in the office of the beautiful Magic Academy instructor Ilara, she looked surprised at the black-haired young man in front of her. He had just asked her for leave, saying he would be leaving the academy to train alone and would not be attending classes for the near future. Saint Gabain Academy has always offered its students the utmost freedom. They are allowed to arrange their own training as long as they pass the assessments at various stages and meet the graduation requirements. However, the teacher really didn't want to approve this 16-year-old boy's request. Even she, his homeroom teacher, had rarely seen him attend classes seriously. Rumor had it he was off practicing martial arts at the training grounds. She wasn't opposed to students pursuing both magic and martial arts, but she was completely in the dark about Ashura's level and progress in his training. This dark-haired boy never communicated with her about his academic issues, making him a puzzle to her. Now, he was asking for leave to train outside the academy without specifying where he was going or for how long. This student was truly a headache. Irritated, instructor Ira looked at Ashura, rhythmically tapping her fingers on the desk, about to assert her authority to deny Ashura's leave request. But before she could speak, Ashura quickly pulled out a cup of floral tea from behind him and placed it on her desk, saying ingratiatingly, "Hard work deserves a break, instructor. Have some beautifying floral tea." No young woman could resist the allure of beautifying tea. She pursed her lips lightly, looked at the boy with a pleasing smile, and sighed inwardly. Fine, I agree to let you go and train on your own, but you must agree to my 3 conditions. Azura immediately played up his charm. You tell me, instructor, I'm all ears. Instructor Ira said sternly, first you must ensure your own safety while you are away from the academy. You are responsible for your life. And for the academy. Second, the academy will arrange an assessment test in a year, which is very important. You must return before this test or you will be expelled. Third, since you are going out to train alone, it means you are confident in your training plan. When you return for the assessment, if your strength does not satisfy me, I will not agree to let you go out to train again, or I might even expel you. Understood. Azura swallowed hard. Actually, Ira's conditions were not unreasonable. She always supported him in the manner of a good teacher. Azura weakly replied, I can't guarantee the first condition, but the rest are no problem. Hearing this, Instructor Ira, who was sipping her floral tea, spat out her tea in shock, covering Azura's face. Ignoring her own lapse in composure, she raised her voice and exclaimed, What? What exactly are you planning to do? Why are you engaging in dangerous training as a student? Azura awkwardly wiped his face, now wet with tea, looking at his emotional, beautiful instructor for the first time with a sense of awe. He knew she meant well, but he also had his reasons that compelled him to go. Azura quickly tried to calm her. Don't get worked up, instructor. I was just making a point. Pretend I'm afraid of choking while eating, okay? This response clearly did not satisfy Instructor Ira. She was still fuming, puffing her cheeks, unable to discern which of the boy's words were true and which were false. But she felt that if she did not agree, he might still skip class and go out. Rather than letting him skip class and lose contact, it was better to fulfill his request. At least next time he would come to her to communicate. She sat back in her chair with a huff, and after a long silence, she still spoke in a deep voice. Remember the 3 points you promised me. Come back as soon as you finish your training. Ashura breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and immediately agreed cheerfully with a playful smile. Instructor Ilara looked both amused and annoyed at his demeanor. She then waved her hand, signaling him to leave the office. Leaving the office, Ashura gave a wry smile. He really had no confidence in the first requirement. That was the beast forest, after all. Just thinking about those unknown dangers made him feel as if thorns were at his back. Now he needed to make some preparations before setting off, and also to bid farewell to those he was familiar with. Ashura, not in high spirits, returned to the Magic Class 13 classroom only to find another student from a different class trying to sit in his vacant seat, but the silver-haired girl beside him coldly shooed them away with a few words. He knew how many male students wanted to sit there, but it seemed that Clara would accept no one else but him. Sometimes, when he returned from the training field drenched in sweat, other magic students would disdain him for what dignified magician would be as unkempt as he. But Clara never despised him, even preparing a towel for him to wipe his sweat. Besides Clara, only the chubby Nahi would talk to him. The rest of the classmates thought he was a peculiar underachiever, yet he knew his strength was enough to make those classmates cry for their mothers. Except for Clara, he always sensed a deep aura of danger from this girl. Ashura returned to his own seat expressionlessly and sat silently, neither joyful nor sorrowful. After a while, a notebook with elegant handwriting was passed to him. It contained a sentence asking him what was wrong. Ashura casually wrote in the notebook, It's nothing, just to tell you something. I'll be leaving for a while and it might be a long time. Don't keep this seat for me, I plan to auction it. Whoever offers more points, I'll give it to them, and I'll give you all the points to treat you to as many cups of anti-aging flower tea as you can drink. When Ashura handed back the notebook, he clearly heard a low gasp from the girl next to him. Ignoring the strange looks from other students, Clara hurriedly wrote in the notebook, Where are you going? What are you going to do? You dare! Ashura saw the words full of concern and threat, and his heart warmed. Although this young lady had a bad temper, she was a good person, tutoring him and taking notes for him. His heart always remembered her kindness, so he planned to auction the seat and leave some points for her as the only thing he could do for her before he left. He didn't rush to reply in the notebook, just slowly leaned on the desk and remained silent. Saying he wasn't afraid to go to the beast forest was a lie. It was a paradise for beasts and a forbidden place for humans, but he knew the uniqueness of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and that leveling up was much more difficult for him than for ordinary students, and he couldn't quickly improve his strength without battle. Of course, progressing through the academy's routine training would gradually enhance his strength, but he could never become part of the strongest group of students. He needed to increase his powers swiftly to return to the Olei kingdom and deal with the troubles caused by the Heishui family. like the formidable figures immortalized in the Academy's sculptures, he yearned to command respect from his enemies, protect his loved ones comprehensively, and be revered by future generations. Seeing him lost in thought for a long while, Clara could no longer wait. She felt a bit helpless. The girl prodded Ashura's arm with her slender fingers, then gave him a sharp look and pointed at the notebook on the table. Ashura snapped back to reality, quickly scribbled in the notebook, "I need to go out and gain experience. I have a training plan that requires leaving the academy for a long time. It's better to transfer this seat and earn some points." When the notebook returned to Clara, the girl seemed even more bewildered. After much struggle, she wrote, "Must you really go? You are quite smart. I think you can achieve good results here. If you mess around with the seat, I'll never speak to you again." Ashura took the repeatedly passed notebook, nodded helplessly with a smile, and didn't reply with any unnecessary words. Perhaps he also didn't know how to respond to the girl's subsequent questions, just hoping he would still be alive to return to this seat in the future. Seeing his cheeky demeanor, Clara clenched her silver teeth in anger, yet didn't know what else to say or write. Throughout the lesson, she couldn't focus on what the instructor was saying. Her mind was a complete mess. As the bell for the end of class rang, she wanted to talk to Ashura again, but he had already gone to whisper something to the chubby Navway in front, who looked up at Ashura with a shocked and puzzled expression. Ashura just smiled, patted Navway's shoulder, and then left the classroom. Clara, not knowing whether to be angry or disappointed, bore a chilling expression that deterred any other classmates from approaching her. Ashura then headed to the training grounds, casually walking to the martial class 7. He had become a well-known figure in the training grounds, and every new martial student knew about the odd figure in a magic robe who frequented the grounds, regularly getting thrashed by two of the strongest and most beautiful female newcomers from classes 7 and 8. In fact, many new martial students were envious of Ashura for being the sparring partner of the two beautiful warriors, but they either couldn't swallow their pride or didn't find the prospect of being beaten by beauties every day particularly appealing. Thus, despite the numerous admirers of Lan Yu and Magina, none considered Ashura a romantic rival, as no one believed that the daily thrashed oddity could win the favor of the two beauties. Lan Yu, spotting the black-haired boy swaggering over, couldn't help but smile. It seemed she was in a good mood upon seeing Ashura. She walked over with her disproportionately long legs, and before she could speak, Ashura waved his hand and said, "No training today. Come with me to find Magina. I have something to tell you both." Lan Yu's face, which previously bore a smile, fell in an instant as she spoke unhappily, "Weren't you supposed to spar with me today? Why are you looking for Magina?" Ashura didn't bother explaining. He just stepped forward, took hold of the sleeve of her school uniform, and dragged the reluctant beauty towards the training lineup of Warrior Class 8. Magina herself didn't expect Ashura to bring Lan Yu to find her, and somewhat bewildered, she was also beckoned by Ashura under a big tree at the edge of the field. She exchanged glances with Lan Yu, who shook her head at her, and then both girls turned their attention to the mischievous guy who had summoned them. Ashura squinted at the two distinctively stunning ladies, finding the sight quite pleasing. He thought it would be quite delightful to have them as sparring partners as long as they didn't go too hard on him. Facing Ashura's mischievous gaze, Lan Yu and Magina exchanged looks, one pulling out a saber from her spatial ring and the other drawing a dagger glowing with blue light from the scabbard strapped to her right thigh. Seeing things were about to take a bad turn, Ashura quickly waved his hands and said, "Stop, stop, stop. I didn't bring you here to fight. I have something to tell you both. Put down your weapons." The two women paused their advance and coldly stared at the deserving target, yet neither sheathed their weapons. Ashura swallowed hard and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Give me your badges. I'll deduct 10 points from each of you. I'm planning to leave the academy for some training for a while and might not return soon. You both better keep up the effort and don't let me beat you to tears when I get back." Normally, such a provocation would earn him a sound beating from the two, but this time they hesitated and slowly lowered their weapons. Magina, the more impatient of the two, furrowed her brows and asked, "Where are you going?" "I haven't heard of any student leaving the academy for external training within a year." Lan Yu chimed in, "Exactly why the sudden departure? If it's really hard, we can go easy on you next time. Just don't leave, okay? It's no fun sparring without you." Ashura, feeling misunderstood and a bit defiant, replied, "I don't believe you two haven't noticed, but I'm no longer the weakling you used to bully. I'm scared of accidentally hurting you and then having to deal with people like Monroe, the top freshman. If he finds out I heard Magina, he'd drag me to the dueling arena in no time." Hearing this, Magina, who had initially set down her saber, swiftly picked it up again and said sternly, "I have nothing to do with that, Monroe, and if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Seeing Magina truly angered, Ashura didn't dare continue his banter. He quickly added, "Anyway, I've told you both everything. I won't be coming to the training grounds for a while. I'm leaving in a few days, and if you don't take the points now, I won't give them back later." The two women wanted to say something, but seeing each other beside them, they found themselves speechless, only watching as the young man waved goodbye and strode away. Ashura didn't know that after he left, several fearless martial arts students volunteered to spar with the two women. However, each of these sparring partners found themselves outmatched, ending up with broken bones and lying defeated one after another. No more fools came looking for trouble, and everyone admired that quirky magician for how he managed to appease those two demanding ladies. After Ashura leisurely walked back to his dormitory, he knocked on the doors of his three roommates and called them to the living room. Over the past year, their bond had grown strong, further cemented by their joint venture of crafting and selling gossip-laden cards featuring the top newcomers and beauties of the academy. Last month, they had released a new set about the top 10 formidable newcomers, which had made them a handsome profit. Young as they were, everyone loved to stand out, and some students even challenged these top talents to duels in the arena to vie for their rankings. Ashura, looking at his three companions, calmly announced his decision to leave and gain some real-world experience. His roommates were taken aback, puzzled by the mysterious third roommate's sudden plan. After a moment of reflection, Jinza, the eldest, pulled out a waist token and handed it to Ashura. As soon as Ashura took it, he realized this was no ordinary item. It was incredibly heavy, made of a material that seemed like jade but was not gold, and it bore a single golden character. Jinza with a smile revealed, "Little brother, I've never mentioned my family before. My family owns the Jinli Merchant Guild, and I am the direct heir of the current guild leader. This token is a symbol of my trust. Should you encounter any difficulties during your travels, seek help at any Jinli Merchant Guild shop." As soon as Jinza finished speaking, Ashura and Angelo gasped in shock, while Arthur, the second eldest, appeared unfazed, likely already aware of Jinza's background. The Jinli Merchant Guild was one of the foremost powerful mercantile guilds on the continent, with branches in every major city, their resources and connections immeasurably deep. And to think that Jinza, with whom they had been living, could soon inherit this vast commercial empire was absolutely staggering. No wonder Jinza was always particularly attentive to profit-making opportunities, it was in his blood. Before the shock could wear off, Arthur also handed over a token plain without any inscription but carved with the image of the Valentian Empire's guardian beast, the blazing lion, majestic and lifelike. Arthur then said, "Little brother, I don't know why you suddenly want to leave, and I suspect your journey won't be easy. This is my token. I am the second prince of the Valentian Empire. With this token, as if I were there myself, you can seek help from any general's mansion in any city of the empire." Stunned, Ashura realized that Arthur was the empire's second prince. According to protocol, he should kneel in respect, but his cool second brother had never exuded an air of regal authority. Especially since Ashura's homeland, the Olei kingdom, was a vassal state of the Valentian Empire, Arthur had likely withheld his true identity to spare him any psychological burden. Holding the two tokens in his hands, Ashura's heart was tumultuous, now understanding the weight of these tokens and why his elder brothers had chosen today to reveal their true backgrounds. It wasn't about showing off, but a representation of the deep friendship between them. As he thought this, he turned to look at Angelo, the fourth brother. Angelo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Third brother, you know my situation. I don't have a token either. If I had one, the best I could do is get an 80% discount at my family's equipment store." The other three burst into laughter upon hearing this, filling the dormitory with the sound of sincere friendship. The next morning, in the library on the east side of the academy's war tree, Ashura was engrossed in a botanical atlas of the Warcraft forest, a warm smile on his youthful face, a stark contrast to his despondency of the past few days. Ashura had one less worry. Having heard about the family powers of Jinza and Arthur, he decided to cling to these two strong supporters. He also shared his own family matters, which included why he came to St. Gabain Academy far from his hometown with the other three. Upon hearing this, Jinza and Arthur were indignant and planned to send a message to their families to destroy the Blackwater family in retaliation for Ashura. However, Ashura stopped their well-intentioned plans, wanting to protect his family with his own strength. If he couldn't return to the academy after a year, he would ask them to eradicate the Blackwater family and protect his own. With no more worries, Ashura's mood brightened considerably. Even the Warcraft forest didn't seem so daunting anymore. He was now in the library browsing through various books about the Warcraft forest, making final preparations to venture into it. He had decided not to go to the Magic Academy or the training ground these days, focusing instead on studying the books about the Warcraft forest. The vast collection of books in the St. Gabain library boosted his confidence, and the descriptions of the beasts and plants, along with some maps of the Warcraft forest, reassured him greatly. With his exceptional memory, he quickly browsed and memorized relevant information, and he roughly mapped out a route into the Warcraft forest in his mind. Messages came through his badge, the top one from Fatty Nai, who used his last few points to buy Ashura some point-based food for the road. Clara also sent a message wondering why he wasn't attending classes today and when he planned to leave. She offered to lend him her magic wand on the condition that he return it early. Blue Feather had prepared a dagger for him to carry for self-defense as his twin blades weren't strong enough. Magina sent a message that she had prepared a set of soft armor for him to borrow for protection and urged him to return it soon as a sparring partner. The 3 dorm mates also pulled their recent fringe card points to buy Ashura some food and emergency medicine. Filled with emotion, Ashura silently vowed to return alive and repay all their kindness someday. After spending 3 full days in the library, Ashura had a long conversation with mentor Uenda throughout the night. The next morning, Ashura donned a sharp black martial outfit complete with a soft armor lent to him by Magina, a dagger at his waist gifted by Blue Feather, and twin swords on his back from his second brother Asupo. Resolutely he passed through the academy's back mountain, heading towards the entrance of the beast forest. He declined Clara's offer to lend him her magic wand. Firstly, because it was too precious and he feared he couldn't repay the favor. Secondly, he had never used a magic wand to cast spells, preferring his twin swords over the wand. As he crossed the St. Gabain Academy to reach the entrance of the beast forest, he came upon a small town, or rather a campsite, mostly populated by mercenaries and adventurers. This town, known as Victory Town, had a main street lined with various establishments: eateries, weapon shops, potion shops, herb shops, pawn shops, bars, casinos, and brothels. There were also shops that specialized in buying magic cores and rare natural treasures. Many adventurers and mercenaries brought their hard-earned treasures from the beast forest to sell here, squandering the proceeds in the town's bars, casinos, and brothels, living as if there were no tomorrow. Of course, there were also powerful mercenary groups that undertook missions in the beast forest or hunted magical beasts for bounties. Such mercenary groups were not to be underestimated. Towns like this were common at many entrances to the beast forest, with countless individuals hoping to strike it rich, though every day some were left behind forever within the forest. Taking a deep breath, Ashura didn't rush into the forest but headed to the adventurer's bar instead. According to the books in the library, the bar was where one could find the most information about the beast forest, and many tasks related to the forest were posted on the bar's mission wall. However, entering the bar required purchasing a rum, a favorite among adventurers, though Ashura didn't care for it, finding the murky drink somewhat nauseating. He sat at a table near a pillar, scanning the diverse crowd of adventurers and mercenaries around him. Most were muscular warriors clad in various leathers and armors crudely made. A few wore tattered magical robes, their demeanor still maintaining the dignity of magicians. The bar was noisy, filled with shouting and cursing, a barrage of vulgar language assaulting one's ears. Concerned that his youthful face might attract unwanted attention, Ashura draped his warrior's cloak over his head, shrouding his features in shadow. He then turned his attention to the mission board on the wall, which displayed a variety of tasks. Some required magical beast cores, others beast leather, various herbs, and even magical beast eggs or young beasts. There were also treasure hunts, searches for the bodies of fallen explorers, transport jobs, map making, and even missions to kill personal enemies in the beast forest. The plethora of tasks made Ashura inwardly click his tongue. The town's immediate impression on him was one of chaos. Ashura had been sitting in the adventurer's tavern for a long time without hearing any useful information. It was mostly just boasting and idle chatter. A few shifty-looking men tried to strike up a conversation with him, wanting to sell him things like strength pills and beast repellent, but he drove them away. Taking advantage of the early hour, he got up and left the adventurer's tavern, walked through the Triumph town, and his figure slowly disappeared into the dense forest. Ashura walked on a small path on the periphery of the beast forest. This area, being on the outskirts, wasn't very dangerous since the frequent passage of people had worn a narrow path through it. Ashura carried dual blades and did not let his guard down just because it was only the periphery of the beast forest. He had experience in wilderness survival from his time studying at the academy, so he wasn't too nervous now. Whenever he heard people moving or talking nearby, Ashura would hide behind a tree until they passed before he reappeared. He remembered a line from a memoir of the beast forest that he always kept in mind: in the beast forest, humans are more dangerous than beasts. This was a place where the laws of human morality did not reach, and Ashura knew that with his current strength and life experience he couldn't avoid dangers from his own kind. Thus he decided that this training session was destined to be a solitary one. In the blink of an eye, over 3 months had passed. In the dense forest on the outskirts of the beast forest, a black-haired young man was confronting a level 4 armored beast. The young man was Ashura, who had ventured out for training. By now his martial arts attire was tattered, and through the holes in his clothes one could clearly see numerous scars, large and small, on his young body. His once youthful face now bore some stubble, and coupled with his fierce eyes he looked even more valiant. Ashura seemed to have grown taller. In the past 3 months of living in the open had been tough, but also very rewarding. His grandfather's spatial belt was now stuffed full of treasures like monster pelts, and it even contained 2 level 4 monster cores. This delighted him, though he was also annoyed that the space in the belt was too small. Given Ashura's current level 3 martial artist rank, he should have been able to fight level 3 monsters, but thanks to his powerful dual training in magic and martial arts he was able to defeat level 4 monsters. Of course he chose to fight those level 4 monsters whose attack power wasn't too strong, like the armored beast in front of him, known for its high defense but average attack power. The monster books from the Academy library were a great help to him. Through these 3 months of real combat with monsters, especially fighting against level 4 monsters, Ashura felt that his use of magic and martial skills had become more integrated. Now his family's martial art, the Thundering Fist, could make 3 thunderous sounds with each punch, and each hit left a charred imprint on the monsters, a result of his dual training. The thunder element would transfer directly through his fists, causing lethal damage to the target and affect even his father. A function could not achieve. His ascending tower blade technique now induced a numbing effect with every slice, slowing the monster's movements as if it had been struck by lightning. With a speed like chasing wind and thunder, the young man was faster than rushing lightning, and even level 4 magical beasts found it hard to outrun him. Of course, the rise in his strength came with its fair share of hardships. In the beginning his face swelled up due to insect bites during his nightly meditations. The excruciating pain lasted all night long after his hands were cut by the leaves of poisonous plants, not to mention the dozens of wounds, both big and small, left on his body after fighting magical beasts. He treated and faded the scars on his face with a scar removal ointment, but he left the other scars on his body as they were. These scars reminded him of how he was injured and how he should avoid such harm in the future, a lesson to himself. Ashura looked at the ironclad beast before him, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He then swiftly closed in and executed the tower ascending sword technique, repeatedly striking the same spot on the neck of the ironclad beast. The beast roared in anger, dodging his slashes while charging at Ashura with brute force. However, Ashura, using his swift and agile movements, dodged the beast's charges and kept precisely targeting its wound with his sword technique. By the 15th strike, the ironclad beast could no longer withstand the damage and collapsed with a mournful cry. Ashura was pleased. The last time he killed an ironclad beast it took him up to the 16th strike. This time he had clearly improved. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there was no danger, Ashura approached the head of the fallen beast and pulled out a dagger given to him by Blue Feather. He started searching through the hard skull, which his twin swords couldn't penetrate, especially since they were nearly worn out after days of intense battles. Suddenly Ashura felt a surge of joy as he pricked out a peach kernel-sized yellow magic core with the tip of his dagger. It was the earth-type magic core of the ironclad beast. Higher-level magical beasts had a higher probability of dropping magic cores. After killing more than a dozen level 4 magical beasts, this was only the 3rd magic core he had retrieved. He hadn't managed to obtain a single core from level 3 beasts. Although it was just a level 4 magic core, it delighted the money-loving Ashura immensely. This single core could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins in Triumph Town, where 1 gold coin could support an ordinary person on the continent for a year. He planned to save up for a pair of twin swords, having grown accustomed to such weapons. Even when casting spells like lightning magic, he instinctively raised his twin swords and swung them down hard. Aside from the magic core, the ironclad beast's hide, tough as steel, was valuable. In Triumph Town, hides were collected to manufacture equipment, but Ashura's spatial belt was already too full to fit any more hides, so he reluctantly gave up on them. Ashura found a small stream to wash off the blood from the battle and then climbed up a large tree beside the stream. He found a comfortable branch to lean against and pulled out some dry food to replenish his energy. Although this was the outer periphery of the magical beast forest where the beasts were generally not strong, theoretically it was possible to make a fire and cook food. However, he was wary of attracting higher-level magical beasts or other adventurers, so he rarely lit fires to roast his food to avoid unnecessary trouble. After slaying several succulent Tier 3 magical beasts, he found a cave to hide in and enjoy some barbecue, slowly honing his grilling skills. As Azura feasted, he contemplated his next steps in training, aware that a breakthrough in his level was imminent. It was only a matter of time. Unfortunately, his spatial belt was now full. He needed to return to Triumph Town to clear out the items in his belt, otherwise he wouldn't be able to collect any more treasures he might encounter. Thus, he planned to head back to town the day after tomorrow to deal with the items in his belt before returning to the forest for further trials. Having decided this, he glanced at the iron-armored beast's corpse nearby and with a thought jumped down from the tree. He drew his dagger again, dissecting the beast's body, then scattered the remains near the creek's edge in the woods. Climbing a large tree above the carcass, he waited quietly for other magical beasts that might come to feed on it. The rich scent of blood quickly spread and soon a few Tier 2 magical beasts came to gnaw on the iron-armored beast's remains. Azura paid them no mind, holding his breath and concentrating as he waited for the prey he had set his sights on. When several pairs of green glowing eyes emerged from the dense forest, the Tier 2 beasts instinctively fled. Soon 5 three-eyed magic wolves stepped out from the woods. They eyed the corpse of the iron-armored beast with greed, hesitating slightly as they sensed the presence of a human. However, hunger overcame caution and the 5 wolves began to feast eagerly. Azura sighed from his perch in the tree, dismayed at having attracted so many three-eyed magic wolves. Although only Tier 3 magical beasts, a group of them could be terrifyingly powerful, especially since they were fast and coordinated in their attacks. If they sensed an injury, they would circle their prey, gradually exhausting it before delivering a fatal blow. Azura had no intention of engaging these beasts, but realizing he was leaving the next day and might not find such suitable opponents again soon, he seized the opportunity. Without hesitation he dove from the tree. Landing, he swung his dual blades, instantly killing 2 of the wolves still tearing at the iron-armored beast's carcass. The Academy Library's books had described the three-eyed magic wolves as having iron heads and tofu waists, a weakness that Azura exploited to strike them down. The remaining 3 wolves instantly leaped back, their fierce fangs bared as they faced this human, their fallen comrades, deaths igniting their ferocity. They quickly surrounded Azura. With his back against a large tree and facing the 3 wolves, Azura held a blade in each hand, one upright and the other inverted, ready to defend himself. The three-eyed magic wolves could not hold back any longer and launched an attack. 2 of the wolves leaped at Azura's throat while another aimed for his legs. Azura's blade struck at the heads of the 2 airborne wolves while he swiftly sidestepped to dodge the sneak attack aimed at his legs. The clash of metal rang through the air as 2 demon wolves that had been struck nearly shook their heads after being flung away and stood up again. Azura saw that, indeed as described in the books, the heads of the 3-eyed demon wolves were exceptionally hard. Thus he decided to attack the wolves by targeting their waists. However, the wolves were cunning, constantly using their speed to dodge and even using their heads and backs to block Azura's strikes. The battle between Azura and the 3 demon wolves was fiercely contested. But soon, with a crisp snap, Azura's right-hand blade broke while slashing at a wolf's back, and his other blade was nearly ruined. Seeing the human's weapon break, the 3-eyed demon wolves howled viciously and slowly advanced towards Azura. Cursing his luck, Azura discarded his other blade and drew a dagger given to him by Lanyu from his boot. This was no ordinary dagger. It emitted a cold blue light and could slice through iron as if it were mud. Azura had refrained from using it against the wolves initially, fearing it would end the fight too quickly and deprive him of valuable combat experience. He considered his combat skills far superior to those of the Academy students, believing few could perform better under the assault of 3 three-eyed demon wolves. Noticing the day was ending, Azura licked his lips, planning to deliver a fatal blow to end the battle before dark. But before he could counterattack, the wolves, as if frightened by something, suddenly turned tail and fled. Azura was puzzled by this turn of events. Had the beast sensed his killing move, intimidated by his imposing aura? Before he could ponder further, he felt the light dim and heard the sound of trees breaking behind him. Quickly turning around and readying his blade, he was shocked by the sight and cursed loudly, then like the wolves used the chasing wind, thundering lightning technique to flee. Standing upright like a small mountain, a 5-meter-tall Tier 5 magical beast, the Earth Rumble Bear fixed its gaze on the human who had entered its territory. It roared and unleashed its innate skill, Gravity Mud Pit. Creatures tier 5 and above possess innate skills, and the Earth Rumble Bear's gravity mud pit created a gravitational mire within 100 meters, slowing down anyone within it based on their relative strength. The weaker the creature, the more severe the effect. Ashura, far less powerful, felt as if thousands of pounds weighed him down, drastically reducing his speed. Ashura, who had read about the Earth Rumble Bear in library books, knew that the chances of encountering such a powerful beast on the outskirts of the magical beast forest were extremely low, yet the low probability had become reality, likely due to the commotion with the three-eyed wolves drawing it near. Ashura felt a real threat to his life for the first time watching the bear's four limbs pounding the earth as it rapidly closed in on him, knowing well he could not escape the bear's controlled area. Continuing like this was not a solution. Rather than being caught and torn apart by claws from behind, Ashura decided it was better to fight desperately to see if there was a sliver of chance for survival. Ashura was not one to hesitate. Once he made up his mind, he took a deep breath to dispel the fear within. Suddenly he turned around and, using his dagger as a sword, unleashed the full force of his tower ascending sword technique, charging towards the ferocious earth bear with all his might. The earth bear, which had been pursuing him, was initially startled when it saw the seemingly frail human suddenly turn around and draw his weapon to counterattack. The creature's large head couldn't immediately grasp what was happening. This was not how the humans it had previously hunted had behaved. Before it could react, Ashura's first strike had already landed on its shoulder. The tip of the dagger sliced through its thick fur and blood gushed out instantly. Although it was only a superficial cut and did not affect the muscles or bones, it was enough to enrage the earth bear. The creature bellowed, the sound painfully loud to Ashura's ears, even causing a slight dizziness. But he could not afford to let his guard down, dodging the bear's first claw and then striking with the second and third blows of his sword. Unable to focus his attacks on one spot due to the bear's enormous size and fierce claws, Ashura found himself struggling to evade. To maintain the momentum of his attacks, he had to swing his sword with difficulty, applying the tower ascending sword technique as best he could against the bear. By the eighth strike, Ashura was already wounded, with several gashes from the bear's claws marking his body. In such close combat, with a clear disparity in their levels, it was a feat that Ashura had managed to avoid fatal injuries. He was having a tough time. Under the pressure of the oppressive gravity mud, his vital energy was depleting twice as fast as usual, and the blood loss from his wounds was draining his physical strength. Fortunately, the magical energy stored within him was plentiful, allowing him to continuously execute his wind-chasing thunder technique. Ashura knew his chance would come with the last few slashes of the tower ascending sword technique. He was now able to perform up to the 16th strike, having never unleashed the 18th. He was uncertain if the power of the final strikes would provide him a lifeline. Meanwhile, though the earth bear had several wounds, these were merely superficial. It was not known for its speed. The young man before it was agile like a monkey, making it increasingly furious as its attacks kept missing. However, when Ashura launched his ninth strike, the earth bear shivered all over, a paralyzing sensation of being electrocuted sweeping through its massive body. It realized that the human's sword technique had suddenly increased in lethality. It knew it had to finish off this dark-haired youngster quickly. Raising its front paws high, it slammed them down hard onto the ground. The sudden movement shook Ashura so badly he nearly felt his figure visibly staggering, and it was in this moment of instability that the earth bear's right paw fiercely swiped at him. Ashura had underestimated the intelligence of this magical beast. If he had dodged, he might have had a chance to avoid the claw strike, but by dodging, the momentum of his tower ascending sword technique would have been broken at the 10th strike, and he would no longer have the opportunity to restart the technique. In the blink of an eye, Ashura made a reckless decision. With his right hand, he unleashed the 10th strike of the ascending tower sword technique at the chest of the earth behemoth, while his left hand gathered strength to deliver the strongest blow of his family's thunder fist technique, meeting the right claw of the earth behemoth head on. Accompanied by a beastly roar, Ashura was sent flying, crashing through several large trees. He used his sword to prop himself up to avoid falling, his left arm hanging limp at his side, now broken and rendered useless for battle. Meanwhile, the earth behemoth too bore a slash across its chest where fur and skin were parted, blood dyeing the fur in front of it, though the wound was not fatal. The thunderous force from his left punch only slightly hindered its claw attack, causing numbness but no real damage. Enraged, the behemoth had never been injured so severely by a human before. It was determined to tear apart Ashura and bite off his head. However, clearly severely injured, Ashura charged again with his sword in hand. Knowing his chances of victory dwindling, he was fighting for his life. The 11th, 12th, 13th swords, he swung one after another. the Earth Behemoth's innate skilled gravity mud had weakened over time, and although Ashura was gravely injured, he fought more fiercely as the battle progressed. The surge of adrenaline crazily stimulated his nerves, keeping his spirit intensely focused. Facing death so closely for the first time, his mind was void of any thoughts except the fight. He knew any hesitation would mean his demise. When the 16th strike of the ascending tower sword was swung, it slashed diagonally into the Earth Behemoth's right shoulder, clearly hitting bone, dealing a fatal blow. The behemoth's roar clearly conveyed its pain and fury, but Ashura was also a bloodied figure by now. After the 16th strike, his vital energy was nearly depleted, and every movement caused him intense pain. Ashura thought to himself, "Am I going to perish in this forsaken place?" Just as he was about to lower his sword, he stopped abruptly. He had too many unfulfilled dreams. His family was waiting for his triumphant return. He had yet to kiss his beloved. How could he die at the hands of this beast? Ashura and the Earth Behemoth roared together, charging at each other once more. Ashura leaped high, summoning the last of his vital energy to deliver the 17th strike of the ascending tower sword, aiming for the Earth Behemoth's right eye. Meanwhile, the behemoth, with its uninjured left claw, reached for Ashura's abdomen in midair. The sounds of flesh tearing echoed simultaneously. The behemoth's left eye was impaled deeply by the dagger, causing it to flail its claws in pain, trying to pull out the dagger. Ashura, on the other hand, knelt on the ground, covering his abdomen, blood continuously flowing out. The behemoth's claw had torn through the soft armor gifted by Mag-Ina. Without this armor, that one strike would have cleaved Ashura in two. Even with the protection of the armor, the full force strike from the level 5 magical beast had left a huge palm-sized wound on Ashura's abdomen. Ashura adopted a strategy of exchanging blows for blows, planning to endure injuries to deliver the 17th strike to severely wound the terrestrial berserker bear. As he watched the berserker bear writhing in pain before him, Ashura ignored his own injuries and charged forward. With his remaining right hand, he swung his thunder fist, striking the handle of the knife embedded in the bear's left eye. Following 3 muffled thunderous sounds, the bear's roar abruptly ceased and its massive body collapsed onto the ground, bleeding profusely. Ashura knelt on the ground, gazing at the now lifeless level 5 magical beast before him. After a while, he burst into laughter, a release after narrowly escaping death. It was unbelievable that he, a mere 3rd-level martial artist and a novice student, had single-handedly slain a level 5 terrestrial berserker bear. Laughing turned to cries of pain. As the adrenaline from the fight faded, waves of pain surged over him, nearly causing him to faint. But he knew he couldn't pass out here. Even a level 2 magical beast could easily take his life now. Biting his tongue to stay conscious, Ashura quickly stuffed the intestines that had spilled out back into his body. The injury to his abdomen was severe and he could feel his life force draining away. He hastily took out several hemostatic and healing pills and swallowed them. Then, using his functioning right hand, he dug into the brain of the berserker bear with a dagger, eventually extracting a walnut-sized yellow magic core. He wanted to laugh, but the pain prevented him from doing so, sweat beading on his forehead and stars flashing before his eyes. Ashura glanced at the bear's corpse, knowing that every part of a level 5 magical beast was valuable, from its fur to its bones. However, he also knew he had no time to deal with the corpse. Gritting his teeth, he chopped off the bear's 4 paws and stored them in his spatial storage, even discarding a level 4 magical beast's corpse to make room. After completing these tasks, he clutched his abdomen and staggered towards the direction of Triumph Town. The overwhelming sensations of blood loss and exhaustion battered his mind like waves. Ashura was like a walking corpse, driven solely by sheer willpower, but after about 2 hours he could no longer hold on and collapsed in a thicket near the edge of a forest not far from Triumph Town, falling completely unconscious. As dusk approached, soon after Ashura passed out, a small mercenary group escorting several wagons came slowly from a distance. This was a small mercenary group tasked with transporting goods from the outskirts of the magical beast forest, led by a middle-aged knight named John. The entire team wasn't very strong, which is why they took on such tasks. Behind John on one of the wagons was a strikingly beautiful young girl in red, about 16 or 17 years old, with rosy lips, white teeth, and exceptionally fair skin, her long black braid swishing behind her. She drove the wagon, standing out among the rough group of mercenaries. The middle-aged knight glanced at the sky and called out to the mercenaries behind him, "Let's call it a day here. We'll camp and rest for the night right here. Be vigilant on guard duty." At the command of the middle-aged knight, everyone cheered and began to set up camp and prepare dinner. The girl in red ran up to the middle-aged knight, sweetly saying, "Godfather, I'm going to the forest to pick up some firewood for cooking. the middle-aged knight John affectionately patted the girl's head and cautioned her to be careful and return quickly. The girl Daifei was the orphan of the mercenary group's deputy leader Rambo. When she was born, her biological father Rambo died, saving the group leader John, and since then John had taken her as his goddaughter, treating her as his own. The mercenaries, grateful for the deputy leader's past kindness, also took special care of her. Daifei had lost her father at birth and her mother had passed away early from grief. When John adopted her, he gave her the name Daifei. From a young age she particularly liked wearing red clothes, which accentuated her fair skin and beautiful appearance, making several young men in the mercenary group admire her deeply, even fighting and getting jealous over her. Little Daifei reached the edge of the forest but didn't rush to gather firewood. Instead, she looked around to ensure no one was watching, then went behind a tree in the bushes, unbuckled her belt and squatted down to relieve herself. In a rough mercenary group, finding a private moment for such needs was indeed troublesome. Just as Daifei was about done, she suddenly felt something touch her bottom. Looking down in the dim light, she saw a bloody human hand just below her delicate behind. Daifei screamed, her voice echoing through the forest. Hearing the girl's cry, the mercenaries outside the forest, except for a few guarding the goods, all grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the woods where the girl was. Fortunately, Daifei heard their footsteps and managed to pull up her pants first, sparing her further embarrassment. Group leader John's spear in hand charged forward to Daifei's side and, seeing his goddaughter unharmed, was partially relieved. He then asked her why she had screamed. Although young Daifei had traveled with the mercenary group for many years and was accustomed to life and death situations, it was just the sudden shock that had made her lose composure. Embarrassed, she blushed, then gathered her courage to check the spot where she had been squatting. There she found a person lying in the bushes. She immediately turned the person over without a fuss, moving their damp arm to the side. However, flipping the body over gave her a start. Despite his young age, the man was covered in wounds of various sizes, his black martial outfit soaked with blood. Particularly shocking was a palm-sized wound in his abdomen with some intestines slipping out. The surrounding people sighed deeply, now understanding why the girl had screamed. They surmised that this young man must have been a noble son from a minor family who had been gravely injured by a beast in the forest and had fled here to die. They had seen too many bodies like this in the forest of beasts, but what kind of beast could have inflicted such severe wounds? Everyone started to speculate. However, when the young girl saw that the injured was a boy about her age, a wave of compassion stirred in her heart. Instinctively, she reached out to check the pulse on his neck. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Godfather, he's still alive. We can save him." Upon hearing this, Captain John immediately stepped forward to check the boy's pulse as well, then carefully examined the unconscious boy's clothing and appearance. He concluded that the boy did not seem like a major criminal or someone being hunted down by enemies. He instructed the group to carry the unconscious boy back to their campsite. Daifei ordered her comrades to carry the boy to the wagon she used as her resting place, which also served as her private chamber. The space was small, furnished only with some of the mercenary group's supplies and a small bed where she usually slept. As a small mercenary group that wandered from place to place, having a small courtyard with a room of her own had always been her dream. Since the tents had not been set up yet, they had to place the boy on her small bed. Daifei, who had some knowledge of emergency medical treatment and was responsible for caring for the wounded and treating injuries within the group, asked the other mercenaries to bring some hot water. She was preparing to treat the unconscious boy when Captain John stopped her as she was about to climb into the wagon, frowning. "Daughter, are you sure you want to save him? We don't know anything about him. Sometimes less is more." Daifei, looking at the unconscious boy and his drenched sleeves, her face suddenly flushed red, replied, "Godfather, I believe he's not a bad person. He's been attacked by a beast. If we don't help him, he won't survive the night. He's so young. I must save him." Captain John nodded, appreciating his daughter's kindness, which he regarded as her most precious trait, but he cautioned her to be careful before he went to oversee setting up the camp. Taking the basin of hot water handed to her, Daifei entered the wagon. She used scissors to cut open the unconscious boy's shirt, removing his damaged armor. As she looked at the young, sturdy body of the unconscious boy, her cheeks reddened to her ears. Seeing the wounds on his body, she felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Daifei shook her head to focus and began to treat the boy's wounds. She first cleaned the blood from his body with strong liquor. She then tucked the protruding intestines back into his abdomen, causing the boy to furrow his brow slightly in pain. Seeing this, Daifei softened her movements. She took an embroidery needle from a pouch on her waist and a strand of her hair to thread through the needle's eye. She then began to stitch the abdominal wound like sewing clothes. Fortunately, her skills in needlework were quite good and the stitched wound looked rather neat. After finishing the stitching, she crushed some herbs and applied them to the wounds, wrapping them with gauze. After setting the young boy's broken left arm and wrapping it in herbal bandages, the girl couldn't help but laugh when she saw him wrapped from head to toe in bandages. Carrying a basin stained with blood, she pushed aside the carriage curtain and stepped out, only to find several young mercenaries from the group peeking curiously at her. As she looked their way, they quickly turned their heads, pretending nothing was amiss. The girl disliked these childish peers of hers, having heard about the fights they had over her, as if she were mere cargo with no one caring about her feelings. A burly young man stepped forward and said, "Daifei, this stranger's origins are unknown, and since you've saved him, you should send him away quickly." Daifei glared at him fiercely and retorted unhappily, "Can't you see how seriously injured he is? He hasn't even regained consciousness. Since I saved him, I will wait until he's healed." The tall young man countered, "But he's taking up your carriage. Where will you sleep tonight?" Only then did Daifei realize why these young men were gathered here. Angrily she said, "It's none of your business. I'll just make do by leaning against the carriage for the night." With that, she walked away with the basin, leaving the young men to exchange glances and disperse begrudgingly. That evening the mercenaries sat around the campfire, boasting and sharing tales while having their simple meal. Daifei, having finished her dry rations early, took a bowl of thin porridge back to the carriage. Several sad glances followed her as she entered. She had intended to feed the unconscious boy some porridge, but his tightly closed lips made it impossible, so the girl sat hugging her knees and leaning against the carriage, watching over the boy. This was the first time she had saved someone outside their mercenary group. As she helped the boy remove his armor earlier, she marveled at its fine quality, clearly not an ordinary piece, yet it was marred with profound gashes from a beast capable of such damage. Why had such a young man ventured alone into the monster-infested forest? These thoughts weighed on her mind as she eventually dozed off against the carriage wall. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the carriage, the campfire had long been extinguished and the mercenaries had not yet risen to pack up and depart. Inside the carriage, the boy named Ashura suddenly twitched a finger. As he opened his eyes, he instinctively reached for the knife on his belt, but the movement caused his freshly set left arm to dislocate again. Ashura gasped in pain, a sound so faint yet enough to wake the sleeping girl beside him. Daifei, seeing the sweat-drenched, pain-stricken boy, exclaimed joyfully, "You're awake. You're very lucky, you know. Yesterday your intestines were spilling out. You're lucky to have met me. I saved you." Ashura, just roused from unconsciousness and instinctively reaching for his knife to defend himself, was overwhelmed by pain and the chattering of the bright girl beside him. Ashura was utterly dumbfounded, only able to stare blankly at the girl looking down at him. Seeing that he hadn't responded for a while, Daifei reached out and touched Ashura's forehead, talking to herself as she asked, "Were you born mute or did you lose your ability to speak due to an injury?" Ashura just looked at her speechlessly. He understood that it was this young girl who had saved him, and he was not mute. Just as he tried to speak a word of thanks, his throat felt as if it was on fire. And the hoarse sound that came out was indeed similar to that of a mute. Seeing this, the girl looked at him with even more sympathy and, without waiting for Ashura to speak again, she said, "So you really are a mute, huh? Don't worry, you are now with the Beta mercenary group. How did you end up in the beast forest? What kind of beast did you encounter? Where is your home? Would you like to stay with us, or should I help you send a message to your family to come and get you?" Ashura felt even more speechless at being mistaken for a mute, but then he thought that pretending to be mute might actually be safer given his uncertain circumstances in this strange environment. Thus he decided to keep silent, merely attempting to sit up, but every movement caused tremendous pain, especially the wound in his abdomen that began to bleed again. Seeing this, Daifei immediately and displeasedly stopped him, saying, "Don't move. Do you realize how seriously injured you are? Can you hear me talking? If you can hear me, give me some sign." Ashamed, Ashura nodded his head. Daifei, on the other hand, seemed relieved and cheerfully said, "Good that you're only mute. Wait here, I'll go warm up some porridge for you." With that, she dashed off. Ashura thought the girl was a bit too lively, but he was extremely grateful to her for saving his life. He knew that if it hadn't been for her, he might have been devoured by beasts by now. Using his uninjured right hand, Ashura reached for his storage belt and took out some healing pills to swallow. He planned to check his own injuries, but he suddenly froze because he realized that he had made a breakthrough, reaching both the levels of Great Martial Master and Great Mage. Ashura's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts involved circulating the power of chi and blood through his meridians, along with magical elements, which meant his martial and mage levels advanced together. Achieving a major level breakthrough was much more difficult than minor level advancements. Ashura had come to the beast forest from the academy precisely to achieve such a breakthrough, and the life and death battle the day before had enabled him to accomplish this. It seemed that instructor Yuenda was right. It was the battles close to death that allowed him to break through more swiftly. Ashura keenly felt the power of being a great martial master and great mage. This breakthrough had come much quicker than he had anticipated. Although he was currently lying motionless in bed, he believed that once he recovered, if he encountered an earthquake bear again, he would not only be able to defeat it easily but also escape unscathed. Before he could further contemplate how his newfound strength could be used to tease Lan Yu and Mag-Ina upon his return, the cart's curtain was pulled aside and the leader, John, leaned in to glance at Ashura lying there. Ashura immediately became alert as he faced the middle-aged warrior. Both had a cautious distance in their eyes. After a moment, Captain John spoke first. "You are the one my daughter Daphne rescued last night." Ashura nodded in acknowledgement. Captain John frowned slightly before continuing. "Which family do you belong to? I can send someone to notify your family to come and take you back." This time Ashura shook his head. Captain John's frown deepened, and after thinking for a moment he said, "Our must-reach mercenary group is heading to Pro City. Once your injuries are healed you should leave on your own at the latest by the time we reach Pro City. Do you understand?" Ashura pondered for a moment before nodding again. He knew that Pro City was a large city located to the southwest of St. Gabain City, not far from St. Gabain Academy, and it would take about 10 days to reach. He estimated that it would take less than 10 days for him to recover substantially, as his level as a great martial artist also enhanced his healing speed. Seeing Ashura's nod, Captain John lost interest in continuing the conversation. He turned and left the carriage to organize the team's departure. Convinced that the young man's injuries posed no threat, he assumed Ashura was a young noble who had run away due to a family dispute or perhaps an unloved illegitimate child. Bringing him to Pro City was his way of fulfilling his moral obligations. Soon after he left, the red-dressed young girl Daphne jumped into the carriage holding a bowl of porridge and asked the weakened Ashura, "What did my godfather talk to you about?" Ashura shook his head. Unsure, Daphne continued, "He didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "Don't worry, we are all good people." Ashura remained silent, but this time he nodded. Seeing his nod, Daphne's face brightened with a smile. She extended the porridge towards him. "Have some porridge, it will help restore your strength." Ashura was famished, his stomach sticking to his back, but he was unable to sit up and his other hand was also unable to hold the bowl. Noticing his awkward position, Daphne bit her lip, her cheeks flushing as she spooned porridge to his lips. Ashura, without any pretense, opened his mouth and drank the porridge. Daphne chuckled at his eagerness, her face still red as she fed him the entire bowl, noting his lingering hunger. Covering her mouth, she laughed. "You've just been seriously injured. Eating too much isn't good for your recovery. Once you're better, I'll treat you to meat buns." Ashura looked at the girl smiling brightly before him and his mood instantly improved, smiling broadly with her. For the rest of the journey, young Daphne drove the carriage towards Pro City, chatting non-stop with Ashura. Ashura, now playing mute, could only act as a listener while the girl endlessly shared the amusing stories of her life. Sometimes Ashura wanted to meditate and practice, but her relentless chatter made it impossible for him to calm his mind, forcing him to simply stare blankly at the carriage roof. The mercenary group pushed forward without rest for a full day, pausing only briefly at noon to snack on some dry rations before setting off again. Surrounding the carriage, other mercenaries often rode up to tease Ashura with jests, their taunts roughly translated to mocking him as a little weakling, asking if he had woken up yet, and if so to stop hiding under a girl's bed, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Each time it was Daifei who shooed these cheeky mercenaries away. Ashura could also feel a few hostile gazes fixed on his carriage. Though there was no intent to kill, there were certainly grudges aplenty. After setting up camp in the evening, Daifei would quickly finish her meal and bounce back to the carriage with a simple dinner to continue feeding Ashura. She then leaned against the carriage, hugging her knees as she kept talking to Ashura until she fell asleep sitting there. Only then could Ashura find some time for meditation and practice. He wondered if the girl had been mute until just yesterday when she had learned to speak. How else could she have so much to say? Thus days passed amidst the girl's incessant chatter until the morning of the 6th day. Ashura watched the girl curled up asleep beside him, then slowly got up and stepped out of the carriage. Ashura walked down from the carriage without disturbing Daifei or the other mercenaries. In the early morning, only 2 guards were yawning and keeping watch at the edge of the camp, staring into the depths of the forest. Ashura's injuries had healed halfway. He removed the bandages to check the wound on his abdomen that the girl had stitched. The wound had healed, the threads she used beautifully interlaced with the fresh, tender flesh. Ashura genuinely thought the stitching looked quite neat. The broken bones in his left hand had also healed, and although he couldn't use full force with his left arm yet, he could move it freely. Azura sighed inwardly as he looked at his abdomen. He had been incredibly close to death, but his desperate fighting style had ultimately allowed him to laugh last. He believed no other freshman at the academy could have done better than him at that time, not even Monroe, the top freshman warrior. Feeling a surge of confidence, Azura stretched lazily, causing his joints to crack loudly. The days spent lying in the carriage had left him sore all over. Just then a figure wielding a long spear burst out of a tent. Having noticed the noise from Azura's stretching, it was Captain John, who, upon seeing Azura still in the midst of stretching in the center of the camp, was utterly shocked. He clearly remembered the severe injuries the young man had suffered just 5 days ago, and seeing him walking about so soon was quite frightening. Azura, noticing Captain John gripping his spear more tightly, immediately put on a friendly smile and spread his hands to show he meant no harm. Captain John, seeing his gesture, did not lower his spear but said coldly, "Your injuries are healed." Azura responded with a smile and a shake of his head. Captain John continued, "If you are well, please leave on your own. The must-reach mercenary group wants no part in conflicts." Understanding Captain John's concerns, Azura first nodded, then shook his head again. Before Captain John could continue his inquiry, everyone in the camp was alerted by a noise and came out to investigate. When Daifei opened her eyes and found no one on the bed, she was initially startled. Then, hearing voices outside, she lifted the carriage curtain to look. Spotting the mute boy who listened to her talk every day standing shirtless in the middle of the camp, she joyfully jumped down from the carriage and ran to him, happily asking, "Are you well, Mute? You recovered so quickly? It must be because I took good care of you." The girl babbled on without a break, not burdened by the concerns her godfather had. She was simply delighted by Ashura's recovery. Ashura smiled at her and said, "Thank you." Daifei casually replied, "Don't mention it, I just..." She suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as she stared at the dark-haired boy in front of her, stuttering, You're not mute?" Ashura burst into laughter. "I never said I was mute, you assumed it yourself." The girl, her face flushing with embarrassment, stomped her foot and ran back to her carriage. Seeing the girl's reaction, the older mercenaries laughed heartily while the younger ones glared menacingly at Ashura. Captain John then asked Ashura, "Sir, what are your plans now?" Listening to this question that hinted at farewell, Ashura gave a wry smile and said, "Captain John and friends, first, I am grateful for your rescue and I am willing to pay a reward for your kindness this time. Also, my injuries are not fully healed yet. I would like to accompany you to Pro City. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions and I haven't brought any conflict with me. Once we reach Pro City, I will leave on my own." After hearing this, John and the others exchanged glances. John, as the captain, pondered for a moment before responding, "You can come with us to Pro City. I hope everything you said is true. Besides, it was Daifei who saved you. You just need to thank her." Ashura nodded with a smile as a sign of agreement, but the girl in red changed her usual demeanor and hid inside the carriage, not showing herself again. It wasn't until Captain John ordered the mercenaries to set off that Daifei reluctantly emerged from the carriage and sat in front of the carriage, steering the horses. Ashura didn't enter the carriage again but casually sat next to her, watching as Daifei drove forward. Seeing the girl pout, Ashura couldn't help but laugh, then teased, "You've talked so much these past few days, non-stop, why have you become mute now?" Daifei ignored him completely, turning her small head away to avoid looking at him. Ashura, experienced in cheering up girls from his academy days with Lan Yu and Ma Jina, quickly pulled a juicy long plant-based fruit covered with a 4th-level magical beast, the Earth Store Bee Queen's Royal Jelly, from his storage belt, a snack given by Nawe when he left the academy. Ashura normally didn't have the habit of snacking, nor did he like to waste food that could be redeemed with points, which is why he had saved them until now when they proved to be very useful. He handed the sweet-smelling snack to the young girl, Daphne. Her eyes were instantly captivated, as she had never seen such a snack before, and its sweet aroma alone indicated how delicious it must be. However, she did not reach out to take it. Her upbringing and manners prevented her from casually accepting gifts from others. Ashura sincerely said, "Go ahead and eat it. You saved my life and this is part of my gratitude to you. I wouldn't harm you, trust me." Daphne bit her lip and retorted with a hint of pride, "I didn't save you for any reward, and besides, it seems your fate isn't up yet. And don't think I am afraid of you. I have the strength of a 3rd-level martial artist. If you have any ill intentions, humph." She even waved her little fist as she spoke. Ashura immediately spread his hands to show he understood her might and pushed the snack dripping with royal jelly a bit closer to Daphne. Still wrestling with her thoughts, Daphne glanced at Ashura and said, "You're really wicked, tricking me into thinking you were mute. I told you so many of my secrets because I thought a mute person couldn't spread them. You were less annoying when you just stayed quiet in the carriage. Ashura, caught between laughter and tears, pleaded repeatedly, all right, it's all my fault. I was truly hurt and couldn't speak then. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you've told me. Please forgive me, let this snack be my apology. Hearing his peace offering, Daphne no longer stayed angry, and with a pout she took the snack and eagerly bit into it. The sweet taste filled her mouth. She had never had such a delicious snack before. As she munched, her eyes squinted happily into crescent moons, a sight Ashura had seen before on another friend, secretly making him chuckle inside. Seeing his teasing look, Daphne guessed he was laughing at her and blushed, shaking her little fist again. Then she tossed the reins of the carriage to Ashura. Holding the snack, she hopped off the carriage, calling out to Captain John, her foster father, wanting to share the treat with him. Captain John, knowing the snack was from Ashura, hesitated at first but couldn't resist his daughter's coaxing and took a bite of the never-before-seen delicacy. Daphne then returned to the carriage driven by Ashura, not taking back the reins but letting him continue to drive as she nibbled on the sweet snack. The girl regained her usual chattiness, chattering non-stop. Ashura, playing along, kept her entertained, cracking jokes that made her burst into laughter. The young mercenaries around them nearly crushed their own reins in envy, wishing they could replace Ashura and engage in such a pleasant conversation, a scene that otherwise only appeared in their dreams. Ashura and Daifei chatted idly as they journeyed together by carriage. Time flew swiftly and soon it was evening, time to set up camp for the night. Along the way they talked about many things. For instance, Ashura asked why their mercenary group chose a route along the perilous outskirts of the beast forest. Daifei explained that the bounties they could undertake were limited, and taking the route around the beast forest not only saved them some time but also spared them from the extortion of city officials, allowing the mercenaries to earn a bit more to support their families. Ashura also inquired about the young girl's dreams. Daifei shared that her dream was to own a store in a city where she could sell delicious food, believing that enjoying tasty food was one of the greatest joys in the world. However, when Ashura asked what specific delicacies she would sell, she admitted she didn't know. Until today she thought the tastiest food was the meat buns sold in the city. But her perspective was completely overturned after tasting the royal jelly snacks Ashura offered earlier that day. Daifei only had one burning question for the boy: what was his name and why had he come to this place? Ashura didn't dodge her question, telling the young girl that his name was Ashura, from distant Olay country, and he came here to hone his skills and strengthen himself. He did not voluntarily disclose his status as a student of St. Gabain Academy. At noon Ashura had planned to offer another snack to Daifei, but this time she shook her head and refused. Firstly, she felt the snack was surely not cheap, and secondly, she feared getting used to such treats and would be sad if she couldn't have them in the future. Seeing Daifei's reaction, Ashura was instantly reminded of his sister Achiya. Recognizing the same kindness and gratitude in both, he felt a twinge of homesickness, wondering if his family back home was well. In the evening, as they camped and gathered around the campfire, each mercenary boisterously eating, a bearded mercenary named Taylor asked Ashura what beast had wounded him. Ashura shyly responded that he hadn't seen clearly what beast it was. He had just fled for his life after getting injured. His response triggered laughter among the group, and though Taylor teased him a bit, Ashura didn't get angry and joined in the banter with the mercenaries. However, trouble soon arrived when a few young mercenaries came up wanting to spar with him. Daifei, protective as a mother hen, stood in front of Ashura with hands on her hips, scolding the young men to leave. Ashura just smiled faintly and said, "My strength is limited and I'm currently injured. I'll concede defeat." The young men, feeling they had saved face, mocked him a few times but then dispersed. Daifei, upset that Ashura didn't stand up for himself, gave him a kick and angrily sat back down, remarking that the land of kings always revered the strong. The bearded tailor passed Ashura a jug of liquor. Ashura took a big gulp and the raw strong alcohol made him cough violently, provoking another round of hearty laughter from the group. Taylor slung his arm around Ashura's shoulder and teased him, asking if the little weakling was still a virgin. He promised that once they reached the town ahead he'd find a familiar brothel girl to take care of that for him. Meanwhile, Daifei angrily snatched the liquor bottle from his hand and handed it back to Taylor. Captain John didn't say a word. He just quietly observed Ashura, feeling there was something extraordinary about the boy. After all, the injuries he had suffered were severe and he certainly shouldn't have been able to get out of bed. As everyone finished their meal and went their separate ways to rest, Daifei became visibly awkward. Ashura just smiled and did not speak. He found a large tree near a fire pit, leaned against it, and pretended to rest. This gesture eased both Daifei and the distant Captain John, who had been watching him. After a moment of contemplation, Daifei ran back to the wagon, fetched the blankets Ashura had used earlier and handed them to him with a flushed face, saying, "You're still injured and the ground is damp. Use these blankets." Ashura, feigning embarrassment, replied, "How could I possibly use your blankets?" Yet he immediately took them and spread them out to lie down. Daifei, seeing his cheeky behavior, wanted to kick him, playfully grumbling, "Now that you've dirted them, I certainly won't use them if you don't wash them." She then turned and went back to the wagon. Ashura watched her retreating figure with a smile and remained silent. The blankets were stained with blood, remnants of the time they sought to save him, a fact he kept close to his heart. He guessed she didn't have a second set of blankets to change into and planned to make it up to her once they reached Pro City. Then, leaning against the tree and covered with the blankets, Ashura entered a state of deep meditation, a practice he was accustomed to throughout the night. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees and onto Ashura's face, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Feeling the surging power within his body after a recent advancement, he was eager to test the new limits of his abilities as both a great martial artist and a great magician. He felt several times stronger than before. His injuries had healed nearly 60% and the wounds were mostly closed. The previous day, Daifei had asked him how he managed to heal so quickly, and he told her it was due to his ancestral medicine, which worked wonders. He had even given her some, which she joyfully accepted, knowing it would be incredibly useful for their mercenary group and could save many lives. As the mercenaries emerged from their tents to pack up and prepare to leave, Ashura also lent a hand, earning smiles of goodwill from everyone. Of course, a few middle-aged mercenaries jested about him being a weakling as they packed, and Ashura joined in, playfully bantering back about their female relatives. Amidst the laughter and teasing, everyone finished packing up and set off on their journey once again. Ashura, as usual, took his place in Daifei's wagon, munching on a piece of jerky he had cheekily taken from Burly Taylor. He broke off half and handed it to the young girl, who, without any fuss, accepted the jerky and began to scold him about how he had picked up bad habits from the mercenaries. The few nearby young mercenaries were so annoyed they itched to challenge the dark-haired boy to a duel of martial skills that very night. Thus, the team continued their journey until noon. Before Captain John could even order a rest for meal, Ashura, who was sitting on the wagon, suddenly twitched his ears. He then shifted his body across the wagon and positioned himself protectively in front of Daifei. At the same moment, a whistling sound pierced the air and Captain John loudly warned, "Watch out, ambush." As soon as his voice faded, 2 mercenaries were shot off their horses by arrows, thankfully not hitting any vital parts, no fatal wounds. The mercenaries immediately raised their shields and formed a defensive line to face the enemy, their actions showing they were no strangers to such incidents. At the same time, over 30 burly men armed with weapons burst from the woods. From their attire and appearances, it was clear these were no good men. The leader, a brawny man clad in black iron armor, stepped forward laughing arrogantly and shouted, crossing through the territory of the Black Wind mercenary group without paying a toll, "How foolish can you be? Do you want to end up as beast fodder here?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the Vita mercenary group darkened. They had heard of the notorious Black Wind mercenary group, a ruthless band of brigands known for their brutal raids and looting in the beast forest. Their leader, Kid, was a formidable martial master, stronger than their own leader John by a whole tier. The group immediately tensed up for a severe confrontation. Hearing this, Captain John's expression turned grave. He then humbly said, "Gentlemen, we are from the Vita mercenary group, nearly passing through this area. We hope Chief Kid can grant us passage. We are willing to share a portion of our commission for the brothers of the Black Wind mercenary group to enjoy some drinks." Upon hearing this, the Black Wind mercenary group burst into even more brazen laughter, and their leader Kid arrogantly added, "Since you know who I am, you should know how big my appetite is. Hurry up and bring out your gold and treasures as a tribute to our brothers." The members of the Vita mercenary group were extremely angry and frustrated, but they were no match for the strength of the Black Wind mercenary group and understood their leader's intent to avoid disaster through financial sacrifice. Captain John, with a face of grim determination, clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "This time we are transporting goods to Pro City, herbs from the beast forest and such, with a total fee of 100 gold coins. Our employer gave us 50 gold coins as a deposit, and I am willing to hand over these 50 gold coins in exchange for our safe passage." The members of the Vita mercenary group were both shocked and helpless, fully understanding their leader's decision, yet their hard work over the past 2 months was about to be mercilessly plundered. Yet Black Wind mercenary group's leader Kid, upon hearing this, spat disdainfully and scoffed, "Do you think I'm a beggar? 50 gold coins aren't even enough for our brothers to have a good time in the city brothels for 2 days. Hand over all 100 gold coins." After hearing the terms, Captain John suppressed the rage in his heart and said gravely, "The client only gave us 50 gold coins as a deposit. We skirted the edge of the beast forest just to save costs, and now we have given all 50 coins to you. We won't receive the remaining 50 until we deliver the goods in Pro City. Do you, Captain Kidd, intend to go to Pro City with me to collect them?" On hearing this, Captain Kidd snorted heavily. He certainly didn't dare go to Pro City to collect the 50 gold coins, as he was still on the city's wanted list, not to mention the enigmatic and powerful lord of Pro City, just any general from the city would be more than he could handle. He glanced sideways at Captain John and said rudely, "Consider yourselves lucky, you paupers. Leave behind the 50 gold coins and all your horses, and I'll spare your measly lives this time." The members of the Vita mercenary group were outraged upon hearing this. The horses were more precious to them than their own lives. Without them, how could they transport goods? This was undoubtedly cutting off their livelihood, so they immediately voiced their strong opposition and anger. Ashura was still assessing the situation, thinking it best to avoid disaster by losing money. Once in Pro City, he planned to sell the items in his spatial belt and then reimburse the Vita mercenary group the 50 gold coins. It's better to do less than to meddle more, but he hadn't expected the Black Wind mercenaries to be so ruthless as to try and take their horses too, unnoticed. By Ashura, behind him Dai-Fei suddenly burst forth, holding a long bow at an angle, and shouted at the Black Wind mercenaries, "Godfather, we can't agree to this. Without our horses, the Vita mercenary group will have nothing left. How can we take on any more missions? We must fight them." As she shouted these words, Ashura sighed inwardly. Captain John, equally tense, scolded her to return to the back of the group. However, the brigands of the Black Wind mercenary group straightened their eyes. They hadn't expected such a beautiful young woman in this team, and judging by her appearance, she seemed untouched, a real prize. The leader Kid ogled Dai-Fei with lewd eyes and exclaimed in wonder, "Who would have thought we'd find such a fine young beauty in these wild hills? You don't have to hand over the horses. Just give me the 50 gold coins and this young lady, let me ride her for a few days, much more thrilling than riding a horse." He laughed boisterously, and the surrounding brigands also chimed in. "Boss, once you've tamed this little red mare, let your brothers have a turn too. We've been pent up too." Leader Kid cursed playfully, "Gasang, you damn turtle, mushrooms are growing under you, and you still dare to covet my woman. Better you go find that widow you fancy in the town ahead." Listening to the foul language of the Black Wind mercenary group, the faces of the Vita mercenary group turned ashen. Yet, they shielded Dai-Fei behind them, and no one was willing to back down. Everyone held a resolute determination to die if necessary, waiting for Captain John to give the command. Captain John raised his spear, ready to fight to the death with Kid. Just then, Dai-Fei suddenly thought of something. With tears streaming, she turned her head to look at Ashura, who was nonchalantly leaning against a wagon watching the scene unfold, and whispered, "When the fight starts, run as far back as you can. I'll hold off these brigands for you." Ashura looked at the girl, who was crying like a little kitten, and he couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seemed that staying low-key was not an option anymore. He then jumped off the carriage and walked slowly toward the front of the group under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Everyone was puzzled as they watched the seemingly weak member of their group, not understanding what he intended to do. A few familiar mercenaries called out to him to stop, but he did not respond. Dai-Fei, looking pale, wanted to go forward and pull him back, but the mercenaries around her dared not let her, keeping her protected behind them. Even the Black Wind mercenary group, who were still hurling abuses, stared in confusion at the tall youth approaching them. The dark-haired young man muttered to himself as he walked, "My injuries haven't fully healed yet. I didn't want to fight, but you just had to bully her? She's a nice girl whom I haven't even touched yet, so you deserve to die." No sooner had Ashura finished speaking than he unleashed his full power, using the chasing wind and thunder technique to charge towards the leader of the kids. This was his first full deployment of chasing wind and thunder since advancing to a great martial artist, moving as swiftly as lightning to appear right before the kid leader. The kid leader was shocked. He had not expected this frail-looking youth to possess such terrifying strength. He too was a skilled martial artist, but he only knew a set of basic green-level body techniques. Under the pressure of the thunder-enhanced chasing wind and thunder technique, he had no choice but to raise his arms to protect his chest. Ashura then struck a powerful thunder fist with his right hand, hitting the kid leader's arms. The leader felt a tremendous force that numbed his arms and pushed him back several steps. Before he could recover, 3 muffled thunderous sounds exploded in front of his chest, the internal force of the thunder fist penetrating his arms and armor to strike directly at his chest. the kid leader spat out a mouthful of blood, evidently sustaining light internal injuries. Just as he was about to draw his knife to counterattack, his throat was suddenly seized by a strong hand that lifted him off the ground. Terror filled his face as he clawed at the hand gripping his throat, his legs kicking wildly in a futile struggle. Azura, holding him up, said indifferently, "Blackwind Mercenary Group, I hate organizations that have the word black in their names." Following these words, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm was summoned from the sky, striking the suspended kid leader. Everyone saw a flash and heard a thunderclap, and the kid leader, like his black armor, turned black and emitted a faint wisp of blue smoke. Azura casually tossed the now dead kid leader to the ground, wiping his right hand on his clothes, as if disgusted. Then, turning to the stunned members of the Blackwind Mercenary Group, he flashed a wicked smile and said, "Aren't you running? Then stay here." A moment later, Azura pulled out a dagger from the back of a Blackwind mercenary, surveyed the circle of banded corpses on the ground, and flashed what he thought was a brilliant smile at the distant, terrified members of the Beta Mercenary Group. However, seeing his smile, chills ran down everyone's backs, especially the middle-aged mercenaries who often teased him. Having just met with the Blackwind Mercenary Group, their spirits were undiminished, but now, seeing the frail youth with whom they had lived day and night for several days, the terrifying strength and ruthless tactics made their legs tremble uncontrollably. The young mercenaries who had planned to spar with Azura were now filled with fear. The black-haired boy, who always appeared weak, seemed even more chilling than the monsters of the beast forest. Captain John had also just assisted Azura in killing 3 members of the Blackwind mercenaries. He had suspected the boy's extraordinary abilities and had been keeping an eye on the carriage, but he hadn't expected such a horrifying display. He was now very nervous, fearing that the youth might turn against their Bidar mercenary group next, and they would end up like the corpses on the ground. The only one who was extremely excited was Daifei, who was shouting excitedly yet fearfully, not daring to approach the corpses under the boy's feet. Azura, however, seemed indifferent. After scanning around and seeing no survivors, he casually walked towards the Bidar mercenaries. Seeing him approach, everyone instinctively stepped back. Only Daifei, hopping excitedly, ran up to Azura but frowned at the blood on him. She handed him a handkerchief to wipe off the blood, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. As Azura wiped away the blood, he whispered to Daifei, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and get your godfather to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Why are you all standing there like fools?" Enlightened, Daifei quickly ran to Captain John and whispered a few words to him. Captain John hesitated, glanced at Azura, who was paying him no attention, and gritted his teeth, ordering everyone to clean up the battlefield. The mercenaries, after a glance at Azura, began to bury the bodies and collect the spoils. About half an hour later, Azura emerged from the carriage in clean clothes, puzzled by the small mountain of spoils piled up next to the carriage. The mercenaries stood at a distance watching, and Daifei was pulled back by Captain John, sulking as if she had been gagged. Captain John then spoke, "Lord Azura, thank you for your assistance just now. We of the Bidar Mercenary Group are deeply grateful. Here are all the spoils which we have collected for you. You may take them all." Azura was at a loss for words and looked at Daifei, who was making faces behind John. Half amused, he said, "Captain John, please don't be so formal with me. Daifei has saved my life and all of you have taken good care of me. It was only right for me to help out today. I won't take these spoils. Distribute them among your brothers as a token of my thanks for your help these past few days." John wanted to say more, but Azura waved his hand to stop him and told Daifei, "I'm going to take a nap. Call me for dinner." With that, he turned and went back into the carriage. The distant mercenaries, upon hearing this, could no longer contain their joy. No longer fearful, they swarmed in front of the carriage, scrambling for the spoils. The young girl Daifei also rushed towards the spoils of war. She had just managed to grab a few items when a burly mercenary from behind pushed her aside. This infuriated the girl, and she was about to dive back into the crowd with her sleeves rolled up when Captain John shouted loudly, "Distribute them evenly, no snatching." This command restored order to the chaotic crowd. Meanwhile, Ashura hid inside the carriage, covered with a blood-stained quilt, sweating profusely. The intense exertion had caused his abdominal wound to reopen, yet he was exhilarated, thrilled by his near-instantaneous defeat of appearance strength. Teacher Yuenda had not misled him. As the cultivation of magic and martial arts progressed, it became more formidable. Among peers, he was nearly invincible, even capable of defeating higher-level opponents, which excited him immensely. Just then Daifei, still buzzing with excitement, flung open the carriage door and burst in. She didn't care whether Ashura was asleep or not and started chattering non-stop. She praised how amazing Ashura had been in the fight, how no one expected such strength from someone so young, how he had avenged her and saved the Baidat mercenary group. She then queried about the moment when he mentioned Kid and how a bolt of lightning had struck from the sky, killing Captain Kidd instantly. She also shared that the spoils had been evenly distributed, with each person receiving goods worth about 20 gold coins, equivalent to 2 years' earnings for them. Everyone was grateful to him. Captain John had obtained a spatial storage belt which would make transporting goods much easier and so forth. Ashura, trying to hide his discomfort, forced himself to remain composed and also felt happy that Dai Fei trusted him unconditionally. Thus, he listened to the girl talk about her spoils as they drove to the evening's campsite. Upon stepping out of the carriage, Ashura could feel that the mercenaries were working harder than before. As he appeared, they involuntarily stopped their tasks and stared at him, no longer avoiding or retreating as before. Ashura smiled faintly and walked over to the newly lit bonfire, calling out to the bearded mercenary tailor, "Bring over that cherished flask of yours. Aren't you going to offer me a drink?" Hearing this, the surrounding mercenaries relaxed and Taylor quickly handed over his flask. Ashura, as usual, took a big swig of the strong liquor. He was beginning to enjoy the burning sensation of rum which made his body shiver. He liked this feeling. Seeing that the youth was as approachable as before, Taylor became less reserved and, after a few drinks, insisted on taking Ashura to the best brothel in Pro City to celebrate. He had also gained spoils worth over 20 gold coins that afternoon, and the camaraderie among the mercenaries was genuine and strong. Before long, everyone was promising to take turns treating Ashura to a visit to the brothel once they reached Pro City, and soon they were heatedly comparing which of their favorite girls was the best, almost coming to blows. Actually, these mercenaries who sell their lives don't have that much spare money to spend in brothels. Most of them just seek some quick pleasure with the women of the poor districts. 20 gold coins might not even cover the cost of a meal in those high-end brothels. Ashura enjoyed shooting the breeze and joking around with these rough men. Before he knew it, it was time to rest for the evening. Dusting off his trousers, Ashura walked leisurely towards Dai Fei's carriage. Amidst the meaningful glances of the others, he climbed into the carriage. At the campfire, Captain John immediately clenched his teeth and grabbed the spear beside him, intending to rush into the carriage. Before anyone could stop Captain John, they saw Ashura emerge from the carriage holding a blood-stained quilt. Glancing at Captain John, the look sent a shiver down the captain's spine. Ashura laid the quilt beside the fire where he had been sitting, planning to continue his meditation through the night. Thinking back to when he entered the carriage to fetch the quilt, the young girl's panicked and shy expression made Ashura chuckle to himself. And so, amidst the light-hearted days filled with laughter, the must-reach mercenary group finally arrived at their destination, the city of Pruo. Looking at the majestic city gates, Dai Fei was not in high spirits, sulking all morning with a frown. Ashura didn't say much, knowing that they would soon part ways, but he still had something to do for Dai Fei before leaving. As soon as they entered the gates of Pruo, Captain John rode up to Ashura's carriage and said, "Lord Ashura, we need to deliver the goods shortly. Could you please wait for me at the central square in Pruo?" Ashura thought they didn't want him to meet the client during the goods exchange and cheerfully agreed, mentioning that he also had matters to discuss with Captain John. With that, Ashura said to Dai Fei, who deliberately turned her head away, "See you in a bit." He then jumped off the carriage and walked towards the other end of the street. Dai Fei pursed her lips, holding back the tears in her eyes, and watched as the carriage led the way at the front of the group. Captain John sighed softly and urged his horse to follow. After leaving the group, Ashura headed towards the market of Pruo. He took out his black cloak and covered his head with the hood, hiding his youthful face in the shadow of the hat. Just as he reached the entrance of the market, a lean middle-aged man quickly approached him, bowed deeply and said, "My lord, have you come to the market to buy or sell?" "My name is Shios and I have lived here for over 30 years. I can provide you with all the information and services you need in Pruo for just 10 silver coins." Ashura didn't reply immediately but scrutinized this shrewd man named Shios. Although Shios couldn't see the face under the hat, he felt as if the eyes beneath could see right through him, which added pressure. After a moment, a raspy voice said, "I want to both buy and sell. I can give you 20 silver coins, but you must ensure I sell high and buy low. Do you understand what I mean? Don't you dare make me unhappy, because if I'm not happy, trust me, neither will you be." Ashura intentionally lowered his voice to intimidate the man who had approached him to strike up a conversation. He knew that showing even a slight hint of weakness would mark him as a lamb ready for slaughter. The lean man named Shios bowed even lower, ignoring the sweat on his forehead as he eagerly agreed, "Don't worry, sir, I will serve you wholeheartedly and to your satisfaction." After speaking, Shios slightly raised his body and humbly said to Ashura, "Sir, would you like to buy or sell first?" Ashura thought for a moment and then said, "Let's sell some materials and carcasses of level 4 magical beasts first, and if the price is right, we can also sell the level 4 magic cores." Upon hearing this, Shios instantly replied, "Then let's go to the Jinli Lai Trading Company. Rest assured, Sir, Jinli Lai always offers fair prices." Ashura was momentarily stunned, not expecting to encounter the business owned by the family of the dormitory boss, but then he remembered that Jinli Lai was one of the 4 major trading companies on the King's continent and it was normal for it to have a branch in Proluo City. He was very willing to sell to Jinli Lai Trading Company, so he asked Shios to lead the way. When Shios brought him to a splendid 3-story shop, Ashura secretly admired how big the business owned by the Jinza family was. Inside the trading company, the decor was even more luxurious. The shelves behind the counters were filled with a variety of goods for customers to choose from, and the place was bustling with people. Ashura suppressed his curiosity, not looking around, as he noticed that Shios, who was leading the way, was also subtly observing him. They hadn't been in the shop long before a clerk approached them to ask what they needed. Upon learning that they were there to sell materials from level 4 magical beasts, the clerk led them to a private room on the first floor and respectfully knocked 3 times. When they heard a response from inside, the clerk told them, "Our appraiser from Jinli Lai is ready and the seller can now enter to conduct the transaction." Ashura glanced at Shios, who immediately bowed and said, "I'll wait for you here outside the door." Satisfied, Ashura nodded and casually tossed 2 silver coins into Shios' arms, making him beam with joy and repeatedly praise Ashura's generosity. Ashura then stepped into the private room and saw a stout, white-bearded old man sitting across from him. Ashura slightly bowed in greeting, and the old man responded indifferently before asking him to bring out the magical beast materials for trade. Without hesitation, Ashura emptied his storage belt, placing the carcasses of 8 level 4 magical beasts, 6 pieces of fur, various bones and teeth, and some herbs on the long table in front of the old man. The old man finally looked more seriously at the robed figure in front of him. Although the man in the robe had not spoken or removed his hood since entering, the old appraiser, experienced and shrewd from encountering all sorts of people, could tell from the hands that appeared as the man retrieved the items that he was likely quite young. From the wounds on these magical beasts, it was evident that they were inflicted by the same person using a knife. A young person capable of slaying so many level 4 magical beasts alone in the forest of beasts was certainly no ordinary individual. The elder's attitude improved significantly, smiling as he said, "Young man, I see that each beast's head has been hollowed out. How's your luck? Did you manage to extract any magical cores? If so, bring them along to sell and I'll make sure the price satisfies you." Upon hearing this, Ashura's body stiffened slightly, and the elder smiled knowingly even more. Ashura cursed under his breath, calling the elder a sly fox, then pulled out 3 level 4 magical cores from his spatial belt. The elder saw the 2 earth-type cores and 1 water-type core and nodded in satisfaction. He then casually inspected the quality of the magical beast corpses, pondered for a moment, and said, "All these items together, I'll round it up to 300 gold coins for you. As for the level 4 cores, 300 gold coins each for the earth type and 350 for the water type. What do you think?" After considering briefly, Ashura then took out 4 giant bear claws from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. The elder sitting behind the table straightened up immediately upon seeing the claws of the giant earth bear, measured the size of the claws with his hand, and realized they were from an adult giant earth bear. The elder reassessed the young man cloaked in a cape, recognizing that anyone who could slay a level 5 magical beast was among the elite on this continent. With a cheerful smile, the elder said, "Impressive young man to have slain a level 5 magical beast. Bring out any other materials you have. I can offer you up to 1,000 gold coins for a level 5 core." Ashura simply shook his head. Seeing his caution, the elder found him interesting and laughed heartily. "I'll give you 1,500 gold coins for all these. How about that?" After speaking, the elder extended his right hand. Ashura also extended his right hand and shook with the elder, signifying the confirmation of the transaction. The elder then instructed his men to tally the items and clear the payment. Taking a crystal card handed to him by his subordinate, the elder said with a smile, "This is a crystal card introduced by the 4 great empires, capable of storing gold coins. It already has 1,500 gold coins loaded, and you can withdraw them from the Imperial Bank or spend them in shops anytime." Ashura took the crystal card, noting the amount of 1,500 displayed on it, a device he had heard of but never seen before. However, he figured that the Gilcum Trading Company wouldn't cheat him over such a small amount of money. otherwise he would seek reimbursement from his boss Jinze. Ajura responded formally thank you, and then turned to leave the private room just as he was about to leave the Gilcum Trading Company with shoes. But a voice called from behind, please hold sir. Ajura, hearing the voice that stopped him, unconsciously clenched his fists, yet glancing around at the surroundings he loosened the fists hidden in his sleeves and slowly turned around. The man who called him was a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Stepping forward with a smile, the man said, good day sir, I am Pato, the manager of the Gilcum Trading Company in Pro City. I heard from my subordinates that you have just completed a transaction with us. Here I present you with a blue-level VIP card from our Jinli Lai Trading Company. From now on, when you trade at our Jinli Lai, you will receive better prices and services. Upon hearing this, Ashura understood the middle-aged man's intentions and reached out to accept the blue VIP card, slightly bowing to express his gratitude. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low voice, Mr. Pato, thank you for this VIP card. I might need to trouble you again shortly. His words momentarily stunned Mr. Pato, but he quickly regained his composure and responded, Jinli Lai welcomes you at any time. I will provide the best service possible. Ashura then realized why Jinli Lai trading was so successful. Such service attitude was a sure path to prosperity. After Ashura left Jinli Lai Trading, Shios immediately approached with eagerness and asked, Sir, what do you need next? Without hesitation, Ashura replied, I want to buy a well-located shop in Pro City. It doesn't need to be big, but it should ideally have a second floor or a backyard suitable for residents. How much would that cost? After pondering for a while, Shios looked up and said, Sir, it's rare to find good locations for sale in Pro City, but there is a grain and oil shop that might be put up for sale. The owner's son has incurred a huge gambling debt and the owner is almost desperate, still hesitant about selling the shop. He plans to sell it and move to another city to start anew. Ashura was interested, knowing that such street rogues often had the most accurate information, yet he didn't show any outward emotion and continued enigmatically, do you think this shop is suitable? How much do you think the owner will sell it for? Shios confidently assured the location of that shop is truly excellent and there's a small courtyard behind it with about 3 or 4 rooms, definitely meeting your requirements. As for the price, I think it would be around 400 gold coins, as the owner's son owes nearly that amount to the casino. After a moment of contemplation, Ashura said to Shios, then 400 gold coins it is. I don't care how much you pay for the shop, I will give you 400 gold coins and the rest is yours. I want that shop as soon as possible. Shios was stunned, fearing he had misheard, as such sudden wealth fell upon him, a rogue who earned a living by leading the way. He immediately knelt down, promising to handle the matter quickly, and urged Ashura to wait there for a while. Then, fearing Ashura might change his mind, he got up and ran towards another street, with Ashura silently following behind. Seeing Shios run into a well-located grain and oil shop, he communicated with a middle-aged man showing a worried face through gestures and words for a long time. Ashura was very satisfied with this shop, its excellent location not far from Jinli Lai Trading Plus. A small courtyard suitable for living, perfectly meeting his requirements. He planned to buy this shop to fulfill Dai Fei's dream of opening a delightful eatery and providing her with a place to live without having to run around with rough men on a perilous journey. Regarding the cost of buying the shop, it was the first time in Ashura's life he had been so generous. He felt that compared to saving a life, spending some gold coins to repay his benefactor was trivial. Even though he had also eliminated a group of bandits to protect the girl, he still wanted to give her more. It seemed that Shios had also successfully negotiated, as he came running out of the shop excitedly, only to be grabbed by a strong hand at the corner of the alley and lifted by his collar. Shios, with his neck retracted, turned his head and immediately spoke obsequiously, Sir, the shop is secured, the shopkeeper can give you the deed anytime and the family will move out immediately. Regarding the price, the 400 gold coins you mentioned, Ashura, his voice still hoarse, responded, I'll give you 400 gold coins, I want the deed now and it's best if the shopkeeper moves out immediately, understand? Hearing his reply, Shios trembled with excitement, just about to kneel in gratitude when Ashura lifted him up again, urging him to complete the transaction quickly. Within less than an hour, Ashura held the deed of the shop in his hand, watching the original shopkeeper hastily pack up a cartload of belongings and leave. He flicked the deed in his hand. He paid no attention to Shios, who was gradually going mad with the 50 gold coins, and walked towards the central square. Upon arriving at the edge of the square, he saw the members of the Beta mercenary group waiting for him, especially Dai Fei, who was eagerly and anxiously standing on tiptoes. Ashura pulled back the hood of his warrior robe and casually walked towards the Beta mercenary group. Seeing him approaching from afar, Daifei's suspended heart finally settled. She had been worried that he would leave without saying goodbye, but now seeing him return, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Azura approached the members of the Beta mercenary group, looked at the eager faces, and asked with a playful smile, "Did the delivery go smoothly? What are you all doing here waiting for me?" Big bearded Tyler chuckled and said, "All handovers are complete. Thanks to your help, the brothers have made a fortune, and we're here waiting to fulfill our promise, planning to take you out to see the world." He then winked suggestively at Azura. Azura instantly understood Tyler's implication and awkwardly scratched his head. He was still green, usually joking around with these rough men, but when it came to the real deal, he was not willing to waste his first night on a prostitute. At this moment, Captain John stepped forward to clear the air for Azura, saying, "The brothers just want to thank you for saving their lives. They want to take you to a tavern in town for a drink to express their gratitude." Azura nodded slightly, feeling that these rough men still valued brotherhood deeply. He smiled and replied, "I appreciate the brothers' kindness. It's hard for everyone to earn some money. Let's not spend those extra gold coins on me, otherwise what's the point of the spoils I left you?" Captain John was about to say something, but Azura cut him off. "Captain John, let everyone disperse. I have something to discuss with you and Daifei." Hearing this, the others exchanged looks and tactfully walked away, while the girl Daifei still reluctantly approached. Ashura pulled out the deed from his right hand and tossed it to Daifei. Amidst their puzzled looks, he said, "This time Daifei saved my life and I've always wanted to repay her. I just bought a shop with a courtyard for her. From now on she can be the boss and open the delicious shop she's always dreamed of." Both were so shocked that their mouths hung open. They couldn't imagine Ashura giving such a valuable gift. Daifei, without even daring to look at the deed, immediately tried to give it back to Ashura, saying, "Why spend so much? It's too valuable, I can't accept it." Daifei knew from previous chats that Ashura was not of noble birth and didn't have much in the way of savings, yet here he was buying her a shop, which shocked Daifei, who was usually reluctant to spend even a single silver coin. Ashura, however, did not take back the deed and instead turned to Captain John, saying, "The shop's courtyard has several rooms, enough for your whole family to live in. The shop is well situated for any business, and you all might not need to be mercenaries anymore, live peacefully." Captain John was equally stunned. After hearing Ashura's words, he felt he had underestimated the young man. However, he shook his head and said, "I might not be blessed enough to enjoy such a life. I still have over a dozen brothers relying on me for their livelihood. We know nothing but mercenary work, but I will ensure Daifei stays in Proluo City." When Ashura heard this, he couldn't help but feel something was off. Suddenly Daifei, her cheeks flushed, pulled him aside and asked shyly, "Ashura, are you trying to buy a house to keep me?" Ashura was completely taken aback by her sudden question. Daifei had grown up with the mercenary group, hearing all sorts of gossip from various cities about rich merchants keeping young ladies in houses and visiting them for a few nights. The deed from Ashura instantly sparked those gossip tales in her mind, but she also worried about leaving her godfather alone. Living in such a big house by herself scared her. Ashura hadn't considered these aspects, but reflecting on her perspective, he thought how beautiful life could be. However, seeing the sharply observant eyes of Captain John's father nearby, he immediately became serious again. Giving the girl a light knock on the forehead, he sternly said, "What are you thinking? I just couldn't bear to see you running around all the time. The incident a few days ago was too dangerous. I just want you to have a stable place to live. Besides, Captain John has a family too. His wife could come and live with you. And isn't opening a gourmet shop your dream?" Daifei's ears turned red to the roots. She realized she had misunderstood the young man, yet why did she feel so disappointed? Still, she bit her lip and shook her head. "I can't leave my godfather. I'm not useless in the team." Ashura looked at Daifei and then at John, and with a silent sigh realized he couldn't change their decision, so he suggested they first follow him to two places. He first took the two to the shop he had just purchased. Although the young girl Daifei didn't say much, her eyes brimming with desire and affection betrayed her feelings. Captain John couldn't stop nodding in approval of the shop. Then he led them to the Jinli business firm, still hooded. The father and daughter didn't know why he brought them here. They had never been to the Jinli business firm before. Could it be that he was buying something for Daifei again? Upon entering, Ashura approached a clerk who came to greet him and said, "Could you please call Mr. Pato over? I need to speak with him." The clerk politely replied, "Sir, may I ask if you have our business firm's VIP card?" Ashura then took out the blue VIP card he had just received and showed it to the clerk, who immediately said respectfully, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will call manager Pato over." After saying this, he stepped back a few steps to fetch someone. The father and daughter behind him were a bit constrained and also surprised by Ashura's VIP card. Manager Pato, still charming as ever, approached Ashura. From a distance, Pato extended his right hand and shook hands with Ashura, saying, "Sir, it's a pleasure to see you again. How may I assist you today?" The father and daughter exchanged incredulous looks. Ashura, slightly embarrassed, said, "Mr. Pato, I'm sorry to trouble you so soon. May I have a word in private?" Upon hearing this, Pato immediately responded, "Then let's talk in my tea room. I was just about to brew some fine green tea. We can sit down and discuss over tea." Saying this, he led the way upstairs. Ashura told the father and daughter to wait there for a moment, then a clerk took them to a nearby resting area and served them pastries and tea. Ashura followed Pato into an antique tea room which was decorated in a way that reflected the owner's exquisite taste. Every ornament was of considerable value. Pato warmly invited Ashura to sit down and began to prepare the tea. However, Ashura did not waste any time and spoke earnestly. "I have come because I need your help with a matter." He then took out the token given to him by Elder Ginza from his spatial belt. The moment the token was revealed, the teapot in Pato's hand shattered on the tea table, and Pato, taking 3 steps and 2, ran up to Ashura, took the token in both hands and examined it closely. Then he knelt on the ground and exclaimed, "I welcome the young master. I did not know of the young master's visit and failed to greet you properly. I deserve to die." Seeing this scene, Ashura was momentarily stunned, then quickly helped Pato up and explained the origin of the token. Pato, after hearing the explanation, was not embarrassed but took the young man even more seriously. The fact that the young master had entrusted his token to this young man indicated a deep and exceptional relationship. This was an excellent opportunity for Pato to make a good impression in front of the young master, and he was determined to seize it. Thus, Pato treated Ashura with even greater enthusiasm, almost to the point of being obsequious. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine, surprised by the immense power of Ginza's token. He did not overestimate himself and proceeded to make his 2 requests. The first was for the Jinli commercial firm to give the Beta mercenary group some exclusive escort missions for supplies so they wouldn't have to linger around the outskirts of the monster forest anymore. Ashura knew that to keep Daifei in the city he had to ensure the Beta mercenary group was well settled. This request was nothing for the Jinli commercial firm, and Pato agreed immediately. The second request was for the Jinli commercial firm's influence to discreetly protect the young girl Daifei, whom he had just bought a shop for, hoping she would not be bullied in Prol City. Upon hearing this, Pato displayed a lecherous grin that all men understood and assured him even more vehemently that no one in Prol City would dare touch a hair on Daifei's head and that no other men would be allowed in the backyard of that shop. Ashura frowned upon hearing this, realizing that Pato had misunderstood, but he didn't clarify. Perhaps this misunderstanding would make Pato even more attentive. After settling the requests, the 2 men walked down from the 2nd floor in high spirits. The father and daughter downstairs immediately stood up and looked towards Ashura. Without waiting for Ashura to speak, Pato approached Captain John, enthusiastically discussing a long-term collaboration with the Beta mercenary group. This was a delightful surprise for Captain John, since a formidable family business like the Jinli commercial firm normally wouldn't bother with a small-time mercenary group like theirs. He gratefully glanced at Ashura, acknowledging that none of this would have been possible without the young man's help. Daifei, who was listening nearby, also heard about the olive branch thrown by the Jinli commercial firm and realized the purpose behind Ashura bringing them here. "Looks like this bad guy still wants to take care of me," she thought. Blushing to her ears, she bowed her head, too shy to look at Ashura. Seeing her reaction, Ashura knew she had misunderstood again and quickly whispered, "Don't think too much. I just want to repay you for saving my life. There's nothing else to it. You can stay in Prol City with confidence." However, despite his words, Daifei kept her head down and large tears silently fell to the ground. Ashura panicked, unsure what he had done or said wrong, frantically scratching his head. Suddenly Daifei looked up, her eyes firm yet tear-stained, making Ashura feel guilt-ridden as if he were a heartbreaker. "I'll listen to you and stay in Prol City, move into that shop and follow your words. But can you please not abandon me?" she said earnestly. "I know I'm not worthy of you, but ever since you stood up for me and wiped out the Haifeng mercenary group, I've fallen for you. I'm so afraid of the days when I might not see you." As she spoke, tears again rolled down her cheeks. Silently, Ashura was speechless, sighing softly. He opened his arms and embraced the girl. Ashura did not lack feelings for Daifei, especially after hearing her heartfelt words. He felt that continuing to avoid the issue was not the solution. Simply wrapping the girl in his arms to offer her the greatest comfort. Ashura's bold gesture made Daisy incredibly shy. She buried her head in Ashura's shoulder, too embarrassed to look up at anyone, especially not daring to meet the eyes of her godfather. Captain John. Captain John, upon seeing this, didn't say much but sighed slightly in displeasure. However, Supervisor Pato, standing beside him, chuckled and pulled him aside to give the young couple some space. Ashura waited until Daisy stopped crying before he slowly said, "You need to behave. I can't promise you anything right now. I still have important things to do, and all I want now is to become stronger. But I promise when I have time I'll come to see you." Daisy, without raising her head, just wiped her tears on Ashura's shoulder and sobbed. "You're lying." Ashura felt a bit overwhelmed but continued to soothe her, saying, "What I say under the bed counts. Don't worry." After hearing this, Daisy's cheeks turned red and she gently pecked him on the cheek before stepping out of his embrace, her eyes still red as she looked at him. After a long moment, she nodded and said, "You must keep your word." "Don't deceive me," Ashura replied helplessly. "What good would deceiving you do me? Be good." Daisy obediently nodded, and only then did they notice the gossipy looks from the people around them. Daisy whimpered and buried her head back into Ashura's chest, who, thick-skinned because of his hood, just held her close. The two of them told Captain John they were heading to the store and then ran hand in hand out of the Kinray trading house. They laughed and chatted on their way to their newly purchased shop. After a brief tidy-up of the place, Ashura planned to take Daisy shopping for some necessities. Just as they stepped out of the shop, Ashura sensed several discreet gazes fixed on them. Realizing they were not hiding, Ashura guessed these were the experts sent by Kinray to protect Daisy, a swift move by Pato indeed, showing the influence of the token they possessed. They shopped like a couple, bringing back many household items to the shop. Before they could whisper sweet nothings to each other, Captain John walked in expressionlessly. Daisy immediately retreated embarrassedly to her chosen room while Captain John approached Ashura and said, "Sir, may we speak in private?" Ashura gladly followed Captain John to the shop's front desk. Captain John began first. "I would like to thank you on behalf of the Merto Mercenary Group and their families for your recommendation and help. It undoubtedly provided us with a much easier livelihood. But as a father, I plead with you not to play with my daughter's feelings. She is kind-hearted and I don't want to see her hurt." After a long silence, Ashura replied, "Recommending the Merto Mercenary Group to the Kinray Trading House was entirely for Daisy's peace of mind, so no thanks are needed. Also, as you've seen, I hadn't intended to become too involved with Daisy given my own difficulties. But since things have progressed to this point and we've done nothing wrong, I am willing to stand by her side. Who can never be sure about what the future holds? However, I promise to give her 3 years to think it over. Maybe by then, she'll meet someone she truly likes and will be able to forget about me. If after 3 years she still feels the same as she does now towards me, then I will bring her back to meet my parents." After listening to the young man's words, John nodded in approval and said, "I heard Daifei call you Ashura. Can you tell me where you come from?" Ashura did not hide anything and replied, "My real name is Ashura and I come from the distant country of Olay to the west." Captain John mentioned he knew of Olay, having once had a mission to transport goods there. Ashura was quite surprised to hear this and then continued, "My father is the Protector General of Olay Fengshan. Our family is currently under threat from other forces. If you have a chance to visit Olay again, could you please convey a message to my family? Tell them Ashura is well and has achieved his wishes. They should not worry. Whether it takes 3 or 5 years, I will definitely return." Captain John was slightly astonished upon hearing this, realizing that the young man also had his own hidden troubles. He solemnly promised to find an opportunity to deliver the message. Ashura, relieved, then called out, "Come out, no need to hide anymore." Daifei hesitatingly came out from behind the door and was about to explain something when Ashura pulled her back to the inner courtyard. Sitting across from each other in the room, Ashura took Daifei's hand and said, "You heard what I just said. I might not be able to stay here too long, but it won't be long before I return. Be good." Daifei didn't reply, she just pouted and looked at him. After a long while she said, "I want to hear your story, learn your secrets. I always feel you're so mysterious." Ashura, with a wry smile, replied, "All right, then I'll tell you about myself." Ashura then proceeded to share how mischievous and lazy he was as a child. He talked about how he carried the deep hatred of his family to St. Gabain Academy to study and how he ended up in the Beast Forest, explaining everything to Daifei except for the episode involving the mysterious men in black and his sad experiences as a sparring partner in the academy. He was mostly open with Daifei, who was astonished by all the young man had been through. Fei had already shared her childhood stories with Ashura when he was injured on their journey. Eventually, the two lay clothed on Fei's small bed, embracing and sharing their personal thoughts without anything inappropriate happening. For the first time, Ashura didn't meditate and instead slept soundly through the night. The next day, Ashura planned to leave Pro City. He wanted to return to the academy to discuss his next training plan with mentor Yuan Da. Having completed his breakthrough plan in just 4 months. After a long and heartfelt farewell to Fei, promising repeatedly to return soon, Ashura put on his cloaked robe and headed towards the gates of Pro City. Yet just after 2 blocks he heard someone calling him Lord. Turning around he saw it was the guide Shoes. At this moment Shoes had changed into a more fitting outfit, shedding the appearance of a street thug. Upon seeing Ashura, he immediately bowed deeply and exclaimed, "My lord, do you have any further commands? Shoes is eager to serve you." Ashura was taken aback by his fervor, wondering if this fellow mistook him for a foolishly generous patron. However, he decided not to let the offered help go to waste. Thinking for a moment, Ashura asked, "Besides the Kimli Trading Company, are there any other places in Pro City where goods can be traded?" He was interested in finding out the trading value of a 5th-level magic core. Without hesitating, Shoes responded, "My lord, aside from Kimli there is indeed a good place for trading goods. Would you be interested?" Raising an eyebrow, Ashura inquired. "Where?" Shoes replied, "That would be the black market of Pearl City. The items traded there are bizarre and varied, with most transactions being barter-based. Would you like to take a look, my lord?" Intrigued, Ashura gestured grandly and commanded, "Lead the way." Following Shoes, Ashura, with his hood pulled over his head, arrived at a dark alleyway leading to a hidden door. After paying the gatekeeper 4 dozen silver coins for entry, the two descended a long staircase. During this time, Ashura even took out a dagger and held it tightly in his hand, regretting his complacency for following Shoes into this basement, a perfect place for murder and plunder. Fortunately, they reached a brightly lit underground square where the high crystal dome connected to the external sky, letting in ample light. The square was bustling with hundreds of warriors and magicians intent on trading, with numerous stalls scattered throughout. Like Ashura, most people wore hoods to conceal their identities. It was Ashura's first visit to such an underground black market. He and Shoes inquired about the market rules, though Shoes knew little. Ashura then decided to let Shoes wait at the entrance while he explored the center of the square. As he wandered, Ashura never asked for prices. Instead, he listened to how others conducted their trades, understanding that most transactions were barter-based, though gold coins could also be used. If a seller's price was too high, one could choose not to buy, but if you bargained and the seller agreed, you were obliged to purchase, or else you would disrupt the market order and attract the black market enforcers. After grasping these rules, Ashura roamed the market, his eyes coveting many items. Currently, he only carried a 5th-level Earth Berserker Bear Magic Core, a dagger lent by Lanyu, some damaged armor lent by Majina, both of which held some value, and about 2,000 gold coins for trading. But he couldn't just trade these items carelessly, especially as he was still figuring out how to return the armor to Majina. Though he was confident he could defeat the fierce woman, he always treasured the kindness others showed him. At this moment he approached a crowded stall manned by a thin warrior. His goods were all quite rare, among them several exquisite items, which is why several warriors had gathered around his stall discussing prices with him. One burly man picked up a broken sword from the stall. Although the sword was broken, the material it was made from was clearly not ordinary. The burly man seemed interested in repairing the broken sword but was hesitant, unsure if he could restore it perfectly. As he wavered, the lean stall owner, also a warrior, spoke up. "This broken sword is no ordinary item. You should be able to see its uniqueness. This is a treasure I dug up from the land of the fallen gods." Upon hearing the mention of the land of the fallen gods, the color slightly drained from the faces of the warriors gathered around the stall, and they looked at the lean man with a newfound respect. Anyone who managed to walk out of the land of the fallen gods was no weakling. Ashura had only read about the land of the fallen gods in the library of the academy. It wasn't too far from here, located to the northwest of Proluos City, a site of a great battle among divine beings in ancient times. The souls of these divine beings, transformed from their physical bodies, still roamed the land of the fallen gods, indiscriminately attacking any living creature that entered. Although their current strength was but a fraction of what it was in life, historically several saints-level powerhouses had fallen there. That place was a forbidden land for living beings, but also a treasure trove. Countless powerful beings had fallen there, leaving behind numerous treasures. However, the wandering souls of the gods and the highly unstable spatial rifts could easily claim the lives of those who ventured there in search of treasures. Thus, it was one of the several forbidden zones of the king's continent. The fact that the stall owner had managed to bring back treasures from there, albeit likely remnants from the periphery of the land of the fallen gods, meant they were valuable enough to be bartered. At this point, the burly man holding the broken sword spoke. "This sword is not bad, but it's still a damaged item. I'm not sure if it can be properly repaired. How much are you asking for it?" The lean stall owner quickly replied, "I want 2,000 gold coins for this sword or a piece of top quality armor in exchange. As for repairing the broken sword, use this bracelet to refine and repair it." Saying this, the stall owner picked up a pair of ordinary-looking, wide bracelets resembling wrist guards from the corner of the stall and handed them to the burly man. The burly man examined the bracelets and asked, "What's so special about these bracelets?" "I can't see anything special about the material," the stall owner, slightly embarrassed, explained. "These are also treasures I brought back from the land of the fallen gods. This pair of bracelets is in perfect condition and is called Cabin's Prison. I've tested them. They have a special function of suppressing the wearer's own power with 3 levels of suppression, the highest being below 50%. The people around the stall found this rather baffling. The burly man threw the bracelets back at the stall owner, saying, "What use is this junk? Who would be foolish enough to suppress their own strength? It doesn't even look like it's made of good material. Don't think you can fool me with stories." The stall owner, unfazed, casually placed the bracelets back at the corner of the stall and said, "I never said I'd charge you for the bracelets. If you buy the sword, I'll give you the bracelets for free. No matter how you put it, it's a treasure from the land of the fallen gods. It might even be able to repair the broken sword." The burly man sneered and said, "I don't want that piece of junk. Give me a discount on this sword." The vendor, however, became more adamant and said, 2,000 gold coins, not one less. If you don't buy it, there are plenty who will." While the two were still haggling, Ashura approached the stall and picked up a pair of bracelets named Cabin's Prison. He examined them closely. The inner wall of the bracelets indeed bore the inscription Cabin's Prison. The magical runes on them looked ancient and mysterious. After studying them for a while, Ashura realized that besides the vendor's claim that they limited the wearer's strength, they seemed to have no other function. Given the name of the bracelets, Ashura guessed they were once a form of restraint used to limit the wearer's abilities. Apart from being rare, there really was nothing special about them. No wonder neither the vendor nor the customers were particularly fond of this item, but Ashura felt it might be useful for concealing his true strength. His prowess in both magic and martial arts was gradually becoming apparent, and he feared exposing his abilities during practice sessions with Lan Yu and Mag Ina. He did not want to draw too much attention at the academy, thus he addressed the vendor, "How about 10 gold coins for this pair of bracelets?" The vendor immediately frowned and said, "This is a treasure from the land of the fallen gods. Are you joking with 10 gold coins?" Ashura replied, 20 gold coins. This time, the vendor arrogantly turned his head away, completely ignoring Ashura. Without another word, Ashura set down the bracelets and turned to leave, but the vendor grabbed his arm and said, 20 gold coins is too low, add a bit more." Ashura firmly responded, "Just 20 gold coins. If you're not selling, forget I asked." He then tried to break free from the vendor's grasp and leave. Seeing Ashura's determination, the vendor sighed inwardly. Although this was the only complete item he had brought from the land of the fallen gods, and it had been on his stall for half a month, Ashura was the only one who had made an offer. He compromised. "Take it, then let's make a deal." A smirk curled under Ashura's hooded face as he waved his hand, pulling out 20 gold coins to hand to the vendor. With other bystanders watching like fools, he picked up the bracelets and walked away. After purchasing Cabin's Prison, Ashura bought several items needed for inscribing runes with magical beast blood in the black market. He then left the underground plaza with Shios. On the way, Shios mentioned that he had bought a decent residence with the profits from helping Ashura buy the shop and planned on becoming a broker instead of idly wandering the streets. He was immensely grateful to Ashura, who intended to give him a tip, but Shios firmly declined. Ashura said he would contact him again for information about Prolu City and would inquire next time about anything that could aid his training. Outside the main road of St. Gobain City, a common black dragon horse carried a hooded warrior speeding towards St. Gobain City. The rider was none other than Ashura, who had left the academy over 4 months ago. At this moment, the young man was likely filled with confidence from his advancement in strength, radiating the vigorous spirit of youth. After entering the city, Ashura immediately returned to St. Gobain Academy. It was the afternoon, a time set aside for students to practice on their own. Upon entering the academy, Ashura paused briefly in thought. He did not head back to his dormitory but instead made his way to the Magic Academy, eager to see his mentor, Master Yuanda. He wanted to share the joy of his advancement with the guide of his dual cultivation path of magic and martial arts, the only mentor who knew his true capabilities. When Ashura reached the Magic Academy, he should have gone directly to the mentor's office or residence. However, as if led by some mysterious force, he first peeked into the classroom where they often discussed cultivation issues. To his surprise, he found the thin Master Yuanda writing something at the lectern, completely unaware of Ashura's approach. With a smile, Ashura gently tapped on Master Yuanda's shoulder. The mentor looked up in shock, as if jolted by electricity, and saw the young man dressed in martial attire. Master Yuanda excitedly grabbed Ashura's shoulders and exclaimed, "You're back." Ashura, equally thrilled, cheekily replied, "I'm back, old Yuan. Did you miss me?" Master Yuanda scrutinized Ashura carefully, his eyes filled with uncertainty and hesitation before he asked, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Ashura had been waiting for this question. With a show of bravado, he pulled out a level 5 Earth Violent Bear's magic core from his spatial belt and placed it on the mentor's desk. He had kept the magic core specifically for this moment and boasted, "Just killed it, it's still warm." Master Yuanda looked from the magic core to the young man, his mouth agape, speechless for a long while. Ashura seemed to relish in his mentor's astonished gaze, craving recognition for the strength he had worked so hard to achieve. He half expected Master Yuanda to express disbelief or question him about the core. Instead, the first thing Master Yuanda said was, "You've suffered a lot, haven't you, my child?" That nearly brought tears to Ashura's eyes. Master Yuanda did not doubt his ability to slay a level 5 magical beast. Instead, he was concerned about the hardships Ashura had endured over the past months. With a forced smile, Ashura lifted his martial attire to reveal his torso covered in scars large and small. Particularly noticeable was a palm-sized wound on his abdomen, newly healed with tender flesh. Master Yuanda silently wiped a tear from his eye, truly seeing Ashura as his own child. He then asked Ashura to sit beside him and share in detail his experiences over the past months. Ashura recounted everything, sparing no detail of his adventures, especially the dramatic encounter with the Level 5 Earth Violent Bear. While he was only a third-stage martial artist, Master Yuanda listened intently, his emotions unsettled for a long time, as he had spent every day worrying about Ashura, imagining the tough battles he must have faced. Unexpectedly, he encountered a level 5 magical beast, the Earth Fury Bear, and managed to slay it. He felt immense pride for his student. When Ashura finally mentioned the prison bracelet he had bought from Cabin and his ideas for using it, Mentor Yuanda pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me see that bracelet." Without hesitation, Ashura handed over the bracelet to Mentor Yuanda. Having little research on magic runes, Ashura explained the bracelet's function in detail. Once worn by someone, it can impose 3 layers of seals that suppress the wearer's own strength. At the lowest, it can suppress the strength to about 50% of the wearer's capabilities. Unlocking the first layer of the seal can increase strength to about 70%, the second layer to about 90%, and completely releasing the last layer of the seal will unlock the full potential of 100% strength. Of course, if Ashura wore it himself, he could fully control the unlocking of the seals himself. After a long contemplation, Mentor Yuanda said, "Your idea is correct. This bracelet might indeed be useful to you, not just for hiding your strength. I suspect that if you continue to wear it during your training, suppressing your own cultivation, it might have unexpected effects. Don't easily remove the last layer of the seal. Wait until you have completely removed all 3 layers, and your strength might reach 120%. But he estimated that once all the seals are unlocked and then resealed, it won't have the same explosive increase in strength anymore." Upon hearing this, Ashura's eyes sparkled. He had only intended to buy it to hide his strength, but he hadn't expected this additional benefit. Without hesitation, he put on Cabin's prison himself and with a thought activated all the seals, instantly suppressing his strength to about 50%, roughly between a 3rd-tier magician and a 1st-tier great magician. If tested with a magic detection stone, he would still have the strength of a 3rd-tier magician. The sudden drop in strength was somewhat uncomfortable for Ashura, but he trusted Mentor Yuanda's judgment. Mentor Yuanda, seeing Ashura's unconditional trust in him, felt even more gratified and handed him a stack of thick papers from the desk, saying, "This is the next training plan I've made for you. Take a look. Given your current state, I think there are many areas that need to be adjusted, but the general direction is still to enhance your strength through combat. Of course, if you encounter opponents like the Earth Fury Bear again, you must unlock all the seals immediately. Don't hold back." After listening, Ashura nodded earnestly. Although he was impulsive by nature, he never joked about his own life. Later, the two talked for a long time. Ashura wanted to give the level 5 magic core as a gift to Mentor Yuanda, but Mentor Yuanda sternly refused. He believed that such important training resources should be kept for his students to quickly enhance their own strength. When Ashura returned to the dormitory at dusk, dormitory 138 was abuzz. The three roommates had thought Ashura would come back boasting about how much stronger he had become over the past few months. But Ashura only talked about some trivial amusing incidents and mentioned to Jean Zay that he had utilized the Jeanli commercial firm's connections in Proluo City. Jinza was utterly indifferent, not even bothering to ask who was in charge of their family in the city of Prolo. Instead, it was Angelo who informed Ashura that many of the academy's freshmen had already advanced to levels such as Great Martial Master and Great Magician. Much to Ashura's surprise, the realm he had reached through life and death struggles was easily caught up to by these new genius students. What made his teeth ache even more was that Lanyu, Magina and Clara had also broken through to new realms. This dealt a long, silent blow to his previously good self-esteem. In the early morning at the lake park of St. Gabain Academy, Lanyu, dressed in a neat martial artist uniform, was warming up with a jog along the lakeside cobblestone path. Despite her exceptional talent, she was still among the hardest working in the academy. She would come here to run and warm up her body every morning before classes. As Lanyu jogged and pondered when a certain detestable person would return, she noticed a set of footsteps leisurely following her from behind. She could even feel the gaze of the person behind her intently watching her buttocks. This infuriated her, and she stopped to let the person behind her pass, but as she stopped, so did the footsteps behind her. The person even clicked their tongue as if they hadn't seen enough of her swaying buttocks while running. Unable to hold back, Lanyu tossed her waist-length blue hair, turned around and was about to scold the unreasonable person behind her. But before she could speak, she saw a face that often appeared in her dreams, with a mischievous smirk, casually leaning against a tree by the roadside looking at her flirtatiously. Lanyu felt her heartbeat suddenly double. She tried to maintain her usual aloof expression, but her lips kept curling up and she couldn't utter a word. But the first thing the cheeky boy said almost made Lanyu want to kick him to death. He taunted, "How come your butt seems bigger after a few days not seeing you? Have you been indulging in treats and gotten fatter?" Her face immediately darkened and she said fiercely, "I'm glad you came back so soon. I haven't had a sparring partner in a long time. Beating others isn't as satisfying as beating you." Ashura's lips twitched at her words, now really wanting to release all the seals of Kaban's prison and have a proper fight with this girl to show her his prowess. He was after all capable of killing even the fierce earth-burst bear, but he touched his bracelet and then gave up the idea, not willing to easily break his last seal. Perhaps one day when he breaks the last seal it might directly elevate his level. After comforting himself, Ashura said calmly, "I don't have time to play with you right now, my training time is precious. I came to return your dagger." Saying this, he pulled out a dagger with a brilliant blue blade from his boot and handed it to Lanyu. However, seeing that he had taken the dagger out of his boot, Lanyu was infuriated and snatched the dagger by the tip with 2 fingers. Muttering under her breath, she said, "You actually hid my dagger in your boot. How am I supposed to use it now? It stinks." Ashura, however, was unfazed and provocatively replied, "You don't have to use it for me. I've found it quite handy lately." Lanyu wrinkled her pretty nose and huffed, "In your dreams." But when she retrieved the dagger, she felt that its stench of blood was much stronger than before. Seeing Lanyu take back the dagger, Ashura thought the matter settled and turned to leave. But just as he turned, the girl appeared before him like a gust of wind, blocking his path. "What now?" Ashura grumbled. "Good dogs don't block the way." Lanyu didn't argue but instead circled around him with her hands behind her back, smirking disdainfully. "I thought your adventures would have improved your skills, but it seems you've made no progress at all." Ashura confidently lifted his head. "You know how formidable I am now. It would scare you to death. Don't block my way. I'm too busy to spar with you." Lanyu was not pleased. "You dare? Since you're back, you have to continue being my sparring partner. If you run, I'll chase you. I am now at the level of a great martial master." Lanyu thought this declaration of her strength would shock or even scare Ashura, but the boy just smirked dismissively. "Just a great martial master? I don't find that very impressive." This comment upset Lanyu. Among the newcomers, fewer than 10 had reached the level of a great martial master, and here he was looking down on her and refusing to spar. This was intolerable. She was about to draw the dagger she had just retrieved to settle accounts with Ashura when he quickly said, "The academy doesn't allow private fights, and I won't go to the arena with you. If you dare to strike me, I'll report you to the academy." Lanyu scoffed at his cowardice. After waiting for his return, she was not about to let him off easily. Tilting her head, she suddenly brightened up with a cunning idea. "Since you're unwilling to spar here, let's make a bet on something else." you said you've become more skilled and formidable, right? Let's compete in speed. Starting from this tree you're leaning on, if you can catch me as we run around the lake, you win. If you can't, you lose and will continue to be my sparring partner. No backing out. Ashura smirked, pondering the challenge, then quickly retorted, what if I catch you during the run? What then? Seeing his sly smile, Lan Yu unconsciously stepped back a few steps, her greatest advantage being her speed. Confident that no peer could match her full speed, she had proposed this bet to Ashura. After a moment's thought, feeling sure of her victory, she boldly replied, if I lose, you can do whatever you want. After hearing her words, Ashura chuckled mischievously while eyeing the girl's exquisite figure. So anything goes, right? If I catch you, you'll have to kiss me. Lan Yu bit her teeth in anger and retorted, in your dreams. Do you really think you can beat me, and try to take liberties with me? Ashura, growing impatient, casually cleaned out his ears and responded, are we betting or not? If not, I'm going back to get ready for my magic class. Lan Yu sensed that he was just putting on an act to make her back out of the bet first. With a haughty expression, she declared, why wouldn't I take the bet? It's settled then. If you can't catch me, you'll have to be my sparring partner. Just watch how I'll deal with you. With that, the girl took a couple of steps back, turned, and like a gust of wind dashed along the lakeside stone path. Ashura revealed his trademark sly grin, quickly released a seal to regain 70% of his power, and chased after the blue-haired girl. By then, the lakeside stone path was dotted with martial artists out for their morning exercise, all of them watching. In surprise, the chase unfolding before them, Lan Yu glanced back at Ashura, who was relentlessly pursuing her, feeling a bit shocked. She hadn't expected that rascal to have improved so much, especially his speed, to keep up with her now, yet she hadn't used her full strength. With a proud snort, she unleashed her family's secret movement technique to the fullest, her speed surging forward like a streak of blue light. As her speed increased, the footsteps behind her grew fainter and more distant. Thud, thud, thud. Lan Yu raced along the stone path of the Academy's lakeside park, occasionally looking back to check the road behind her. It had been a while since she last saw that detestable guy's figure. With a haughty snort, she thought to herself that he was still as clumsy as ever. How could he possibly catch up with me with just speed? Keep dreaming about being my sparring partner. Thinking this, her steps lightened even more, and she could already see the starting point tree in the distance. She glanced back one more time, seeing only a few scattered early risers. Something felt off, but before she could turn her head back around, suddenly a figure burst out from the bushes ahead, heading straight towards her. Caught off guard and already at full speed, Lan Yu and the figure rapidly closed in on each other. Yet, with her exceptional body control and agility, she twisted her body to the side, attempting to bypass the figure, but it seemed he had anticipated this, moving sideways as well and opening his arms. He caught the rushing girl tightly in his embrace. A teasing voice rang out, caught you, my little darling. Lan Yu, with her hands guarding her chest, stared dumbfounded at the youth holding her as he uttered that frivolous phrase with a cheeky grin. After a few moments of shock, her fair cheeks blushed a deep red. She forcefully pushed against his chest, and at the same time her foot shot out in a fierce kick. Ashura's face changed instantly, and he quickly pressed down with both hands to block the furious strike, the immense force kicking his body into the air and barely avoiding the vicious blow. Before Ashura could even open his mouth to protest his innocence, a blue shadow instantly perched in front of him, followed by a series of rapid thwacking sounds. With one layer of his seal opened, Ashura struggled desperately, occasionally receiving a kick. The angry blue feather was frighteningly fast. It seemed that even if he were to release all his seals, he could not outpace her. In less than half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Ashura was choked by the furious blue feather and pinned against a roadside tree, his hands clutching at the slender wrists around his throat. Gasping, he struggled to speak. Why are you doing this? Why hit someone? For no reason. Let go now. Blue Feather's face was still flushed, whether from anger or the blush from the recent embrace was unclear. The girl spat out lightly. You rogue, it was supposed to be a fair race and you cheated, you even. Blue Feather faltered, having never been embraced by a boy before. Although she didn't mind the feeling, her pride as a young girl made her too angry to continue. Ashura carelessly responded, how did I cheat? Didn't you say that if I caught you within the lap, I win? Don't worry about how I caught you. I caught you before you completed the lap, so I won. It was then that Blue Feather calmed down and figured out the trick. This scoundrel had never intended to run along the path with her, but instead ran in the opposite direction to wait in the bushes near the finish line. She guessed that he wouldn't take her bets seriously, but she didn't expect him to be so cunning, finding a loophole in the race rules to win and even taking advantage of her. The more she thought about it, the tighter her grip became. Ashura, feeling the grip on his throat tightening, knew better than to provoke her further and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I lose, alright, I'll be your training partner. Only then did the girl come back to her senses, her grip unconsciously loosening. Ashura immediately broke free from her chokehold, squatting on the ground and gasping for air. Though inwardly he was not convinced, he felt there was no need to argue with a girl, a lesson he had learned from his father, who was henpecked. Just as Ashura squatted there, touching his neck and secretly peeping at the long legs in front of him, those slender snow-white jade hands grabbed his collar and hoisted him up again. Ashura looked in terror at the girl panting before him, her shining straight eyes making him feel uneasy inside. He secretly prepared to open the second layer of his seal, ready to flee back to the beast forest if necessary. The girl, as if making up her mind, grabbed Ashura's collar. She tiptoed slightly, closed her eyes, leaned forward and tremblingly pressed her cherry lips against the young man's. This was almost like a kiss of collision, brief and separating immediately, yet Ashura looked as if his soul had been ripped out, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Initially he had merely intended to tease the girl verbally, never expecting the proud girl to actually honor their wager. The fleeting kiss brought no sweetness to Ashura. Instead, his lips felt slightly sore from the contact. A single thought dominated his mind: I have been kissed forcibly, I am no longer pure. The girl Lanyu also trembled, half opening her eyes, not understanding her own boldness, feeling as if her heart might leap out of her chest, yet seeing Ashura's face, which seemed to carry a great injustice, irritated her anew. Just as she was about to teach him a further lesson with her hand, a light snapping sound from behind snapped the daydreaming pair back to reality. They hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound, only to see two female martial arts freshmen staring at them, mouths agape, in an ambiguously compromising position. One of the girls had dropped her water bottle, and both were still far from regaining their composure. What had they just witnessed? Lanyu, one of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen, was seen forcibly kissing a dark-haired boy in the woods, and the boy seemed unwilling. Oh heavens, such juicy gossip had literally fallen into the laps of these two girls. They exchanged glances, almost able to foresee how the news would stir up a storm in the academy. Ashura and Lanyu instantly felt as if they were caught in an affair. Both, inexperienced in handling such situations, felt utterly helpless. Their thoughts diverged. Ashura felt that being kissed by a girl would ruin his reputation forever. Lanyu, on the other hand, harbored thoughts of silencing the witnesses, embarrassed about the potential gossip. But before she could decide on a course of action, the two freshman girls had already turned and run off without a trace. Lanyu gritted her teeth, resigned to the exposure of the incident. She glared furiously at Ashura, who looked back puzzled. He opened his mouth but dared not speak, wary of triggering the girl's unstable emotions. Lanyu glared at him for a long time before suddenly exclaiming, "It's all your fault." With a huff, she then stomped fiercely on Ashura's foot and turned to run away. Ashura winced in pain, silently repeating to himself about her long legs to calm his emotions. Humming a tune, he decided to head to the academy's cafeteria for some food. Although the boy voiced his discontent, the corners of his mouth kept curling upwards, clearly not as upset about the incident as he claimed. How pleased he truly felt was known only to him. But as Ashura left the woods heading towards the cafeteria, he suddenly found himself surrounded by many boys seething with rage, weapons in hand, brushing past him. More and more such boys appeared, and Ashura, clueless, didn't stop any to ask what was happening. Just as he was about to head to the training grounds, he overheard two boys running behind him, talking. "Hurry! Don't let that jerk get away, daring to charm my goddess, the beautiful Lan. I'll wring his neck." There are rumors that it was the goddess Lan who kissed him forcefully. I don't believe that. If I catch that guy, I'll definitely give him a severe interrogation to find out if he used any despicable methods. Another freckled boy responded. Definitely, if such outstanding guys like us can't win the favor of the great beauty Lan, how could that black-haired kid deserve her? We must search thoroughly for that black-haired boy in the lakeside forest later. I'll drag him to the arena myself. As he listened to the conversation behind him, Ashura didn't turn back or make a sound, just silently pulled the hood of his academy combat uniform over his head. He observed the warriors rushing into the forest from the shadows of the trees by the road, noting their menacing aura, until he saw even two senior fighters of great martial master level with weapons charging into the woods. Without a second thought, Ashura turned around and walked out of the academy gates again. His body still trembled slightly. He believed it was not out of fear, but a sense that he needed more experience outside. He hoped there was still one black-haired boy in the forest who could withstand it all. Though the thought was unprincipled, he was genuinely a bit scared of those aggressive pursuers. He couldn't understand Although there were many students pursuing Lan Yu at the academy before, it was never as crazy as now with even senior students involved. What he didn't know was that as Lan Yu broke through to the great martial master realm, her enhanced strength made her beauty even more striking. In the land of kings, everyone respects the strong, especially those whose beauty surpasses their strength, which mesmerizes the young male students. This was also fueled by the gossip cards from Ashura's dorm. But the young lady Lan Yu never accepted any boy's pursuit, even showing some repulsion towards these annoying suitors. Until today, when two girls adamantly claimed they saw Lan Yu forcefully kissing an unknown black-haired boy in the forest, the news swept through the male dormitory like a storm. Most of the self-important students initially didn't believe it, especially that Lan Yu would initiate a kiss. From their understanding of Lan Yu, no man was worthy enough for the goddess to throw herself at, but those two girls were willing to stake their martial arts futures on their oath, speaking convincingly, which led many upset boys to come to the lakeside looking for trouble with the black-haired boy. At the gate, Ashura sighed, thought about where he could go, and decided to head to Proluo City again in search of training opportunities, or if all else failed, head to the Beast Forest. Thus he led out his ordinary dragon horse, feeling fortunate that he had visited Master Yuan De yesterday, otherwise he couldn't have left the Magic Academy today. Thinking this, Ashura mounted his horse without hesitation and galloped towards Proluo City. What Ashura didn't know was that at the lakeside forest there really was a black-haired boy, a senior student and a strong contender, who was dragged out by Lan Yu's suitors. The boy with a fiery temper found himself suddenly surrounded by a group of freshmen facing baseless accusations and insults, and in his anger he went with the group of suitors to the arena. After selecting several new students, the outnumbered individual called a few of his friends to assist him. Seeing this, the new students also started calling people to the arena for help, and those who arrived stepped onto the stage without knowing why. Eventually even the strongest seniors from the highest grades got involved, and the arena hadn't been this lively in a long time. The day the heroine Lan Yu was cornered by several girls in her dorm's living room on the ground floor who demanded to know what had happened. Some of her acquaintances guessed that the dark-haired boy must have been the magician she used to practice with, the name she mentioned most often. However, it had been a while since they had seen that eccentric magician in the training field. Lan Yu sat curled up in a chair, hugging her knees and pouting in silence. She didn't know why she had been so bold at the time, but aside from her racing heart, she felt no regret. Hearing from her roommates that many of her so-called suitors had gone to the lake to confront Ashura, she was initially worried. But then she thought about how cunning that guy was. Even she had been tricked by him, so how could they possibly catch him? Thinking this, a smile suddenly spread across the girl's stern face. The three girls surrounding her exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was over. Lan Yu had fallen for him. In another female dormitory not far away, three girls were chattering about the gossip they had just heard. Magina had just come out of the shower, drying her wet hair. Her loose bathrobe could not conceal her impressive figure, making the three girls feel secretly inferior whenever they saw her. They wondered how such a perfect woman could be part of their lives, so perfect that they felt no urge to compete. As Magina dried her hair, she listened to the three girls discuss the sensational news. They said that Lan Yu had kissed a boy in the woods by the lake. Magina's eyes lit up and she joined in to find out what exactly happened. It was the first time the other three girls saw Magina show such a keen interest in gossip. They discussed the matter even more enthusiastically, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. However, when they mentioned that the male protagonist was a dark-haired student, Magina's hand stopped drying her hair. She calmly asked again, "Do you know who that dark-haired boy is?" The three girls shook their heads, but one of them mentioned that Lan Yu's suitors had caught a dark-haired boy in the woods by the lake who turned out to be a senior student and had gone to the arena to fight. Magina responded indifferently, then went back to her room to change into her martial arts academy uniform and hurriedly left the dormitory for the arena. When she finally saw the dark-haired student in the arena from a distance, she turned and left, her eyes seemingly shooting flames. She was convinced that the male protagonist could not be that dark-haired student. Having known Lan Yu since childhood, she knew she was a proud genius like herself and would never fancy the black-haired boy on the stage. She guessed who the dark-haired boy was, and precisely because she knew which boy it was, a nameless jealousy ignited within her. That guy came back and didn't look for her first, but went to see Lan Yu and even sparked rumors with her. At this moment, Magina terribly missed Ashura and swore that once she saw him, she would unleash all the martial skills she knew on him. Meanwhile, rumors about Lan Yu were also circulating in the Magic Academy. The school beauty's gossip was always a delightful topic for discussion. A stunning girl with silver hair was frowning slightly at this time. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard that the male protagonist was a dark-haired boy. Feeling an uncomfortable premonition, she glanced at the empty seat next to her. She sighed softly, took out a notebook and gently opened it. Looking at the writings of two different pens on the notebook, she slowly revealed a sweet smile, captivating the male students secretly observing her. The rumors about Lan Yu remained hot. Throughout the day and in the evening, one could still hear the boys and girls in the dormitory area passionately discussing the matter. It was said that some boys who admired Lan Yu ran to the girls' dorm where she stayed to seek clarity but didn't even get to see her face and were shooed away with a harsh scram. A despondent boy even thought about drowning himself in the central lake but was fortunately pulled back by his dorm mates. This drama only fueled the rumors even more. At this moment, a figure sneakily opened the door of a boys' dormitory, and just as he stepped inside, a vigilant voice asked, "Who is it?" The person immediately stopped and replied, "Boss, it's me, Angelo." Then a faint candlelight lit up in the living room, revealing Kenzo and Arthur with serious expressions sitting downstairs. Seeing them like this, Angelo's heart tightened even more. He hesitantly asked, "Did Ashura send you guys a message?" After exchanging glances, Kenzo and Arthur nodded, with Kenzo saying he mentioned he suddenly had to leave again for a while. The living room then fell into silence again. The lively Angelo couldn't help but say, "Do you think the dark-haired boy by the lake could be Ashura?" Arthur immediately made a silencing gesture with his hand and then pricked his ears to listen to the sounds outside the door. He then answered gravely, "Whether it is or isn't, we absolutely can't let this out. I heard there was blood at the arena today. If they find out it was Ashura's doing, he might have escaped, but we would be in deep trouble." The others also inhaled sharply. Angelo, disappointed, said, "I was planning to detail this incident in our gossip column. Such good material." Kenzo and another person quickly grabbed Angelo's arms. Kenzo spoke sternly, "Drop it. Do you want more chaos? If they find out it was someone from our dorm, I might as well run away immediately too." Angelo shrank his neck as the three of them exchanged silent glances. Unable to hold back, Angelo raised another question, "Do you guys really think it was Blue Feather who forced a kiss on Azura? Brother 3 really is the silent and intense type, huh? I never noticed him being particularly popular with the ladies." The other two didn't know how to respond, equally incredulous about the truth of the matter. It was unexpected that Azura, usually harmless, could be so fierce. After 3 days of relentless travel, Azura finally reached the city of Proluo by sunset. His heart filled with a sense of melancholy as he gazed upon the city he had just left. He had intended to visit the shop he just bought to find Daifei, but just a few steps in, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Shios, the stable boy from before, who now seemed to be in high spirits, heading towards a certain part of the city. After tying his dragon horse to a stump, Azura quickly followed in the direction Shios had gone, catching up with him at a corner. Upon seeing his benefactor, Shios immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Azura asked Shios, "Where are you off to? You look excited. Are you going to gamble?" Shios awkwardly replied, "Sir, I'm not heading to the gambling house, but I might place a few bets. I'm actually going to the dark arena of Futu Palace in Proluo City to watch the fights." Futu Palace? Azura heard this name for the first time. Seeing Azura's puzzled face, Shios explained, "Futu Palace is a dark arena located in major cities across the King's continent. They organize various types of fights, and bets are placed based on the combatant's abilities. The reason it's called a dark arena is because the competitors are mostly ruthless killers. There are no rules here, and the victor decides the fate of the loser. Participants also receive a score token with each point representing a victory or a life. Once you decide to compete tonight, Futu Palace will arrange your opponent, or you can choose your opponent yourself. When challengers of the same level issue a challenge, if the challenged refuses to enter the ring, they must forfeit half of their points and their badge to the challenger. If the challenge is accepted, you can take all the points from the opponent's badge by killing them or sparing their life. When a lower-level warrior challenges a higher-level one, the higher level cannot refuse, and if they lose, their points are also wiped clean. The points from Futu Palace can be exchanged for many valuable items or money, which is a key reason why desperados are drawn to compete. The arena also has star players who have all crawled out from heaps of corpses. They all share one thing in common: extreme viciousness, usually leaving no survivors. Their bloody methods also stimulate the wild nerves of the audience. Of course, badge holders with high scores also enjoy superior treatment in Futu Palace. If you win a match, all your desires for fine food, wine and women will be satisfied by Futu Palace. After hearing Shioza's explanation about Futu Palace, Azura's curiosity about the place surged. He suddenly remembered a saying from his mentor, Master Yuanda. More dangerous than the beasts in the beast forest are the humans within it. At the time, Master Yuanda meant to caution him about the people he might encounter in the beast forest, but now he felt that this Babel Palace seemed even more perilous than the beast forest. A bitter smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself that he had found a new place to level up. When he followed Shios to the underground dark arena, the air seemed filled with a violent frenzy, watching the spectators who held their betting tickets and went mad with excitement cheering for the fighters they supported. Amidst cheers and curses mixed in the bloody air, it continually stimulated everyone's nerves. He watched several matches with Shios, and the fierce and ruthless moves of the fighters left a deep impression on him. One of the fighters, a big bearded warrior, had his arm chopped off yet managed to gouge out his opponent's eyeball and stuffed it into his mouth. With a ferocious smile, he broke his blinded opponent's neck with a punch. He cruelly killed his opponent while sitting atop him, and amid the wild cheers of the audience, he walked off the stage with his severed arm and his opponent's badge. Shios, who was beside him, was excitedly shouting because he had placed a winning bet on the big bearded fighter known as Bloodhand, and this fight had earned him a nice sum of money. Ashura asked Shios how often this dark arena was held, and Shios told him it was every 3 days at this location. Ashura told Shios he had other matters to attend to and quickly left, but he didn't leave the Babel Palace. Instead, he went to the side of the underground fighting arena. This was where the fighters registered. At the registration, a scantily clad sexy lady looked interestedly at the hooded fighter before her. She could tell from his physique that he was still very young. She unconsciously licked her lips and said, "Where did this chick come from? What do you want? Do you want to try the arena? First, come to bed with me and let's test your strength." Ashura's face turned red and he lowered his voice to respond firmly, "I want to register for the competition. I'll be here in 3 days to fight." The scantily clad woman responded with a sneer, "So young and already seeking death, why don't you first please me?" As she said this, she reached out towards Ashura's lower body. Ashura immediately stepped back and shouted, "Auntie, this isn't right for us." The hand of the scantily clad woman froze mid-air, and soon a furious aura burst forth from within her. Ashura sensed that she might be a third-level grade martial artist, much stronger than him. Ashura was somewhat panicked, considering whether to step forward and let his private parts meet the reaching hand of the lady. Before he could decide, the lady snorted and said irritably, "If you want to seek death, that's fine, but register a name for your badge." After a moment of thought, Ashura replied, "Ghost of Sorrow." When Ashura walked out of the Babel Palace, it was already deep into the night. He looked at the iron badge of the Babel Palace contestant in his hand. On one side, a skull seemed poised to choose its next victim to devour, while on the other side was engraved his name for the death match, Ghost of Sorrow. He himself didn't know why he chose this name. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision when he blurted it out. He wondered if he had registered as Jinza or Arthur, whether the mention of those names would have shocked the formidable families behind them. Ashura chuckled to himself at this prank-like thought, but his mood soon darkened as he glanced at the iron badge in his hand. The badges from the Pagoda of Babel were divided based on your points from deathmatches. Initially, you start with an iron badge, and by defeating opponents and earning their points you could upgrade to a bronze badge once you reached 100 points, equivalent to defeating 100 opponents. Holding a bronze badge allowed you to exchange your points for martial skills, equipment, elixirs, and other precious items at the Pagoda of Babel, a privilege granted to the strong. Currently unable to earn points from the academy, Ashura had set his sights on the Pagoda of Babel's points. After all, he didn't have a prominent family backing him, he had to fight his own battles. Tightening his cloak, he led his dragon steed back to the shop he had purchased. Ashura felt a gaze locking onto him, but without any visible reaction he waved the token Jinza gave him into the night air. The gaze promptly disappeared. Ashura was satisfied with the arrangements made by the manager of the Kinley Trading Company, Pato. Clearly someone was diligently guarding the shop, which gave him peace of mind. Without intending to knock, he tied up his mount at the entrance and vaulted over the wall into the courtyard of the shop, quietly making his way to the rear yard. After scanning the neatly swept courtyard, Ashura glanced at the room where candlelight still flickered. He tiptoed to the door, peeked through a crack, and saw a young girl serenely reading by candlelight. Seized by a playful urge, Ashura slipped silently into the room and approached the girl from behind. He looked at the medical book in Dai Fei's hands and then, with a flick of his hand, snuffed out the candle with a gust of wind. The sudden darkness startled Dai Fei, who was absorbed in her book. She gasped nervously and fumbled on the table for the flint to relight the candle, but before she could relax in the restored light, another gust of wind extinguished the candle again. This time, Dai Fei realized something was amiss and called out nervously, "Who's there? Come out." But the dark room remained silent. No one responded. As Daifei reached for the flint again, a sinister ghostly wail filled the room. "Ooh, I died so miserably. I haven't eaten human flesh in so long." Terrified by the ghostly voice, Daifei dropped the flint, backing into a corner, her face pale as she scanned the darkness. She suddenly remembered the dagger at her waist and was about to draw it for self-defense when a hand caught her wrist and another crept toward her neck, the eerie, varying pitch of the laughter sounding menacingly close. Daphne's initially tense body suddenly relaxed and she looked ahead with a smile, her large eyes twinkling in the dark. The hand that had been clutching her neck also stiffened slightly. Then Ashura asked, "How did you guess it was me?" Daphne smiled lightly and said, "I smelled your scent the moment your hand touched my neck." Ashura looked at Daphne in surprise, wondering how her nose could be so sharp. Just as he was about to reach for the flint to light the candle, his hand was caught by Daphne. Before Ashura could react, the young girl's cherry lips were pressed against his. Ashura was not one to hold back. He took the opportunity to wrap his arms around the girl and began to kiss her passionately. Somehow they rolled from the table to the bed, and just as they were about to take the final step, Ashura suddenly stopped, gasping for air. He rolled off the bed, grabbed the cold tea from the table and gulped down half a pot. As Daphne regained her senses, she grabbed the quilt beside her, covered her face and sneakily opened a small gap to see what Ashura was doing. Struggling to calm himself, Ashura sat back on the bed, listening to the girl's slightly hurried breathing, feeling the atmosphere turn somewhat awkward. Then he reached his hand under the girl's quilt again. Daphne let out a soft moan under the assault and pulled the quilt down a bit, but did not remove his wandering hand. She looked at Ashura in the dark, seemingly waiting for an answer. Ashura, with his other hand awkwardly scratching his head, slowly said, "I feel that continuing would be irresponsible towards you. I have too many uncertainties right now. Also, I have a difficult challenge in 3 days and I don't know if I can get through it. This matter distracts me. I am actually very nervous." After hearing these words, Daphne suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the young man and tightly hugged the hand he had mischievously placed on her chest. She quietly asked, "Does it have to be so exhausting? It feels like you're forcing yourself to do so much." Hearing this, Ashura's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. Although he hadn't been in contact with the girl for long, she understood him. Ashura slowly lay down beside the girl and began to share stories of his hometown, explaining why he forced himself to constantly become stronger. The girl listened, crying and laughing by turns, gradually falling asleep to Ashura's comforting words. Hearing the girl's steady breathing, Ashura slowly withdrew his hand from her chest, lifted it to his nose and took a deep breath. Feeling a faint sense of loss, Ashura steadied his mind and began to meditate on magic on the girl's bed. The young man had grown accustomed to staying up all night meditating over the past year, perhaps finding the pursuit of power more addictive than the girl before him. When Daphne woke up in the early morning, Ashura was already practicing martial arts in the courtyard. The girl, her face slightly flushed, buttoned up her shirt properly, hurried out of bed to wash up and then went to prepare breakfast for Ashura. For the next 3 days, Ashura did not leave the courtyard, focusing on his martial arts training and adjusting his condition. While Daifei was busy with her own gourmet shop, she had turned it into a pastry shop. During the day she employed several people to manage the shop and the business was doing quite well. Every evening was a time for the two of them to read books together, chat and playfully tease each other. Late at night, they still engaged in all-night magic meditation. After 3 days of interacting with Daifei, Ashura felt that the young girl had a high comprehension and was also very talented in medicine. He began to jot down the medical knowledge he had learned from his grandfather Qin Zongren, including many of his own insights and experiences, and placed the thick stack of notes under the girl's pillow. Now, on the evening of the 3rd day, Ashura tidied up his martial attire and put on a ghost face mask that he had specifically asked Daifei to buy for him. Without disturbing Daifei at the front shop, he leaped over the wall and disappeared around the corner. When Ashura, wearing the mask, arrived at the competition registration area, a provocatively dressed strong woman looked at him with interest. Clearly she recognized him as the novice from earlier that day and teasingly said, "Oh baby, missed your sister, haven't you? Come in and let your sister take good care of you." Ashura glanced at the woman's ample but sagging chest, concluding that it was no match for the firmness of the young girl's. The woman, seeming to understand the implication in his eyes, bit her lip and said, "Looking for trouble tonight?" Ashura calmly asked, "How many fighters of my strength are competing tonight?" The woman handed him a testing stone with such force that it made Ashura's hand tremble as he caught it. Women indeed hold grudges. The woman herself was shocked internally. She had hoped to see this unromantic young man make a fool of himself. With her strength, anyone below the level of a great martial master would not be able to catch it, yet the stone showed that Ashura was at the third level of a martial master. What she didn't know was that Ashura had deliberately suppressed his strength to 50% through the cabin's prison, and the stone was showing his current level of power. The provocatively dressed woman behind the counter took a deep look at Ashura and handed him a list of tonight's combatants at the third level of martial mastery, which also included a brief explanation of each opponent's strength. Ashura quickly scanned the list, which included exactly 12 fighters, including himself. The strongest among them was a warrior named Sane with 63 points, who wielded a giant axe and had once fought a draw against a first-level great martial master with both fighters exhausting their strength without a clear winner. Without much thought, Ashura pointed at Sane's name and told the woman him tonight. The woman scoffed. "You really have a death wish, don't you? Do you know how strong your chosen opponent is? He has never left anyone alive so far." Ashura, with a slight smile visible through his mask, replied, "I just want to pick the one with the highest points to avoid the hassle of fighting bit by bit." The woman laughed indifferently, having seen too many overconfident fools, but this young man before her was somewhat inscrutable. Thinking he could challenge Sane right off the bat was practically signing his own death warrant. She flashed a wicked smile, said nothing more, and placed the name tag of Ghost of Sorrow next to Sane's, asking the staff to calculate the odds for both. Seeing that the lady was no longer interested in him, Ghost of Sorrow just shrugged and followed a staff member to a lounge to wait for his turn. Ashura admitted to himself that being nervous was inevitable. Fortunately, his true strength was that of a first-tier great martial master. If push came to shove, he could just open the third seal to preserve his life, which somewhat calmed his nerves. When the arena's host called Ashura's name, he took a deep breath, stood up and followed the staff down the contestants' corridor. As he emerged, a wave of jeers and curses broke out from the crowd, mostly from gamblers who had bet on Sane's victory, furiously insulting and cursing Ashura. Ashura disliked such an atmosphere. Some of the insults hurled at his family fueled his anger uncontrollably. His family was always his Achilles' heel. He had devoted himself to martial practice solely to protect them. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the opposite corridor, thumping like a heartbeat in everyone's chest. A giant of a man, bare-chested and bald-headed with fierce eyes and a muscular body covered in ferocious scars, appeared, holding an axe that seemed even larger than Ashura himself. He sneered at the young man in black. With a roar, it felt as if the whole underground arena shook slightly. The appearance of the giant Sane heightened the crowd's frenzy, with shouts filling the arena. The gamblers, clutching their tickets that bet on Sane's victory, were ecstatic, almost wishing Sane would immediately twist off the head of the young man opposite him. Seeing Sane's giant axe, Ashura's heart tightened, and he instinctively moved his hand towards the dagger in his boot, only to freeze as he remembered he had just returned the dagger to Lanyu. Ashamed of his oversight, Ashura could only focus more intently on the giant before him. The host, seeing the highly charged atmosphere, was very pleased yet completely uninterested in introducing Ashura, his opponent. It seemed like introducing a man about to die was a waste of time. Who cared what the doomed young man's name was? After a grand introduction of the giant Sane, the match commenced abruptly. Sane, sneering, shouted, "Boy, I heard you chose to challenge me. As a newcomer, you don't realize what a foolish choice you've made. Of course, be more cautious when you make such choices in your next life." With it, he charged towards Ashura. Despite his bulky frame, his sprint was surprisingly swift. He raised his giant axe high, aiming to split the masked young man in black into two. He could even imagine the sensation of young blood splashing onto his face. However, his full-force axe blow collided heavily with the solid ground, sparking a shower of sparks and numbing his arms, but the young man was nowhere to be found beneath the axe. Just as he was about to look up for the boy's figure, a fist charged with lightning magnified indefinitely in his pupils. Sane only felt 3 muffled thunderclaps in his mind before a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him and he collapsed thunderously to the ground. As the giant Sane fell, the figure of Ashura appeared beside him, eliciting a unanimous reaction from the crowd. Such incredible speed! Ashura then stepped on the chest of Sane, who had just attempted to rise, pinning him back to the ground. A flurry of punches like a storm then rained down on Sane's face. Initially, the giant on the ground struggled, but soon all that was visible was blood splattering, with no more heaving of his chest. A deadly silence filled the arena, the thudding sounds of fists on flesh chilling the audience more than Sane's entrance had. Though Sane was not the strongest at the martial artist level, he was certainly among the fiercest in his rank, only that the other strong contenders were either recuperating or absent that night. Ashura, venting his fury, continued to pummel the giant's head, easing his own inner turmoil slightly. Finally he slowly stood up and surveyed the surrounding spectators. None dared to meet his eyes beneath the demonic mask. The host, belatedly catching on, announced, "The winner of this match is Ghost of Sorrow." This unfamiliar name was destined to be remembered by the audience. What shocked the audience even more was the masked young warrior loudly declaring, "Let the other 10 of the third martial artist rank come out. Tonight I will fight 10. As Ashura, wearing the ghost mask, walked out of the underground arena of the Futu Palace, he held a more exquisitely crafted bronze badge in his hand. Initially overwhelmed with anger, he truly wanted to fight 10, but in the end only 4 of his rank dared to step forward, the rest conceding their points to him. The remaining 4 also lacked the courage to step onto the platform. Perhaps all 10 lacked the bravery for another battle. Watching the staff drag out Sane's huge corpse, those who stepped out truly regretted their decision. Eventually one of them couldn't withstand the pressure and surrendered his badge voluntarily, followed by the other 3. After handing over their badges, they all breathed a sigh of relief together. They knew Sane's strength too well, yet under the hands of this ghost-faced boy none could last around, instilling deep fear in them. Thus Ashura's points surged to 110 that night, and according to the rules of the Futu Palace he was to receive a bronze badge. The provocatively dressed lady at the registration desk now wore a serious expression and refrained from flirting, speaking much more formally. The Futu Palace also promised to provide tonight's winner, Ashura, with various delicacies, drinks and beauties as long as he wished to indulge until dawn. However, Ashura merely picked up some exquisite pastries, storing them in his belt, and then left the Futu Palace without a word. The provocatively dressed lady watched his departing figure deep in thought when suddenly she stiffened and respectfully bowed towards the dark corner behind her. "Greetings, Elder Walker. May I know if you have any instructions?" From the shadows emerged a plainly dressed middle-aged man who did not respond to the words of the lady on the ground. Instead, he gazed intently at the departing figure of Ashura. The lady called out, "Elder, this lad seems a bit eerie. Should I send someone to check on him?" Elder Walker chuckled and said, "Interesting, no need for now. No matter how talented an unseasoned warrior is still low level. Let's not bother yet. We'll take notice once he gets the silver badge." With that he disappeared inside the house, and the lady respectfully replied, "As you command." Ashura did not return directly to the shop but took a circuitous route through the streets, making several turns to ensure no one was following him before he leaped back into the courtyard behind the shop. Before he even entered he heard a low sobbing. There, leaning against the doorframe of the backyard, was the young girl Daphne, her face streaked with tears. Ashura felt a warmth in his heart, cherishing the feeling of someone caring for him. This time he approached without jest. As he walked up behind the girl he inadvertently startled her. He had forgotten to remove his ghostly mask, silently chiding himself for his oversight, and before he could take off the mask a soft body wet with tears threw itself into his arms. Ashura tightened his embrace around the trembling form, his arms seemingly providing a sense of security. The close embrace calmed her shivers. With a sobbing voice Daphne said, "I thought you didn't want me anymore. I saw the medical books you left and I remember you mentioned a difficult task in 3 days. I remember all, but I couldn't help you with anything." Ashura didn't let her continue, sealing her words with a deep kiss and then carrying her inside the house. That night the young man cast aside all reservations, abandoning the role of a gentleman. They fumbled through the night until dawn, marking a mature transformation in both their lives. It was one of the rare nights Ashura didn't spend in meditation, feeling a sense of pride as he watched the still sleeping Daphne, his smile tinged with a roguish charm. After practicing martial skills in the courtyard for a couple of hours without seeing Daphne rise to cook, Ashura knew it wasn't laziness but genuine exhaustion from the night's events. Recalling the exquisite pastries he had taken from the Photo Palace the night before, he placed them on a plate on the table by her bed with a note saying he was going out, then flipped over the wall of the courtyard. This time Ashura's goal was clear. He headed straight to the largest weapons store in Pro City, intent on buying a pair of swords to avoid the previous night's mistake of being unarmed. His swift resolution of the conflict with Sane was also spurred by the jeers from the audience, which enraged him, secretly unleashing a layer of seals to recover to 70% of his full strength. Despite suppressing his power to 70% using Cabin's prison, his body's strength and reaction speed were still at the first segment of a great martial artist. His use of the chasing wind, chasing thunder technique made it impossible for Sane, who was not known for his speed, to even touch the hem of his clothes. But he had scoured the weapon shops and couldn't find suitable twin blades. Those he fancied were beyond his budget, and those within his budget did not catch his eye. After all, having used Blue Feather's daggers, ordinary weapons always seemed to diminish his performance. an ill-fitting weapon might well cost him his life, so adhering to the principle of preferring shortage over mediocrity, Ashura ended up buying no weapon at all. With no gains to show, Ashura returned to the small courtyard behind the shop, entering not through the main gate but by scaling the wall as before. Just as he entered the young girl's boudoir, he saw Daifei stuffing his leftover pastries into her mouth like a hamster. Seeing Ashura's astonished expression, Daifei's pretty face blushed and she tried to swallow the pastries in haste, but the more she hurried the less she could swallow, choking and rolling her eyes. Ashura, between laughter and tears, handed her the water cup from the table. Daifei quickly took the cup and drank eagerly, but her movements caused the thin quilt on her chest to slip down. Ashura's gaze was fixed on the twin peaks of white now exposed before him. Daifei, realizing her exposure, let out a small cry and quickly covered herself with the quilt, shrinking inside it. Feeling that he had been somewhat ungentlemanly just now, Ashura chuckled and stripped off his clothes before diving into the girl's quilt. What followed was a tumultuous couple of hours, only stopping at the young girl's pleas as the sun was almost setting. Ashura looked utterly satisfied, while Daifei lay in his arms like a spent force, falling deeply asleep. Refreshed, Ashura got up and meditated until dawn. For the next 2 days, Ashura refrained from further disturbing Daifei. He feared getting too lost in the pleasures and affecting his performance in tonight's fighting contest, for the contest was a matter of life and death. When evening came, Ashura, wearing his ghost face mask, reappeared at the registration desk of the Futu Palace. The scantily clad lady behind the counter stared intently at him, not flirting as before. Ashura, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, coughed lightly and took the initiative to speak. "What opponents do I have at my level tonight? Let me see the list." The lady, after hearing his request, stood up, leaning forward on the counter, her ample bosom completely exposed to Ashura's view. She spoke seductively. "I never thought I'd misjudge someone. I didn't underestimate you, but your strength has completely exceeded my expectations." As she spoke, she handed Ashura a list. "Because of your arrival, there are only 4 contestants at the level of Martial Master 3rd grade tonight, and none that would catch your eye." Ashura glanced at the list, mainly checking the points of the opponents, the highest being only 12 points, and immediately felt disinterested. After a moment's thought, Ashura said, "Show me the list for the contestants at the Great Martial Master 1st grade level." The lady, as if anticipating his request, handed over another list. There were more than 20 strong contenders at the Great Martial Master 1st grade level tonight. Without a second thought, Ashura pointed to the last name on the list, a Great Martial Master with only 8 points. Him tonight. Ashura pointed out the contestant named Valet. With a wicked smile, the scantily clad lady said, "Are you sure about this? Although he's ranked last in the Grand Martial Master tier, it doesn't mean he's the weakest, he just hasn't competed much. Think it through carefully." Ashura looked at the lady, unsure whether her words were true or false. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let it be him then. I don't know anyone else anyway. If I really can't beat him, I'll just give him all my points and beg for my life." The lady laughed so hard at his defeatist remark that she trembled like a branch in the wind, causing Ashura to feel dizzy. Finally catching her breath, she continued, "Once you're on the arena, your life is entirely in your own hands. There are many who beg for mercy up there, but few survive. Even if your opponent decides to spare you, those who bet on you to win might demand your death. So you see, life and death can hinge on a mere thought. Think it over carefully." Ashura felt there was some truth in the buxom lady's words. If he didn't possess the strength of a Grand Martial Master, he wouldn't dare gamble with his life. Pretending to be unconcerned, Ashura replied, "Don't worry, I'm not so easy to kill. Go ahead and arrange it." The lady smiled and nodded at him. Just as Ashura was about to turn away, something occurred to him and he stopped. He turned to the lady, who looked puzzled, and asked, "I currently have a bronze badge. Can I use it along with my points to exchange for items?" Thinking he had another concern, the lady responded, "What do you want?" "I want to know what kind of dual blades my points can get me," Ashura said directly. Flipping her hair from her chest, the lady shouted to someone behind her, "Bring over the glinting dual blades." From the shadows, a figure seemed to flicker and then disappeared. Soon a figure shrouded in a black robe emerged, handing over a pair of dual blades glowing with a golden light to the scantily clad lady. "These dual blades are named Glinting. Their previous owner was a demon martial artist who died on the arena alongside his opponent, leaving these blades behind. If you like them, I can let them go for 100 points, she said casually as she picked up the blades. Ashura took the golden glowing blades, and honestly he wasn't too fond of them. Their brilliance was a bit too dazzling, clashing with his low-key style. However, as soon as he held them, the weight alone spoke of their exceptional quality. He practiced a few moves with the blades and found them to be very suitable, even slightly longer than the ones he had used before. When he channeled his vital energy to execute martial techniques, the blades revealed a hidden ability to emit a blinding golden light, making it impossible for his opponents to look directly at his moves. No wonder the blades were named Glinting. Without hesitation, Ashura handed over his badge to the lady, feeling like he had struck a great bargain. The lady didn't make it awkward, and after deducting 100 points, returned his badge. She then informed him, "Ghost of Sorrow, your match will be around the third bout, be prepared." After hearing that, Ashura nodded and walked towards the nearby resting room, twin blades in hand. He needed to familiarize himself quickly with these blades, and so he began to practice the tower ascending blade technique. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, a staff member knocked on the door to inform him it was time to enter the arena. Ashura steadied his mind, sheathed the twin blades in his storage belt, and followed the staff member to the competition tunnel. When Ashura's ghostly visage appeared in the center of the ring, the arena erupted with two types of noise: curses from gamblers who despised him, and though fewer, clear cheers of encouragement for Ashura. Clearly, Ashura's previous display of strength had won over a portion of the audience. Ashura even spotted Shios holding betting tickets and vigorously cheering for him. Shios, shrewd as he was, must have recognized the identity behind the Ghost of Misery. Ashura looked across the ring at his upcoming opponent, a competitor named Valet, who stood muscular with his arms crossed, exuding a calm demeanor. His gaze, however, held a trace of disdain for Ashura. A chill went through Ashura's heart. He could sense danger emanating from his opponent. Silently, he released one of the seals on the prison of cabin and drew out his glowing twin blades. Valet, seeing Ashura unsheath his blades, smirked dismissively. He thought to himself, "This fellow is vigilant, daring to challenge beyond his level. Little does he know, I've only participated in a few death matches, but my strength is about to break through to the second tier of the great martial master. Today I'll show him the vast gap in strength between our levels." Without wasting words, as soon as the announcer finished introducing them and declared the start of the match, Valet charged forward, aiming a powerful punch straight at Ashura's face. Valet excelled in strength. His martial techniques were all about powerful, sweeping moves. Ashura dared not underestimate this punch and crossed his blades to block it, but the moment the fist met the blades, Ashura was shocked by the sheer force. Stumbling back 2 steps before regaining his balance, he looked in horror at Valet's fists, wrapped in a nearly transparent layer of silver gauntlets with magical runes that appeared and disappeared like tattoos. Valet scoffed, "See how powerful I am? You thought just because you won against a few trash at your own level you could challenge up? Dying at my hands, Valet, you have no grievances. In your next life, remember not to provoke those you shouldn't." With that, Valet swung his fists, charging at Ashura, not even using his martial skills but relying solely on the silver gauntlets to bombard Ashura. Blow after blow, Ashura was driven back, barely holding on. Initially, the audience was thrilled, watching Valet pummel the staggering Ghost of Misery, excited by the rare sight of a newcomer daring to challenge beyond their rank. However, as time dragged on and their throats grew hoarse from cheering, the one-sidedness of the fight persisted. Yet Valet was unable to knock Ashura down, and the crowd began to grow impatient, booing loudly. Valet in the ring also realized this kid was no ordinary contender. Regardless of their disparity in raw strength, Ashura's tenacity and endurance were not something a mere martial artist could possess. Then, with a thunderous roar, Valor unleashed his blue-tier martial technique, the Shattering Gold Fist. His punches instantly became fierce and powerful, nearly causing Ashura to lose grip on his twin blades. Just as Valor was about to let out a sinister chuckle of victory, Ashura, seemingly on the brink of defeat, steadied himself and began to counterattack blade by blade. Valor couldn't believe how the tide had turned so swiftly. Watching Ashura's blade techniques surge like a tidal wave towards him, Valor found himself increasingly overwhelmed and on the defensive. Especially after the 9th strike, Valor could even feel the pain of the blade cuts transmitting through his fists, an alarming sensation, as the defensive capabilities of his gauntlets usually couldn't be breached by the martial techniques of other grandmasters of the first tier. As fear crept into Valor's heart, his disadvantage grew. The audience was stupefied, unable to comprehend how Valor, who had initially dominated the fight, was now being chopped at as if he were a mere stump. The current situation was due to Ashura breaking the second seal of Cabin's prison, regaining 90% of his strength. With his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, he naturally overpowered his peer. When the 14th strike was unleashed, accompanied by a painful cry, a flash of blood appeared. Valor's right arm was cleanly severed at the shoulder by Ashura. The audience gasped, their mouths agape, as they watched the severed limb spinning in the air. Terrified, Valor, disregarding the pain, began to desperately beg for mercy, but all Ashura responded with was a dazzling flash of his blade, and in an instant Valor was split into two, his blood and viscera scattering across the floor. Ashura breathed heavily for a few moments. Killing his enemy no longer brought him any discomfort. Then Ashura stripped the gauntlets from Valor's severed arms and took his storage belt. As per the rules of the Fudo temple, the victor was entitled to all possessions of the defeated. Ashura had had his eyes on those gauntlets, adorned with magic runes clearly not of ordinary make. It was only then that the spectators burst into heated debates with screams, curses and shouts threatening to overturn the dome. But everyone present knew that the figure leaving the arena with twin blades was an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. After defeating Valor, Ashura did not allow the Fudo temple to arrange any more opponents for him. He was far from as relaxed as he appeared. The base of his palms where he held his blades still bled slightly, and his internal energy was greatly depleted. Fearing any show of weakness might invite challenges from other contestants, he quickly collected his points and, ignoring the teasing of the hostess, swiftly left the Fudo temple. His strength, speed and reflexes, honed over months of life and death experiences, were his advantages, yet he was not fully adept at integrating martial arts with magic, and he preferred not to reveal his dual cultivation capabilities lest those with ulterior motives uncover the man behind the mask. Making a circuitous route back, he saw a frail figure leaning against the doorframe, still looking towards the entrance. Seeing him leap into the courtyard, Daifei, with tears at the corners of her eyes, flung herself into Ashura's embrace. Ashura sighed softly, and the two embraced silently in the yard for a long time without much conversation. The girl in his arms understood his difficulties. The next morning, Ashura slowly emerged from meditation, glanced at the girl on the bed still with tear stains on her cheeks, covered her with a blanket, and quietly left the room to go into the courtyard. He reflected on the gains and losses of last night's battle, considering where he could improve and what he could do better. He was slightly dissatisfied with the timing of unlocking 2 layers of seals last night, feeling that he should have held on a bit longer. Then he performed a set of thundering fist exercises to limber up his body. It had been over half a month since he last left the academy, and Ashura felt that his last conversation with his mentor Yuande had been somewhat rushed, leaving many questions about his practice unresolved. Moreover, he had a set of damaged soft armor in his storage belt that he didn't know how to return to Mag Ina, which troubled him. He looked at the storage belt he had stripped from Valet last night. Besides some gold coins and medicinal pills, there was nothing of value inside. The warriors who participated in the competition were mostly desperados, rarely equipped with valuable storage items or gear. Most were of the mindset of living for the day, indulging in pleasures with whatever means they had, for none would enter the Bodhi Palace to risk their lives under normal circumstances. Valet was a formidable martial artist, and he presumed that Ashura, showing the capacity to challenge beyond his level, carried all his belongings with him, inadvertently allowing Ashura to make a small fortune. As for the pair of gauntlets, Ashura was particularly fond of them. Thin as cicada wings and clinging tightly to the skin, the gauntlets were enhanced with magical patterns that increased strength, boosting both defense and attack by 10%. What was more miraculous was that when not in attack or defense mode, it was impossible to tell that the gauntlets were being worn. One could not even feel them on their hands. The 10% increase in both attack and defense capabilities was quite formidable, and Ashura felt that with these gauntlets he wouldn't have needed to unlock the second layer of seals to defeat Valet the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, these gauntlets were a hereditary weapon of Valet's family, which was once a prominent family in the Pega Eastern Empire. Due to the decline in family talents, they had fallen into obscurity, but these gauntlets were one of the few prized possessions of their family. The gauntlets followed the destitute Valet to the city of Pro in the Valencian Empire, and Valet, who was about to advance to the second level of the Grand Martial Artist, did not expect to fall into Ashura's hands. Ashura felt that possessing these gauntlets gave him greater confidence for future battles in the Bodhi Palace. He was even studying the ancient magical patterns on them, hoping to replicate these patterns onto other equipment. After enjoying a lovingly prepared breakfast by Daifei, Ashura took out the medical manuscripts he had written for Daifei and began to explain the essentials recorded within them. These medical manuscripts were the life's work of Qin Zongren, a famous doctor from the Olay country on the eastern borders of the Valencian Empire. His medical skills were vastly different from those practiced in Playa City in the western part of the empire, especially his acupuncture techniques, which were unheard of to Daifei. Daifei's own intuitive grasp of medicine also greatly surprised Ashura. She understood many key points at once, even faster than he who always considered himself clever. He even thought of introducing Daifei to his grandfather Qin Zongren, considering having his grandfather take her as an apprentice, believing that his grandfather would be very pleased to meet such a talented and insightful disciple. But then he thought if Daifei really became his grandfather's apprentice, she would be a generation above him in status. How could he then continue with their more intimate relations? Thus he quickly dismissed the idea. The teaching of medicine lasted from early morning to late at night, moving from the table to the bed, and after a series of hands-on demonstrations of bone feeling and acupoint recognition, Ashura announced that he needed to return to St. Gabain Academy and would set off the next day. Daifei, blushing, hid under the covers and didn't say much, just reminding him to prioritize his studies and not rush back to see her. Ashura's face turned red at her words. Little did Daifei know that his quick return was because he had been kissed forcefully by a girl and had become the public enemy of the male students at the academy, forcing him to flee back to Playa City for refuge. The next morning Ashura bid farewell to Daifei and rode off towards St. Gabain City. After 3 days of travel, he returned to the familiar St. Gabain Academy. It was early morning, still more than an hour before classes started, and Ashura sneaked into the academy, changing into the long robe of the Magic Academy, pulling the hood over his head, and first headed to the cafeteria where most students were gathered at this time. In the cafeteria, he listened to the conversations around him, learning both good and bad news. The good news was that there was much less talk about the incident with Blue Feather kissing him. The bad news was that more students had recently advanced to the higher martial status, which instilled a new sense of crisis in him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Ashura saw a seductive figure. It was Magina, who had finished her breakfast and was walking out of the cafeteria, attracting numerous fiery gazes as she left. Ashura thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed Magina out of the cafeteria, pressing down his hood and trailing her to a lakeside clearing in a small grove. This was a secluded spot by the lake, hidden from the road by bushes standing as tall as a person. Magina had recently been coming here every morning after breakfast to practice her martial arts for an hour before attending the training ground classes. The red-haired girl was fiercely practicing her punches and kicks against an ironwood dummy in the center of the clearing, creating loud thuds that impressed Ashura, who was watching from behind the bushes. He thought to himself that she was still as fierce as ever, especially since the dummy had an abstract face painted on it that, to Ashura, looked eerily like his own smirking face. This irritated Ashura, who let out a soft snort. It was this snort that made Magina, who was concentrating on her training, suddenly aware of his presence, and she shouted towards the bushes where Ashura was hiding, "Who's there? Get out here!" As soon as Ashura realized he had been spotted, he reluctantly emerged from behind the bushes, removing his hood as he walked and saying, "Stop shouting, it's me." Magina's eyes lit up when she saw who it was, and just as she was about to say something, she seemed to remember something and her face immediately turned cold, glaring at Ashura with a dark expression. Seeing Magina's unfriendly face, Ashura felt a sudden jolt in his heart, touching his belt and wondering whether to take out his soft armor for a beating or his twin blades to save his life. The two stared at each other in silence for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Ashura, feeling uneasy under Magina's intense gaze, took the initiative to speak. "Well, I just got back and wanted to discuss something with you. Don't get mad, just hear me out." Magina, with her arms crossed, scoffed coldly and looked at Ashura, saying, "You just got back? How come I heard that someone returned half a month ago and did something shocking by the lake that stirred up the whole academy?" Ashura immediately denied it. "Don't talk nonsense, I don't know anything about that. I'm here today for a serious matter, just promise me you won't get angry." Seeing his evasive manner, Magina snorted disdainfully, arrogantly lifted her chin, and signaled for him to speak quickly. Ashura glanced at the prominent chest of the young girl and then, with a sheepish smile, said, "First of all, thank you for lending me your soft armor before. It really helped me out, but there was a little accident and the armor got slightly damaged. Can it still be repaired? If not, I can compensate you." Saying this, he took out the damaged soft armor from his storage space and handed it to Magina, who was inwardly shocked as she took it. The soft armor was a gift from the great elder of her family for her 14th birthday. There were 2 sets, one male and one female, and she always wore the female set close to her body, while on a whim she had lent the male set to Ashura. The great elder had even joked at the time, "If Magina finds a boy she likes, she should give him the other set to wear." At this thought, Magina's cheeks turned slightly red, but the damage on the armor's abdomen made her frown. She knew the capabilities of this armor all too well. unless struck by a powerful warrior at the level of a magic warrior, it was impossible to break through its defense. However, the damage in the abdomen was clearly not man-made, looking more like the claw marks of a magical beast. What annoying places had this guy been to? What had he experienced? Ashura, seeing Magina's furrowed brow and her fluctuating expressions, weakly said, I didn't mean for it to happen. Can it be repaired? If not, I'll compensate you. His words brought Magina back to reality, and she glared at him and said, you have the nerve to return it to me in this condition? What exactly have you been doing lately to destroy my armor like this? Ashura just gave a foolish smile and babbled without directly answering her question, only saying he was willing to compensate for the loss. The more Magina listened, the angrier she got. Looking at that annoyingly familiar smirking face, the more she wanted to beat him up. So Magina said bitterly, it seems your strength hasn't improved much from your trip. Fight me now. If you win, you don't need to compensate for the armor. If you lose, you'll continue to be my sparring partner until you graduate, even after you compensate me for the damage to my armor. Upon hearing this, Ashura's lips slightly curled up as he provocatively said, will you keep your word? Magina was momentarily stunned. She felt that this annoying fellow seemed more confident and composed than before, as if he no longer feared her formidable strength, which made her instantly alert. She thought Ashura agreed too readily, but since she was the one who proposed the wager and considering her strength, she saw no reason to back down. Proudly lifting her chin, Magina said, you think you can outsmart me? Come over and take your beating. I've been itching for a fight lately. Hearing her response, Ashura stretched lazily. He too wanted to test whether his recent training could narrow the gap between him and these elite students of the academy. Not daring to be overconfident, Ashura drew his gleaming twin blades from his spatial belt and silently released 2 layers of seals from Cabin's prison, restoring himself to 90% of his strength. As he released the seals, Magina's sixth sense immediately detected a change in his aura. Though unclear how this rascal achieved it, Magina decided to treat this wager with caution. She swiftly pulled out a set of fiery red armor from her spatial ring and donned it instantly. The red armor, complementing her fiery red hair, making her look imposing and majestic. Added to this was the giant saber she drew, making her look every bit the warrior goddess in front of Ashura. Ashura, seeing Magina armed to the teeth, was stunned, internally cursing his luck. He had planned to rely on his great warrior's explosive power to swiftly defeat Magina, but her cautious stance irritated him. Ashura knew that Magina was not one of those desperate warriors from the photo hall. Clearly she had a distinguished family background and certainly possessed top-notch cultivation resources and guidance. Just the set of fiery red armor she wore, with its magic runes intermittently shining brightly, made Ashura feel he couldn't easily break through her defenses. This was an inherent advantage, and Ashura, who always acknowledged such resource gaps, didn't think it was unfair. His mind raced, realizing that a frontal confrontation would be hard to win, so he had to rely on cunning, just like last time. The youth's lips curled into a sly smirk, making Magina itch with annoyance. Lifting her giant sword, she charged towards Ashura. Ashura cursed under his breath, crazy woman, and met Magina's slash with his twin blades. After a harsh clanging sound, both stepped back, each secretly shocked by the other's strength. Ashura was stunned by Magina's immense power, akin to a level 5 magical beast. The earth burst bare. Magina's first thought was that this guy must have advanced to the first stage of a great warrior. His growth was too rapid. But why did she previously feel his aura was still at a warrior level? Suppressing her doubts, Magina focused more on battling Ashura, and the two exchanged blows in the forest by the lake. Fortunately, there were hardly any students by the lake at that time, or else they would surely have been drawn to watch this thrilling fight. Magina fought with increasing alarm. It had been only half a year since she last saw him, yet this villain before her had grown so strong that she needed to exert her full strength. Previously, when she used him as a sparring partner, she barely needed to use half of her strength to make him flee in defeat, but now he was able to exchange blows with her without falling behind. As a favored daughter of the Valencian Empire, Magina had always had access to top-tier cultivation resources and instruction. The power that her devilish physique could unleash was unmatched by ordinary fighters of her level. Yet this mage in a magic robe was now able to withstand her slashes without losing ground, which both shocked and infuriated her. It seemed that having him as a sparring partner for so long had inadvertently benefited him. On the other side, Ashura was feeling extremely uncomfortable. Each of Magina's slashes caused turmoil within him, stirring his internal energy violently. He wanted to use his ascending blade technique, but Magina's fierce slashes disrupted his sequences before he could execute more than a few moves. This was a drawback of the ascending blade technique and a shortcoming he couldn't yet overcome. Nevertheless, he didn't use his advantage in speed to dodge Magina's attacks. Instead, he met each blow head-on. He knew that to win against Magina he had to set a trap. As the battle between the two heated up, they gradually moved from the clearing behind the bushes to another location, and the surrounding trees suffered from their blade energies getting chopped up. The noise of their duel also attracted the attention of nearby students doing their morning exercises, who crowded around to watch the spectacle. After another clash of blades, Magina stepped back while Ashura stumbled back 7 or 8 steps to the edge of a bush. Breathless, Magina hadn't fought so wholeheartedly in a long time, which thrilled the combative spirit within her. Her gaze towards Ashura became even more intense. Ashura, unnerved by her stare, imagined Magina riding him, which shook him to his core. He quickly shook his head to clear it and shouted at Magina, "Is that all you've got? You can't win against me like that. Come on, use your strongest strike, I still have a class to catch." Magina's eyes narrowed slightly, truly angered now, yet she hesitated because her martial technique was immensely powerful and she wasn't sure if this bad guy could handle it. However, Ashura, not helping the situation, taunted Mother Tyrannosaur, "Have you decided yet? Otherwise, I'm going to strike first with my killer move, and don't say I didn't give you a chance." Hearing the nickname Mother Tyrannosaur, Magina was furious. He dared to give her such an ugly nickname. She wanted to tear his mouth apart. With no more hesitation, she raised her saber horizontally behind her, slightly crouching forward. Seeing her posture, Ashura's lips curled slightly. He had finally provoked her into using that move. Having sparred with Magina for so long, Ashura was familiar with her techniques. The move she was about to use was called Gale Crescent Slash, one of her strongest martial skills. After executing the skill, it quickly blasted towards the opponent and swung the katana behind in a half circle, causing tremendous damage. Ashura noticed that Magina had positioned the back of her katana forward and the blade backward, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "This little lady knows her limits, she's not planning to chop me in half." But before he could ponder further, Magina shouted the name of her martial art technique, Gale Crescent Slash, whether to boost her own morale or to warn Ashura. Seeing Magina charging at him, Ashura was prepared. He too shouted Gale Crescent Slash, and ignited his twin blades into a dazzling golden light. Caught by surprise by the shout, Magina momentarily hesitated, and the blinding light stung her eyes, causing her to instinctively close them and swing her katana blade facing backward. But with a crisp snap, Magina, with her eyes still closed, realized that the sound wasn't that of her blades back colliding with another weapon, nor was it the sound of a weapon making contact with flesh. It sounded more like striking into a bush. Her body continued to surge forward mid-air, and before she could open her stinging eyes, she suddenly felt the ground disappear beneath her feet, and with a splash she fell into the lake. This was the trap Ashura had cleverly set. Behind the bushes where Ashura had been standing was the expansive surface of the lake, hidden from view by the foliage. Ashura had lured Magina here, and retreating a few steps back to the bushes was part of his plan. The constant clashing of weapons from start to finish was to make Magina believe he would always counter her martial arts head-on without evasion. Seeing Magina charge with the Gale Crescent Slash, Ashura knew his plan had worked. He didn't know any Gale Crescent Slash, it was just a shout to mislead Magina's judgment. He used the blinding skill of his twin blades to temporarily impair the girl's vision, causing her to lose her bearings and fall into the water. As expected, Magina, now in the water, panicked and shouted "Bastard," flailing her arms wildly. The heavy armor she wore became a burden, dragging her down into the water. What Ashura didn't realize was that Magina had nearly drowned in a pond at home as a child due to her mischievousness, and was fortunately saved by her mother. This incident left her with a childhood trauma of water, and she never learned to swim. Ashura was initially pleased, thinking he had finally taught the reckless girl a lesson. However, when he saw Magina's fingertips failing to reappear above the water and the bubbles emerging less frequently, he muttered "not good" and dove into the lake. In the clear water, he saw Magina motionless, sinking deeper into the lake like a statue. Ashura was terrified. He hadn't anticipated the situation would escalate so severely. He only intended to trick Magina into the lake. In the water, Magina couldn't leverage her feet and couldn't muster her usual strength. Ashura's plan was to keep her in the lake using his martial arts until she admitted defeat. "I never expected that Magina couldn't swim." She sank to the bottom of the lake after only a few struggles. If anything went wrong, Ashura would never forgive himself. Thus Ashura desperately swam towards Magina. Due to her heavy armor, she sank quickly, but fortunately Ashura managed to grab her arm and struggled to swim upwards. The moment they broke the surface, Azura immediately lifted the girl at the waist and quickly got to the lakeshore. However, the girl in his arms still had her eyes tightly shut, showing no reaction. Panicked, Azura laid the girl down on the grassy shore and removed her heavy helmet. Her face was still deathly pale, seeming to have stopped breathing, despite Azura's shouts and slaps. The girl showed no response. In desperation, Azura recalled the emergency medical techniques he had learned from his grandfather. He took a deep breath and pressed his lips to the girl's pale ones. After several attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Magina still showed no signs of life. Sweating profusely and seeing that the mouth-to-mouth was ineffective, Azura roughly removed Magina's heavy armor. He intended to perform chest compressions to help restart her heart, but beneath the fiery red armor was a layer of soft armor similar in style to one he had borrowed himself. Without time to ponder these details or to remove the girl's underarmor, and with no inclination to notice the twin peaks of her chest, Azura forced his hands into the valley between them and pressed down repeatedly on her chest cavity. After several compressions and breaths, Magina slowly opened her eyes, but as soon as she regained consciousness, she saw the annoying man bending down to kiss her. Magina's eyes widened in shock, her brain seemed oxygen deprived, and her body felt utterly drained of strength. She could feel the breath being blown into her mouth, and as soon as the man before her stood up, he continued to press on her chest through the underarmor. Just as a frantic Azura took another deep breath to kiss her again, he saw her staring at him incredulously. The two locked eyes for a long moment. It was Azura who, unembarrassed, withdrew his right hand from between her chest. He awkwardly said, "You're awake. Don't think too much. You fell into the water and I pulled you out. No need to be too grateful, it's just what anyone would do." Before he could finish, a sharp slap rang through the woods, and Azura, covering his left cheek, looked indignantly at Magina sitting up. Magina, still weak, propped herself up with one hand while covering her loosely fitting underarmor with the other. With her lips pursed and her face cold, she glared at the man who had dishonored her and coldly said, "You tricked me into the water, and then while I was unconscious you kissed me and touched my chest." As Azura looked at the girl, who seemed on the verge of tears, his indignation faded somewhat. Just as he was about to say something to explain, he suddenly turned his head, alerted by something else. Two girls stood with their mouths agape, staring in astonishment at the pair on the ground, a sense of déjà vu washing over them. Inside, Azura felt a sudden ominous premonition. Decisive as ever, he sprang into action and charged toward the two girls. He planned to restrain them first and explain later. However, seeing the murderous look in Ashura's eyes, the girl screamed and turned to run. Just as Ashura was about to give chase, he noticed numerous figures rapidly approaching from the woods. "Damn it," he muttered to himself. He quickly turned back to Magina, who was still in a daze and mentally distressed. "I was really trying to save you just now. Believe it or not, we've got a crowd coming this way. Those two girls might have seen or heard something. Get up and fix your clothes. I have to run now. We'll talk another day." With it, he used his swift movement technique to vanish into the depths of the forest, leaving Magina still bewildered, knowing only that the guy who had wronged her had fled. Magina heard countless footsteps approaching and quickly pulled out a set of martial attire from her storage ring to cover herself. Soon 7 or 8 students appeared before her, with the 2 female students peeking out from behind 2 male students looking over curiously. Seeing Magina clad in martial attire, her hair wet and her face pale yet her lips strikingly red, the group exchanged glances. Magina stood up silently, intending to leave, but a bold male student stepped forward and asked, "Junior Magina, we heard that a dark-haired boy did something inappropriate to you. Is that true? Don't worry, we will catch him and let you decide his fate." Magina stopped, turned her head to look at the male student, and coldly spat out one word, "Scram." She then left without looking back, leaving the male student embarrassed, while the 2 girls behind him started chattering excitedly with the others. They had been drawn to the spot by sounds of a fight in the forest, and from a distance they saw what appeared to be a boy lying on top of a girl, kissing her. As they got closer, they heard a slap and the intermittent accusations of the girl about being deceived into the water and being kissed and touched inappropriately. When they recognized the main actors, both were shocked beyond measure. The female protagonist was Magina, one of the top 10 beauties among the new students lying helplessly on the ground. The male protagonist was even more astonishing, as it was the same boy who had been forcefully kissed by Lan Yu in this very forest previously. Indeed, these 2 girls were the witnesses to the previous incident involving Lan Yu, and coincidentally, they had now witnessed this new scene where the dark-haired boy kissed Magina. The fact that the same boy was involved in both controversial incidents was sensational. As more and more students gathered, most of the boys were grinding their teeth in anger, beginning to search the surrounding area for the dark-haired boy involved in the incident. Only those two girls excitedly narrated to everyone what they had seen and heard, swearing as they spoke, as if afraid others wouldn't believe them. As more and more people gathered, the story of Magina being forcefully kissed by a dark-haired boy swept through the academy like a gust of wind. Without a second thought, the male protagonist Ashura dashed out of the academy, turned back helplessly to look at the grand entrance with a face uglier than crying, mounted his dragon horse, and raced towards the city of Pro. Meanwhile, the female protagonist of the scandal, unusually absent from her martial arts class, sat on her bed hugging her knees. Lost in the image of that scoundrel kissing her, she slowly realized that he must have been trying to save her, as the pain in her chest was between her breasts, not where one would touch if taking advantage. But no matter what, she felt taken advantage of by that detestable man. What should she do now? Where had that guy run off to? Would he deny it all later? Would he hold a grudge for the slap she gave him? Magina was lost in these thoughts all day, and though her roommates were bursting with curiosity, none dared to knock on her door to find out the truth. But when the rumor reached the ears of Class 7's Blue Feather at the martial arts field, the blue-haired girl silently sought out Instructor Eng, requesting to spar with all the boys in class. Initially, the boys were excitedly lining up, but Blue Feather coldly suggested they all come at once. By the time the bell rang at the end of class, a group of boys, bruised and battered, tumbled out of the training field. The rumor that the dark-haired ruffian had shifted his affections and assaulted Magina spread uncontrollably throughout the academy. Magina's top admirer and the academy's top freshman warrior Monroe was furious, posting a reward in the library offering 1,000 academy points for any information on the dark-haired boy. As the scandalous news grew wilder, in dormitory number 138, Ken's Arthur and Angelo sat in the living room staring at each other all afternoon. Since hearing about the dark-haired boy in the morning, the three brothers had instinctively run back to their dorm. They didn't dare leave all afternoon, had drawn the curtains tight, and kept nervously peering out the window for any suspicious figures lingering at their dorm entrance. They all suspected the dark-haired ruffian was none other than their youngest, Ashura, but for the life of them, they couldn't fathom Ashura doing something so outrageous as kissing one of the top 10 beauties of the academy and allegedly groping her. Now they worried whether Ashura had gone mad practicing some martial technique that required bizarre actions like stealing in to supplement yang. Angelo asked weakly, "Boss, can we go outside tomorrow?" Ken struggled to swallow the rye bread in his hand and countered with a question, "How much food do you still have in your storage space?" After hearing this, Angelo gave a bitter laugh, while Arthur held his head with both hands and said, "What on earth is Ashura doing?" I was terrified that he would be beaten to death when he returned. The three discussed in the living room and decided not to leave the dormitory for 3 days to see how things would unfold. If anyone asked about Ashura, they would say he had gone back to his hometown to deal with some issues and hadn't returned for a long while. Feeling somewhat lackluster, Ashura walked for 3 days and returned to Pro City. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at his predicament. Why was it that every time he came back to school and had even the slightest interaction with a girl, trouble would inevitably follow? He didn't know how long this drama would last, so it seemed he would have to stay away for a while longer. Having made up his mind, he didn't go to Daifei's shop but merely glanced at the busy figure of the young girl from a distance before turning to find shoes on the street, asking him to purchase a small independent courtyard for his temporary stay. He was also worried that someone might go to Daifei's shop because of him. After all, the gentle girl had become someone he wanted to protect like family. He was also concerned that Daifei might ask why he had come back so soon, and even with his thick skin, he was embarrassed to reveal the true situation. Living in a separate courtyard would also allow him to focus more on his martial arts training. From then on, every 3 nights in the arena of the Buddha Palace there would be a black-haired warrior wearing a ghost-faced mask challenging masters of a higher rank than himself. Ashura's plan was simple. In the ranking of masters, he would challenge each competitor from the bottom up every night, usually 1 per night or 2 when he felt in good condition. Because he wore the prison mask of Kaban, his strength appeared to be that of a 3rd-level warrior, yet he challenged masters of a higher rank who couldn't refuse his challenge. At first, the masters he challenged were puzzling, not as strong as the first, Valet, but an older master taught him a lesson. When he had his opponent, who was about the age of his grandfather Adolphe, spitting blood and flying backwards, begging on his knees for mercy, Ashura's heart softened and he turned to spare the old man. But the moment he turned, a flying knife shot from the old man's begging hands. If not for his quick reflexes, it could have slit his throat. the knife grazed his cheek, knocking off a piece of his mask with blood dripping to the ground. Ashura turned back in shock and anger to see the old man who was looking at him with resentment. The old man dusted himself off and stood up, clearly having held back his true strength. Begging on his knees was just a ploy to catch Ashura off guard, exploiting his youth and naivety about the dangers of the arena. Ashura didn't waste words with the old man. He activated the second level of Kaban's prison and used the towering blade technique to chop the cunning old man into 8 pieces before stopping. As he left the arena, he was met with the merciless mockery of a scantily clad woman who hadn't teased him in a long time. He didn't retort but just nodded slightly. That's how Ashura spent half a year in deadly combat in the Buddha Palace of Pro City, giving his all every night. The warriors who survived in the Buddha Palace were no ordinary fighters. The variety of martial arts and cunning tactics broadened Ashura's horizons immensely. He often emerged victorious, albeit battered and bruised, never once releasing the triple seal of his own imprisonment. His power level had also risen to the second tier of both the great martial warrior and the great magician. Recently he had swept through the entire rank of great martial warriors, leading to a situation where no other contestant remained in that rank. Fighters eligible to move up to the rank of great martial warrior dared not, and those already there dared not compete. The audience at the Buddha Palace had long been captivated by this dark-haired fighter who wore a ghostly mask in every battle. Whenever he appeared, the arena would erupt in thunderous cheers, a stark contrast to the silence that greeted his initial entrance. His early supporter Shios had become a well-known wealthy individual in Pro City thanks to betting on his victories. The common people on the streets would respectfully address him as Lord Shios. This was all because Ashura always fought above his level, especially notable when he, appearing only as a first-tier great martial warrior, challenged third-tier warriors. The excitement of the crowd almost blew the dome off the underground arena. On the continent of kings, strength was always adored. At that moment Ashura held a finely crafted silver badge in his hand, a reward for reaching 1,000 points at the Buddha Palace. Those who held such badges were announced with the grand title Slayer of 1,000 before their names during match introductions. The title Slayer of 1,000 inch the ghost of despair echoed throughout the underground arena of Pro City, attracting challengers from other cities who wished to make a name for themselves by defeating him, but all inevitably became just more points on Ashura's badge. Since receiving the silver badge, the flirty lady at the registration desk no longer teased him. She greeted him with respect as Lord Ghost of Despair and repeatedly offered to arrange fine dining and beautiful women for him. She herself was even willing to meet any of his needs, but Ashura never accepted. He feared exposing the still youthful face beneath his mask. As for the 1,000+ points at the Buddha Palace, he was not in a hurry to exchange them because 10,000 points could be traded for a supergrade yellow tier martial technique, a skill far more precious than ordinary yellow tier 1s. Owning 10,000 points also meant receiving a golden badge and an even grander title, Enemy of 10,000. It was said that there were only 10 such warriors across the entire continent's Buddha Palaces. Becoming an enemy of 10,000 at the Buddha Palace was enough to secure a supergrade yellow tier martial technique. This was the only way Ashura could access such high-level martial skills, and he was determined to reach this goal. His confidence, forged through life and death battles, made him believe that none of the prodigies at his school could defeat him at the rank of great martial warrior. Ashura regularly participated in the Buddha Palace's deadly fights, taking only about a week off to recover from severe injuries occasionally. During his downtime he studied the art of rune engraving, which had significantly improved over 6 months. Ashura had finally mastered the art of inscribing basic magic runes on ordinary equipment, the initial inspiration to learn rune inscription came from seeing his senior Salmon, who had bought Magina's hair and earned a substantial number of academy points as a top rune inscriber, which Ashura greatly envied. But now that he had learned the craft himself, he found no time to earn more points through it. His schedule was so tight that even his sleeping hours were devoted to magical meditation. One noon, while Ashura was diligently inscribing runes, he suddenly felt a vibration from the academy badge. He pulled out the badge from his spatial belt and saw a message from his mentor Ilara. He had almost forgotten about his beautiful class head. The message from Ilara was brief: Ashura, your leave has exceeded its limit. A new assessment at the academy is about to begin. Please return immediately. Ashura tossed the badge in his hand and remembered the beautiful faces of Bluefeather and Magina from the academy. With a mischievous smile and a stretch he stepped out, took his horse and sped towards St. Gabain Academy. The quest on the library's task wall, which publicly sought information about the dark-haired boy who had bullied Magina, still hung prominently. Azura arrived at the academy in the evening and tied his dragon horse at the outermost part of the mount storage for an obvious reason: convenience for the next time he needed a quick escape. Wearing the academy's hooded uniform, he quickly entered dormitory number 138. As he walked into the dorm's living room, Jinza, who was brewing tea, was so startled that he dropped his expensive teacup to the floor. Azura thought Jinza was just overly excited to see him after a long time and opened his arms expecting a warm brotherly hug. Instead, Jinza dashed past him like a gust of wind, hurried to the window, and drew the curtains closed, patting his chest nervously. Azura was left baffled by his reaction. Hearing the commotion, Arthur upstairs opened the dorm door and looked down, then yelled out an expletive and vigorously knocked on Angelo's door, summoning him as well. The three looked at Azura in the living room for a long moment, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy and admiration, but mostly pity, which completely confused Azura. Before he could speak, the dorm leader, Jinza, put a hand on Azura's shoulder with a burning gaze and said, "Tell us the truth, third brother. Did you really force kiss Bluefeather and Magina?" Azura firmly shook his head in denial, and before the others could relax, he added, "It was Bluefeather who kissed me, and the situation with Magina was a misunderstanding. I was trying to save her." As he finished, the hand on his shoulder pressed down harder. The three dorm mates looked at him with red eyes, and at Jinza's command they decided to sort it out by playfully wrestling him to the ground and mockingly kicking his behind. Kicking and shouting, he exclaimed, "Thinking you're all that, huh? What makes you think you can get close to beauties? What have you done to deserve this? Didn't even consider the brothers. Do you know how much worry and fear you've brought us?" After venting his anger through the beating, Azura slowly came to understand the whole situation. He realized that the impact of these two scandalous events was even more severe than he had imagined, especially since the admirers of the two beauties had formed an alliance of over 300 people aimed at eliminating the pervert, led by Monroe, the strongest newcomer. They sent people every day to search for the black-haired pervert in the woods by the lake, and the female students of the academy dared not venture into the lakeside woods anymore because of the pervert rumors. Azura's lips trembled slightly, and just as he was about to stubbornly retort, he saw Angelo pull out a portrait from his embrace. The portrait depicted a black-haired young man who bore a resemblance to Azura, likely drawn from the memories of the two girls. Angelo said, "Third brother, for your sake, I've infiltrated the Eliminate the Pervert Alliance. Everyone in our alliance has a copy of this portrait, and our motto is to err on the side of caution rather than let one go free." Azura, who had been joyous about his increased prowess and the prospect of returning home in glory, was shattered by this news. Even with his formidable strength, he dared not face the 300 fervent admirers. Azura grabbed Angelo's shoulders earnestly and pleaded, "Save me, fourth." Angelo circled Azura, scrutinizing him, then pulled out a pair of scissors from his spatial ring while the other two nodded silently in agreement. Soon Azura, previously with flowing black hair, now sported a simple short haircut that made him look more spirited and sharp, with a touch of roguish charm. Angelo was quite pleased with his haircutting skills. Azura didn't mind much. As long as he wasn't getting beaten up, he was fine even with a bald head, though he still felt a bit embarrassed. The three brothers then advised Azura on what to say and what not to say, cautioning him to stay away from Lanyu and Magina lest he really get beaten up and thrown into the lake to feed the fish. Afterwards, the three were very curious about where Azura had been recently and what he had done, but Azura only shared some trivial sightings, leaving out his experiences in the Beast Forest and the pagoda, which would be hard for the academy students to imagine. When he revealed to the three that his strength had advanced to the first stage of Great Martial Master, his dormitory mates were slightly surprised, as Jinza and Arthur had also reached the first stage of Great Magician and Great Martial Master, respectively. But Azura's progress was beyond their expectations, with Arthur even suggesting, "Why even go to a magic academy? Just come to the martial arts academy." They were unaware that Azura's true strength had reached the second stage of both Great Martial Master and Great Magician. Of course, there were 7 or 8 newcomers at the academy who had reached the second stage, but Azura had already silently moved to the front of the pack. The next morning, dressed in a magic robe, Azura honestly went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then discreetly headed to the Magic Academy with the flow of people. When Azura silently walked into classroom 13 of the magic school, the class hadn't started yet, but the room was already buzzing with noise. The classroom was more crowded than before, filled mostly with stylishly dressed male magicians who seemed to be loudly discussing topics, likely trying to catch someone's attention. Ashura glanced up at his previous seat to find it still empty, but the silver-haired girl next to it seemed even more dazzling than before. Without overthinking, Ashura sat down in his former empty spot. However, the moment he sat down, the classroom air felt as if it had been sucked out, falling into utter silence. Ashura felt as though he had just sat into the mouth of a giant dragon, surrounded by sword-like gazes that seemed to want to pierce through him. Already nervous, Ashura broke out in a cold sweat. Before Ashura could react, the silver-haired girl beside him, without even lifting her head, coldly said, "This seat is taken, move." Upon hearing her voice, the previously sharp gazes around them immediately turned into ones of schadenfreude, as if this scene was not their first occurrence. Ashura scratched his head awkwardly and, after a moment's thought, poked the girl's arm with his finger, a gesture he often made during classes. The girl stiffened instantly, then turned around abruptly to face him. Ashura flashed his brightest smile, his white teeth gleaming. The silver-haired girl Clara matched the smiling, short-haired boy in front of her with the figure from her memory, and her eyes quickly shifted from bright to fierce. Ashura did not receive the charming smile from the girl he hadn't seen in a year. Instead, she swiftly pulled out her precious magic wand from her spatial ring. Muttering a spell, the large gem at the wand's tip aimed straight at Ashura's forehead. Battle-hardened Ashura quickly realized that Clara was about to summon lightning to strike him down. Reacting instantly, one hand deflected the magic wand aside, while his other hand quickly covered Clara's mouth. Clara, unwilling to let this annoying fellow off, turned her head, trying to escape the hand over her mouth, while her other hand used the magic wand like a club, aiming for Ashura's head. Seeing that Grandma was relentless, Ashura instinctively wrapped one arm around Clara's slender neck, covering her mouth in a reverse grip, making it look as if he was embracing the muzzled girl. His other hand grabbed Clara's wrist, which was wielding the magic wand, and he nervously shouted, "It's me, what are you freaking out about? I didn't bother you, did I?" Clara glared at him with her beautiful big eyes, fierce and unable to make a sound, her other hand pinching the soft flesh at Ashura's waist. The two appeared like a bickering couple, and after a while they realized it had become quiet. Looking around, they saw all the classmates with their mouths agape staring at them. Clara's face turned red instantly, and she fiercely pinched Ashura's waist again, straightening up from lying half in Ashura's arms, and pretended to flip through a textbook on the desk. Ashura awkwardly rubbed his short-haired head as a chubby classmate in the front row timidly asked, "Are you Ashura?" Recognizing the chubby boy Naue, with whom he had previously been on good terms, Ashura nodded and greeted, "Long time no see, everyone." The classroom erupted into chaos as several classmates, both boys and girls, who had a somewhat friendly relationship with Ashura, crowded around his desk, bombarding him with various questions. The general sentiment was, the king of skipping classes is finally back. Where have you been all this year? You're the first freshman to leave the academy for so long, etc. Ashura simply explained that there had been some family matters and that he had gone home for a while, spending the year practicing in his hometown before just recently returning to the academy. At this point, he clearly heard the silver-haired girl next to him snort heavily. The classmates continued to pepper Ashura with questions, and male students from other classes, unaware of his reputation, also inquired about him. Upon learning that he was an infamous underachiever, most of the boys scoffed dismissively. Just then the bell rang and a beautiful female instructor, Ella, the homeroom teacher of Class 13, entered the classroom. Everyone hurried back to their seats, with the boys casting covert glances toward Ashura's table. Instructor Ella also noticed Ashura's return and breathed a sigh of relief, to which Ashura responded with an apologetic smile. Ella, however, rolled her eyes at him, an action that made the hearts of the male students in the classroom skip a beat. It wasn't just because of Clara that so many male students from other classes visited Class 13. Instructor Ella's office door was always adorned with flowers symbolizing love. Instructor Ella began with shocking news that the academy's latest assessment would take place in 3 days and the location would be the Beast Forest. Upon hearing this, the young students gasped in surprise. The Beast Forest was always considered a forbidden place for humans, a place they dared to discuss but never explore. Even Clara covered her mouth in shock. However, Ashura remained unfazed. He had survived several months alone in the Beast Forest. Although he hadn't ventured deep, he had once slain a Terran savage bear alone. With his current strength, facing a Terran savage bear again would mean a harm-free victory. Thus, hearing that the assessment location was the Beast Forest didn't much stir him, though he was quite interested in the specifics of the assessment, especially if there were rewards involved. After the initial shock of the students subsided, Instructor Ella continued. This assessment will involve grouping one magic class with two warrior classes for a team activity. Students from other classes, you may return to your classes and ask your homeroom teachers for more details about the assessment. With a rustle, a large number of students left the classroom, leaving only the 14 Thunder Magicians of Class 13 looking at each other in a now much emptier room. Instructor Ella gave a helpless smile and continued with her melodious voice, "This assessment will primarily focus on familiarizing you with the Beast Forest. Each class will be accompanied by 2 instructors. We will only intervene when you encounter dangers beyond your capabilities, otherwise you must reach the designated location on time by yourselves. You will need to resolve all problems encountered in the Beast Forest on your own. Cherish this team activity because after this you will be assigned to random small groups and sent into the Beast Forest to complete tasks without any instructors. There will be casualties, so this team assessment is particularly important." The students of Class 13 breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but were simultaneously anxious about the difficulty of the next assessment. Then, Instructor Ella began her lesson. Ashura listened intently for a while but found that he still couldn't understand most of it, having not attended formal magic theory classes for a year. He was struggling to keep up. Although his magical strength was not low due to his dual training in magic and martial arts, he had not yet perfectly integrated magic into his combat skills. As he was lost in thought, a notebook with graceful handwriting was pushed towards him. Seeing the familiar notebook, Ashura was reminded of the memories of chatting through notebooks with Clara. He couldn't help but smile, but his smile faded when he read the words on it. The graceful handwriting conveyed a chill. "You're getting more impressive, sneaking back and kissing 2 girls from the martial arts academy." Ashura instantly closed the notebook and nervously looked around, his gaze constantly darting towards Clara. Seeing his guilty demeanor, Clara grew even angrier. Ashura took the pen from the girl's hand and wrote back in the notebook, "Don't spout nonsense. I just got back to the academy. What kissing girls? I don't understand what you're talking about." Seeing the reply in the notebook, Clara bit her lip and responded, "If it wasn't you, why did you cut your black hair? When I heard the news, my first thought was of you." Ashura saw the notebook passed back to him and smirked, thinking to himself how accurate a woman's intuition can be. He then quickly changed the subject and started chatting casually with Clara. Clara, seeing his evasive replies, felt a mix of irritation and anger. Deep down she was upset that he had returned twice without seeking her out. For the next 3 days, Ashura acted low-key, no longer wandering around the training grounds, and spent most of his time exchanging cultivation insights with Instructor Yuanda. Instructor Yuanda was even more excited than Ashura himself when he learned that his disciple had reached the 2nd tier of both Great Martial Master and Great Magic Master. However, when Ashura produced the silver badge from Photo Palace, Instructor Yuanda fell into a long silence. On the 4th day, when the day of the Beast Forest assessment arrived, the freshmen of the Magic Academy gathered at the gates of St. Gabain Academy. Instructor Ella and another fire magic instructor named Slade approached the Class 13 students. Seeing the small number of students in Class 13, Instructor Slade joked, "Your class has so few students, it seems this task will be an easy one." Instructor Ilara smiled and chose not to reply, turning to the 14 lightning magic students before her and spoke solemnly, "The map for the Monster Forest assessment has been sent to you through your badges, Instructor Slade, and I will be leading your team, and we are to meet up with teams from 2 other martial classes." The students from Class 13 around her were visibly excited. Having instructors lead the team reassured them greatly. It seemed as though they were heading to the Monster Forest for a mere excursion. Just then, 2 teams of martial freshmen approached them under the guidance of their respective instructors, converging on the magic class from both sides. Ashura turned his head to the left when he heard the plump Nai's excited shouts and nearly jumped out of his skin. To his dismay, it was the martial freshman from Class 7 approaching, and the tall girl with blue hair was catching everyone's eye. Ashura quickly turned his head to the other side, only to be met with a shock of fiery red hair that almost made him wish he were dead. He hurriedly pulled his magic robe's hood over his head, trying to move to the back of his class. However, with so few in his class, even standing at the back made him stand out conspicuously. Clara had been watching Ashura and, noticing his odd behavior, she glanced around and then fiercely kicked him in the back, yet Ashura, head bowed, didn't react at all. As the 3 classes merged, the boys in the team were the most exhilarated. 3 of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen were in one team, along with the beautiful and elegant Instructor Ilara. This Monster Forest assessment was going to be fantastic. The boys excitedly scanned the figures of the beauties, their eyes hardly keeping up. Only Ashura stood still, his hood up, feeling utterly miserable inside. Was fate trying to torment him? He could feel 3 hostile gazes locking onto him, one from the left, one from the right, and one occasionally casting cold glances from in front. Lanyu and Magina had already fixed their eyes on him early on. Even with his hood on, and the familiarity the 2 girls had with him allowed them to recognize him instantly. Both women with complicated feelings unconsciously lined up, one to his left and one to his right. They looked at each other, their faces turning slightly red as they both turned their heads away. Following the team like a zombie, Ashura walked to the entrance of the monster forest, knowing that Clara was in front of him, Magina on his left, and Lanyu on his right. His heart was in utter turmoil, fearful that the 2 madams might push him forward into the spotlight again. Yet, the other boys envied and admired him. As the 3 classes' teams reached the entrance of the monster forest, the handsome middle-aged Uncle Lang shouted loudly, "You are about to enter the monster forest. Be fully alert, as any negligence could cost you your lives. Now everyone take out your weapons. Make sure your hands are ready to draw your weapons and wield your wands at any moment, ready to fight, understood?" After hearing this, all the trainees took out their weapons and staffs from their storage spaces. Instructor Ang was right, retrieving weapons from storage spaces could delay action, a detail that might sometimes decide life or death. Only Ashura stood there unmoved. Instructor Ilara noticed this problematic student, walked over with a frown and patted Ashura's shoulder, asking, "What are you daydreaming about? Why aren't you taking out your staff? Instructor Ang just reminded you." Ashura was incredibly embarrassed because, although he wore a mage's robe, he didn't actually have a magic staff. After thinking it over, he pulled out twin blades from his storage belt and slung them over his back using their sheaths. Everyone was baffled by his odd behavior and soon burst into subdued laughter, having never seen a mage carry twin blades before. Yet Ashura remained unaffected by the surrounding laughter and whispers. He was still considering how to handle the 2 ticking bombs beside him. Instructor Ilara, seeing Ashura's actions, was frustrated and patted his shoulder again, lowering her voice to say, "Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Can't you give me, your class head, a little respect? Since when do mages carry twin blades?" Ashura couldn't reveal the fact that he didn't have a magic staff, so he lowered his voice and replied casually, "I can use the twin blades to protect you, Instructor Ilara." Realizing his words might have been inappropriate after saying them, but unable to take them back, he just awkwardly chuckled. Hearing this teasing remark, Instructor Ilara was initially stunned, then blushed and scoffed lightly, saying, "As if you could, fine, then protect me with your twin blades." Ashura was also a bit confused by her response, but their quiet conversation was overheard by 3 female students nearby, making Ashura feel immense pressure. He quickly bowed his head and kept silent. In this way, with Clara in front, Magina to the left, Blue Feather to the right, and Instructor Ilara not far behind, Ashura walked into the monster forest surrounded by 4 beauties. Ashura followed the team, walking timidly on the outskirts of the dense monster forest. The academy had arranged different routes for each team, formed by combining 3 classes, and required them to reach their destination within a set time to pass this assessment. The formation placed the warrior class students on both sides to protect the mage class students in the middle, with instructors scattered around the team. Following the planned route, the team was expected to reach their destination in about 20 days. This assessment was relatively easy, primarily intended to familiarize them with the monster forest in preparation for the next assessment. For Ashura, it felt like a waste of time, but he was now completely subdued, as any slight rustle from either side made his heart skip a beat. Knowing that the 2 beauties had recognized him and that they hadn't turned against him yet, he was secretly relieved. He was walking on thin ice, fearing that his footsteps might be too loud and displease the 2 young ladies. The atmosphere around Ashura felt off, and the mentor behind Ellis sensed it as well. Knowing Ashura, she was certain something was amiss, especially since he wasn't interacting with his usually close companion Clara. Their usual exchange of notes, something she often noticed, was missing today. Boys from the warrior class occasionally approached the 3 beautiful female students, trying to strike up a conversation, much to the girls' annoyance. Even Ella found herself reluctantly entangled with a young warrior mentor named Anthony. Ashura, hooded and as still as a statue, meticulously made his way forward. The vice class leader Kyle saw an opportunity to switch places with Ashura. Kyle had long pursued Clara without a smile from the silver-haired girl, and seeing 2 other beauties alongside her today, he couldn't miss this chance. Ashura was more than willing to oblige, as even breathing seemed a task he needed to be careful with, and he was desperate to move forward for a breath of fresh air. but just as he attempted to quickly step away, the sight of a tree stump being split in half by a massive saber with chips flying everywhere caught everyone off guard. Maginus, standing to his left, slid the saber back into her sheath. Even without her fiery red armor, her formidable presence was overwhelming. "This stump was really annoying," she murmured softly. Azura immediately withdrew his stepping foot and discreetly returned to his previous spot, gesturing to Kyle to leave quickly. Confused and unable to save face, Kyle, thinking Azura was disrespecting him again, huffed and returned to his position in front of him. Azura felt a significant decrease in the pressure around him. Before he could relish his quick response, Magina softly spoke from the left. "I misunderstood you last time." Azura stiffened, knowing Magina was addressing him, and the content of the conversation eased his mind a bit. He leaned closer to her and whispered, almost like a thief, "Good that you know. Just don't bring this up again, especially don't mention that you saw me, okay?" Magina rolled her eyes at him dramatically, not responding, but instead emphasized, "After this assessment you're coming back to be my sparring partner." Azura immediately protested, "Why should I?" His voice was a bit loud, drawing looks from Lanyu and Clara, causing him to quickly bow his head and shrink his neck. Magina's reply was light yet firm, "Because you took advantage of me, shouldn't you take responsibility?" Azura desperately wanted to cover her mouth. Anxiously he retorted, "You can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't talk nonsense. How did I take advantage of you? It was an emergency and I saved you. I'm not asking for gratitude, but you can't set me up like this." Magina pouted, "I don't care. Everyone saw you bully me, and now the whole academy knows. Aren't you going to take responsibility?" "Well, let me just ask my classmates what they think about this." Ashura was overwhelmed upon hearing this and had to first coax Magina, making sure she wouldn't really go and talk to others about it. Otherwise he might as well just live in the beast forest, where there wouldn't be 300 people wanting to kill him. As they were whispering intensely to each other, Blue Feather suddenly kicked a tree as thick as a bowl at waist height and snapped it in half. As she retracted her foot, she casually remarked, "I really hate this tree." Ashura immediately got the hint and moved closer to her, guiltily asking, "What's wrong now? Last time it was you who initiated it. It has nothing to do with me. You can't blame me. There goes my first kiss." Blushing, Blue Feather angrily responded, "I don't care, you still held me. That was my first kiss too. Besides, if it weren't for your excessive demands, I could have." Her face turned crimson and she lacked the courage to continue. Ashura was truly exasperated, feeling it was impossible to reason with girls. Helplessly he said, "I'd been chased out of the academy by your admirers. I haven't dared to come back for a long time. What more do you want? Shouldn't you be over it by now?" Hearing this, Blue Feather burst into laughter, then quickly covered her mouth, coquettishly saying, "I don't care, you have to take responsibility for me, and from now on, you're not allowed to hide from me and make it difficult for me to find you." Ashura was sweating profusely. After all the talking, it was still his fault, and both were making him take responsibility. Where's the justice in that? Feeling aggrieved and irritated, Ashura took off his hood. The two girls beside him, seeing his upright short hair, were initially stunned, then both covered their mouths and giggled lightly. Ashura was a bit helpless, but fortunately, once things were cleared up, it seemed neither wanted to drag him down anymore. A weight lifted from his heart. Ashura became more lively, occasionally chatting softly with the two beauties on either side, often making them laugh out loud. Clara in front was visibly unhappy, thinking about which tree to summon lightning to strike. Behind him, Ella was even more surprised. She hadn't expected this seemingly sly boy from her class to be so popular with girls from other classes. Reflecting on the buzzing rumors about him in the academy, Ella smiled knowingly, as if she had discovered a juicy secret. And no girl dislikes gossip. The young male tutor Anthony, seeing Ella smile, thought his boring jokes had hit the mark and tried even harder to show off his self-proclaimed eloquence. But Ella wasn't listening at all, her eyes shining as she watched the popular short-haired boy. Thus, after a morning's trek, the group finally reached their first resting point. Some of the physically weaker magicians were already complaining, having never walked so far. Currently, they were still on the outermost edge of the beast forest, which was the flattest part of their journey. The road ahead would only get more difficult and perilous.